In a world ravaged by calamity, where the undead roam freely, Cheng Yang acquires a unique system designed for the exorcism of zombies. With each successful exorcism, he enhances his own strength and earns merits that can be exchanged for various treasures in the system's marketplace. His personal space is filled with an abundance of meats, vegetables, and fruits, all obtainable through the merits he accumulates. While others struggle fiercely over a mere packet of instant noodles, Cheng Yang finds himself in a quandary, overwhelmed by the plethora of food options available to him. Chapter 1. Global Catastrophe on the 6th Day of the Apocalypse. Cheng Yang has transitioned from initial shock and fear to a state of numbness. However, the sight of zombies wandering the streets still causes him to frown. It has been a full day since he last ate. 5 days prior, a sudden disaster swept across the globe, infecting at least half of the population on Blue Star with a virus that transformed them into the undead. These zombies immediately launched attacks on the uninfected, and within just 2 or 3 days, the human population had dwindled by another 30%. The most alarming aspect is that those bitten by the zombies inevitably succumb to infection and assimilation. If they are not torn apart, they will inevitably become one of the mindless undead. Cheng Yang, having graduated from university just a year ago, was employed at an e-commerce company, earning a modest salary sufficient to sustain himself. Just before the apocalypse struck, he happened to be on leave, enjoying a deep slumber until the late hour of 9 o'clock. When he was jolted awake by the sound of explosions outside, rushing to the window, he beheld a series of catastrophic car accidents unfolding on the street, with many individuals seemingly transformed into monsters, lunging at their neighbors and biting them. His heart raced as he hurried to ensure the front door was securely locked. Turning on the television, he quickly learned that every channel was broadcasting urgent news reports, a global catastrophe, a zombie invasion. Before long, one channel after another lost its signal, and online, discussions about the disaster proliferated. No one could ascertain the cause, while theories abounded. Some speculated that melting icebergs in Antarctica had released ancient viruses long frozen in time, while others claimed that a bioweapons lab in a distant land had suffered a catastrophic leak. Yet, none of these theories could explain why the disaster had struck globally at once. What was certain was that the tap water had become contaminated. Numerous individuals had posted videos confirming this, cautioning everyone not to consume tap water, even if boiled. Only bottled purified water was deemed safe. Regardless of the circumstances, the disaster had already unfolded. As a single man, Cheng Yang found solace in the notion that feeding himself sufficed for his survival. Thus, he rarely utilized his kitchen, opting instead to eat at work or order takeout. His only provisions consisted of a few packets of instant noodles, several apples, and a few bottles of mineral water. Such meager supplies were woefully inadequate. Within 2 days, his rations were nearly depleted. Fortunately, he had been frugal with his water consumption, leaving him with 2 bottles. On the 3rd day, a kind neighbor from upstairs, aware of his plight, generously offered him 2 additional packets of instant noodles, allowing him to stretch his meals over the next 2 days. However, by the 5th day, the neighbor had fallen silent, and Cheng Yang felt too embarrassed to ask for more. Perhaps in the beginning, some held on to a glimmer of hope, believing that the machinery of the state could not so easily collapse and that military forces would undoubtedly be dispatched for rescue. However, as the apocalypse dragged on, and with the ever-increasing number of wandering zombies in the streets and even in the hallways, even the most optimistic souls abandoned their fantasies, whether one accepted it or not. Civilization had been obliterated, and social order lay in ruins. There was no rescue. Everything depended solely on oneself. Cheng Yang had gone an entire day without food, his stomach growling painfully in protest. I must eat. Outside the community, a convenience store awaited, where instant noodles, biscuits, and bottled water could be procured. Yet, the streets were teeming with roving zombies. How difficult would it be to traverse that perilous path? Just yesterday, he had witnessed a trio of men attempting to breach the perimeter, likely in search of sustenance, only to inadvertently stir a horde of zombies and be swiftly overwhelmed. What was the crux of the matter? These zombies were unlike those portrayed in films. They were extraordinarily swift. Cheng Yang noted several characteristics of these creatures. First and foremost, their speed rivaled that of normal humans, displaying astonishing endurance. One of the men from the previous day had been particularly swift, yet he was ultimately caught and brought down by a pack of zombies. Second, while zombies lacked sight, often colliding with walls or tripping over obstacles, their auditory senses were remarkably acute. Even the slightest rustle would capture their attention. Third, their teeth and claws had evolved into razor-sharp instruments capable of easily severing bone, rending flesh, and tearing through clothing. Fourth, the loss of limbs appeared inconsequential to them. It seemed that zombies were devoid of pain, with some dragging their entrails behind them, yet still roaming aimlessly. However, none of them could be seen wandering without a head or with a severely damaged skull. Thus, The head remained their Achilles heel. As for other vulnerabilities, Cheng Yang had yet to discover them. Time was of the essence. Remaining idle would only lead to starvation. Resolutely, Cheng Yang decided to take a chance. He disassembled the mop head and affixed a kitchen knife to it, thereby fashioning a makeshift polearm. He slung a cleaver across his back, gathered a large burlap sack, and secured some rope. Prepared for his venture, he approached his door, placed his left hand on the doorknob, took a deep breath, and turned the handle. With a creak, the door swung open. Cheng Yang cautiously opened it fully, only to find a zombie turning towards him. It was a middle-aged man, sporting gold-rimmed glasses. Cheng Yang recognized him as a small business owner who did not actually reside here, but had purchased an apartment to maintain a liaison with a young mistress, a recent university graduate whom Cheng Yang had seen and who was rather pleasant in appearance. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment. Of course, while zombies lacked sight, their hearing was acute. The creature immediately sensed Cheng Yang's heartbeat and lunged at him with outstretched claws. Good grief. Cheng Yang instinctively thrust the mop towards it. Thud. The kitchen knife was pressed firmly against the neck of the undead creature, instantly tearing through its throat. However, the blade became lodged, unable to sever the bone. The zombie extended its arms, attempting to grasp Cheng Yang, but the length of the mop kept it at bay, forcing the creature to lurch forward. Its strength was formidable, compelling Cheng Yang to retreat step by step. It is worth noting that Cheng Yang was an athlete in school, possessing physical prowess far superior to that of an ordinary person, yet he found himself outmatched by the zombie. Panic surged within him. The corridor was not devoid of other zombies. Should he delay even slightly, more would surely be drawn by the commotion. Just 2 more could easily flank him, turning him into fodder for the ravenous undead. I'll fight you to the bitter end, Cheng Yang declared, pivoting to draw his knife and striking fiercely at the zombie's head. The cleaver, designed for hacking through bone, was exceptionally sharp and heavy. With the force of his desperation, Cheng Yang swung with all his might. Astonishingly, the blade penetrated halfway into the zombie's skull. The creature swayed as if intoxicated before crashing to the ground. Had it perished? Suddenly, a voice resonated in Cheng Yang's mind. Great compassion, Pure Land system activated. Please recite the Transcendence mantra to complete the exorcism. Chapter 2. Great compassion. Pure Land, what the hell? Cheng Yang blinked in surprise. His initial reaction was not to recite any mantra or ponder the voice's origin, but rather to hastily secure the door. Fortunately, although some zombies had heard the noise and were approaching, they were still 10 meters away. After shutting and locking the door, Cheng Yang exhaled in relief. System? He muttered, astonished. I am here, host. The voice echoed again, devoid of discernible emotion. Indeed, there is a system, Cheng Yang thought, elated. Am I saved? Will I prosper? He felt a surge of joy, then forced himself to regain composure. What is your purpose? Please elaborate on your functions. Certainly, host. The system replied, its tone calm and unchanging. This system requires you to exorcise the souls of the wronged. For each soul you liberate, you will receive corresponding merit, which can be exchanged for various items. Additionally, you may gain enhancements post-exorcism. Very concise, Cheng Yang acknowledged, grasping the basic functions. Show me the exchange list. Understood, host. I am now opening the marketplace for you, the system announced. In the future, simply think Open Marketplace to access it. Instantly, a digital marketplace materialized in Cheng Yang's mind. You even created an app? Cheng Yang was suddenly filled with a desire to jest. The marketplace contained only 3 items for exchange: spatial storage, holy spear, and blood knife. As Cheng Yang focused on one of the items, further information began to flow into his consciousness. The personal space grants you a realm of 3 cubic meters, accessible at any moment for the storage of items. The living entities cannot be contained within. Note, the size of the space is upgradable. Redemption requirement, 1,000 merits. The holy gun, imbued with divine power, purifies any malevolent creature it strikes, leaving benign beings unharmed, and comes with a magazine of 8 bullets. Note, additional bullets may be purchased exclusively from the store. Redemption requirement, 100 merits. The blood blade, extraordinarily sharp, can effortlessly sever bone. Note, it requires no maintenance and will never dull, regardless of how much it is wielded. Redemption requirement, 100 merits. Cheng Yang glanced at his merit points and, unsurprisingly, found them to be 0. He hastily exclaimed, System, I do not know the rebirth incantation. Please recite it. The system's voice resonated, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Namo Amit Ba. Cheng Yang listened and echoed, Namo Amit Ba. Upon completing the incantation, he witnessed a golden light emanating from the corpse, swiftly merging with his own body. A warmth enveloped him, as if his muscles and bones had received a subtle enhancement. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10 merit points and a 1 augmentation, the system announced, marking the host's first attainment of merit, thus bestowing a novice gift package. Furthermore, having fully recited the rebirth incantation, the host is now permitted to silently invoke the phrase great compassion, rebirth in bliss as a simplified substitute. Quite considerate, indeed. Cheng Yang soon discovered a golden treasure chest materializing in his mind. When he paused to contemplate, immediate feedback followed. Would you like to open it? Naturally, he wished to open it. Immediately, without hesitation. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a personal space. The system's voice declared. Although it expressed congratulations, the tone remained as emotionless as ever. A personal space? How splendid. Cheng Yang quickly realized that his consciousness was linked to an independent realm, precisely 3 cubic meters in size. Acquiring such a space from the marketplace would ordinarily demand 1,000 merits. He had obtained 1,000 merits without effort. He began to experiment. By merely placing his hand upon an object and silently commanding it to be collected, the item would instantaneously enter the personal space. However, the object's dimensions must not exceed the confines of the space. For instance, a closed pole, despite its volume being less than 3 cubic meters, could not be stored due to its excessive length. Retrieving items was equally straightforward. By focusing his thoughts on specific objects, they would promptly materialize before him. This personal space was also upgradable. Cheng Yang contemplated this possibility. Upgrading required 1,000 merits, which would expand the space to 6 cubic meters. Quite costly. He swiftly dismissed the notion of upgrading the space, deciding against it for the time being. I need merits. Cheng Yang cast his gaze once more towards the entrance of the residential complex. The emergence of the system had not alleviated his hunger. Thus the quest for sustenance remained his most pressing concern. Slaying zombies and performing the rite of purification would not only earn him merit points, but also fortify his physique, effectively allowing him to sustain himself through combat. If he could successfully navigate the initial developmental phase, what fear could the undead possibly instill? After making necessary preparations, he returned to the entrance. With determination, he turned the doorknob and stepped outside. In the corridor above, a solitary zombie wandered aimlessly. Upon hearing the door creak open, it immediately turned and lunged towards Cheng Yang with alarming speed. Remaining remarkably calm, Cheng Yang awaited its approach. Closer it came, 2 meters, 1 meter. Now, with a flicker of thought, a heavy refrigerator materialized in midair, blocking the zombie's path. The creature, oblivious to its surroundings, could not possibly evade such an unforeseen barrier at that speed. It stumbled violently, crashing to the ground with its head striking first, resulting in a sickening snap as its neck broke. Please recite the mantra of rebirth to purify the malevolent, the system's voice echoed. Is this zombie truly defeated so easily? Cheng Yang marveled at the unexpected effectiveness of his strategy. Without hesitation, he recited the mantra. Great compassion, great mercy, rebirth into bliss. This succinct phrase served as a powerful substitute for a lengthy incantation. Once again, a golden light surged from the fallen zombie, merging into his being, subtly enhancing his attributes. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 merit points and a 1 enhancement. Sadly, no rewards could be claimed this time. Cheng Yang stowed away the refrigerator and tightened his grip on the bone-cutting knife, a fierce determination boiling within him. Driven by hunger, he pressed onward and soon encountered a third zombie. Initially wandering in confusion, it charged at him with renewed vigor after sensing his presence. Cheng Yang employed the same tactic, positioning the refrigerator before him. With a resounding crash, this zombie too fell victim to his cunning, slamming into the ground, though fortunately, its neck remained intact. Cheng Yang swiftly followed up with his knife. A sharp crack resonated. Please recite the mantra of rebirth. Done. Chapter 3. Relentless Maneuvers. Cheng Yang resided on the 4th floor. The elevator was out of service, reportedly jammed with zombies. Even with his newfound abilities, he dared not confront such a multitude. His purpose was to seek nourishment, not to become prey. Thus, he was left with no choice but to traverse the emergency exit. Yet, the emergency route was not devoid of danger. Several zombies lurked both above and below. Bolstering his resolve, Cheng Yang pushed open the door to the emergency corridor. He moved with utmost stealth, for any loud noise could attract the attention of the zombies above and below, an outcome he could not withstand. Certainly, even his slightest movement produced a sound that stirred a nearby female zombie. A conspicuous bite mark marred her neck, a significant portion of flesh missing. Although she was no longer bleeding, her appearance remained thoroughly unsettling. If I were live streaming at this moment, how would I censor this to ensure the safety of my account? Cheng Yang mused to himself. It was not beneficial to remain overly tense, as it would hinder his full potential. The noise he generated was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to attract the attention of this particular female zombie. Instantly, she charged down the stairs with a rush. Cheng Yang, however, opted to employ a cunning strategy. Lacking the strength to overwhelm in a straightforward manner, he resorted to guile. As the zombie descended, She was abruptly tripped by a refrigerator. Coming down the stairs at such speed, the fall was severe. Her body flew through the air and collided forcefully with the wall, her head bursting upon impact. Please, host, exorcise the malevolence. Another foe vanquished. Cheng Yang glanced at the bone-cutting knife in his hand, feeling rather disenchanted. The refrigerator, it seemed, was the true bane of zombies. Reciting the incantation, he garnered another 10 points of moral value. However, the commotion caused by the female zombie was considerable, rousing the zombies both above and below, all of whom began to converge toward his location. Cheng Yang pondered for a moment before retreating to the safety of the corridor, glancing around to find no zombies present for the time being. All right, let's take a gamble. He positioned the refrigerator at the corridor's entrance, preparing for the approaching zombies. The first one arrived. Cheng Yang hardly spared a thought to its former life, whether it had been male or female, beautiful or ugly, stout or slender. The instant it stumbled over the refrigerator, he swung his knife with all his might. With a series of clangs, he exerted himself to sever the zombie's head. Yet, after just a few strikes, he found himself panting heavily, temporarily devoid of combat capability. In a hurried recitation of the incantation, he dashed back home, abandoning the refrigerator. He could not reclaim it. It was necessary to impede the advance of the oncoming horde. As expected, the moment he fled, a multitude of zombies surged forth like a tidal wave from the safety corridor, the following zombies pushing and shoving, ultimately displacing the refrigerator that had blocked their path. Cheng Yang sprinted back into his dwelling, closing the door behind him and gasping for breath. This excursion, though it had not even taken him to the 3rd floor, proved to be quite fruitful. He had dispatched 4 zombies. His physique had been enhanced 4 times. Although each improvement was marginal, he had also accrued 40 points of merit. If he continued this way, he could eventually exchange them for a holy spear or a blood knife. Time to switch weapons. The firearm contained merely 8 bullets, while the knife presented no issues with dulling. Cheng Yang scrutinized the bone-cutting knife in his grasp, despite having used it only twice. Its blade had already begun to dull slightly. A few more strikes would transform the action from cutting to bashing. Outside, the zombies were in a frenzy, creating a cacophony as they collided with walls and doors. This caused considerable fear among the surviving residents on the 4th floor, who anxiously questioned who had been so cruel as to attract the zombies, as if intent on causing harm. Cheng Yang was somewhat astonished. There were a total of 8 households on the 4th floor, and counting himself, there were still 4 with living occupants, a surprisingly high ratio. Half of the population has succumbed to infection and transformed into zombies, yet this does not imply that every floor harbors an equal number of survivors. The mere presence of a single zombie within a household signifies peril for the entire family, essentially sealing their fate. Upon witnessing individuals hurling crude insults at the instigator of this chaos, Cheng Yang merely scoffed, dismissing them entirely. Why engage in a futile argument? Once he secured his provisions, these very individuals would undoubtedly alter their demeanor, desperately seeking his favor for a share of the spoils. To feast without effort leads only to desolation. This truth applies universally. Do they covet my sustenance? How naive. After a brief respite, Cheng Yang felt his strength gradually returning, yet the pangs of hunger intensified, mercifully accompanied by a notable decrease in external commotion. He decided to act. Cheng Yang retrieved a washing machine from his personal space, along with a hammer and a saw. For precautionary measures, one could never be too prepared. He cautiously twisted the handle, ensuring no sound escaped, and slowly opened the door. At the threshold, there were no zombies. Such fortune seemed unlikely. He produced a mirror, surveying the corridor to discover 2 zombies lingering at either end. Resolutely, he advanced step by step towards the one closest to him. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. In a sudden motion, Cheng Yang struck with his bone-cutting knife. The rush of air startled the zombie, which instinctively reached for him. However, it was too late. The blade plunged deep into the creature's neck, but alas, it had dulled and became lodged within. As the zombie's grasp drew near, Cheng Yang cursed and hurled the washing machine. With a thud, the appliance landed on the zombie's foot. Although the zombie felt no pain, the weight of the washing machine immobilized it, rendering its outstretched hands just inches from Cheng Yang, yet unable to reach him. He exclaimed in frustration and retrieved the hammer, delivering a series of blows to the zombie's skull. After 7 strikes, he heard the system's notification. It was time for purification. Another 10 points of merit were secured. At that moment, the second zombie, alerted by the commotion, began to hasten towards him. Cheng Yang remained remarkably composed, drawing upon his experience. In truth, a zombie's combat prowess pales in comparison to that of a human. They lack even the sense of sight. Their true terror lies in their insensitivity to pain and the infectious bite that leads to assimilation. This is their most daunting attribute. As the second zombie approached, Cheng Yang was ready. He swung the washing machine, effectively tripping the creature, which fell heavily to the ground. Without the need for his bone-cutting knife, he advanced with the hammer. A few decisive strikes shattered the zombie's skull, and his merits increased to 60 points. Chapter 4. Bloody Blade this time. Cheng Yang intended to escalate his endeavors. What fueled his sudden audacity? Certainly not a gift from Liang. He first stowed away the refrigerator from the safety passage and positioned it by the elevator door, then retrieved the washing machine to stack atop the refrigerator. The barrier was prepared. He pressed the elevator button. The elevator halted on the 6th floor, and as the arrow illuminated, it began its descent. Ding! The door slid open. Inside stood 6 zombies, momentarily hushed, for Cheng Yang remained utterly silent, and the sound of the elevator's operation seemed to blend into their familiarity, thus preventing them from going berserk. Cheng Yang perched atop a refrigerator, his hand sweeping above a washing machine, delivering a forceful blow with a hammer to one of the undead. With a resounding thud, the zombie staggered, yet its head remained intact, and consequently, no system prompt for a death chant emerged. However, this strike incited a frenzy among the zombies within the elevator. Yet, despite their desperate thrashing, they could not escape. As the door obstructed their path, Cheng Yang continued his stealthy assaults, taking advantage of the zombies' lack of vision. One strike after another, he ultimately shattered the skull of a zombie. 1, 2, 3. Lost in a crimson haze, Cheng Yang was oblivious to the fact that his merit points had surpassed 100, enabling him to exchange for a blood knife. He persisted in his assault until no zombie remained standing, only then realizing that the battle had concluded. My goodness, I'm utterly exhausted. Cheng Yang plopped down, feeling as if his entire right arm had gone numb. It was essential to alternate between hands, lest he develop the strength of a mythical beast. Merit points. A glance at his tally revealed it had reached 120. He promptly exchanged for the blood knife. Instantly, a blade materialized in his spatial pouch. The blade measured merely a foot in length, with a handle half that size, yet it gleamed a vibrant crimson, as if blood were dripping from it. With a mere thought, the knife appeared in his grasp. How light? Could it weigh half a pound? What material was it crafted from? The system assured him of its unparalleled sharpness and resilience against dulling. Cheng Yang worried it might be glass, fearing it would shatter upon impact. After all, it cost 100 merit points. If it proved ineffective, he would suffer a significant loss. He took a moment to rest, regaining his strength. With the blood knife in hand and the refrigerator stored in his spatial pouch, his reluctance to stow the washing machine stemmed from a lack of space. He knew descending in the elevator was out of the question. Who could predict how many zombies might flood in once the door opened? Thus, he opted for the safety of the stairwell. Carefully, he opened the door, striving to make not a whisper. The previous zombies had mostly returned to their positions, albeit on different floors. The specifics of this shift were of no concern to him. He approached the nearest zombie with determination. Upon reaching it, he swung his knife. Thwack! In a shocking display, the zombie's head flew off, severed cleanly from its body. Sharp. Indeed, remarkably sharp. The system had not exaggerated. This weapon was extraordinarily keen. Cheng Yang examined the blade, confirming it was indeed devoid of any nicks. A fine creation. A product of the system, undoubtedly a masterpiece. At that moment, a horde of zombies surged from above and below. Thus, he would unleash a massacre. Taking cover behind the refrigerator, he dispatched each approaching zombie with ease. Soon, a dozen lay vanquished, their bodies severed from their heads. It was astonishingly simple. Cheng Yang noted that the stamina expended in slaying these zombies was akin to that used in dispatching a single undead foe previously. With the appropriate weaponry, one can achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. This time, I successfully vanquished 16 zombies, even if each defeat only marginally enhances my physical attributes. The cumulative total amounts to 27 instances, marking a significant improvement when compared to my initial self. A mere May 1st seemed trivial, yet a 27 enhancement is indeed substantial. However, such details pale in comparison to my pressing concern. I am on the brink of starvation. I exchanged once more, transforming the holy gun into my possession. It is a sleek, silver handgun, compact and exquisite, yet I opted to stow it within my spatial pocket. With only 8 bullets at my disposal, once depleted, they would be gone, so I resolved to rely on my blood knife until the dire moment arises. I tightened my grip on the blood knife and descended the stairs. At this point, the zombies on the stairwell had been completely eliminated, allowing me to reach the first floor without incident. However, exiting from here would present hellish challenges. The entire community was teeming with an overwhelming number of zombies. Moreover, the outdoors offered no defenses, unlike the stairwell or corridors, where refrigerators and washing machines could be easily repurposed into barricades for excellent protection. How could one achieve such fortifications outside? Should I encircle myself with refrigerators? My spatial pocket lacks the capacity for such an endeavor. Undeterred, I bravely ventured out. Dying of hunger was a far graver fate. In the lobby of the apartment building, I encountered 2 zombies. Now seasoned from previous encounters, I approached with confidence, delivering a swift strike. The blood knife sliced through with such ease, akin to cutting through tofu, and a foul head tumbled to the ground. The second zombie, arriving belatedly, met the same fate as I dispatched it with another precise blow, further enhancing my strength. Pushing open the door, I made my way towards the community entrance, striving to remain as silent as possible. Nevertheless, the cacophony of chaotic sounds outside severely distracted the zombies, allowing me to traverse without drawing undue attention, provided I maintained my composure and did not create excessive noise. The movements of the living diverged entirely from those of the undead, and as such, many individuals quickly noticed my presence. Oh, there's someone still daring to scavenge for supplies? Quite the audacity. I certainly wouldn't risk it. Just yesterday, 3 robust young men had been devoured by zombies, yet here I was, boldly stepping outside. How amusing it would be to witness my demise. Many exchanged cynical remarks. If I can't procure food, I certainly don't wish for anyone else to succeed. Isn't that Cheng Yang from Building 7? I believe he resides in 407. Yes, that's him. If he manages to succeed, perhaps I could borrow some food from him. In such dire times, who would lend provisions to another? Not lending. I'll take him down. There are too many zombies for me to handle. I could easily overpower this young man, not only from Building 7. But numerous residents from other buildings peered out their windows, each harboring their own thoughts. It was already the 6th day of the apocalypse, and many households had been stripped bare, facing dire shortages of water and food. Thus, if Cheng Yang were to succeed, it would inspire hope in everyone, prompting them to venture out in search of supplies. Yet, Cheng Yang remained unfazed by the opinions of others, stealthily advancing on his path. Just then, a solitary zombie wandered aimlessly towards me. He heard the rhythmic thumping of Cheng Yang's heartbeat and abruptly turned his face towards him, revealing a fierce countenance. Reaching out with claw-like hands. What are you flailing about for? Cheng Yang scoffed, swiftly slicing through the air with his blade, severing both hands, which fell to the ground with a thud. A second stroke followed, and the creature's head tumbled down. The mantra was uttered, and he garnered 10 merit points with ease. The execution was swift and seamless, leaving all the residents in awe. How extraordinary! Was this truly an ordinary office worker, and not some retired Dragon King? Chapter 5. Gathering supplies. Cheng Yang paid little heed to the opinions of others. His sole focus was on procuring sustenance. He stealthily navigated his surroundings, moving at a deliberate pace, unconcerned with the slowness, only resorting to combat with zombies when absolutely necessary. Indeed, vanquishing the undead would enhance his strength and yield merit points. But he pondered the potential peril of attracting a horde of zombies that could force him to retreat or take a longer route. Satisfying his hunger and ensuring survival were paramount. Without those, all else was meaningless. After dispatching 7 zombies, Cheng Yang arrived at the entrance of the community. The main gate was in ruins, not due to the undead, but from a vehicle that had crashed into it, leaving half of the gate collapsed. Now, swiping a card was futile. It was immovable, and to exit, one had to climb over it. The challenge was not significant. Yet the throng of zombies outside posed a threat. Even the slightest sound could draw them in, tearing him apart in a frenzy. Cheng Yang sheathed his bloodied blade. With no one around to witness him, he felt free to utilize his spatial abilities. Moreover, in this chaotic world, what did it matter if someone saw him? He held no fear of being captured for experimentation. Rather, he dreaded the potential exposure of his secret that could compromise his future or make him a target. Being prudent, Cheng Yang was inherently cautious. The iron gate sloped unevenly, so he ascended from the lower side, climbed over, and landed quietly on one foot, making not a sound. Excellent. He moved slowly, following the green belt. Gradually, he distanced himself. A sheen of perspiration beaded on his forehead. But he felt relieved to have succeeded without alarming even a single zombie. Looking around, the street was a scene of devastation. Cars were mangled beyond recognition from collisions. Some had crashed into landscaping, their hoods crumpled, while others remained parked but had their windows shattered, as if a fierce battle had just unfolded. However, what captivated Cheng Yang's attention were the zombies wandering the streets. There were men, women, the young, and the elderly, all bearing injuries that did not hinder their movements. He even spotted one zombie missing a foot, navigating with its leg bone propped on the ground, albeit with a noticeable uneven gait. The resilience of the undead was astonishing. Wait, could zombies be considered living beings? To determine this, he could test his spatial abilities. If he could absorb them, they would be deemed non-living, while if he could not, they would be classified as living entities. Yet, to draw them into his spatial realm, he would need to physically touch them, which implied he would have to come into contact with the zombies. Perhaps it was better to forego that notion. As he pondered, he cautiously made his way forward. The convenience store was merely 50 meters to the east of the community entrance, a short distance, yet he took over 10 minutes to reach it. He had to avoid the zombies on the road. Thus, while his body remained unfatigued, his mind was taut with tension, leaving him emotionally drained. The store door was ajar, and to his surprise, a zombie was ambling between the shelves, turning back each time it bumped into something, endlessly repeating its futile dance. It resembled a scene from a comedy, yet the sole spectator bore no trace of amusement. Cheng Yang slowly, cautiously closed the convenience store door and locked it, a sense of calm washing over him. "Come forth, I shall deliver you," he murmured. He brandished his knife, causing a sound to resonate beneath his feet. The zombie immediately reacted, abandoning its previous clumsiness and charging at Cheng Yang. Seizing the moment, he struck decisively, and a head flew into the air. Finished. Cheng Yang quickly tore open an energy bar, devouring it ravenously, and finally exhaled in relief as his hunger subsided. He consumed 5 energy bars before pausing, washed it down with a bottle of water, and then began his main task. He discarded the refrigerator to create space for more supplies. Food and bottled water were not to be picky about. He gathered as much as he could. Once everything was packed, he began contemplating other items. For instance, sanitary pads. A mischievous grin crept across Cheng Yang's face as he collected some. He had no need for them, but many others did. What about pens and notebooks? It would be prudent to have a few on hand. Bras and underwear? Perhaps he should take some of those as well. 3 cubic meters of space was quite ample. As long as he avoided bulky appliances, merely small items would barely fill the entire inventory of the convenience store shelves. However, the store also housed a warehouse with a plethora of goods, and with those included, his limited space would be filled to capacity, necessitating careful selection of the most essential items. That should suffice. Cheng Yang intentionally slung a sack over his shoulder, filling it with plastic to create the illusion of being half full, all the while ensuring it did not impede his movement. Time to head back. Cheng Yang once again treaded carefully toward the community, scaling the iron gate and weaving through the complex. The residents observed him, their faces lighting up with hope upon seeing him return. If Cheng Yang could succeed, then surely they could too. Caution was paramount. Avoiding alarming the zombies was imperative. Moreover, the zombies were not as terrifying as one might imagine. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. A beer bottle suddenly fell from above, crashing toward Cheng Yang's direction. Although it missed him by a wide margin, the shattering glass against the concrete produced a thunderous sound. This disturbance stirred a hornet's nest within a 50-meter radius. All zombies turned toward the noise and began to charge. Damn it! Cheng Yang cursed, hastily sprinting away. He ran for his life. For should he find himself surrounded by zombies, even with his bloodied knife, he would be torn to shreds. He was devoid of any thoughts, sprinting with all his might. A zombie charged towards him, and with a fierce yell, Cheng Yang swung his blade. With a sickening thud, a head flew off. Without a glance back or a moment's hesitation, he continued racing towards his apartment building. There was no time to linger. Even a second's delay could mean death. With another swift stroke, he severed the head of yet another zombie, and even amidst such tension, he did not forget to recite the incantation, for it merely required the movement of his lips. Why not benefit from 2 enhancements and 20 merit points? The foes he vanquished were undeniably his to claim. At last, he burst through the entrance of his building just before the zombies could encircle him, with at least dozens in relentless pursuit behind him. He dared not take the elevator, instead making a beeline for the emergency exit, swiftly ascending the stairs. Fortunately, he had already cleared the zombies from the stairwell. Any further delay would have surely spelled disaster for him. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor. At last, Cheng Yang burst out of the stairwell, arriving at his door. He unlocked it with his fingerprint, and with a quick beep, he rushed inside, slamming the door shut behind him. Leaning against the door, sweat poured from him in torrents, and he felt utterly drained, slowly sinking down against the door. Chapter 6. The Deceptive Ones. Damn it. After catching his breath, Cheng Yang's eyes gleamed with cold fury and murderous intent. That beer bottle had not been carelessly discarded. On the contrary, it had been thrown with malicious intent. Why? First, many had seen him leave and return, his sack visibly bulging. What was inside? Any fool could guess it was food. Second, zombies only consumed humans, not other items. Therefore, if Cheng Yang were to be devoured by zombies, that sack would become an unclaimed object. The question arises, is it simpler to find food outside the community or to pick up a sack just outside the building? Clearly, the latter was far easier. Thus, this was nothing less than a calculated murder directed at Cheng Yang. To secure a morsel of food, they would endanger the life of an innocent neighbor, even one residing in the same building. How utterly inhumane. Cheng Yang's gaze turned icy as he desperately recalled from which floor the beer bottle had been thrown. However, in the heat of his escape, he had no time to look up. It mattered not. He retrieved his phone and opened the group chat. It was bustling with activity, countless messages tagging him, requests for food, and friend invitations, so numerous that they filled the screen. He couldn't be bothered to sift through them. In the chat, he inquired, "Who threw that beer bottle?" For a moment, silence reigned. No one spoke. With so many present, not a single person had seen anything? That was impossible. Clearly, someone had witnessed it but chose to remain silent. A cold smirk crept across Cheng Yang's face. On the 17th floor resided a notorious figure. Known for associating with unsavory characters and for his numerous misdeeds within the community, including harassing the female owner, his reputation abysmal. Yet, out of fear of his connections, none dared to speak out against him. Thus, the individual who instills such trepidation that his name remains unuttered must be the formidable Zhu Youhao. Moreover, his self-serving and malicious tactics align perfectly with the notorious reputation of this underworld figure. It is undoubtedly him. There is no need for further contemplation. Cheng Yang refrained from seeking immediate vengeance. He possessed no knowledge of Zhu Youhao, not even the number of individuals residing in his quarters. To recklessly confront him would be tantamount to courting death. I shall enhance my strength before confronting Zhu Youhao to settle the score. If he dares to harm me, he shall face dire consequences. Cheng Yang cast his phone aside. In truth, several women had hinted that, should Cheng Yang provide them with sustenance, they would be willing to share their company. Although he was not averse to female companionship, his mind was far too preoccupied to entertain such notions at this juncture. What if they set a trap for me, steal my resources, and leave me destitute? Until he amassed sufficient strength, Cheng Yang would never engage in reckless ventures. His pursuits were solely for power and sustenance. Women? Regrettably, he was not yet consumed by carnal desires. Alas, the convenience store offered no large-scale provisions. There were neither vegetables nor meat. Even if he managed to find some meat now, it would surely be frozen. After 6 days of calamity, all fresh meat must have spoiled. Vegetables, too, would likely suffer the same fate, though items such as tomatoes, winter melons, and potatoes might endure longer. Once my power is formidable, I shall seek out larger supermarkets. But for now, that is unfeasible. Merely exiting the community and walking 50 meters nearly exhausted me. The nearest large supermarket must be 3 or 4 kilometers away. How many battles must I endure to traverse that distance? Each zombie represents both experience and currency. Thus, the more, the merrier. Yet my capabilities must be commensurate with the challenges I face. Sighing, I shall rest well today, and tomorrow, I will begin to hone my skills in the community. No, I mean to perform a rite of passage. As my merits ascend, might I one day transcend to the celestial realm and attain enlightenment? Cheng Yang commenced preparations for dinner. Today he indulged in 2 packets of instant noodles, enhanced by 3 sausages. Delightful, simply perfect. After his meal, he retrieved a bottle of sugary soda, but reconsidered and opted for purified water instead. From this day forward, I shall refrain from consuming such unhealthy beverages. Following his meal, Cheng Yang luxuriated in brushing his teeth, washing his face, and even cleansing his body. Who would dare use tap water now? Are they not fearful of becoming infected and transforming into a zombie? And as for purified water? Please, there is barely enough for myself, let alone for brushing teeth or bathing. Only Cheng Yang would be so audacious. Having acquired several cases of purified water today, he felt justified in indulging himself for once. Content. Cheng Yang reclined on his bed and began scrolling through his phone. 6 days had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, and fortunately, water, electricity, gas, and even the internet had not been interrupted. Of course, certain areas had suffered damage from explosions, resulting in downed power lines and gas pipelines. And it was inconceivable that repairs could be undertaken now. Once broken, they remained so. Cheng Yang was uncertain how many more days the supply of electricity would last, but he surmised it would not be long. Thus, he needed to prepare for the worst. First and foremost, to strengthen himself. Secondly, to expand his spatial capacity. Thirdly, one should endeavor to stockpile supplies within their personal space. It is only April now, which is fortunate. Yet what shall transpire in 3 months? When summer arrives, what shall one do without air conditioning? Food, particularly raw meat, cannot be consumed without proper cooking. Hence, I require a generator, diesel, and gasoline. Ideally, acquiring an RV would suffice, as it would merely necessitate diesel or gasoline. Cheng Yang's eyes sparkled with determination. He had begun to strategize for the future. After pondering for a moment, he resumed looking at his phone. He checked the list of those who had added him as a friend and was surprised to see a contact named Zhu Youhao. A smirk crossed Cheng Yang's face as he accepted the friend request. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Youhao sent a message, but rather than typing, he opted for a lengthy voice note. I am Zhu Youhao. Today, I witnessed your endeavors in gathering supplies and confronting zombies. Your skills are quite impressive. I am a person of influence and would like to offer you an opportunity. I will take you under my wing as my subordinate. In this apocalypse, I currently have 5 capable subordinates. By aligning with me, your chances of survival will significantly increase. What do you say? Cheng Yang was taken aback. Such audacity was remarkable. It was clear that Zhu Youhao coveted the food he had procured, seeking to appropriate it while demanding that he kneel and beg for the position of a subordinate. Truly, he exemplified the ruthless nature of the underworld, exhibiting a level of arrogance and dominion that was incomprehensible to a rational individual. You threw a beer bottle to attract the zombies, nearly causing my demise. Zhu Youhao, you truly are a piece of work. Cheng Yang replied with a chilling tone in a voice message. He did not pose the question of whether it was indeed Zhu Youhao who had thrown the beer bottle. Rather, he stated it as a fact, leaving no room for rebuttal. Sure enough, after a brief pause, Zhu Youhao responded. This is a misunderstanding. The bottle was not thrown by me, but by one of my subordinates. He did not do it intentionally. It was merely an unfortunate coincidence. Come over, and I shall have him apologize to you in person. Cheng Yang scoffed, convinced that it was indeed Zhu Youhao who had thrown the bottle, now attempting to shift the blame onto his subordinate. The evidence was irrefutable. He set down his phone, refraining from further communication, his gaze icy. Chapter 7. Ruthlessness. Damn it. Zhu Youhao was so infuriated that he nearly hurled his phone against the wall, his expression dark and brooding. Boss. His 5 subordinates gathered around. Is that fellow refusing to comply? Zhu Youhao slowly shook his head. That guy is ignoring me. It seems my association with that beer bottle has made him resentful. How did he manage to escape without being bitten by a zombie? If he had been bitten, it would have made my task much simpler. The 5 subordinates grumbled, their hunger evident. In truth, the owner of the house was not Zhu Youhao, but rather someone he had rented from, along with 6 other subordinates who resided there. They had initially planned a significant heist, yet before they could act, disaster struck. One of their own had turned into a zombie, but the others quickly recognized the anomaly and promptly disposed of him from the upper floor. Thus, from an original 6 subordinates, only 5 remained. As nearly 6 days have passed, the stock of instant noodles and beer at home has been nearly depleted, causing Zhu Youhao to feel a sense of urgency. He contemplated venturing out in search of supplies, yet the fear of the horde of zombies loomed large. After all, the undead do not discriminate based on status. They attack indiscriminately. What fate awaits those infected by the zombie virus? It is a truth well understood by all. Boss, let us hunt down that kid and put an end to him, suggested one of his subordinates. Zhu Youhao merely cast a glance at him and replied, there are countless zombies in the corridors and stairwells. How are we supposed to get down? The subordinate was at a loss for words. But boss, our food has run out. If this continues, we will starve. Another subordinate interjected. Zhu Youhao pondered for a moment and said, let us clear out the zombies on this floor first, and then we can search the other apartments for food. And women, 5 subordinates exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up with excitement. They had originally planned to pull off a big heist and swiftly depart from Sioux City to indulge in the pleasures of another city. But after being trapped for 6 days, they were on the brink of madness. In this chaotic world, does wrongdoing still carry consequences? Are there law enforcement officers to apprehend them? Are there judges to impose the death penalty? No. Prepare the weapons, Zhu Youhao commanded ominously. Roar. The 5 subordinates howled in a frenzy of excitement as they opened the cabinets and retrieved knives wrapped in newspaper. Meanwhile, Cheng Yang set his phone down, preparing to retire for the night. After resting, he would have the energy and spirit to continue battling monsters the next day. Moments later, a chilling scream pierced the air, followed by a shadow plummeting from the sky with a thud, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. However, the darkness obscured his view, and when he opened the window to look down, all he could discern was a blurred figure. In an instant, messages began to flood the group chat. Zhu Youhao and his men had stormed into room 1701, throwing Zhang Guomin from the 17th floor, and were now dealing with his wife. The news came from Li, who resided in room 1804 of Building 16, claiming to have witnessed the event firsthand. Oh my God, how could this happen? Exclaimed another. I'm on the 16th floor. No wonder I heard screams coming from above. I initially thought it was just a domestic quarrel, but it turns out to be a heinous crime deserving of execution. How dare Zhu Youhao do this? Dare? Old Wang, are you still living in a dream? Is there even law left? This I suggest everyone lock their doors tight and protect yourselves. Indeed, although a horrific tragedy was unfolding, not a single person voiced the intention to intervene. Setting aside the fact that Zhu Youhao had 6 accomplices, how many zombies lurked along the way? Acts of bravery? Stepping out could mean being torn to shreds by zombies. If luck were on their side, perhaps they might leave behind a more intact corpse, only to rise again as a mindless zombie, roaming the streets and interiors. Cheng Yang also had no inclination to intervene. Zhu Youhao and his crew were numerous, and unlike zombies, humans do not stand idly by waiting to be attacked. Who knows how many zombies now wander the stairwells? The energy required just to confront them was incalculable. Taking the elevator? Were they not afraid of an ambush? Cheng Yang did not regard himself as a hero, and even if he were inclined to meddle in others' affairs, he first needed to possess sufficient strength. He was quite aware of this fact. Otherwise, knowing that it was Zhu Youhao who had thrown the beer bottle, he would have confronted him long ago rather than waiting until now. Cheng Yang, Cheng Yang. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside the window. Huh. Cheng Yang was taken aback. He opened the balcony door and stepped outside. There stood Li Xiangyu from apartment 408, who immediately beamed at him upon his arrival and said, Cheng Yang, could you lend us some food? Apartments 407 and 408 were neighboring units, and their balconies were nearly adjacent, allowing the bolder souls to leap across. Cheng Yang gazed at Li Xiangyu, a lovely young woman who appeared to be merely 25 years old, possessing a striking beauty, albeit slightly shorter, around 160 centimeters tall. At 23, Cheng Yang was at the prime of his youth, filled with fervor, and naturally had harbored fantasies about his voluptuous and attractive neighbor. Yet, fantasies remained just that. He had never contemplated taking any real action. What time was it now? Food was the lifeline. Cheng Yang smiled but firmly replied, I'm sorry, but I don't have much food left. Cheng Yang, we saw you carrying a full bag of supplies today. What else could it be if not food? Li Xiangyu urged, zipping down her jacket to reveal a pink nightgown underneath. Cheng Yang couldn't help but stare, swallowing hard. This scene had only existed in his imagination, and he never expected it to materialize. Yet, no matter how impulsive he felt, he would not lose his senses. If you give me 10 packs of instant noodles, I'll let you have a good look. How about that? Li Xiangyu licked her lips, her cheeks flushed, seemingly quite embarrassed. Cheng Yang, please, I'm almost starving. 10 packs of instant noodles? Huh. Do you understand what 10 packs signify in these times? If I ration it, that's a meal a day, meaning 10 days of survival. Just for a glance, you think it's worth 10 days of my life? Cheng Yang shook his head, even for a night of entertainment. He would only be willing to part with 2 packs of noodles. It was not that he could not afford it, but the circumstances dictated the value of food. Seeing Cheng Yang shake his head in refusal, Li Xiangyu's face paled, as if she had been subjected to great humiliation. In truth, she had dressed in such a manner and uttered those words with considerable courage, only to be turned down by Cheng Yang. She almost turned to retreat to her room, but the gurgling of her stomach dispelled that thought and cast away her shame as she declared, I can sleep with you. Chapter 8. A new commodity. Hearing such words from a respectable woman, Cheng Yang felt a twinge of excitement. After all, this familiar and beautiful young lady was one of his fantasies. The fact that she had now offered to share her bed with him was undeniably thrilling. However, Cheng Yang was exceedingly cautious and prudent. What kind of world was it now? If he coveted her body, she was likely coveting his entire fortune, including his very life. When considering the value of life versus enjoyment, which holds greater significance, it scarcely requires further elaboration. Cheng Yang, having finally achieved his long-cherished desires and reveling in the moment, would dread an unexpected intrusion, akin to a scene from a fantastical tale, where a man burst through the door, shouting accusations of daring to violate his wife. Previously, such matters could be settled with monetary compensation, but now it seemed likely that the man would brandish a weapon instead. Even the slightest chance of such an encounter was a risk Cheng Yang was unwilling to take. My dear, do you not fear what your husband might discover? Cheng Yang inquired, adopting a tone reminiscent of a certain genre of film. Li Xiangyu paused, taken aback by the peculiarity of his words. Yet, having ventured so far, with hunger gnawing at her, she found little left to lose. I know you desire me, she declared, recalling their shared elevator ride where he stood behind her. Believing she could not see him, the metallic wall of the elevator acted much like a mirror, revealing the unquenchable longing in his gaze. When a woman sheds her modesty, she can become far more audacious than any rogue. Still, I have 10 packs of instant noodles. I'll let you have them. Cheng Yang smiled, replying, Are you not concerned your husband might find out? What if he does? We are on the brink of starvation. Who would still care? Li Xiangyu retorted, scoffing lightly. As long as you refrain from being perverse in front of my husband, I suspect he would simply pretend to be oblivious. Cheng Yang contemplated her perspective, realizing he could never barter his wife for sustenance. He would rather risk his own life to seek food elsewhere. Apologies, but I have nothing to offer, he concluded, choosing not to prolong the conversation and returning inside. However, the balcony posed a risk. He secured the door, but knew that others could easily circumvent the building and leap over. The proximity was alarmingly close, merely a meter apart, capable of being crossed by anyone, not just men. After pondering, Cheng Yang drew the curtains on the balcony and barricaded the door with the refrigerator. While this was not foolproof, it would provide some measure of security. Cheng Yang's longing for a mobile home intensified. Whenever he could pause on the street, the wandering undead could serve as the best guardians, ensuring no one could stealthily approach or break in. Thus, he resolved to strengthen himself. aspiring to attain the capability to venture out with audacity in the shortest time possible. He lay down fully clothed. For the most daunting threat at night was not the zombies, but rather his fellow humans. His slumber was light. Any unusual sound would rouse him immediately, and he would be ready with his bloody blade for combat. Fortunately, the night passed uneventfully. After freshening up and indulging in a hearty meal, he planned to rest for half an hour before embarking on a quest to defeat monsters. With idle time at hand, he accessed the system's marketplace. Having won a portable space in the lottery the previous day, and exchanged it for a holy gun and a blood blade. All three items had turned to gray icons, but remained visible. Cheng Yang intended to investigate further. Today, however, something had changed. The three items that had turned gray were now gone, seemingly discontinued, replaced by three new offerings. The sacred bullet, when used in conjunction with the holy gun, has the capacity to vanquish first-level malevolent entities. The exchange requires 2,000 merits. The evil whistle, a one-time consumable, when blown, compels nearby malevolent entities within a 10 by 10 meter radius to heed your command for a duration of 20 minutes. The exchange requires 800 merits. The corpse toxin antidote, also a one-time consumable, upon injection, eliminates corpse toxins and grants immunity to them for the subsequent 3 days, provided it is administered in full. The exchange requires 100 merits. Such valuable items. They are undeniably extraordinary. The sole drawback is their exorbitant cost. Moreover, it seems rather illogical. For the holy gun costs merely 100 merits and comes with 8 bullets. Yet, the price of a single sacred bullet astonishingly reaches 2,000 merits? This is perplexing. The description of the sacred bullet mentions first-level malevolent entities. What does this imply? A chilling realization dawned upon Cheng Yang. There are even more terrifying evils lurking. Could zombies evolve? Merits. I am in desperate need of merits. Unable to contain himself, Cheng Yang swiftly armed himself and approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he observed a zombie standing vacantly at the entrance of room 408, a mere 2 meters from his own door. What does this indicate? There are no ambushes. Who could possibly lie in wait near a zombie? It can hear a heartbeat. Cheng Yang unlocked the door with a click, and instantly, the zombie responded, pivoting and charging toward him. However, Cheng Yang only unlocked the door without fully opening it, and with a thud, the zombie collided violently against the door. If it were a normal human, they would undoubtedly emerge bruised and dazed, but the zombie, undeterred, charged once more with its head. Cheng Yang seized the opportunity to swing the door open and struck with his blade. With a squelch, the head flew off, yet no blood gushed forth. The blood within the zombie had long since coagulated. Great compassion, rebirth into bliss. Cheng Yang intoned, earning another 10 merits. In total, he had accrued 400 merits, having spent 200 on the blood blade and holy gun, leaving him with another 200. This was sufficient to exchange for 2 vials of the corpse toxin antidote. Cheng Yang breathed a sigh of relief. What is his greatest fear now? Being bitten by a zombie and subsequently infected, assimilated. That concern has been alleviated. Of course, the terror of zombies extends beyond this. They can gnaw and rend flesh to shreds. What difference does the antidote make then? Hence, exercising caution is paramount. As Cheng Yang ventured into the corridor, he spotted a zombie wandering aimlessly. He whistled, "So many lovely ladies here. Care to join me, big brother?" The zombie immediately responded, charging toward him, evidently a rather unruly undead. As they approached, Cheng Yang felt no pressure. The blood blade was exceedingly sharp, slicing through bone as if it were mere tofu, requiring minimal effort. Its own momentum would suffice to sever its head from its body. He felt himself grow a tad stronger. Regrettably, this level is devoid of zombies, yet there is no cause for concern. The undead will naturally establish a dynamic distribution. Wherever there are no zombies, they will inevitably replenish over time, ensuring that no vacuum zones emerge. Cheng Yang unleashed a massacre in the staircase. In such a confined space, engaging in battle was most advantageous for him, allowing him to lean against the corner while using a refrigerator as a barrier. The zombies could barely reach him, while he effortlessly swung his blade, harvesting not lives, but rather heads. However, Cheng Yang did not eliminate all the zombies in the stairwell. He feared that Zhu Youhao might take the opportunity to descend, pry open his door, and pilfer or cause destruction. He even summoned the elevator to the 4th floor and illuminated every level, ensuring that as it ascended, the noise would attract the zombies, quickly filling the area once more. Perfect. He exited one building only to enter another unit on the 17th floor. Chapter 9. Food exchange. This time, Cheng Yang was exceedingly cautious, making scarcely a sound as he traversed the short distance from Unit 2 to Unit 1, unnoticed by anyone. In fact, no one believed he would venture out again today. It seemed implausible. Having just returned triumphantly the day before, why would he risk his life again? No one would play such dangerous games with their existence. Yet, They were unaware that Cheng Yang's slaying of zombies was a means of cultivating strength through battle, only serving to make him increasingly formidable. In the lobby of the building, zombies lurked, and Cheng Yang swiftly utilized the refrigerator to dispatch them all. He then entered the stairwell. To his astonishment, a multitude of zombies appeared. The noise he made had already roused the zombies from the floors below, who rushed downwards. Strangely, the commotion did not seem to alert other zombies. Otherwise, those on higher floors would surely have reacted. Cheng Yang positioned himself at a right-angled corner, with the refrigerator forming an almost perfect defense, waiting for the zombies to approach. They came. Attack. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. He tirelessly wielded his bloodied blade, severing head after head, reciting incessantly the mantra of compassion and rebirth. He was oblivious to any system prompts, lost in the rhythm of his chant. Some zombies could not be dispatched with a single stroke. Limbs were severed, necessitating follow-up strikes. After a full 20 minutes, no more zombies rushed towards him. However, he found himself surrounded by the corpses of the undead, rendering escape impossible. What to do? Simple. He utilized his spatial storage to contain a substantial number of zombie bodies, forcibly clearing a path, discarding them one by one, before returning to stow the refrigerator, an invaluable companion for slaying zombies. Clang, clang, clang. He took a hammer and began to strike the handrail. The noise was significant, immediately alerting all remaining zombies in the stairwell. In an instant, they surged downwards. Amusingly, a few zombies were even pushed out of the staircase, tumbling downwards. If one were to land head first, the outcome would be immediate disaster. Yet there are those who touch down with their feet first, shattering their legs, yet still manage to support themselves with their hands, crawling towards Cheng Yang, their mouths agape, revealing sharp teeth that snap together. With a swift and decisive motion, Cheng Yang resumes his solemn task of guiding the souls of the departed. After another half hour, the undead are once again vanquished. Exhausted, Cheng Yang collapses. After an hour of relentless effort wielding his blade, his arms are too fatigued to lift. However, the fruits of his labor are bountiful, as his merit surges past the 600 mark, tantalizingly close to redeeming the malevolent whistle. After a brief respite, he returns home, relieved to find that his abode remains untouched by thieves. Upon entering, he promptly cleans himself and gazes into the mirror. Ensuring that he has not been bitten, he had been so numbed by his previous exertions that even a bite would go unnoticed, leading to a comically absurd transformation into a zombie. Fortunately, he bears no injuries, not a single mark. To his astonishment, Cheng Yang perceives that his body has undergone a remarkable enhancement. The changes in his physique are strikingly evident. His muscles are well-defined, with an impressive set of 8 abdominal muscles visible. Although he had previously engaged in workouts that made his six-pack discernible, they had never been so distinctly defined. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberates through the air. Almost immediately, a voice calls out, "Cheng Yang, open the door and let me in. It's too dangerous outside. The zombies will soon arrive." It is Li Xiangyu, still clinging to hope. Draping himself in a robe, Cheng Yang approaches the door and peers through the peephole. Indeed, Li Xiangyu stands at the threshold, her face etched with urgency, on the brink of tears. The peril outside is palpable. Cheng Yang unlocks the door, but refrains from fully opening it, opting instead to confirm through the gap. "I'm alone, Cheng Yang. You need not worry." Li Xiangyu reassures him hastily. Only then does Cheng Yang disengage the safety latch and open the door, stepping back to allow Li Xiangyu entry. Once she crosses the threshold and he secures the door, he verifies that she bears no weapons, feeling a slight sense of relief. "Go wash up. It's been nearly 7 days since you last cleaned yourself, and I'd rather not lose my appetite while we play." Li Xiangyu is pleasantly surprised at the prospect of a bath, exclaiming that they can still wash themselves. As Cheng Yang pours pristine mineral water into a basin, she nearly intervenes, deeming it an extravagant waste. However, Cheng Yang's ability to indulge in such luxury signifies an abundance of resources, particularly concerning water. In truth, he only used 10 bottles, and soon Li Xiangyu begins to wash, focusing on her hair. With her long locks unwashed for a week, they surely required attention. But once cleansed, her tresses gleam with a lustrous sheen, infused with the fragrant aroma of shampoo. More than an hour later, Cheng Yang prepares a packet of instant noodles for Li Xiangyu, musing to add a sausage as a form of compensation or reward. Driven by hunger, she disregards her fatigue and sits up, devouring the noodles ravenously. When she bites into the sausage, tears of joy well up in her eyes. "Where's your husband?" Cheng Yang casually inquires. "Aren't you afraid of being caught by him, brazenly out in the daylight stealing men?" Li Xiangyu drank the broth to the last drop before she remarked, "He devoured the final piece of bread in our home. However, I had laced it with sleeping pills. He should be slumbering for quite a while." Indeed, You and your husband exemplify the notion of self-preservation in dire circumstances, one seizing the last morsel while the other resorts to drugging her spouse to barter her own body for sustenance. Ah, what a world we live in. Chapter 10. The Malevolent Whistle. In truth, Li Xiangyu longed for another encounter with Cheng Yang, hoping to exchange it for yet another meal, but was callously dismissed by him. What time is it? Cheng Yang had indeed gained some strength. Yet how foolish it was to become lost in indulgence so soon after acquiring it. Nevertheless, he uttered a phrase that provided Li Xiangyu with a modicum of reassurance. When I require assistance, I shall naturally summon you. Their balconies were adjacent, after all. Though Li Xiangyu felt akin to a mere fowl, her instinct for survival overshadowed all else. She readily nodded, confirming that no zombies lurked outside, and promptly opened the door, using her fingerprint to unlock her own home and stealthily entered. As her figure vanished completely, a smile crept upon Cheng Yang's lips. The exhilaration was indeed delightful. Yet one must not succumb to such pleasures. In this apocalyptic era, the paramount objective is survival. I must cultivate formidable strength. Cheng Yang resolved to rest well. Planning to venture out in the afternoon to hunt once more, he aimed to accumulate at least 800 merit points to redeem the malevolent whistle. Additionally, he required an antidote for the corpse poison as a precautionary measure, thus needing no less than 900 merit points. Should he only possess slightly over 800, he would prefer to exchange solely for the antidote. At noon, he prepared 2 packets of instant noodles, complemented by some marinated chicken feet, which barely sufficed for his protein intake. Next time, even if he couldn't procure meat, he must at least acquire some eggs. And rice. The mere thought of rice was driving him to madness. Before he could step outside, Cheng Yang received a message via WeChat. It was from the resident of Unit 507, a girl named Zhu Youhao. Cheng Yang knew she was a university student, not the owner of the unit, but merely a tenant. Previously, she had gifted him the 2 packets of instant noodles. He held a favorable impression of this young woman and felt quite grateful to her. He opened the message. When you go out next, could you bring me a few packs of sanitary napkins? I can trade you some instant noodles for them. It must have taken her considerable courage to request a man to procure such items for her. Cheng Yang replied, I went out yesterday and conveniently picked up a few packs. Consider them a repayment for the 2 packets of instant noodles you previously provided. Thank you so very much. Shortly thereafter, a rope descended from above, the end of which was tied to a basket containing 2 packets of instant noodles. This university student was certainly not one to take advantage of others. Cheng Yang chuckled, retrieved the instant noodles, placed several packs of sanitary napkins into the basket, and gently tugged on the rope. The rope retracted, and the basket slowly ascended. After a while, a message from a delicate orchid arrived. I am immensely grateful to you. It's merely an exchange of resources, no need for thanks, Cheng Yang replied. He found no interest in learning the particulars of this female university student in this apocalypse. Did he truly expect to cultivate a romantic relationship? Women, much like Li Xiangyu, were transactional. He provided sustenance, and in return, they offered their bodies. If one held on to their purity and refused to barter their flesh, he would not compel them. There were countless beauties in the world. Once he had rested, Cheng Yang ventured out again, seeking to accumulate merit, or rather, to exorcise malevolence and amass virtue. This time, he approached the neighboring building. Guarding the stairwell of a particular unit, he unleashed a brutal slaughter. Heads and severed limbs flew in a gruesome dance. Cheng Yang became numb to the carnage. Only hearing the system's incessant notifications, exorcism successful. Nearly an hour later, there were no standing zombies left before him. All had been vanquished. Upon checking his merit points, he found they had skyrocketed to 920. He promptly exchanged them for the malevolent whistle and corpse toxin antidote, which nearly depleted his merit to a mere 20 points. Yet, Cheng Yang felt elated. Merit only transformed into tangible benefits when spent, remaining as mere numbers otherwise. He quietly departed, cloaked in anonymity and humility. In just 2 days, he had exorcised 112 zombies, a paltry number in a community of thousands, merely one. However, Cheng Yang's power had received a staggering enhancement. He sensed his strength had doubled. For every 10 zombies exorcised, his power increased by 10. Thus exorcising 100 zombies would result in a complete doubling of his strength. What did that entail? A doubling of power meant a combat effectiveness far exceeding a simple multiplication. With the right strategies, he could face 10 foes alone. It was akin to an adult confronting a 10-year-old. Could one not defeat 5 or 6 of them without issue? He retrieved a whistle from his spatial pouch and examined it. Unremarkable in appearance, its function was profound. When blown, it commanded all zombies within a 10-meter radius to heed his call. Should he consider presenting this as a grand gift to Zhu Youhao? Cheng Yang pondered. The man could not remain alive. A sense of unease settled within him. Previously, when there was no enmity, Zhu Youhao would deliberately throw beer bottles to harm him. Now, with their animosity laid bare, Zhu Youhao would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. 800 merits. Zhu Youhao, I have high regard for you, Cheng Yang concluded, tucking away the whistle. As night descended, Cheng Yang changed his culinary preferences. Tonight, he indulged in snail rice noodles, a scent so potent it could be detected from miles away. This dish, typically notorious for its foul odor, would provoke disdain in many, yet even the most averse would find themselves salivating at its fragrance during these times. Food. Naturally, snail rice noodles paired well with marinated eggs, and Cheng Yang relished a satisfying meal before preparing to recuperate and gather his strength. Cheng Yang, Cheng Yang. Li Xiangyu called from the balcony, her voice noticeably hushed, likely to avoid drawing the attention of her husband. In the morning, she consumed a packet of instant noodles, and by nightfall, hunger struck once more, prompting her to contemplate trading seafood for more noodles. Cheng Yang paid her no heed. He had his own plans for the evening and could not afford to be distracted by feminine allure. After a prolonged period of calling out, Li Xiangyu finally despaired and retreated into the house. Cheng Yang browsed various online news and occasionally engaged in forum discussions. As the clock approached midnight, he moved quietly. The entire community lay in a profound silence, with only a few lights flickering in the residential buildings. Most of the street lights were malfunctioning. Out of 10, 9 had ceased to function, casting the outside world into a dim haze. Cheng Yang descended to the ground floor and illuminated the area with his flashlight, where the zombies remained diligently wandering about. It was time to commence. With a soft call, he drew the attention of the nearby zombies, and he sprinted away, enticing more of them to pursue him. With his current physical prowess, his running speed surpassed that of an ordinary person by more than double, making it impossible for the zombies to catch up. He ran in circles, causing the horde behind him to cluster ever more tightly. It was nearly time. They should all be within a 10-meter by 10-meter radius now. Cheng Yang produced the wicked whistle and blew into it. Instantly, all the zombies halted in their tracks, standing rigidly like soldiers. Follow me. Cheng Yang snapped his fingers. The zombies, of course, could not verbally respond but complied with his commands, trailing behind him. Forward, he ordered. These zombies were surprisingly obedient, their insatiable thirst for the flesh of the living subdued. The items produced by the system are truly remarkable. As the zombies moved ahead, Cheng Yang counted their numbers, 73. Quite a considerable amount. The group entered Building 17, proceeded through Unit 1, and ascended the staircase. Did he need so many zombies to deal with Zhu Youhao and his entourage? Not at all. Moreover, the control time of the wicked whistle was limited to a mere 20 minutes. Once that time elapsed, these zombies would turn against their master. Well, let us eliminate a few and earn some merit. Cheng Yang unsheathed his bloody blade and began harvesting zombie heads. There was no resistance. The entire group remained eerily silent as they continued their ascent. Kill, kill, kill. By the time they reached the 17th floor, only 10 zombies remained. Cheng Yang accrued 630 points of merit, and his physical form received substantial enhancement. If his various physical attributes were 1 prior to the catastrophe, they had now escalated to 2. 75. What an astonishing transformation. With each punch, he was nearing 3 times the strength he once possessed. Furthermore, not only strength had increased, but also speed, bone density, cellular quantity, and strength, all approaching threefold their original values. He had exchanged 800 merit points for the wicked whistle. But now with 630 points regained, and having received 63 enhancements, he had more than recouped his investment, and indeed profited remarkably. Such a product. I shall certainly procure a dozen more tomorrow. Moreover, along the way, he dispatched 11 scattered zombies effortlessly, commanding the horde to eliminate them without needing to lift a finger. He could simply deliver a precise strike to facilitate their transcendence. Upon arriving at the threshold of room 1702, he knocked firmly on the door. Before emerging from the stairwell, he had sent a message to Zhu Youhao, informing him that he had reconsidered the proposal and decided to join their ranks with supplies in tow. Inside, Zhu Youhao was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that after a day's time, Cheng Yang would relent. Could there be a hidden agenda? Being inherently dubious due to his nefarious dealings, he gestured to one of his subordinates to investigate the commotion at the door. The subordinate approached, peered through the peephole, and immediately turned back, brimming with excitement. Boss, Cheng Yang has arrived with a large bag of provisions. It's true. Zhu Youhao smiled slyly and instructed, allow him entry. And then we shall bind him and toss him from the balcony. I am eager to see the expression on his face at that moment. The 5 henchmen were equally exhilarated. Having spent the day tormenting the mistress of room 1701, they found the prospect of throwing someone out thrilling and fresh, rather than repugnant. Open the door. Zhu Youhao signaled, and his underlings understood, promptly arming themselves. As soon as Cheng Yang entered, they lunged at him, inflicting serious injury. Click, the lock turned. Rush in and devour everyone inside. Cheng Yang's voice rang out. Bang! A tremendous force slammed against the door, and the hapless henchman behind it could not withstand the surge of multiple zombies, being shoved back along with the door, his head colliding painfully against the wall, leaving him dazed. Before he could regain his composure, a foul maw lunged at him, biting into his face. Ah! He screamed in agony. Zhu Youhao sprang to his feet, his hair standing on end. Zombies? How could this be? Wasn't Cheng Yang outside? Yet, a horde of zombies had already burst in, engaging in a brutal melee with his subordinates. Among them, a young man strode in with a commanding presence, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Cheng Yang. He was allied with the zombies? Zhu Youhao's mind raced in disbelief. How could humans and zombies coexist? Moreover, the zombies seemed to be heeding Cheng Yang's commands. After a moment of shock, as a zombie lunged towards him, Zhu Youhao snapped back to reality, swinging his weapon in defense. The combat proved that the zombies possessed rather limited fighting prowess. In merely a matter of minutes, the skirmish concluded. All 10 zombies were vanquished. Yet only 2 of Zhu Youhao's 6 men had perished from bites. However, all of them had sustained injuries. What did being bitten by a zombie signify? The transformation into a zombie. Thus, this is no different from death. However, the transformation into a corpse requires time, taking a minimum of a few minutes, and at most not exceeding an hour. Zhu Youhao gazed at the gory wound on his arm, displaying an expression of terror and despair, before fixing his gaze upon Cheng Yang, his fear of death morphing into an overwhelming hatred and murderous intent. I will kill you, he bellowed. It was not just him. 3 of his subordinates charged towards Cheng Yang as well. Cheng Yang merely smiled faintly. He was not only waiting for them to tire, but also possessed physical capabilities nearly 3 times that of an ordinary person. Bang, bang, bang. With each assailant, he delivered a precise and swift kick, sending the 3 subordinates to their knees, blood spewing from their mouths. Cheng Yang was in no rush to eliminate them. If he killed them now, would they still turn into zombies? If they did not become zombies, could he still purify their essence, strengthen himself, and gain merit? Even the smallest ant is still flesh. Having already arrived, what was there to fear about lingering a little longer? The entire building was devoid of zombies, and he felt relatively secure. Zhu Youhao trembled uncontrollably, sinking deeper into despair. He had witnessed skilled fighters, but he had never encountered anyone like Cheng Yang, who could kick a person several meters away. The 3 subordinates were coughing up blood, clearly suffering from internal bleeding. One kick had caused such devastation? The force was comparable to that of a car collision. Do you have any last words? Cheng Yang inquired, noticing Zhu Youhao had yet to transform. Thus he allowed for a few words. Villains often perish due to excessive chatter. He was well aware of this bloody lesson, but for now, he could only wait. How can you command those zombies? Zhu Youhao pondered, even in the face of death. Ah, that is my secret and cannot be disclosed, Cheng Yang replied, nodding. Even if the other was on the brink of death, there were certain secrets he would carry to his grave, never to be revealed. Zhu Youhao let out a bitter laugh. I am on the verge of becoming a zombie, and you still fear a leak? Indeed, Cheng Yang nodded, then added. The primary reason is that a person of your insignificant stature is not worth my breath in explanation. To kill is to strike at the heart. With that, Zhu Youhao spat out a mouthful of blood and fury. Chapter 12. The dark side of humanity. I do not want to become a zombie. Save me. Save me. No. Just kill me. The 3 subordinates cried out in desperation. They wished to live, but dreaded more the transformation into grotesque, half-human creatures. Cheng Yang's heart was as hard as iron, unmoved by their pleas. Moments later, the transformation began. One of Zhu Youhao's subordinates lay on the ground, howling as his body convulsed uncontrollably, his limbs twisting in unimaginable angles. After a violent tremor, he suddenly rose, his face devoid of expression, his eyes turned white, indistinguishable from the Scara. A zombie. Cheng Yang's blade struck decisively, and with a crack, the newly turned zombie's head fell to the ground. Great compassion, great mercy. May you be reborn in bliss, Cheng Yang intoned. Golden light enveloped him, granting him 10 merit points and a 1 enhancement. Subsequently, the other 2 subordinates also succumbed to the zombie plague, only to be swiftly dispatched by Cheng Yang, who subsequently received 2 enhancements and accrued 20 merit points. Zhu Youhao's visage turned ashen, for he realized that his transformation into a zombie was imminent, while those who had caused his plight remained comfortably seated, awaiting his demise to claim his head. This was not the death he desired. Suddenly, he dashed toward the balcony, vaulting over the railing and plunging into free fall. Cheng Yang possessed the speed to intervene. However, why should he? Zhu Youhao had already been infected with the zombie toxin, and should Cheng Yang attempt to stop him and inadvertently be bitten, he would be forced to expend his precious vial of antidote, worth 100 merit points. Moreover, Zhu Youhao had previously cast the male occupant of room 1701 from the heights. Now, he was to meet a similar fate. Was this not poetic justice? Cheng Yang did not even approach the balcony to peer below. Mere seconds later, he heard a resounding thud as a heavy object struck the ground, confirming Zhu Youhao's demise. He would undoubtedly transform into a zombie unless his head struck the ground first. A shattered skull would prevent his reanimation. Just as he contemplated departing, he heard a faint moan of anguish. Entering the bedroom, he beheld a woman sprawled across the bed, her body marred with grievous wounds, a sight both harrowing and heart-wrenching. This was the mistress of room 1701. Just yesterday, she had appeared unscathed, yet now she lay on the brink of death, tortured and suffering. Cheng Yang felt a twinge of regret. He should not have allowed Zhu Youhao and his ilk to perish so easily. Less than human. Please, kill me, the woman implored, forcing open one eye, while the other lay gruesomely blinded. Her torment was palpable. Cheng Yang understood her plight, for her body was riddled with lacerations. Even her intestines cruelly wrenched from within. For her, death would be a release, a stroke of fortune. May you journey well, Cheng Yang murmured, as he approached and swiftly severed her throat. Blood gushed forth, yet to his astonishment, a smile graced her lips. She opened her mouth in silent gratitude, the shape of her lips conveying a silent thank you as she approached the brink of expiration. Cheng Yang recited the rebirth incantation, not a mere simplified mantra, but the complete sutra, for his intentions were not driven by the lure of rewards, but rather a genuine desire to liberate this wretched soul. The incantation unfolded over the course of nearly 10 minutes, and to Cheng Yang's astonishment, a beam of golden light erupted from the woman's lifeless form, entering his own. Simultaneously, he received a notification from the system: merit points, 100. Enhancement, 10. What? Cheng Yang was momentarily taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. Yet, upon inspecting his merit points, he confirmed the sudden surge of 100 points. Moreover, the golden light he had absorbed was notably more robust, indicating a distinctly different enhancement effect. Was it possible to liberate humans? But wait, was this not the system of malevolence? The woman is a victim. How could she possibly be malevolent? Especially with an effect tenfold that of an ordinary zombie? System, could you elucidate? Cheng Yang inquired. This pertains to a special spirit. Such spirits can bestow greater merits upon their host, the system replied succinctly. Very well. Despite the apparent bounty he had reaped, Cheng Yang found no joy. Instead, an inexplicable heaviness filled his heart. The harrowing visage of the tormented woman seemed etched in his mind, igniting a nameless fury within him. It was unforgivable that Zhu Youhao had met his end so easily. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Yang forcibly suppressed these negative emotions and made his way home. The passage of time was brief, and as the zombies outside had recently been diverted by Cheng Yang, no new ones had yet infiltrated the stairwell. He ascended to his floor with ease. Taking the elevator was out of the question. He feared a sudden power outage or potential damage from zombies, and any malfunction mid-journey would be perilous. Exiting the stairwell, he glanced at the door of room 408, and the suppressed negativity surged anew. He couldn't allow himself to succumb to madness. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a bag from his spatial pocket and knocked firmly on the door. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief pause, muffled curses emanated from within. Someone approached the door, seemingly peering through the peephole. The corridor lights illuminated the scene, revealing Cheng Yang's presence. Human, not a zombie. With a creak, the door opened. A man, appearing around 25 or 26, somewhat handsome yet disheveled, stood before him. His unkempt beard and tousled hair, paired with the dingy sleepwear he wore, exuded a strong sense of despair. This was Zhou Huachuan, the husband of Li Xiangyu. What do you want at this hour? Zhou Huachuan queried, irritation lacing his tone. At that moment, Li Xiangyu emerged, now clad in her own sleepwear, her eyes darting with unease. After all, she had discreetly sought Cheng Yang's company for a morsel of food, and now his sudden appearance left her flustered. Cheng Yang's mood was grim. He had little patience for idle chatter. Reaching into the bag, he pulled out a packet of instant noodles and tossed it towards Zhou Huachuan. Borrow your wife for a moment. Had this been before the calamity, Zhou Huachuan might have resorted to violence against Cheng Yang. But now, his eyes gleamed as he fixated on the packet of noodles, swallowing hard. Husband, Li Xiangyu called out in a trembling voice. Hurry. In an unexpected turn, Zhou Huachuan pushed his wife out of the house and hastily snatched the noodles, racing to the kitchen as if a moment's delay would result in Cheng Yang reclaiming them. Though Li Xiangyu had strayed first, witnessing her husband willingly push her forward for food ignited a surge of anger within her, her fists clenched, trembling with rage. Yet, when Cheng Yang merely waved the packet of noodles before her, she obediently followed him. Chapter 13. Upgrading Space. Cheng Yang showed no mercy. He had not intended to think about this matter, but the near demise of the mistress in room 1701 had accumulated a potent aura of negativity within him. If he failed to release this pent-up energy, he feared he would descend into madness, perhaps even transform into a beast akin to Zhu Youhao. Thus, he felt compelled to expel this malevolence. After more than an hour, Cheng Yang gazed at the woman before him, a twinge of regret stirring in his heart. Li Xiangyu bore numerous bruises upon her skin. He retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles, prepared them in the kitchen, and added 2 marinated eggs along with a sausage. Placing the meal upon the table, instantly revitalized, Li Xiangyu, disregarding her lack of clothing, sat down and devoured the food voraciously, even slurping the broth clean before finally setting down her bowl in satisfaction. She turned to Cheng Yang and boldly stated, "Let me stay here. As long as you provide me with food and drink, you may do with me as you wish." Now that Zhou Huiguan had discovered her liaison with Cheng Yang, despite being the one who had pushed her into his arms, it was unlikely that he would overlook this indiscretion. Upon returning home, a quarrel with Zhou Huiguan was inevitable. Why endure such conflict? The crux of the matter was that Zhou Huiguan could not provide for her sustenance. She would be left to perish, hanging in hopelessness. However, Cheng Yang was different. He could venture out to seek provisions. She had no aspirations for a title or recognition, only the desire to survive. Would Cheng Yang acquiesce to her request? Unthinkable. He harbored a significant secret within his system and possessed a personal space to utilize. Such knowledge could not be disclosed. Furthermore, did he harbor any feelings for Li Xiangyu? Absolutely not. He coldly refused, but added, "You may find another room to stay in. After all, you have my WeChat ID. I will naturally reach out when I need you." How heartless. Li Xiangyu's fair face paled. She had anticipated some semblance of affection after a night of intimacy. Yet Cheng Yang proved to be so unfeeling. But did she have the right to reproach him? It was she who had seduced him the previous day, and this morning she had willingly presented herself, thrust into his embrace by her husband. Therefore, could she expect Cheng Yang to develop feelings? She slowly nodded, "I understand. You may leave now. I have cleared the zombies outside, so it is temporarily safe. However, you should hurry. The zombies are likely to return soon," Cheng Yang cautioned. How could he allow another person to lie beside him while he slept? After only 2 encounters, could Li Xiangyu truly earn his trust? Such a notion was absurd. Reluctantly, she had no choice but to be expelled by Cheng Yang. Yet, rather than seeking an empty room, she returned to her own home. Soon, Cheng Yang could hear the sounds of a quarrel next door, accompanied by the clattering of pots and dishes. Exhausted, he laid down to sleep. Today had been overwhelmingly tiring. As night gave way to dawn, the sun rose as usual. The calamity that befell the earth stirred not a ripple in the vast cosmos. Cheng Yang awoke, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and then had breakfast. Afterward, he exhaled and accessed the marketplace to check for new offerings. Having exchanged for the malevolent whistle and corpse toxin antidote the previous day, he wondered what new items might emerge today. And there they were. The sacred bullet remains. And lo, the corpse toxin antidote has reappeared, yet a new item has emerged. The endurance spray promises enhanced longevity, bidding farewell to brief inadequacies. Note, exclusively for male use. Redemption requires 100 merits. Damn it, how can one be inadequate? Cheng Yang exclaimed, "I can go for an hour straight." He grimaced, pondering how the system had suddenly taken on a frivolous tone. "I am not suffering from impotence. What use do I have for this?" Cheng Yang inquired of the system. "If I choose not to redeem the items in the shop, how long until they refresh automatically?" 10 days, the system replied. Not an excessively long duration. Furthermore, even if he redeemed items, there was a possibility of the same items resurfacing, such as the corpse toxin antidote, which had just reappeared. Never mind, for now. He could enhance his strength by slaying zombies, with the antidote available to counteract the toxin, and even immunity for 3 days. It seemed there was no pressing need at the moment. Thus, he decided to accumulate merits and first upgrade his personal space. 3 cubic meters felt somewhat insufficient. He exited his abode, secured the door, and proceeded to the stairwell. To his surprise, zombies were once again wandering about. He rapped on the handrail. Instantly, all the zombies from the top floor began their descent. Cheng Yang's current capabilities had tripled, which was quite a remarkable transformation. Slaying zombies was a mere trifling task. Soon, he had dispatched all 11 zombies in the stairwell. He stepped out of the building and made his way towards the outskirts of the neighborhood. While traversing the community, he remained extremely discreet, primarily focused on evasion. With his newfound agility and thrice the speed of an ordinary person, he effortlessly exited the premises. Now, he felt unrestrained, ready to unleash a wave of destruction. His target for the day lay not far ahead, the market. Consuming instant noodles daily, while filling, had begun to nauseate him. Rice was more suited to his palate. He charged forth, unstoppable, yet Cheng Yang maintained his caution, applying the refrigerator's cunning tactics with remarkable skill. Countless zombies found their feet ensnared by the appliance, only to meet their demise at his hands. After an hour's progress, He had covered over a kilometer and finally arrived at the market. This was a modest marketplace. The first floor hosted vendors, while the second floor housed a supermarket, not particularly large, yet significantly more expansive than a convenience store by 2 or 3-fold. Cheng Yang sighed. Despite having fought his way here, the space was limited, preventing him from simply packing the entire supermarket away. He assessed his progress, having dispatched over 80 zombies along the way, and his merit count had risen to 1730. Time to level up. Cheng Yang first redeemed the corpse toxin antidote, then upgraded his personal space. Upgrading. Upgrade complete. Indeed, the size of his personal space had doubled. Yet, the upgrade options remained available. He directed his thoughts towards them, and a prompt appeared. Upgrade requires 2,000 merits. Space size will double. Was this an exponential expansion? The merit consumption followed suit, necessitating only a few upgrades for it to become unattainable. 6 cubic meters. How delightful. To achieve the next upgrade, one must accumulate an additional 270 points of merit, equivalent to vanquishing 127 more zombies. A trivial task, indeed. I shall accomplish it today. Cheng Yang was reluctant to venture out solely for the purpose of gathering supplies, only to find himself constrained by limited space, forcing him to leave much behind. He first entered the market. A multitude of zombies awaited him. Some were patrons, idly wandering the aisles, while others were vendors, aimlessly bumping against their stalls. A rough estimate revealed that there were at least 50 zombies within this marketplace. Here we go. He inhaled deeply, steeling himself for battle, and with a resounding crash, he slammed down the iron door. Chapter 14. Barbecue. The thunderous noise of the closing door startled all the zombies in the market, prompting them to rush towards the source of the sound. As was his custom, Cheng Yang used a refrigerator to block their path, positioning himself strategically in a corner. During his passage, he dispatched 83 zombies, which meant his physique had been enhanced 83 times. His current strength was nearly fourfold that of his original self. What an astonishing notion. With a single kick, he could send a zombie flying several meters away. The bloodied blade swung continuously, severing the heads of the undead. As he recited mantras of compassion and rebirth, limbs and heads flew before him, and fortunately, the zombies lacked living blood. They were entirely desiccated. Otherwise, with such a method of slaughter, he would surely be drenched in blood. After a brief respite of several minutes, the carnage came to a halt. The zombies had been nearly eradicated, though a few remained trapped within their stalls, thrashing about without respite. Even as they smashed their noses against the barriers, they showed no signs of ceasing their efforts. Their tenacity was commendable, but my flesh shall not be their feast. Cheng Yang approached, and upon hearing his footsteps, particularly the sound of his heartbeat, the nearest zombie grew impatient, emitting an eerie hissing sound akin to ants on a hot pan. With a swift stroke, he dispatched the troublesome zombie, its head flying off, and its agitation ceased. Onward he went, eliminating the remaining zombies. Despite the significant enhancement of his physical abilities, a slight fatigue settled in his arms. The strengthening must continue. Cheng Yang began to select vegetables. Unfortunately, the warmth of April had taken its toll, and the produce had rotted after more than 7 days, emitting a foul odor upon disturbing the top layer, nearly causing him to retch. This spoiled food was undoubtedly inedible. As he progressed further, he caught a whiff of the stench of decaying meat long before reaching the butcher's stall. His face nearly turned green. Fortunately, the meat stall was equipped with freezers, which were still operational. At last, he could procure some meat. Cheng Yang collected various meats: chicken, duck, fish, beef, lamb, and pork, storing them within his spatial realm. With 6 cubic meters of space, he could accommodate several tons of meat. He did not fill the space entirely, intending to visit the supermarket to seek out essential items. Ascending the escalator, he dispatched 7 more zombies before entering the supermarket. What astonished him was that the security guard at the supermarket entrance was still patrolling, seemingly checking whether customers were bringing bags inside. A commendable display of diligence. Cheng Yang approached, and the guard, resembling a mindless zombie, rushed towards him. With a flash of his blade, the confrontation concluded swiftly, compassionate and benevolent. He contemplated the aftermath. The supermarket's shutter was closed, yet based on the timeline, it should have been open when the zombie outbreak initially commenced. A flicker of thought crossed his mind. Could there be survivors? Only humans would take the initiative to shut the shutter. Zombies lacked such intelligence. After some reflection, he began to knock on the shutter. The sound echoed loudly, and he was unperturbed by the prospect of zombies lurking behind the barrier. He paused to listen intently. Inside, he could discern the chaotic sound of footsteps and the distinctive groans of zombies. Although the interior remained hidden, the thuds of bodies colliding with the shutter and the violent shaking of the door were unmistakable. It dawned on Cheng Yang that during the outbreak, someone must have sensed the impending danger and closed the shutter in an attempt to isolate themselves from the threat. yet there were already individuals inside infected by the virus, thus transforming the supermarket into a veritable slaughterhouse. With a thunderous roar, the zombies, driven by their primal thirst for flesh, relentlessly battered against the shutter, causing it to undulate like waves. If this continued, the door might very well be breached. Cheng Yang stepped back a few paces to avoid being crushed by a collapsing door, then resumed creating noise to incite further frenzy among the zombies. Suddenly, several screws were forcefully wrenched free, and with a resounding crash, the entire shutter collapsed. Dozens of zombies surged forth immediately, having cleared space in his portable storage for food. Cheng Yang grasped his knife in his right hand and, as the zombies approached, he bolted, leveraging his speed to lead them in circles. With each lap, he drew closer, decapitating the pursuing zombies with a swift stroke while reciting an incantation, continuing his flight. After several minutes, he had dispatched 13 of the undead. In truth, with his current strength, he could have confronted them head-on, easily sending a zombie flying with a single kick. However, he preferred to take the cautious route, ensuring he would not afford the zombies any opportunity to bite him. A single bite would necessitate the use of an entire vial of zombie toxin antidote. Upon entering the supermarket, he commenced his search for essentials. The supermarket was far superior to a mere convenience store, and his bounty was plentiful. There was a fresh produce section. Although most items had spoiled, he discovered some unspoiled treasures, such as fresh eggs. Cheng Yang was nearly moved to tears. What a delightful find. Potatoes, too, which were resilient against spoilage. He collected oil, salt, sugar, and other seasonings to take with him. To his delight, the freezer contained an abundance of barbecue-ready ingredients. Cheng Yang nearly salivated as he searched and, to his astonishment, found a grill. The supermarket stocked smokeless charcoal, which he procured, igniting a fire to commence barbecuing. Shortly thereafter, mouth-watering aromas wafted through the air. He sprinkled soul-stirring cumin, intensifying the delectable scent that enveloped him. As the meat skewers began to sizzle, he took a bite. The rich, fatty flavor enveloped his palate. The distinctive aroma of the grilled meat mingling with cumin and pepper salt, creating an exquisite taste sensation. At that moment, he felt truly alive. Cheng Yang was profoundly moved. After indulging to the point of fullness, he slumped down, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. Today was a day of indulgence, but he resolved to adhere to a more disciplined diet in the future, lest it impair his combat prowess. Cheng Yang mused. According to the information provided by the system, it was highly likely that the zombies would evolve, leading to the emergence of even more formidable foes. Thus, he could not afford to be complacent. His physical capabilities had nearly quintupled, yet he wondered if he could contend with a tyrant from the realm of biohazard. Therefore, he couldn't allow himself to feel smug. Feeling invigorated, Cheng Yang departed the supermarket, ready to unleash his fury once more. Currently, he had accumulated 460 merit points, necessitating at least another 540 to elevate his spatial capacity by 1 level. It was not insurmountable. He merely needed to vanquish 54 zombies. From one end of the street to the other, Cheng Yang became numb to the slaughter, his merit points climbing to 110. Suddenly, he was jolted from his reverie and promptly upgraded his spatial capacity. 12 cubic meters. His merit points instantly plummeted to 110. No matter. Cheng Yang exhibited little interest in the trivial skirmish outside, turning away and securing the balcony door. He even activated the speakers, allowing the vibrant music to drown out the cacophony of the quarreling couple. After an hour had passed, hunger struck him. With the meal prepared, Cheng Yang set about cooking a hearty dish of braised pork with potatoes, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, undoubtedly causing many to salivate and wish to knock at his door for a taste. Yet, none dared to approach. Outside lurked the undead. As he dined, Cheng Yang perused his phone. The chat group was abuzz with excitement, and at last, someone could no longer contain themselves, rallying the members to venture out the following day to gather supplies. If they failed to seek sustenance, they would surely starve. The prospect of collective action promised heightened safety. Better to risk it than to perish of hunger, proposed the instigator. Not just from our building, others will join us as well. We won't take too many. We must avoid provoking the zombies. Only the elite, males aged 20 to 40, must follow orders. If you wish to take a chance for yourself and your family, please message me privately. Cheng Yang pondered how many had reached out to the owner of Unit 904, Ji Tao, but he felt no inclination to join their endeavor. Aligning with them would merely make him a caretaker, burdened with dragging along those who would hinder progress, and any supplies gathered would be shared equally. What advantage would that confer? Even if he contributed the most? Only a fool would embark on such folly. Suddenly, a friend request notification appeared, with the note, "Xiao Cheng, please accept. I am Director Li." Cheng Yang chuckled softly. Even now, he flaunted his title and referred to him as Xiao Cheng. Such arrogance. Forgive me. But you may as well continue dreaming, he thought, setting his phone aside to focus on his meal. Delicious. In this apocalyptic world, nothing could be more gratifying than this humble home-cooked feast. That night, Cheng Yang neither sought out zombies nor indulged in relaxation. He simply retired to bed for a good night's sleep. When morning arrived, he felt invigorated, his body brimming with unyielding energy. Perhaps this was not mere illusion, for his physical prowess had increased more than fivefold. Even a world-class boxing champion would find themselves sent flying with a single punch from him. But was this the pinnacle for Cheng Yang? Far from it. He opened the marketplace, silently wishing for its activation. The store revealed a single new item for the day. Bone-cleaving blade technique. Teaches you the art of the bone-cleaving blade, grade F, required for exchange. 1,000 merit points. Oh, a technique? Cheng Yang mused, stroking his chin. 1,000 merit points, neither exorbitant nor insignificant. Well, it surely surpasses the value of a lasting spray. Yet, redeeming the lasting spray might yield new items by tomorrow. Otherwise, he would have to wait 10 days for automatic refresh. Cheng Yang resolved to hold off on the exchange for now and assess how much merit he could accumulate by day's end. He had yet to depart when he heard the sounds of footsteps, the clashing of combat, and after a brief moment, the chilling cries of anguish. Ultimately, he witnessed a group emerging from the apartment building. Those venturing out today in search of supplies. How amusing it is that they have scarcely stepped outside their homes, yet have already suffered several casualties. This outcome is a testament to Cheng Yang's efforts in eradicating a significant number of zombies just days prior, which has considerably reduced their density. Otherwise, the losses would have been far graver. A glance at the individuals emerging from other buildings reveals a stark contrast, with noticeably fewer than those from Building 17. As these individuals congregated, a rough estimate revealed approximately 100 souls among them. Cheng Yang felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. How many of these would return alive? He chose to disregard such thoughts and observed as this group burst forth from the community, heading eastward. He nodded slightly, deciding to venture westward to avoid an encounter with them. Yet, within the brief stretch of their escape from the community, the group suffered a further loss of 3 individuals. Li Xiangyu once again called out from the balcony, but Cheng Yang paid her no heed as he departed, walking over 2 kilometers westward. The number of zombies dispatched by Cheng Yang's hand exceeded 100, and as he approached the threshold of earning over 1,000 merit points, he exchanged them for the bone-cleaving blade technique. Instantly, a wealth of knife techniques flooded his mind, and a particular form of swordplay was etched into his consciousness, as if he had been born with this knowledge. The bone-cleaving blade technique consists of 8 distinct forms. Vertical cleave, Cheng Yang shouted, executing a powerful strike towards a rushing zombie. The horrific scene unfolded as this zombie was cleaved in 2 from head to toe. How absurd. Cheng Yang's strength had indeed surged to over 6 times its initial capacity, yet it was unfathomable that one strike could sever a zombie in half. This blow was executed with such precision that even the spinal column was split. What colossal force was required for such an act? No, something was amiss. After delivering that strike, the depletion of my stamina was significantly greater than usual. It felt as if I had concentrated the force of 10 strikes into a single blow, thereby amplifying its power tenfold, but also its consumption. Such a technique was unnecessary when confronting ordinary zombies. Damn it, this 1,000 merit points were squandered. It felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Cheng Yang refrained from employing the bone-cleaving blade technique further, as it was merely a waste of energy. Instead, he continued with the basic actions of slicing, chopping, and dicing. However, having acquired the bone-cleaving blade technique, he experienced a remarkable enhancement in his knife skills. These fundamental movements became utterly flawless, allowing him to achieve greater lethality with less exertion. This enhancement in my basic techniques proves to be far more beneficial. With this realization, the expenditure of 1,000 merit points felt less regrettable, restoring a sense of balance within him. As he continued his work, he suddenly spotted a 4S dealership. Could there be an RV? Chapter 16. The 4S dealership. A spark of intrigue ignited within Cheng Yang as he veered toward the dealership. At the entrance, a few stray zombies wandered aimlessly. Upon hearing his footsteps, they immediately lunged toward him, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Cheng Yang. As he effortlessly dispatched the zombies, a few individuals from the 4S dealership rushed over, gathering by the glass window, their mouths agape, mesmerized by his fluid and graceful slaughter of the undead. You must be a special forces king, they murmured. With merely 7 zombies to contend with, Cheng Yang swiftly eliminated them with ease. Upon sheathing his weapon, the entrance of the dealership swung open, and 4 women burst forth. Clad in uniforms, their collars daringly low, they were evidently sales representatives. Oh, the proprietor of this establishment certainly knows how to cater to men, selecting only attractive women of notable caliber, each with her own unique charm. Is there any food? was their immediate inquiry. It was hardly surprising. Only a scant few remained unscathed by hunger in these dire times. Cheng Yang shrugged, replying nonchalantly. Do I appear to be carrying provisions? Instantly, disappointment washed over the four. Yet, Cheng Yang swiftly pivoted his response. I could venture out to procure some food. Their eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Indeed, witnessing Cheng Yang's effortless slaughter of zombies, gathering supplies from a supermarket seemed a trivial task. Could you assist us in retrieving food? Inquired the tall woman, who was the most statuesque and striking among them, standing at around 168 centimeters, with long, elegant legs and cascading hair, adorned with subtle makeup, radiating beauty. Upon catching Cheng Yang's gaze, she flashed a warm smile and extended her hand. I am Yang Yapping. Cheng Yang, however, refrained from reciprocating the gesture and countered, what do you propose in exchange? Any vehicle inside. You may take your pick, Yang Yapping jested, leaning slightly forward. But what do we possess that would be of value to you? She glanced at the other three, who nodded in agreement, and she added, if you provide us with food, we shall ensure your satisfaction. However, you must retrieve the provisions first. We cannot play without recompense. Very well, wait here, Cheng Yang replied, surveying the dealership, yet failing to locate an RV, which left him somewhat disheartened. He inquired, do you know where I might find an RV? Huh. Your thoughts are rather hasty, Yang Yapping responded, slightly taken aback, before continuing, there should be no RVs for sale in this vicinity. You would need to head to the automobile market in the new district. Understood, Cheng Yang nodded, turning to leave. In truth, if he desired to enjoy the company of Yang Yapping and her companions, he could simply retrieve food from his spatial storage around the corner. Yet, he viewed women merely as a means to alleviate stress, and he had no intention of forsaking his responsibilities for fleeting pleasures. His aim was to enhance his physical prowess to tenfold that of a normal man, imagining the sheer beauty of delivering a punch with 1,000 pounds of force. Leaping to a height of 10 meters and sprinting 100 meters in a mere 5 seconds filled him with resolve. Strength, speed, and endurance were the true aspirations of a man, as well as the very assets necessary for survival in this apocalyptic world. Cheng Yang was plagued by a profound concern. The evolution of zombies and the potential intensification of this calamity. This was merely the beginning. With such worries weighing on his mind, it was folly to be preoccupied with women. I must grow stronger. I must become formidable, he declared, resolute in his mission to vanquish the undead. Golden rays penetrated his body, each reinforcement enhancing his physique. However, as the increments remained constant, the effects became increasingly subtle with the improvement of his physical condition. Cheng Yang wielded the bloodied blade with grace, exuding an air of elegance, yet this did not detract from his harvest of over 100 zombie heads. His merit value soared past 1,400, yet he still needed a little over 2,000 more, equating to approximately 200 additional zombies, to achieve the 4,000 required for upgrading his spatial compartment. It seemed unlikely he would accomplish this today, but tomorrow appeared promising. As twilight descended, Cheng Yang's merit value stabilized at 2,970, leaving him just 103 zombie heads shy of his goal. He resolved to continue the next day. He exchanged for a duration spray, as it only required 100 merit points. Allowing the shop to refresh an additional item tomorrow, Cheng Yang opted to retreat, covering a considerable distance this time. He picked up an electric bike from the roadside, which surprisingly still had 3 bars of power, and rode it home. Although the electric bike was not particularly fast, its quiet operation minimized the risk of attracting zombies. Unlike a motorcycle, which would announce its presence with a roar. Upon returning near the 4S dealership, Cheng Yang paused, contemplating. Having completed the exorcism task splendidly, he deemed it appropriate to indulge in some entertainment, for after a day filled with slaughter, he needed an outlet for his pent-up aggression and negative emotions. To alleviate his taut nerves, he retrieved a bag and filled it with bread, biscuits, and 4 bottles of water, then disembarked with the bag in hand. After a while, several zombies appeared at the entrance of the 4S store. Cheng Yang dispatched them effortlessly, at which point Yang Yapping and her 3 companions hurried to open the door, welcoming him inside. The sight of food ignited a spark in their eyes. Help yourselves, Cheng Yang remarked nonchalantly. I have already eaten while scavenging for food. The 4 women wasted no time, eagerly devouring the provisions without regard for decorum. Even the most graceful of them, Yang Yapping, indulged ravenously. As Cheng Yang approached, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Yang Yapping emitted not an unpleasant odor, but rather a faint scent of shower gel. Yang Yapping explained, the store has a water reservoir. We can bathe daily, lacking only food. Thus, it was revealed. Chapter 17. Stealing home, everyone took what they needed, and all were content. Can you take us with you? Yang Yapping inquired suddenly. Cheng Yang shook his head. I lack the capability. In truth, he could manage it. Escorting one person back to the community was not difficult, and he could transport all 4 women in 4 trips. However, why should he? He was not well acquainted with them. And what if betrayal lurked? Lust could cloud one's judgment. Cheng Yang remained steadfast in his principles. Then, can you come back tomorrow? The round-faced beauty asked. We'll see. Cheng Yang replied, unwilling to indulge in empty promises. The four women felt a wave of disappointment. Yet Cheng Yang's generous provisions would allow them to ration their food, sustaining them for at least 2 to 3 days. Why hasn't the government initiated a rescue yet? The bespectacled beauty lamented, reasoning that with so many days having passed, they should have regained their footing by now. Cheng Yang slowly shook his head and remarked, at present, only the military can maintain order. However, the military has suffered the most during this calamity. Why? The personnel are too concentrated. If just a few individuals were to transform into zombies, it could swiftly turn the entire military into a sea of the undead. If we cannot mobilize the army, how can we contend against the overwhelming number of zombies? Even though Cheng Yang possesses extraordinary physical capabilities, he still fears being encircled by the undead. The eyes of the four women dimmed, enveloped by a shroud of despair. Cheng Yang managed to smile, but do not lose hope entirely. I suspect shelters have already been established, though they have yet to be publicly announced. The resilience of human life is remarkable, and the most terrifying aspect of zombies lies in their numbers. Yet, once we depart from the cities, can zombies still gather in hordes? If we find a perilous location to set up a shelter, humanity can rest and recuperate, gradually eliminating the zombies with our advanced weaponry. Ultimately, Blue Star still belongs to humanity. The crucial condition is that zombies do not evolve. Cheng Yang remained pessimistic about this. He firmly believed that zombies would undoubtedly evolve, though he was uncertain how long it would take. Having collaborated with partners of varying strengths, he openly expressed his thoughts, which uplifted the spirits of the four women as they envisioned the moment when the government would announce the establishment of shelters. Cheng Yang departed, riding his electric bike back to the community. There were concerns he did not voice. For instance, if shelters truly exist, they should have been established by now. Why the silence? It was simple. With such a vast population in Sioux City, even if only 10% survived, that would amount to hundreds of thousands of people. What shelter could accommodate so many? Surely, it would be the wealthy and powerful who gain access to the shelters first. As for the others, even if shelters were expanded or newly established, ordinary individuals would merely become fodder. In an apocalyptic world, where are the morals and civility? It is undoubtedly a realm ruled by power. Moreover, the more beautiful a woman is, the less control she has over her fate, for in the apocalypse, beauty becomes a resource. Cheng Yang suppressed these chaotic thoughts as he returned to the community. He parked his electric bike at the entrance. The gate was broken and could not be entered. Was he afraid of theft? No, there were electric bikes everywhere, some merely in disrepair, others possibly out of power. Upon arriving home, he hesitated before opening the door, immediately furrowing his brow. A thin piece of paper he had affixed at the top of the door was torn. Though inconspicuous, it was a trap set by Cheng Yang. He would affix it each time he left, and if the paper was broken, what did it signify? Someone had invaded his home. However, there were no signs of forced entry on the lock. Could it be? He had a suspicion. He unlocked the door with his fingerprint. Fortunately, the lock was intact. He pushed the door open, gripping his bloodied knife, ready to strike without hesitation at anyone he encountered inside. Yet, the house was empty, and all the food and clean water Cheng Yang had stored were completely gone. Although the bulk of the food resides within his personal space, a considerable amount is also stored at home, collected during his initial visit to the convenience store. Who could have committed the theft? Cheng Yang glanced towards the balcony, noting the shattered window. Considering the undisturbed front door, the truth became glaringly evident. The thief had leaped from the balcony of apartment 408, breaking the window to gain entry, subsequently opening the door with ease to abscond with the food and water. Zhou Huachuan, how audacious of you. And Li Xianyu may have been complicit as well. After all, who could resist such a bounty? Cheng Yang approached the balcony, surveyed the scene, and then leaped across. With his current physical prowess, nearly tenfold that of his original state, he could effortlessly clear the meter-wide balcony. Even a jump from the first floor would likely see him reach the fourth. Bang! As his foot landed, the balcony door was sent flying, not broken, but propelled away entirely. A cacophony of screams erupted from within the house, a panic ensuing. Upon entering, Cheng Yang beheld Zhou Huachuan and his partner indulging in a copious pot of noodles. You, how dare you intrude upon our home? Zhou Huachuan exclaimed, rising to his feet and attempting to assert dominance, though his bravado faltered under the weight of his guilt. After all, he had stolen from another. To pilfer my possessions, what price do you think you must pay? Cheng Yang replied with a sardonic smile. What nonsense are you spouting? No one has stolen anything from you. Zhou Huachuan, having regained some confidence, bolstered by his newfound provisions, began to stand taller. He even retrieved a kitchen knife, glaring menacingly at Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang paid him no mind. The evidence before him was sufficient to warrant Zhou Huachuan's condemnation. What further proof was needed? In these times, if one believes it to be true, then it is. Cheng Yang turned to Li Xiangyu, asking, "What say you? I have no idea what you're talking about. This is our home. Please leave at once." Li Xiangyu had shed her earlier timidity, now confronting Cheng Yang with a stern countenance. "Huh, quite the dignified demeanor you present." Just then, Zhou Huachuan stealthily approached, suddenly brandishing the knife with intent to strike. Desperation breeds recklessness. What is murder in the face of such theft? You dare touch my food? Prepare to die. At that moment, Cheng Yang unleashed a lightning-fast kick. Too swift to comprehend. Bang! Zhou Huachuan was sent hurtling away, crashing against the wall before rebounding, collapsing to his knees with a sickening crack, a piercing scream escaping his lips. Yet, after only a few cries, he began to vomit blood profusely, along with fragments of internal organs. Chapter 18. Establishing a buffer zone. Yu. Li Xiangyu trembled as she gazed at Cheng Yang, her body quaking with fear. Cheng Yang smiled faintly. What time is it now? Should I still fear taking a life? Yet he held on to some principles. As long as one did not provoke him, he would remain indifferent. But you dared to steal from me? Death awaits. Li Xiangyu hurriedly exclaimed. Yes. We indeed took your belongings, and we shall return them to you. Please, we must. No, that cannot be. Zhou Huachuan surprisingly resisted. We cannot give it back, or we will starve. Indeed, the adage rings true. Birds perish for food. Cheng Yang shook his head and advanced towards Li Xiangyu. Do not approach me. Li Xiangyu cried in terror, tears streaming down her face. Ah, you were quite bold when you stole from me, and you feasted heartily just moments ago. Cheng Yang paid her no heed, his stride unwavering. In desperation, Li Xiangyu suddenly fell to her knees, pleading fervently, please don't kill me. I can be your woman. Your servant. I will endure whatever humiliation you wish to inflict. Yet, Cheng Yang did not deign to cast a glance her way, his gaze imbued solely with coldness. He reached out, seizing Li Xiangyu by the neck, effortlessly lifting her as if she were but a fragile chick rather than a woman weighing over 100 pounds. Choked and gasping for breath, Li Xiangyu writhed in distress. Cheng Yang, still holding her aloft, approached Zhou Huachuan. Now, Zhou Huachuan too felt the pangs of fear. Spitting blood as he stammered, I am sorry, Cheng Yang. This is entirely our fault. We will return all the food. Cheng Yang smiled faintly. No need for that. What? Zhou Huachuan, momentarily stunned, found himself grasped by the neck and lifted in a single motion. Cheng Yang held both individuals aloft with remarkable ease. As for one whose strength surpassed 1,000 pounds, it was an effortless feat with their necks constricted and breath escaping them. Zhou Huachuan and his spouse turned pale, struggling in vain against Cheng Yang's iron grip. As time passed, both began to convulse violently, then abruptly fell still. Cheng Yang strode to the balcony and unceremoniously discarded their lifeless bodies. A death incantation? He could not be bothered. Returning to the interior, he moved the refrigerator into place, barricading the entrance door. This strategic maneuver rendered it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to enter room 408, and without access to 408, one could not leap from the balcony to room 407, effectively securing his safety. As for the food within, Cheng Yang chose not to disturb it. He would regard it as a mere storeroom. Moreover, should anyone attempt to breach his sanctuary through the balcony, the sight of such provisions may very well deter them. Who would risk a venture for free sustenance? Cheng Yang contemplated further measures, such as lacing the food with poison or installing surveillance and alarm systems, enabling him to detect intruders and strike while they partook of the food. This would serve as an excellent buffer. After arranging his plans, he returned to room 407. Relishing the comfort of his own home, he began to prepare dinner. In a moment of leisure, he opened his phone, having set it to silent mode when he left. He was surprised to discover a multitude of private messages and friend requests, along with a bustling group chat. Today had indeed been lively, with unread notifications amassing to a staggering 999. He skimmed through the group chat. Now it made sense. The daytime expedition in search of sustenance has returned, bringing back a considerable amount of food, which naturally elated and inspired everyone. Many individuals repeatedly tagged Ji Tao in the group, requesting to join the collection team. Numerous women also flaunted themselves in the chat, with some even brazenly offering 2 packets of instant noodles and a bottle of water for an overnight stay. Cheng Yang shook his head and scrolled through the messages, discovering that today a search party had suffered significant casualties, over 30 lives lost, out of roughly 100 participants. A mortality rate of 30% was alarming. As for injuries, a bite from a zombie equated to transformation into one. Thus, only the mortality rate was relevant, with no mention of injuries. However, the sight of more than half of the team returning, carrying food and clean water, seemed to overshadow these grim statistics. Ji Tao basked in glory as the organizer of the 17th floor, adopting a savior-like demeanor, his tone in the group chat transforming into that of a leader, which left Cheng Yang shaking his head in disbelief. A mortality rate of 30%. If they ventured out 4 times, they would almost be entirely wiped out. He certainly wouldn't expose this bloody reality. Why should he care? In this apocalyptic world, his only concern was managing his own survival. Curiosity piqued. Cheng Yang pondered the extent of his newfound strength. After all, he was constantly battling zombies and had noticed that vanquishing them was becoming increasingly effortless. Yet he lacked a concrete grasp of his actual capability. Logically, his physical prowess had surpassed 9 times that of his initial state. In other words, if he could originally exert a force of 100 pounds with a punch, he was now nearing 1,000 pounds. He resolved to visit the gym the next time he passed by. As dinner was prepared, he set the table and began to eat. After a hearty meal, Cheng Yang washed up and went to bed. It was essential to rejuvenate for the night, ensuring he had the energy to confront zombies during the day, as driving also required physical stamina. Thoughts of Yang yapping and her companions stirred a sense of longing within him. A minor downside to his enhanced physical condition was an insatiable appetite. He shook his head. That night, emotions ran the gamut. Some were joyous, some anxious, and others sorrowful. The families that had successfully procured food rejoiced, while those who had not participated in the search felt disheartened. The most heart-wrenching were the families who had taken part in the endeavor but awaited the return of their loved ones in vain. Fortunately, Ji Tao announced in the group that tomorrow's mission would welcome participants of any gender, alleviating potential unrest among the residents. Only Cheng Yang remained unconcerned, sleeping soundly yet remaining vigilant. As night turned to dawn, the 10th day of the apocalypse began, with no entries or exits. Most survivors faced a dire shortage of water and food, waking each morning beset by the anxiety of daily meals. In contrast, Cheng Yang found himself increasingly at ease, sleeping until he naturally awoke, and then lazily brushing his teeth and washing his face. Breakfast consisted of porridge, gentle on the stomach. While he prepared it, he noted that today's collection team had already set out. This time, with accumulated experience, the number of fatalities during the gathering had significantly decreased. Good luck to you all, Cheng Yang murmured to himself, completely indifferent to whether these individuals would succeed in retrieving supplies. What delightful treasures has the marketplace unveiled today? He opened the marketplace to explore. Chapter 19, Learning to Drive. Cheng Yang accessed the marketplace. The dogskin plaster, affixed to wounds, can nearly cure all injuries. Redemption requires 2,000 merit points. How exorbitant. To acquire it, I would need to vanquish 200 zombies. However, the efficacy is indeed remarkable. It claims to heal all wounds. Well, nearly as akin to 100, isn't it? Another newly refreshed item is the zombie venom antidote. This is something one can never have too much of. 100 points for a vial is quite reasonable. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Yang decided to redeem the zombie venom antidote, while the dogskin plaster would remain on hold until he returned later that day, at which point he would deliberate whether to upgrade his portable space or exchange for the plaster. After digesting this information, he set off. The gathering team was headed east. Clearly, after traversing the path yesterday, they felt familiar with the route, allowing them to minimize casualties. As for Cheng Yang, he chose to venture west. In truth, regardless of whether he traveled east or west, given the vastness of Sioux City, was there any fear of lacking places to scavenge for resources? He rode his electric scooter at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. In reality, if he were to run, his maximum speed could exceed 70 kilometers per hour. However, such high-intensity exertion would leave him utterly fatigued within 10 minutes. There was no need for that. He swiftly passed by a car dealership, but did not stop. His tasks for the day were yet unfinished. What was he thinking? Cheng Yang resolved to head to the new automobile city. He yearned for an RV. With the scooter as his mode of transport, barring severe traffic congestion, he could reach the automobile city in less than an hour. Would there be congestion? Certainly. A few cars had collided, blocking the road. Yet Cheng Yang was not overly concerned, as his strength had grown significantly in such situations. He could simply carry the scooter over, albeit with a slight delay. Consequently, upon arriving at the automobile city, he had spent 1 hour and 12 minutes. Not bad. The automobile city was expansive, but Cheng Yang's knowledge of car brands was rather limited, primarily due to financial constraints. He relied on the subway for commuting and had never entertained the thought of purchasing a vehicle. Now, however, he could simply take a car. What brands did he know? BBA, along with Great Wall and BYD, among others. He began to search. He entered a 4S dealership, only to find that the glass had been shattered, likely during the chaotic escape from the disaster, indicating that survival was impossible here. Indeed, as Cheng Yang ventured inside, he encountered zombies both outside and within, aimlessly wandering about. With swift efficiency, he dispatched them all. This place sold sedans, SUVs, and even supercars, yet there were no RVs to be found. Disappointment. He decided to switch stores. He visited one establishment after another, but it seemed that RVs were not in high demand, as he failed to spot even a single one. With each zombie he eliminated, his physical enhancement rapidly approached tenfold. Just 3 more. 2. 1. Completed. After banishing the last zombie, Cheng Yang did not perceive any golden light entering his body. Nevertheless, his merit points still increased by 10. What could this mean? Upon slaying another zombie, he found the same outcome. Merit points accrued without any enhancement to his physical form. Was it truly capped at 999? Was he unable to ascend beyond this threshold? Had he truly reached his limit? Cheng Yang was taken aback. How could it be that within just a few days, he had become so powerful that further strengthening seemed impossible? Yet, it was evident that continuing to banish zombies yielded only merit points without fortifying his physique, firmly lodged at the 999 mark. However, a physique nearing tenfold strength was still formidable enough. He could single-handedly face a 100-person squad, ensuring their total annihilation while sustaining only minor injuries. If he wielded the Bloodblade, he could emerge unscathed. Nevertheless, if faced with opponents wielding firearms, the situation could become precarious. He contemplated engaging in guerrilla warfare, eliminating foes one by one, which could also be accomplished without injury, albeit at the cost of time. Setting aside the dilemma of his inability to surpass the tenfold barrier, Cheng Yang continued to banish zombies and search for a camper van. As noon approached, he finally located one. A Mercedes, splendid and luxurious, resembling a ferocious beast with its robust wheels capable of traversing diverse terrains. The fuel tank was full, ready for immediate departure. However, a problem arose. I can't drive. In this day and age, while no one would check for a driver's license, the fact remained that not knowing how to drive was a significant impediment. Had my mind truly been compromised? How could I have run over here without knowing how to drive? I need to find someone to teach me. I only require the most rudimentary knowledge of driving. As for whether I might crash or park improperly, do I really need to understand all the traffic signs? I should ask Yang Yapping and the others for guidance. An idea struck him. Surely, the person selling the vehicle would know how to drive. Yet, he was not in haste to find Yang Yapping and the others, choosing instead to continue slaying zombies and accumulating merit points. Although his strength could not be further enhanced for the time being, it did not hinder his acquisition of merit, which was invaluable. At noon, he casually consumed some biscuits and dried meat before resuming his zombie hunt. Slaying zombies was, after all, a service to humanity. Theoretically, he was a significant contributor to the human race, he mused with a smile, provided humanity could endure. By evening, Cheng Yang's tally rested at an astounding 307 slain zombies. As he returned home, he passed by a 4S dealership, having prepared food in advance, and veered toward it. Upon seeing him approach, Yang Yapping and the others naturally rejoiced. More food had arrived. Although yesterday's provisions were yet to be consumed, who would dare to exhaust their supplies in these times? It was wise to retain some for unforeseen circumstances. Cheng Yang brought only instant noodles today, yet who would be so fastidious? In this era, merely having something to eat was a blessing. After their meal, it was time for the enjoyable task of honing driving skills. Cheng Yang felt rejuvenated. Having slain so many zombies had filled him with negative emotions, but now, with all of that released, he felt utterly at ease. He was treated like royalty, allowing him to truly experience what it meant to be a sovereign who need not attend morning court. However, the matter at hand was of utmost importance. Who can drive? He inquired. Yang Yapping and the others were momentarily taken aback, pondering why Cheng Yang often posed such peculiar questions. I can. Yang Yapping was the first to respond. All right, then teach me how to drive. Cheng Yang nodded. Now, Yang Yapping found it hard to believe. Yes, right now. Chapter 20. An unusual zombie. Cheng Yang had but a few things to learn. He merely needed to start the car, turn it off, and comprehend some basic symbols on the dashboard. It wouldn't do to run out of fuel mid-journey, causing the engine to stall. Yet, it seemed this was not a significant issue. He could always stock fuel or diesel in his personal space. The two commenced driving within the exhibition hall, adjusting the seats, the angles of the side mirrors, fastening their seatbelts, pressing the clutch and brake, and shifting into first gear. They were soon on the road. This was the most fundamental knowledge. Was it difficult to learn? Certainly not. Cheng Yang inquired about the meaning of various dashboard indicators. Some of them had slipped Yang Yapping's mind, but with the collective input of the four women, a cacophony of insights emerged. What one did not know, another did. And Cheng Yang quickly grasped the essentials. Tomorrow, I shall take the RV away. Regardless of the hour, Cheng Yang insisted on returning home. Personal responsibility was a matter of principle. However, upon reaching his community and checking his phone, he was met with a chorus of lamentations in the chat group. He scrolled through the messages, piecing together the events that had transpired. It turned out that the search party had suffered a catastrophic setback today. Approximately 150 individuals had ventured out, yet only 13 had returned. What had happened to the others? All had met their doom. How could this be? Just yesterday, the mortality rate was a mere 30%, yet today it soared beyond 90%. What had transpired? Cheng Yang scoured the chat logs, but found no answers. So he decided to ask Zhu Youhao directly. This individual was one of the survivors. What will you offer in exchange? Zhu Youhao unexpectedly queried. Cheng Yang chuckled at the practicality of people these days. A pack of instant noodles, he replied. After a moment, Zhu Youhao responded. 5 packs, and 5 bottles of water. 1 pack, and 1 bottle of water, or forget it, Cheng Yang countered. Zhu Youhao fell silent for a moment before replying. Fine. How do we trade? I'll come up, Cheng Yang said nonchalantly. He carried the noodles and water into the stairwell. This time, there were even fewer zombies. Only 3 were present from top to bottom, which left Cheng Yang somewhat disappointed. He ascended to the 9th floor and dispatched the 3 zombies. Even the tiniest of mosquito legs counts as meat. He knocked on the door of 904. A person approached the door, cautiously peering through the peephole before opening it. Zhu Youhao, in his 30s, was not particularly tall and wore glasses, giving him a scholarly appearance, yet he wielded a kitchen knife, clearly on guard against Cheng Yang. Where's the stuff? Cheng Yang placed the plastic bag on the ground, making it evident that it contained a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Zhu Youhao exhaled in relief, retracting his gaze to focus once more on Cheng Yang. Today, we ventured to the Blossom Center. Initially, everything went smoothly. Although we lost a few lives, we managed to vanquish numerous zombies and successfully entered the supermarket there. Suddenly, fear washed over him, causing his entire frame to tremble. Cheng Yang furrowed his brow and urged. Continue. Zhu Youhao took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his terror. We encountered a bizarre zombie, entirely unlike any we had seen before. It appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of several zombies. I struggled to find the words to describe it. It stood at least 3 meters tall, with a head protruding from its abdomen, another on its left shoulder, and an additional pair of hands on its chest and back, while its legs remained as mere 2. What manner of creature is this? A stitched monstrosity? This zombie was terrifyingly powerful. Upon our entry, it hurled shelves at us, instantly crushing 4 individuals. Initially, we thought to overpower it with sheer numbers, but that proved utterly futile. It seemed impervious to our attacks, and instead, we fell victim to its relentless onslaught of thrown shelves. We were utterly routed, left with no choice but to flee. In our escape, we were beset by other zombies, resulting in further casualties, until only 13 of us managed to escape. Fortunately, that abominable zombie was not swift enough. Otherwise, we would have met complete annihilation. Zhu Youhao's face reflected his lingering dread. I will never return there. No, I shan't ever venture out again. I would rather starve at home. The psychological impact of that stitched monstrosity was profound, compelling him to prefer starvation over the risk of encountering it again. Cheng Yang said nothing, returning home with a burgeoning hypothesis. The zombie Zhu Youhao described was indeed an evolved variant. His physical capacity was stagnated at 999, possibly requiring the defeat of such an evolved zombie to break through. Should he dare to take that risk? Seated in his room, Cheng Yang fell into deep contemplation, grappling with uncertainty. One zombie had nearly decimated Zhu Youhao's group of over 100 individuals, despite the presence of women, which diluted some of their combat effectiveness. It underscored the formidable strength of this particular zombie. Cheng Yang feared that if he failed to eliminate it, he might pay with his own life. However, if his conjecture was correct and zombies could indeed evolve, there would inevitably be more, and potentially stronger, zombies to confront in the future, leaving him in an even more precarious position. Yet, what if slaying this zombie would grant him the means to break his limitations and further enhance his physical prowess? Then, even if stronger zombies emerged, he would be equipped to handle them. With adversity comes the need for greater strength. Cheng Yang was a cautious individual, yet he understood that there are moments when courage must prevail. Just a few days ago, I was an ordinary person daring to confront zombies. Now, with my physical capabilities nearly tenfold, I find myself hesitating. Cheng Yang, where has your courage gone? If I do not take a chance now, I may never have the opportunity to fight again. He took a deep breath, resolved. Tomorrow, he would confront that formidable zombie. After making his decision, he no longer hesitated or wrestled with doubts. Instead, he peacefully succumbed to slumber. In the stillness of the night, the sounds of weeping intermittently pierced the silence. Today had witnessed an unbearable loss in the community. Some had lost their husbands, while others mourned their parents. When surrounded by an oppressive quiet, sorrow inevitably welled up, evoking memories of the departed and a profound despair for the morrow. As dawn broke, Cheng Yang rose, washed up, and then, while preparing breakfast, glanced at the system marketplace. Yesterday, he had exchanged dog skin plaster and corpse toxin antidotes, so today he anticipated the refresh of 2 items. Chapter 21. Terrifying monsters. A fruit tree requires merely watering, and within 3 days, it will bear fruit, yielding 100 pounds per tree, with the option to select the type of fruit tree upon exchange. The cost, 500 merits. Quite exorbitant. However, it promised fresh fruit. Cheng Yang felt a tug of desire. Although he could now indulge in meat, he lacked vegetables. With only storable options like potatoes available, utterly devoid of leafy greens. I also require some vitamins. Surely, slaying more zombies would earn me merits, he mused. He then examined another item. A diving helmet. Allows for underwater breathing for 3 hours, and after surfacing, the helmet can be reused after half an hour. However, after 10 uses, it will lose its functionality. The cost, 2,000 merits. So expensive. Moreover, he surely wouldn't dive into natural water sources, which were tainted with corpse toxins. Why risk it? A minor splash might be manageable, but a substantial exposure would certainly lead to transformation, not to mention the perils of submersion. Come on, just refresh automatically. Cheng Yang felt overwhelmed. Both the sacred bullets and the diving helmet were of no current use to him, yet their steep prices rendered exchange impractical. Waiting 10 days for automatic refresh felt like a burden, especially since he would only have 1 item left in the marketplace after exchanging for the fruit tree. Never mind. I shall decide after tonight. He exchanged for the fruit tree, and the system promptly provided him with a list, featuring options such as apples, pears, peaches, and jackfruit. To his astonishment, tomatoes were also included. So, tomatoes are classified as fruit now? Regardless, he thought to himself, whether fruit or vegetable, as long as it is edible. It suffices. After some consideration, he chose oranges, not out of preference, but merely to replenish his vitamin C levels. After watering the tree, Cheng Yang sat down for breakfast. Today, no one ventured out in search of supplies. The previous day's scavenging team had nearly been wiped out, extinguishing the courage and optimism of the residents. This world is unbearably cruel. Cheng Yang shook his head, set down his bowl, and took a moment to rest before heading out. With ease, he dispatched a few scattered zombies along his path. Under the watchful eyes of the community's residents, he exited the premises, mounted his electric scooter, and first headed east before veering north towards the Blossom Center, located in the northeast of the community. Along the way, he remained vigilant, slicing down any encountered zombies. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Blossom Center. The ground was strewn with corpses. The ground was strewn with congealed blood, severed limbs, and remnants of bones. Accompanied by the wandering undead, Cheng Yang recognized several residents from the neighborhood, vibrant souls just yesterday, now reduced to mere shells of their former selves. He advanced, wielding his weapon with skill, with tenfold strength and agility. Even if his speed did not quite reach that magnitude, dispatching these ordinary zombies was an effortless endeavor. In a moment of fervor, he delivered a powerful kick that sent one zombie, soaring 5 meters high, crashing through a second-floor window with a resounding shatter, propelling the creature upward. However, this act had consequences. Within seconds, hordes of zombies surged forth through the shattered opening, tumbling down as if they were mere dumplings being dropped from above. Some landed with broken legs, others with shattered arms, and a few with snapped necks, meeting their end. Yet, those who survived quickly scrambled to their feet, clawing or crawling towards Cheng Yang's direction. Unfazed, he resolved to consume a dose of the zombie toxin antidote. Even if besieged by a throng of the undead, he thought, he would only suffer a few bites. The zombies would not overpower him, nor would they reduce him to bones for their feast. With tenfold strength at his disposal, and armed with his blood blade, he plunged into the fray, severing heads and limbs with abandon. After several minutes of relentless combat, Cheng Yang paused, panting heavily, hands resting on his knees to recuperate. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a heavy thud, followed by a resounding crash as the entrance to the mall was flung open. Before him stood an immense creature, towering at least 4 meters high. For a moment, Cheng Yang struggled to find adequate words to describe its grotesque appearance. It resembled what Ji Tao had described yesterday, an amalgamation of several zombies fused together, with a head sprouting from its abdomen and another perched on its left shoulder. Its chest and back bore an additional arm. All 3 heads devoid of hair, the body robust and misshapen. A stitched monstrosity? Cheng Yang furrowed his brow. Ji Tao had claimed the creature was only 3 meters tall. Yet what loomed before him was undoubtedly larger. Perhaps Ji Tao had lied, but what purpose would that serve? Why exaggerate the height by a mere meter? There was only one possibility. Yesterday, the creature stood at 3 meters, and today, it had grown by another meter. This was truly terrifying. Yesterday, it had been in a phase of growth, merging. Now, it had reached maturity, and perhaps it was not yet fully developed. Tomorrow, it could very well stand 5 meters tall. Cheng Yang felt he had arrived at the right moment. The zombies were indeed evolving. The three heads of the creature fixed their gazes upon him. However, only the primary head possessed eyes, while the other two lacked even noses or ears, featuring only massive mouths. Astonishingly, the primary head exhibited sight. Cheng Yang was certain, for all three heads were intently focused on him, their eyeballs moving slightly. In that instant, the threat level of the three-headed beast escalated dramatically. Cheng Yang instinctively drew forth his sacred gun. Was today the day to employ this formidable weapon? He usually refrained from its use, but today, he could afford no hesitation. If life is lost, what purpose do these things serve? As the thought lingered, three heads charged towards him. Thud, thud, thud. Their weight was formidable, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the ground. Were these creatures crafted of iron? Cheng Yang hesitated no longer. He raised his firearm, aimed, and fired. Whoosh! A silver bullet sped forth, leaving a beautiful trail in its wake. How swift was the bullet's flight? Even if the three heads were not particularly agile, could they evade such velocity? Thud! The bullet struck its abdomen, fortuitously piercing the head, which exploded like a watermelon, scattering fragments everywhere, while a gaping hole formed in its belly, oozing a foul liquid. Yet, this did not vanquish the beast. Instead, it transformed from three heads to two, now fueled by a deeper rage, charging forth with even greater speed. Closer they came. One massive arm swung towards him. Cheng Yang dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he deftly sidestepped, and the arm crashed into the ground where he had stood, shattering the tiles and leaving a deep dent. What terrifying power was this? Chapter 22, Breakthrough. What does the Holy Lance signify? As long as it strikes a target, any part can purify evil. Yet, what of the present moment? One head had been obliterated, its fluids splattered everywhere, yet this creature still stood, its strength absurdly amplified. With a single blow, the ground tiles shattered, even creating a crater. Cheng Yang pondered. He could not possibly match such grotesque power. Thus, the three-headed monster must be an evolved zombie. Impervious to the Holy Lance's purification, its strength a grotesque enhancement. Cheng Yang resolved to move swiftly around the three-headed beast, unleashing a barrage of shots. This creature was so large that even without formal training, hitting it would be inevitable. Instantly, holes appeared across its body. Cheng Yang fired 8 shots, and the creature bore 8 new wounds. However, it had learned to shield itself with its arms, resulting in its chest and the 2 arms on its back being completely shattered, with additional gaping holes forming, yet the main head remained intact. Cheng Yang furrowed his brow, swiftly swapping his firearm for a blade. The bone-cutting technique commenced. Horizontal slice, vertical chop, diagonal slash. After executing all 8 forms of the technique, the three-headed monster was left in a grotesque state. In truth, it bore little resemblance to a human. Large chunks of flesh had been severed, yet not a single bone had broken. Its bones were not white, but rather as dark as coal, seemingly forged from refined iron. The creature's chest cavity was nearly entirely hollowed out, leaving behind a vast stomach. It was not that Cheng Yang had failed to cut deep, but rather this beast was astonishingly resilient. The blood blade could not pierce it. Cheng Yang stood firm, panting heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. Although he had only employed the 8 forms of the blade technique, it had nearly exhausted all his stamina. Yet, the three-headed monster still lived. Isn't the blood blade reputed to be capable of severing any bone? Does your notion of any merely pertain to ordinary zombies? At that moment, the stomach of the three-headed entity suddenly convulsed violently, its abdomen having been entirely sliced open, and all its internal organs fell out in disarray. Cheng Yang observed with acute clarity as the stomach, after a series of intense writhings, abruptly expanded, resembling a balloon filled to capacity, stretching throughout its entire thoracic cavity. A profound sense of unease surged within Cheng Yang. Suddenly, the 3 heads opened their mouths and unleashed a jet of black liquid towards him. The liquid shot forth like an arrow, exceedingly swift. This was a manifestation of the 3 heads utilizing the inflated stomach to create a significant pressure differential, akin to a high-pressure water gun, propelling the gastric fluid outward. The liquid flew like a projectile, as rapid as a bullet. Despite Cheng Yang's vigilance, he could not completely evade such a swift strike. He managed only to turn his head, avoiding a fatal blow, yet his left shoulder was struck, leaving it ablaze with pain. Upon inspection, Cheng Yang's pupils constricted in horror. A gaping hole had formed in his scapula. The bone and muscle were entirely obliterated. To make matters worse, the wound appeared pitch black and was even expanding. In a state of urgency, Cheng Yang disregarded everything else, hastily applying a medicinal plaster to the wound before administering a vial of corpse toxin antidote to himself. He exchanged for a sacred bullet. Instantly, a silvery bullet materialized in his hand. This was not a complimentary item, but rather a recent purchase from the system's marketplace, costing a hefty 2,000 merit points. It was painful to part with such a sum. Nevertheless, Cheng Yang resolutely loaded the bullet and aimed at the three-headed creature. At that moment, the creature's stomach began to heave once more, preparing for another onslaught. Bang! The bullet pierced through the three-head stomach directly, and the power of the sacred bullet was finally revealed as a silver light swiftly expanded from the site of impact, rapidly enveloping the entirety of the three-headed form. At that instant, the creature began to emit a jet, yet this time it did not expel gastric fluid. Instead, it erupted violently, scattering chunks of flesh while its skeletal structure remained intact, resembling a model constructed of steel rebar. Recite the rebirth incantation to complete the transference. The system's notification chimed. Finally, it was vanquished. Great compassion, rebirth in the Pure Land, Cheng Yang intoned. However, no golden light ascended from the zombie's remains, although merit points were credited to his account. Merit, 100. What is this? Just this? The medicinal plaster cost 2,000 merit points, the sacred bullet another 2,000, and the corpse toxin antidote 100. I spent a total of 4,100 points, only to receive a mere 100 in return. What a loss. No, this is entirely unacceptable. Cheng Yang approached, scrutinizing the corpse of the three-headed creature. What is this? He lifted the skull of the three-headed entity, discovering a small red stone nestled within. Confident from having injected the antidote, Cheng Yang reached in and extracted the small stone directly. However, upon extracting the crimson stone, a shocking revelation awaited him. The stone shattered. Its fragility astonishing. A viscous liquid adhered to his palm, shimmering silver without an iota of foul odor. Instead, it exuded a delightful fragrance. Was this the paradox of a repugnant essence transforming into something exquisite? Suddenly, Cheng Yang felt a warm current surge from his palm, coursing through his entire being. It was as if he could hear the sound of shackles within him shattering. He had transcended. For reasons unknown, Cheng Yang was overwhelmingly certain that he had breached the 999 limitation. His physical prowess had increased to more than tenfold of what it once was. Even a minuscule fraction represented a significant crossing of thresholds, breaking free from constraints. It was worth it. Cheng Yang nodded. Despite expending 100 merit points for a mere 100 in return, the enhancement of his physical abilities far outweighed the cost. He decided to test this newfound strength. Sprinting into the distance, he swiftly dispatched a zombie with a single strike, and after performing a rite of passage, golden light streamed into his body. Indeed, Cheng Yang exhaled a long sigh of relief. He had not squandered his efforts. He returned to the remains of the three-headed creature to examine its bones. The dark, metallic appearance did not resemble genuine bones. With a decisive knock, it resonated like metal. Cheng Yang contemplated and stored all the bones within his spatial pocket. Perhaps they would prove useful in the future. Even if they did not, he could always discard them if space became limited. Detection indicates that the host has absorbed a low-grade corpse pearl. Analysis in progress. The system's voice chimed in. A corpse pearl? Was that what the previous crimson stone was called? Wait, this revelation came at least a minute too late. Why was it only being mentioned now? The enhancement of his toxin resistance was indeed a positive development. Perhaps he would no longer need to inject an antidote upon being bitten by zombies. Cheng Yang seated himself to recuperate. Although the skirmish had not lasted long, the use of his bone-slicing technique had drained considerable energy. If only the bloodblade were sharper. I could have dispatched the three-headed creature without the silver child, Cheng Yang mused. 2 items had been exchanged today. Would a superior version of the bloodblade be available tomorrow? He anticipated it eagerly. Chapter 23. Amplification by 20-fold. Cheng Yang entered the marketplace, exorcising zombies and gathering resources. Devoid of the formidable three-headed zombies, he felt invincible, effortlessly wielding his strength with a single hand. However, after sweeping through the entire marketplace, he discovered that the dog skin plaster had inexplicably fallen off. Isn't it said that system-produced items are guaranteed to be of superior quality? How could it simply come loose? Just as Cheng Yang caught the descending plaster, he was astonished to find that his injuries had miraculously healed. Truly, everything had returned to normal. The corroded flesh and bones had regenerated entirely. Aside from a hole in his clothing, his newly emerged skin appeared remarkably smooth, rendering it nearly impossible to discern that he had once borne a gaping wound. Impressive, truly impressive. Should the dog skin plaster refresh again, I would purchase it immediately. It is indeed a lifesaver. Cheng Yang glanced at his merit points, which had surged beyond 5,000. The capacity of his personal space immediately doubled, expanding to 24 cubic meters, while his merit points dwindled to 1,540. If he were to encounter any dogskin plaster tomorrow, he would be unable to afford it. Thus, he resolved to accumulate more merit. Cheng Yang joyfully collected resources, filling his newly enlarged space once more before exiting the mall to continue his efforts in exorcising zombies. Upon surpassing 2,000 merit points, Cheng Yang decided to return home. He had no time to retrieve the RV today, and his driving skills were rather lacking. Perhaps he should seek out Yang Yapping for driving lessons instead. Half an hour later, he arrived at the 4S dealership. He retrieved food. This time meat buns and vegetable buns, which naturally elicited cheers from Yang Yapping and the others. Buns. It had been many days since they had last enjoyed them. After dinner, it was time for merriment, followed by more driving practice. Cheng Yang had already mastered starting the car, driving, and stopping. Was that not sufficient? Did he really need a signal while turning? Did he have to pay attention to traffic lights? One-way streets? Speed limits? None of that mattered. After a brief driving session, Cheng Yang returned to his residential complex. After a refreshing shower, he settled into bed, choosing not to check his phone. As he felt utterly exhausted, his physical enhancement had finally surpassed tenfold, and he had dispatched over 200 zombies that afternoon. His physical prowess was now approaching 13-fold. In light of this, how significant and valuable was the act of slaying 3-headed zombies? It was almost beyond description. Moreover, the emergence of these 3-headed zombies confirmed Cheng Yang's suspicions. Zombies could evolve, and at a rapid pace. Only 11 days into the apocalypse, and such evolved zombies had already appeared. The arrival of the first indicated that there would surely be a second, a third, and so forth. I must hasten to elevate my own strength, at the very least to the point where I can eliminate 3-headed zombies without relying on holy bullets. This time, I was entirely unprepared, and after a single battle, I must ascertain the weaknesses of these evolved zombies. Cheng Yang rose from his bed once more, retrieving the remains of the 3-headed zombies for careful examination. I believe the brain remains the weakness of these evolved zombies. However, their skulls are remarkably hard, with almost no defensive vulnerabilities except for the eyes and mouth. Yet, zombies are not so foolish as to open their mouths for me to strike. Thus, I must target the eyes. A single thrust into the eye, piercing the brain, followed by a twist, could bring about instant death for the zombie. However, such an approach carries considerable risk. I must engage closely, and once in proximity, I am susceptible to counterattacks from the zombies, which could prove fatal. Therefore, I need to enhance my capabilities. My speed must increase. My strength must grow. Cheng Yang carefully stored away the remains of the 3-headed zombies and returned to his resting place. Soon, he drifted off into a peaceful slumber. A night passed, and all remained as usual, save for the palpable sense of desolation that enveloped the community today. The dilemma loomed: refrain from scavenging for food and risk starvation, or venture out and face the threat of being killed by zombies. Many people once again reached out to Cheng Yang. Those who had not been added as friends submitting requests for food. As long as Cheng Yang provides them with food, they are willing to pay any price. Cheng Yang paid them no heed. What can you offer me? Money? Antiques? Beautiful women? Spare me. He certainly did not wish to encounter another incident akin to the one involving Li Xiangyu. What has the system shop refreshed today? No silver bullets left. I would purchase them. Cheng Yang was filled with regret. Had he known, he should have acquired the silver bullets at the outset. Perhaps another one might have appeared by now. The diving helmet remains, while the other 2 items are a pot of vegetables, which merely requires watering, yielding a platter of vegetables within a day, weighing approximately 10 pounds, with the varieties selectable upon redemption. The cost for redemption is 100 merit points. This is rather expensive. Although the fruit tree requires 500 merit points for redemption, it can produce 100 pounds of fruit, the only drawback being the 3-day wait. Unlike the vegetables, which can be harvested in just 1 day, I shall exchange for it. Cheng Yang spent 100 merit points to acquire a pot of vegetables, immediately watering it. By this time tomorrow, he would be able to enjoy fresh vegetables. He chose ordinary bok choy, simple yet versatile, suitable for stir-frying or soups. And it is green, excellent. Next is the 3rd item for redemption. Special alloy, to enhance existing weapons, with a 50 failure rate. The cost for redemption is 5,000 merit points. Here it comes. However, this requires 5,000 merit points, quite expensive, and the 50 failure rate means that, theoretically, to successfully enhance the Bloodblade, one would need 10,000 merit points. Of course, with good fortune, success might come at the first attempt. With ill fate, one could face consecutive failures 3 or 4 times. I feel as though I have become a slave to merit points, grinding for them day in and day out. No, this is about doing good deeds. Perhaps one day I might ascend to the heavens. Moreover, the enhancement of my physical abilities is indeed tangible. Off I go. Cheng Yang wasted no time at home and immediately set out to earn merit points. Yesterday, he had charged the battery, and today it showed 5 bars, allowing for a journey of at least 60 kilometers. Let us go. After a day of purging zombies, with further enhancement of his physical prowess, he had amassed over 6,000 merit points for a day's work. This implies he had vanquished over 600 zombies. His merit points soared to 7,960. While his physical enhancement reached more than 19 times, he was no longer human. His combat prowess was undeniably extraordinary. Cheng Yang attempted to stomp the ground, and with a resounding crash, the tile shattered, creating a dent. This was comparable to the 3 heads he had faced yesterday. No, it was still slightly weaker. The pit was evidently not as large or deep as the one from yesterday, but the difference was negligible. Merely 1 day had passed, and my strength had already doubled. If I were to face the 3 heads again now, I am confident that without the divine bullets, I could first severely injure them with the bone-cutting blade technique, and then find an opportunity to thrust my blade into their eye sockets. Thus, this is the advantage of breaking free from constraints yesterday. The more zombies I purify, the stronger I become. The stronger I grow, the faster I can purify zombies. Perfect. Returning to his community, Cheng Yang did not drive to the 4S shop today. Upon entering the community, he immediately sensed something amiss. Surprisingly, 11 SUVs were parked at the entrance. Chapter 24, Thieves Turned Soldiers. Cheng Yang furrowed his brow. How could anyone brazenly drive on the streets? On one hand, they could be pursued by zombies, and on the other, the countless accidents and severe traffic congestion made traversing the roads exceedingly challenging. This was precisely why Cheng Yang opted to ride his electric scooter, purely for convenience and ease of movement. The vehicles appeared grimy, with remnants of flesh and blood on the windshields, unmistakably not from the living, but rather the aftermath of collisions with zombies. The blood, both fresh and congealed, left a distinct trail of stains. Furthermore, none of the vehicles bore license plates, suggesting they had been driven directly from a dealership. Cheng Yang surmised that the dealership was likely nearby. Otherwise, navigating through the congested roads would have made it nearly impossible for them to arrive here. Unless, of course, they had trained 3-headed zombies to clear their path. Cheng Yang chuckled to himself at the absurdity of the thought. He then quietly scaled the gate, crossed a stretch of road, and soon found himself in a large square. This had once been the community's recreational area, where elderly ladies danced and children played. However, since the onset of the apocalypse, it had been overrun by zombies. To his astonishment, he now saw people standing there, security personnel. Cheng Yang deduced this from the uniforms worn by the 4 individuals, each equipped with a firearm at their waist. Could these security officers have driven the SUVs? Clearly, for individuals could not operate 11 vehicles. Perhaps others were stationed elsewhere. Nevertheless, a question arose in Cheng Yang's mind. Why would security officers be driving SUVs from a dealership? Were police cars not suitable? Moreover, despite their uniforms, the 4 men exuded an air of nonchalance, and Cheng Yang even spotted tattoos adorning one of their necks. Could security officers be tattooed? While one might conceal ink in private areas, a tattoo on the neck seemed a blatant display, hardly conducive to retaining their positions. Thus, it became evident that these 4 were not genuine security personnel, but merely donned the uniforms. A theory began to form in Cheng Yang's mind. These individuals had likely escaped from a detention center, acquiring their uniforms and weapons from there, perhaps even through theft. He contemplated various possibilities, yet maintained an impassive expression. Are you Cheng Yang? One security officer approached, notably the one with the tattooed neck. Upon noticing Cheng Yang's gaze, he smiled and said, "Don't be alarmed. My name is Wang Liang, and these 3 are my colleagues. We are all security personnel." Cheng Yang suppressed a cold laugh within, deliberately feigning surprise on his face. "Security personnel? How wonderful. Have you come to rescue us?" Wang Liang nodded with an air of pride. "Indeed, I have heard from the residents of the community that you often venture out in search of supplies." Cheng Yang loosened the sack he carried, exhaling a heavy sigh. "Do not mention it. Today yielded not a single gain." Wang Liang exchanged a knowing glance, prompting a security officer to step forward and inspect the sack, shaking his head in response to Wang Liang's inquiry. Indeed, it was devoid of any contents. Cheng Yang had no desire to return with provisions each time, as it would draw undue attention to himself. He feared that individuals might disregard their own safety and come directly to him in search of food. However, if he possessed limited supplies, the likelihood of others daring to seek him out would diminish significantly. After all, many households likely still had their reserves intact, especially since it was only April. Those who had preserved salted meats, fish, and sausages during the winter would certainly have enough to last for at least another 10 days. Yet, such practices were typically carried out by the elderly. How many young people would engage in such endeavors when online purchasing was so convenient? Wang Liang cleared his throat, asserting, "We must conduct a thorough investigation of the entire community and pay a visit to your home." An investigation? Cheng Yang nearly laughed aloud. What era was it? Still conducting inquiries and investigations? It was clear that the lack of food found on him prompted the desire to search his residence. Could he allow them entry? Absolutely not. His personal space was nearly at capacity, and his home was stocked with ample supplies. Furthermore, The fruit trees and vegetables exchanged from the system were not to be exposed to outsiders. No need, he coldly rejected. It is better to prepare for conflict. Although he was not yet at the level of evading bullets or enduring them, his maximum speed had reached an astonishing 40 meters per second. What did that signify? Once he began to run, could anyone capture him unless they approached head-on? Could they aim accurately? Of course, in a chaotic barrage, he could still be hit. Thus he preferred not to escalate matters immediately. Wang Liang's expression darkened, while the other three displayed visible impatience, their hands inching toward their holsters. Cheng Yang was equally prepared for action. Given his current physical prowess, he could swiftly dispatch all four before they even had the chance to draw their weapons. Just then, the walkie-talkie on Wang Liang's shoulder crackled to life. He gestured for silence, stepping aside to converse into the device. After a moment, he returned with a smile, stating, "If you are unwilling, so be it. As security personnel, we cannot compel the citizens, can we?" Cheng Yang nodded and strode away, his pace steady yet his senses heightened. Alert to even the slightest disturbance in the air. He feared an ambush from the four men. His caution proved justified as one of the security officers leaned toward Wang Liang and whispered, "Brother Liang, shall we not confront him?" Wang Liang shook his head, replying, "The boss instructed us not to escalate matters just yet. We have yet to acquire the list of residents in the community, and it would be unwise to alarm others." The three security officers chuckled lewdly, recalling the few attractive women in the community that had provided them with considerable amusement. Alas, with the outbreak of the zombie horde, they had no choice but to retreat. Uncertain about the number of beautiful women in this community, Wang Liang felt a sense of anticipation. He remarked that the previous area was predominantly inhabited by the elderly due to relocation, and there were hardly any young people, let alone beauties. However, this neighborhood consists of commercial housing, suggesting that it should be teeming with youth. "So, we shall revel tonight," chuckled the three subordinates. "Indeed. The boss has already instructed the building managers to compile the details of the survivors. We shall peruse their photographs and select our favorites for tonight's indulgence." The three subordinates responded with eager exclamations. As Cheng Yang entered the building, the tension he had been holding onto began to dissipate. He certainly possessed the capability to eliminate the four individuals in an instant, yet he was unaware of their exact numbers or the arsenal they might wield. He could not afford to let any potential threats lurk in the shadows, poised to strike him unexpectedly. After all, one cannot be perpetually vigilant against thieves. He needed to gather precise information about these individuals and eradicate the threat entirely. When? Today? Chapter 25. True Identity. Cheng Yang returned home and inspected his surroundings, confirming that the note remained intact. No one had entered without his knowledge. He stepped inside, contemplated for a moment, and accepted the friend request from Director Li on his phone. To his surprise, before he could initiate a conversation, a message came in from Li. "Ah, Cheng. Have you discovered that the organization has dispatched people? Are you ready to beg for mercy?" Li's voice message chuckled. "Well, you better plead sincerely. Your previous demeanor toward me was rather poor, and I am not one to forgive easily." Cheng Yang couldn't help but chuckle at Li's inflated sense of authority. He typed back, "Director Li, are the security personnel in the community truly a rescue team sent by the state?" This was fortuitous. The more pompous Director Li became, the more likely he would engage with the security team upon their arrival, perhaps even acting as a liaison for the community. This was precisely why Cheng Yang chose to reach out to him instead of Jitao. Director Li seemed eager to see Cheng Yang completely capitulate. He promptly replied, "Of course, it's true. Did you not notice their uniforms?" Cheng Yang acknowledged the uniforms, but wondered what they truly represented. In this day and age, anyone could don a uniform. He refrained from arguing, as his intent was to extract information. He typed, "That is splendid. However, Director Li, with so many zombies around, will the number of security personnel suffice? Do they possess adequate firepower?" This security team comprises 22 individuals, each armed. "Do you think that is sufficient?" Director Li boasted. And Cheng Yang could easily envision the smug expression on his face. "I am currently representing the entire community in dealings with the authorities. If you fail to present yourself appropriately, I might just forget to include you on the evacuation list. After all, given my age, it's only natural to overlook one or two individuals." Cheng Yang inwardly smiled and replied, "Director Li, where do you reside? I happen to have some fruit, and would like to personally deliver it to you as an apology." Fruit. Director Li's interest seemed piqued immediately, and he quickly responded, "I'm in Building 10, Room 903. Come over." Cheng Yang smiled as he observed that the sky had completely darkened, marking the onset of a moonless night. Ideal for sinister deeds. It was time to act. He extinguished all the lights in the room and then approached the balcony, leaping directly into the void. This was the 4th floor, a staggering 10 meters above the ground. Thud. Cheng Yang landed heavily, the sound resonating, yet he remained unscathed. His physique, nearly 20 times that of an ordinary person, enabled him to effortlessly absorb the impact from such a height. However, the noise was rather pronounced. I must exercise greater control. He reflected, otherwise, a single leap would betray my presence and thwart my stealthy approach. The zombies in the vicinity were scarce, having already been cleared out by the security personnel, leaving only a few stragglers that posed no threat. Cheng Yang stealthily entered building number 10. Ascending the staircase to the 9th floor, he arrived at the door of room 903. Just as he was about to knock, he heard a cacophony of sounds emanating from within, a clattering noise accompanied by the piercing screams of a woman. With a swift kick directed at the lock, a muffled thud echoed as his formidable strength shattered the mechanism, allowing the door to creak open. Upon entering, he beheld a middle-aged man sprawled on the floor, his head battered and bloodied, while two men in security uniforms were pinning a woman to the ground, attempting to strip her of her clothing. The woman's terrified screams only seemed to invigorate the men, whose laughter echoed with an unsettling glee. They were so engrossed in their vile act that they failed to notice Cheng Yang's arrival. A soft cough escaped his lips, prompting the two security personnel to finally look up. One of them instinctively reached for his firearm, but before his hand could even graze the weapon, Cheng Yang seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. With a sickening crack, the man's neck broke, and he slumped, lifeless, his limbs hanging limply. The other security officer was paralyzed with terror as Cheng Yang dispatched him with a swift kick to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the woman fled, frantically tugging at the tattered remnants of her clothing. Though Cheng Yang had saved her, the woman remained in a state of panic, uncertain if he would morph into a beast in the next moment, trembling in fear. Ignoring her, Cheng Yang stepped onto the body of the fallen security officer and, in a calm yet commanding tone, demanded, "Who are you? Speak the truth." To his surprise, the man displayed unexpected defiance, retorting, "Do you dare assault an officer? You'll find yourself imprisoned for life." Cheng Yang could not suppress a chuckle. Applying slight pressure with his foot elicited a horrific scream from the man as bones creaked under the strain, nearly fracturing. "Continue to resist, and I will end your life," he warned. Finally cowed, the man stammered, I am Lu Jichao, originally incarcerated at the Northern Detention Center. When the zombies appeared, we inmates seized the opportunity to escape, acquiring numerous uniforms and firearms. At that moment, the middle-aged man on the ground stirred, awakening to the revelation and immediately spewing a mouthful of blood. Certainly, he is Director Li, holding a nominal position in a certain department, and even as a deputy. However, upon returning to the community, he assumes the lofty demeanor of a dignitary. When the security personnel entered the neighborhood, he was overly exuberant, mistakenly believing his fortune had returned. He flaunted his authority, eagerly aligning himself with Wang Liang and his associates. What was the outcome? When someone knocked at the door, he anticipated it to be Cheng Yang, but upon opening it, the two security officers swiftly overpowered him, intending to harm his daughter-in-law. In a fit of panic and anger, he fainted, only to awaken and hear the security officer confess to being a criminal. This infuriated him. Cheng Yang was unfazed, as this aligned perfectly with his suspicions. Why had the calamity taken so long to reach this place? Cheng Yang inquired further. Lu Jichao candidly explained, "We were previously at Dadi Heyuan, living comfortably until a sudden onslaught of zombies forced our evacuation." Dadi Heyuan? Cheng Yang thought to himself. It was a relocation community, not too far yet not too close. Thus, after escaping, they dared not approach communities near Dadi Heyuan for fear of another zombie attack, and made their way here, procuring several off-road vehicles from a dealership along the way. Who is your leader, and where are the others? Chapter 26. Capture the leader first. Cheng Yang asked with meticulous attention. He intended to apprehend them all, leaving not a single survivor. Lu Jichao obediently divulged. Our leader is Wu Biqing. We just received information from the building heads, and then split into pairs to seek out the beauties in the community. Seek out beauties? Cheng Yang's gaze sharpened, while Director Li, trembling, rose to his feet, brandishing a vase and aimed it at Lu Jichao's head. This man had nearly harmed his daughter-in-law. Cheng Yang did not intervene, but Li's strength faltered. The vase did not shatter upon impact, merely drawing blood from the corner of Lu Jichao's eye. Shufan, are you all right? The elder neglected the criminal and instead helped his daughter-in-law to her feet. Only then did she awaken from her stupor, collapsing into his embrace and sobbing. Director Li instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist while patting her back. Cheng Yang couldn't help but grimace. The dynamic between the father-in-law and daughter-in-law was decidedly peculiar. Had they crossed boundaries? Otherwise, how could such physical contact seem so natural, with her showing no signs of resistance? Clearly, they shared a closer bond, rendering this interaction unremarkable. Regardless, it was none of his concern. He had no interest in gossip. Cheng Yang hoisted Lu Jichao up, demanding, "Where did your leader go?" Building 3, room 2202. There's a woman there, incredibly beautiful. At this, Lu Jichao even licked his lips, his gaze lecherous. Evidently, this woman possessed extraordinary allure, otherwise he would not have retained lustful thoughts in such dire circumstances. Cheng Yang delivered a swift kick. Lu Jichao clamped his legs together, his face paling. Cheng Yang's brutal kick not only rendered him incapacitated, but also severely damaged his internal organs, resulting in internal bleeding. If he could undergo surgery immediately, he might still have a chance at survival. However, his fate was sealed. Cheng Yang secured both firearms and departed without hesitation. Even if Director Li and his companion refrained from delivering the final blow, Lu Jichao would soon succumb to his extensive internal injuries, leaving Cheng Yang untroubled by any potential repercussions. He first made his way to Building 3, where he understood the importance of striking decisively at the heart of the matter. Room 2202 awaited him. Given Cheng Yang's current physical prowess, ascending the 22 stories was a trivial task. With a forceful kick, he burst through the door of room 2202 and stormed inside. A security officer immediately turned, aiming his weapon at Cheng Yang. Though quick to react, his opponent was Cheng Yang. Moving with lightning speed, Cheng Yang closed the distance in an instant. Before the officer could pull the trigger, a flash of blood illuminated the room as Cheng Yang severed the hand gripping the gun. A moment later, the officer's pain surged, eliciting a piercing scream. Cheng Yang retrieved the firearm, appearing to stow it in his bag, but in truth, it vanished into his personal space. He then leisurely surveyed the living room, where a young woman, perhaps just over 20, caught his eye. She was indeed striking, with an elongated figure and graceful curves. Redirecting his focus to the criminal before him, he addressed Wu Biqing. I am, and who the hell are you? Wu Biqing retorted through gritted teeth, displaying a surprising resilience despite the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. No wonder he was the leader. Cheng Yang pointed to the intercom on the coffee table. Call your men over. I have no time to search house by house. Wu Biqing, enduring his pain, managed a cold smile. Aren't you afraid of what I might say? He sneered. But you must cooperate. Otherwise, I will eliminate you first, Cheng Yang replied with a grin. Wu Biqing chose not to engage further in verbal sparring, instead seizing the intercom. Brothers, respond if you hear me. Moments later, voices echoed back, some interspersed with the sounds of women's screams and cries. Get over here now. I have something important for you to do. Hurry. Wu Biqing bellowed, discarding the intercom without further explanation. Are you satisfied? He inquired of Cheng Yang, still exuding arrogance. Such bravado cannot be tolerated, Cheng Yang replied, lifting Wu Biqing and moving toward the balcony. At last, Wu Biqing's bravado faltered. What are you doing? You can't do this. No, please, As he let out a scream, Cheng Yang hurled him from the balcony. There's no use in keeping you alive, Cheng Yang murmured, dusting off his hands as he returned to the living room. At that moment, the young woman finally regained her composure and hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Cheng Yang. You should go to the bedroom. It will soon become quite chaotic here, he instructed. She complied without hesitation, aware that Cheng Yang's ruthless actions foretold an impending massacre. The woman entered the bedroom, while Cheng Yang approached the stairway. The emergency exit and the elevator were adjacent, allowing him to detect any intruders, whether they ascended the stairs or took the elevator. Why, then, did he allow the two sisters to enter the room? Cheng Yang might require the use of his personal space, which would necessitate silencing the two women as well. As long as his own safety was not jeopardized, he harbored no interest in senselessly slaughtering innocents. Before long, the elevator light illuminated. To his astonishment, they dared to use the elevator. Who could predict when the power might fail, leaving them stranded, unable to ascend or descend, and ultimately succumbing to starvation? However, if this group were truly capable of such foresight, how could they have ended up in a detention center in the first place? Cheng Yang could not be bothered to lament this. He stepped aside slightly. Ding. Soon, the elevator arrived, the doors opened, and several individuals emerged, engaged in conversation. Their chatter revealed confusion about their leader's sudden summons, as they had initially been instructed to enjoy themselves separately. Amidst their grumbling, Cheng Yang appeared behind them, wielding his bloody blade. In an instant, the air was filled with the splatter of crimson as 6 assailants fell. He discarded the bodies from the aerial corridor and awaited the next wave of intruders. After a brief interval, the elevator descended and then ascended once more. With a creak, the doors opened, revealing only 2 individuals, who met a similar fate at Cheng Yang's hands from behind. His strength was formidable, yet he chose to strike from the shadows. Why confront directly when one can employ guile? After all, they were armed. Cheng Yang was not impervious to bullets. Exercising caution was prudent. The third wave brought 10 assailants. Yet against the 20-fold enhanced Cheng Yang, they lacked even the capacity to defend themselves. The 10th to perish barely managed to draw his weapon before being sent flying into the corridor, screaming as he plummeted to his demise. Only one remained. Chapter 27, Proposal. This group of assailants numbered 22, yet only one remained alive, Wang Liang. Cheng Yang had not encountered him among the 21 he had dispatched. Was he too engrossed in his activities to heed Wu Biqing's prior assembly order, or had he sensed danger and hidden away? Perhaps he simply arrived late? However, after waiting for 10 minutes, neither the elevator stirred, nor did footsteps echo in the stairwell, and no one emerged from the emergency exit. Were they truly not coming? Cheng Yang returned to room 2202, seated himself, and retrieved his phone to initiate a video call with Director Li. After a considerable wait, the video connected. Comrade Cheng. Director Li greeted him with a beaming smile, his demeanor remarkably gentle, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. It was no jest. Cheng Yang was capable of murder. Furthermore, he was armed. Could he afford to be nonchalant? Cheng Yang paid little mind to his sudden change in demeanor, stating, "Contact the heads of each floor and urge them to mobilize their resources to investigate for any imposters masquerading as security personnel." Understood, Director Li replied, nodding and bowing towards the screen. Cheng Yang ended the video call. At that moment, the woman peered out from the bedroom, inquiring, "May I come out now?" Cheng Yang nodded slightly. "Come out." The woman emerged, having changed into form-fitting attire that showcased her perfectly developed physique without reservation. It had been 2 days since Cheng Yang last visited the 4S dealership, and upon witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Yet, that was the extent of it. There remained an assailant unaccounted for, and he had no inclination to engage in anything else. "Thank you," the woman spoke. "You've already expressed your gratitude," Cheng Yang replied with a smile. Feeling somewhat bashful, she chuckled and introduced herself. "I am Su Yi. Are you Cheng Yang?" Cheng Yang, taken aback, nodded. "How do you know my name? You've become quite well known in the neighborhood." Su Yi exclaimed. "Even though I didn't see you, I've heard many mention you in the group chat after your several trips outside the community. You truly are impressive. Yesterday, over 100 people went out to search for supplies, yet only 13 returned. It's clear how remarkable you are, especially since you ventured out more than once." Noticing that Director Li had yet to contact him, Cheng Yang didn't feel the urgency to leave. What intrigued him was that Su Yi was presumably still a student, untouched by the harsh realities of the world, retaining her optimism and innocence. Conversing with her was quite pleasant, though at times, he found her outlook rather naive. After some idle chatter, Su Yi suddenly asked, "Could you take care of me?" Cheng Yang was struck by a sense of amusement, as her request made her sound less like a person and more like a pet. Why? He refrained from outright rejecting or agreeing. Su Yi bit her lip, adopting a resolute demeanor. "My parents are away on business, and since the catastrophe, I've lost all contact with them. They are likely in grave danger. Even if I could reach them, they would not be able to return. Our food supply is nearly depleted. I am but a frail woman, unable to venture out in search of sustenance. Hence, I must implore you." She stood before Cheng Yang, slowly twirling, allowing him to fully appreciate her stunning curves. "I assure you, I won't be a burden. I can become your woman. I still have my first time to give." The last words left her lips. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Cheng Yang remained silent, though Su Yi had summoned considerable courage to voice such a proposition. Now, with her composure returning, she felt both shy and awkward, almost scratching the floor in her embarrassment. Cheng Yang scrutinized the woman before him. Truth be told, she was extraordinarily beautiful. It was no surprise that there were numerous attractive women in the community, yet Wu Biqing had chosen to come here. On a scale of 100, she would undoubtedly score a 90, illustrating her remarkable beauty. Thus, to claim that Cheng Yang was unmoved would be disingenuous. But to take care of her? It wasn't an issue of affordability, but rather the potential exposure of his secrets. This wasn't insurmountable. He could simply refrain from having her live in his own home. "Oh, the fact that I am contemplating this indicates I have already accepted the idea and am merely pondering how to address the ensuing complications." Noticing Cheng Yang lost in thought, Su Yi approached him and took a seat beside him. From this perspective, it is evident that her figure is nothing short of perfection. Her graceful neck resembling that of a swan, exuding unparalleled elegance. Truly exquisite. He felt relaxed, for Su Yi's attire, a snug sweater and pants, left no doubt about the absence of concealed weapons. "You may inspect now," Su Yi bit her lip and said. Chapter 28, All Resolved. Cheng Yang gently embraced Su Yi's delicate shoulder, and she instantly melted into his arms. However, at that moment, a notification chimed from his phone, causing his expression to turn serious as he picked it up. It was a message from Director Li. "We cannot reach room 1205 in Building 5. The assailants may be there." Cheng Yang tucked his phone away and steadied Su Yi, noticing the flush on her cheeks, akin to a ripe apple, as she dared not meet his gaze. Yet, her alluring starry eyes, brimming with charm, were irresistibly enticing. "I just killed someone. Are you not afraid?" he inquired. Afraid. To his surprise, Su Yi admitted, but quickly added, "Yet, it is precisely for this reason that I believe you have the capability to protect your woman." He could not help but feel a stir in his heart at the mention of my woman. Was this girl a natural enchantress, so adept at seduction? Cheng Yang chuckled softly. Even if he took her in, it was implausible to entertain notions of romance. After all, in these apocalyptic times, who had the leisure to indulge in trivial matters of love? In truth, Su Yi felt similarly. Her reliance on him was solely for survival. What room was there for affection? Of course, with time, feelings might naturally develop. "I have matters to attend to. I shall return later," he stated. It was not a mere tease. He genuinely had urgent business to attend to. All right, Su Yi nodded, obedient and demure. She was evidently an astute woman, aware of when to act coy and when to comply. As Cheng Yang rose to leave, he noticed that the door had been damaged and could not close properly. Upon his return, he would certainly arrange for her to relocate. She could not stay in his home. Perhaps room 408 would suffice, offering privacy from his secrets while also allowing him convenient access. Lost in thought, he exited the building and made his way to the 5th floor, just next door. Entering the 2nd unit, he swiftly ascended to the 12th floor. The door to room 1206 stood ajar, shrouded in darkness and devoid of life, while the door to room 1205 was firmly shut, albeit with light visible through the crack. Cheng Yang proceeded with caution, fearing that a hasty entry might greet him with a bullet. He slipped into room 1206, made his way to the balcony, and stealthily crossed over into room 1205, where, fortuitously, the balcony door was open. Thus, he strode in with confidence. A man clad in security attire stood with his back to him, his right hand gripping a gun, aimed at the door. Wang Liang. This was intriguing. He was evidently waiting for Cheng Yang's arrival. The moment the door opened, he would surely fire. But how did he know Cheng Yang would come? Could it be that he had intentionally leaked information about his presence? Thus, he could wait patiently for the heir to come to him, a rather clever strategy. However, a more astute approach would have been to lie in ambush at the corridor's entrance, simultaneously monitoring the elevator and the secure passageway, ready to draw his weapon at the slightest sound and fire upon the first glimpse. But now, who was the hunter and who was the prey? Cheng Yang stealthily approached and patted Wang Liang on the shoulder. This nearly startled Wang Liang to death. He leaped up and let out a loud shout. Yet, his reflexes were quick, and he instinctively turned his gun towards Cheng Yang. Alas, with a mere flick of his hand, Cheng Yang seized the weapon. Before the might of a superhuman with 20-fold strength, Wang Liang was as fragile as an infant. Cheng Yang nonchalantly pocketed the gun and looked at him with a beaming smile. Regret washed over Wang Liang in waves. Had he known from the outset, he would have taken the initiative to eliminate this man. Regretful? Cheng Yang inquired. Indeed. Wang Liang gritted his teeth. Have you already dealt with the others? Cheng Yang nodded. How did you sense something was amiss? Wang Liang forced a grim smile. After the calamity, I acquired a unique ability to sense danger. This ability has saved my life on several occasions, yet I never anticipated falling into your clutches. How did they manage to reach this place safely? Avoiding a collision with a horde of zombies? It was due to his ability, which he had concealed so well that others were entirely oblivious. Thus, upon sensing danger, he had hidden here, intending to ambush Cheng Yang, only to find himself utterly outmatched. The ability to sense danger? Cheng Yang expressed surprise. Zombies can evolve. Can humans do the same? Superpowers? Extraordinary abilities? With a swift twist, Cheng Yang snapped Wang Liang's neck and proceeded to the bedroom, where he discovered a man lying on the floor, his throat slashed, eyes wide open in a final expression of terror. He would never have imagined that the very security personnel meant to protect them would turn against him with such brutality. On the bed lay a female corpse, her body marred by bruises, with clear finger marks around her neck, evidently strangled to death after being toyed with by Wang Liang. Why commit murder? Perhaps Wang Liang, sensing danger, feared that she would expose him during the ambush and thus decided to eliminate her after their encounter. In the apocalypse, beauty indeed becomes a resource. But merely that, it can always be sought anew. Cheng Yang furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many individuals' darker sides have been unleashed, permitting them to commit heinous acts they would have never considered in normal circumstances, while those already inclined towards malevolence became even more unrestrained, revealing humanity's most grotesque facets. He realized he should not have allowed Wang Liang to die so easily. Instead, he ought to have cast him into a horde of zombies to be devoured alive. Nevertheless, finding zombies in the community had become quite troublesome. Better that he is dead. Cheng Yang returned to Building 3 and entered room 2202. Fortunately, no zombies had entered, nor had anyone breached the premises. Su Yi was hiding in the bedroom, having turned off all the lights, creating the illusion that the room was unoccupied. Pack your belongings and come with me, Cheng Yang instructed. Sui had already prepared her things, with only a suitcase containing her clothing and a few personal items. Cheng Yang chose not to store the suitcase in his spatial pocket. He could have done so, but he refrained, as Sui had yet to earn his trust. What a jest it would be to allow her access to such secrets. Fortunately, while she dared not use the elevator, the suitcase was unperturbed. Sui first placed the suitcase in the elevator and pressed the button for the ground floor. Once they arrived, she retrieved the suitcase and dragged it up to the 7th floor. At that moment, the moon hung high in the sky, casting shadows over the dimly lit community, where few lights shone and no one took notice of their movements. Chapter 29, Synthesis. Cheng Yang entered his residence first, instructing Sui to wait outside. He then leaped onto the balcony of Unit 408, entered, and removed the refrigerator from the entrance before opening the door for her. He closed the door and turned on the light. This place was once inhabited by a young couple who have since left. It now serves as my storage. As you can see, I do not mind how much you eat, but you must remember one thing. Sui straightened her posture, appearing obedient. Without my permission, you are forbidden to contact anyone or step outside this door. Cheng Yang declared sternly. This is a rule that cannot be broken, otherwise you will witness the consequences of my wrath. Sui nodded vigorously, the image of his violent demeanor etched firmly in her mind, filling her with dread. Enough of that. It is late, so you should rest, Cheng Yang remarked, returning to his home via the balcony. He added, if you need anything, you can call for me from the balcony. If you call a few times and I do not respond, it means I have stepped out. Sui nodded once more. In the presence of the assertive Cheng Yang, she had no choice but to comply. Cheng Yang was indeed fatigued. Tomorrow he needed to continue purging the zombies and required ample rest, leaving him little time or energy for this enchanting young woman. With a chuckle, he thought, now that she is here, there is no escaping. There was no rush. Sui gazed around at the abundance of food and clean water, her excitement palpable. Thankful for her decision. This man truly possessed remarkable capabilities. Having not eaten to her satisfaction in 2 days, she seized the opportunity granted by Cheng Yang's allowance and prepared a bowl of instant noodles. After finishing her meal, she wasted several bottles of water to cleanse herself. Feeling slightly embarrassed at the greasy water that collected in the basin, Cheng Yang had stated she could use 5 bottles daily for personal hygiene, with an allowance for 2 additional bottles when relatives visited. She then changed the sheets in the bedroom and lay down to sleep. However, the events of the night had been too exhilarating, leaving her unable to drift off. Her thoughts wandered to her boyfriend. Although their relationship was still in its infancy, lacking deep emotional ties and limited to mere hand-holding, she realized that now, having chosen to follow Cheng Yang, she must sever all ties with her boyfriend. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Wei Wei, resolutely deleting the contact afterward. Cheng Yang gazed at the gleaming piece of metal in his hand. It was a special alloy capable of enhancing weapons, albeit with only a 50% success rate. He contemplated merging it with the blood blade, but decided against it for the moment, opting instead to wash his face and hands with clean water to avoid any signs of dirt. The thought of lighting incense crossed his mind, but he dismissed it, resolving not to be overly superstitious. Cheng Yang picked up the special alloy and the blood blade once more, placing them together. To his surprise, there was no system prompt. The alloy instantly transformed into liquid, enveloping the blood blade. After a brief interval, the liquid seemed to evaporate or perhaps be absorbed. Was that it? Had he succeeded or failed? Why was there no notification? Was this system from the 90s? System, has my weapon been upgraded successfully? He inquired. Please check your weapon in your personal space. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Cheng Yang complied and attempted to touch the blood blade with his thoughts, refraining from expressing a desire to withdraw it. Immediately, he received feedback in his mind. Blood blade, enhanced 1. Incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through level 1 alloys. Note, requires no maintenance. No matter how much it is used, it will never dull. He had succeeded in the enhancement. The description had changed as well. Previously, it could easily cut through bone. Now, it could slice through level 1 alloys, implying the existence of level 2 and level 3 alloys. Did that mean there would also be level 2 and level 3 zombies? Cheng Yang's thoughts began to wander, and concern crept in. If zombies evolved too swiftly, humanity was surely doomed. No matter how strong he became, how many lives could he truly protect? Ultimately, he could only lead a small group of survivors, perhaps one day gaining enough strength to eradicate all zombies. Yet, how many humans would be left alive on Blue Star by then? And could they still propagate and reclaim their dominion over the planet? The future was uncertain. Cheng Yang took a deep breath. Those were matters for another day. What he could focus on now was rapidly enhancing his strength. As long as he put forth his best effort, he would feel no regret, regardless of the outcome. He tightened his grip on the blood blade, knowing it would be his most trusted companion from now on. A night passed, marking the 13th day of the apocalypse. Cheng Yang promptly checked the system store. He had redeemed 2 items yesterday, so he anticipated 2 new offerings today. To his dismay, it was yet another pot of vegetables. Nonetheless, he decided to exchange it. A change in flavor would be welcome. Spending 100 merit points, he acquired a pot of cauliflower. What would the other item be? Purification agent. Purifies water quality, removes toxins, and can be consumed directly. Each unit of purification agent can cleanse 10 cubic meters of water. Cost, 100 merit points. This was indeed a valuable item. Although Cheng Yang could acquire a considerable amount of bottled purified water, it was ultimately a non-renewable resource that would eventually deplete. Moreover, there could be issues with spoilage. Bottled water does have an expiration date, but he was uncertain of the consequences of consuming it past that date. He had never tested it. However, with the purification agent at hand, he no longer had to fret about the water issue. In fact, it not only eliminated toxins, but also possessed the capability to purify water. Could it possibly transform muddy water into pure water? It was worth a try. Cheng Yang promptly exchanged for the purification agent, as it cost merely 100 merit points, a trifling sum. Chapter 30. A call for help. Cheng Yang harvested 10 pounds of baby bok choy. He couldn't help but ponder, if he had chosen leeks, could he have harvested them in waves? It was worth exploring. He took the bok choy along with pork, beef, and potatoes to the neighboring unit. At that moment, Su Yi had also risen. For breakfast, they had porridge. Cheng Yang handed over black rice and red dates, followed by the bok choy, pork, and beef, suggesting that they should consider how to prepare these for lunch. You can cook, right? He inquired. Yes, of course, Su Yi nodded. Cheng Yang acknowledged her response and sat down to scroll through his phone. The building was enveloped in an eerie silence, and the group chat among 4 classmates was equally quiet. Suddenly, Cheng Yang was taken aback. There was a message in the work group. After the calamity, the work group hadn't seen any activity for quite some time, so why did a message suddenly appear? He had thought everyone had perished. He opened the message to find out what was happening. Why were there things outside resembling zombies? The sender seemed to have checked online, and, after a considerable pause, continued. Is there anyone who can come to our rescue? President Kai and I are trapped in the building, and our food and water are running low. The message was from Fong Rong. Cheng Yang's workplace was a trendy company, albeit small due to its relatively recent establishment. Fong Rong was the first influencer signed by the company, renowned for her beauty and charm, and had garnered 1 million followers after more than 6 months of live streaming. It was said that she was a close friend of the company's owner, Kai Yihui, and held shares in the company. Fong Rong and Kai Yihui, 2 stunning women. Cheng Yang had entertained fantasies about both of them in the past, which was quite normal, which male employee in the company hadn't. After all, who doesn't admire beauty? However, it was merely fleeting thoughts. Yet, it had been over 10 minutes since Fong Rong sent her message, and no one had responded. Oh, look at you all having a day of reckoning. Cheng Yang felt a sense of schadenfreude, and, adhering to the principle of enjoying the spectacle, typed, the apocalypse has been underway for over 10 days. How do you suddenly feel like you've been transported here? Cheng Yang. Fong Rong immediately sent a voice message. During the disaster, President Kai and I were in the car inventorying the merchandise for our company when suddenly, another vehicle collided with us, and we lost consciousness. Upon waking, we found ourselves trapped inside. No one responded to our calls, and there was no signal in the underground parking lot. We have been stuck here, but luckily, we had brought along biscuits and water, which allowed us to endure. We have been prying the car open little by little, and today we finally managed to escape. How did we end up in the apocalypse? Cheng Yang, can you come to save us? Woo-woo. In the end, the little beauty even began to cry. So, were they fortunate or unfortunate? Let us speak of their misfortune. Yet, despite their entrapment, they have sustenance and drink, which is not entirely dreadful. Conversely, one might consider their plight fortunate. Confined within a truck for over 10 days, attending to all human needs in such cramped quarters. Merely envisioning this scenario is quite absurdly amusing. Cheng Yang could only chuckle. Should he extend a hand to rescue them? He certainly possesses the capability, yet why should he intervene? He is neither a soldier nor a law enforcement officer, merely an ordinary citizen. Moreover, his connection with the 2 women is limited to that of colleagues. A mere superior-subordinate relationship, which further diminishes any sense of obligation to assist. What weighs more heavily, however, is a past encounter. Once, during a lunch break, Cheng Yang stood in the stairwell engrossed in his phone when Kai Yihui and Fong Rong descended from above, accusing him of surreptitiously photographing beneath their skirts. In defense, he presented his phone for inspection, proving his innocence, yet Kai Yihui still deducted half a month's salary from him for using his phone during work hours. Were it not for the current scarcity of jobs, Cheng Yang would have relished the thought of slapping Kai Yihui and boldly declaring his resignation, but he lacked such resolve. Therefore he endured. Yet now, in this apocalyptic world, they expect him to rescue them? When Kai Yihui had scolded him, Fong Rong had gleefully joined in the rebuke. And now they seek salvation from the very man they deemed a pervert? It is utterly ludicrous. Why would he rescue them, only to deliver a slap across their faces? He finds such a notion frivolous. Cheng Yang set aside his phone, choosing not to respond further. A short while later, Zhu Youhao had prepared breakfast, black rice and red date porridge, nourishing for the kidneys. Although Cheng Yang felt invigorated, a little nourishment could never hurt. After their meal, he informed her, I shall venture out to gather supplies and will return by evening. Therefore, you will need to manage lunch on your own. Zhu Youhao nodded gently, adjusting his collar as she replied, then I shall have something light for lunch and prepare a proper meal in the evening. Cheng Yang simply smiled, appreciating her intelligence. He instructed her to disregard any knocks at the door, for today he would journey westward. His destination was Dadi Heyuan. Why this particular place? Because Wang Liang and his group had been driven away by a horde of zombies, indicating a significantly high concentration of the undead. Thus, spending a day there could yield resources equivalent to 3 or even 4 days elsewhere. Cheng Yang believed that this initial phase of the apocalypse was crucial, determining who would emerge as a leader. Previously, he thought it sufficient to compete solely with zombies. If they were of the first level, he needed a 10-fold enhancement. And for the second level, a 100-fold. However, after defeating Wang Liang, who claimed to possess a sense of impending danger, Cheng Yang grew cautious. If one such individual existed, surely there were hundreds or thousands more like him. Moreover, it was not limited to sensing danger. Should individuals develop powers akin to the zombies, such as the ability to exhale toxins, humans are far more cunning than zombies, and upon realizing their capacity for enhancement and evolution, would they not strive fervently to amplify their own abilities? Thus, Cheng Yang felt an acute sense of urgency. His small electric scooter carried him leisurely to his destination. Cheng Yang gazed at the scattered zombies on the street, then turned his attention to the densely packed horde just beyond the wall of the community. Feeling a mixture of astonishment and elation, he began to knock on the wall, producing a cacophony that immediately roused the zombies within. However, devoid of sight, they merely collided against the barrier with fervor. While a few zombies could cause little harm, what if 100 or even hundreds were to crash against it? The wall would surely come tumbling down. Suddenly, it was as if a dam had burst, and a multitude of zombies surged forth. Haha, come on. Cheng Yang did not retreat this time. Instead, he confronted them head-on. Having injected the zombie venom antidote just days prior, he was still within the immunity period, rendering him impervious to their attacks. Kill, kill, kill. With each upgrade, his blood knife became ever sharper, creating a crimson arc as he advanced, severing hands, feet, and necks in his wake. Great compassion, rebirth into bliss. He chanted continuously, golden light flooding into his body as his merit points began to soar. Chapter 31. Culinary Mastery. Cheng Yang was a notably cautious individual. As his stamina dwindled to half, he decisively withdrew. Accelerating to a speed of 60 meters per second, an equivalent of nearly 200 kilometers per hour, was akin to riding a high-speed train. If he had navigation active at that moment, the voice would have been incessantly warning, "You are exceeding the speed limit. Please decelerate." After shaking off the zombies, Cheng Yang took refuge in a convenience store, dispatching a few lingering undead before settling down to rest. Checking his merit points, he found them soaring to 9990, just one short of breaking the 10,000 barrier. This indicated that he had just slain over 700 zombies, and his physical enhancement had surged to more than 26 times. Previously, he had barely grazed the 20 times threshold, but now he had soared past it effortlessly. What did this signify? The 20 times enhancement was no longer a barrier. If the 10 times enhancement marked the first level threshold, then the second level threshold was certainly not 20 times. Perhaps it was 30, 50, or even 100 times. This was straightforward. He would simply need to observe when he could no longer accrue golden light from purging zombies. With a resolute heart, Cheng Yang further enhanced his spatial storage. 8,000 merit points were immediately deducted, a painful loss. However, his storage capacity expanded to 48 cubic meters, an impressive upgrade. Once he had recuperated, Cheng Yang emptied the shelves and storage of the convenience store, indulging in some jerky and biscuits for lunch before once again returning to the Dadi Heyuan community. Curiously, despite a large breach in the wall, only a fraction of the zombies had wandered onto the street. The majority remained clustered within the community. What could possibly be enticing the zombies inside? Cheng Yang felt a twinge of intrigue. Yet, he had no intention of recklessly infiltrating the community in search of answers. Instead, he planned to eliminate the zombies in batches, allowing for a leisurely exploration afterward. He began the process of exorcising them, creating noise at the breach to lure the zombies out before commencing the slaughter. The more zombies he purged, the stronger he became, the stronger he grew, the faster he could exorcise the undead. In the span of 3 hours that morning, he vanquished over 700 zombies, but astonishingly, in just 4 hours that afternoon, He eliminated more than 100. Such feats were remarkable. Not only did his merit points exceed 10,000, but his physical enhancement reached an astounding 37 times. With some time still at his disposal and a nearby gym beckoning, Cheng Yang ventured inside. He swiftly cleared the zombies within and proceeded to test the equipment. During the bench press, he effortlessly hoisted 300 kilograms with one hand, tossing it up and catching it again with ease. Could he increase the weight? Alas, this gym lacked heavier plates. Even the 300 kilograms were fully loaded. Cheng Yang inquired of the system, "Is it possible to assess my current strength?" The system firmly declined. Exiting the gym, he spotted a parked sedan and, inspired, approached it. With all his might, he embraced the vehicle and unleashed a tremendous surge of strength. To his astonishment, he lifted the car above his head. In disbelief, he hurled the sedan away, only slightly out of breath. Incredible! The car weighed approximately 3,000 pounds, indicating that his strength surpassed that threshold, potentially reaching 4,000 pounds. As his enhancements continued, he mused whether one day he might be able to run while carrying the earth itself. This could be roughly calculated. Cheng Yang's initial strength was pegged at 100 pounds. Thus, purging 100 zombies would double his strength. Considering the 7 billion population of Blue Star, that would amount to 70 million times, potentially resulting in an ultimate strength of 7 billion pounds, or 3.5 million tons, while still far from the ability to carry the earth. He could effortlessly lift 35 30-story buildings, each weighing 100 tons. Moreover, the thrust of a rocket is typically around 4,000 to 5,000 tons, sufficient to send payloads into space. With his relatively minor weight, possessing a terrifying 3.5 million tons of thrust, could he leap to the moon? This was a mere rough estimate. It was essential to remember that zombies would eventually evolve into second, third, or even higher levels, which would enhance Cheng Yang's strength even further. After concluding his day's endeavors, Cheng Yang made his way back. Passing by a 4S dealership, he stopped, entering with provisions in hand, including some fresh vegetables. "Cheng Yang, we've missed you dearly," Yang Yaping and her companions exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Confined indoors, fearing the outside world, they had spent their days watching dramas, finding it dreadfully monotonous. The underlying fear was palpable when Cheng Yang had not appeared the day prior. They worried whether he had succumbed to the zombies, for in this perilous world, who could escape unscathed? If he were gone, who would provide them with sustenance? Upon discovering the vegetables, Yang Yaping and her friends were elated. Vegetables. Fresh vegetables. Cheng Yang practiced driving, getting accustomed to the feel of the vehicle, planning to return with the RV in the coming days. Even now, he can clear any obstacles on the road with his bare hands, unperturbed by the prospect of being trapped midway by a vehicle. Upon returning to the community, he finds Su Yi waiting for him, exuding the demeanor of a devoted wife. Cheng Yang is not concerned about her potentially poisoning him. First, she has no motive, and second, and most crucially, he has thoroughly searched the entire house, ensuring the absence of any poison. Furthermore, he has also inspected Su Yi's belongings, finding no trace of any harmful substances. And there are no signs that the front door has been opened, indicating she has not had a means to acquire poison. Having made a phone call in advance, Cheng Yang arrives home just as Su Yi is presenting the final dish from the kitchen. The meal is a feast for the senses, vibrant in color, fragrant, and delicious. Cheng Yang cannot help but express his delight, exclaiming, "I never expected your culinary skills to be so impressive." As they dine, it becomes evident that Su Yi's cooking is indeed commendable. The stir-fried beef is tender and succulent, with a delightful spiciness wafting through the air, while the vegetables are perfectly cooked, neither overdone nor undercooked. Quite impressive, indeed. He feels fortunate to have savored such a meal. After their meal, Cheng Yang and Su Yi settle on the sofa to watch television. Chapter 32, The Innocent Beauty. With a captivating beauty by his side, how can Cheng Yang possibly concentrate on the show? Initially, Su Yi is engrossed, but when he wraps an arm around her waist, a blush inevitably spreads across her face, leaving her flustered and enamored. "Shall we go inside?" she whispers, her voice as soft as a gentle caress. Cheng Yang bursts into laughter, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. Her cheeks are flushed, her eyes shimmering like water, strikingly beautiful. Overcome with affection, he cups her face and kisses her. After what feels like an eternity, Cheng Yang finally pulls away, while Su Yi gasps for breath as if emerging from underwater. "Have you never been kissed before?" he asks with a smile. To his surprise, she shakes her head. "Oh, have you never had a boyfriend?" he continues. "I have," she replies, this time not shaking her head. "My parents insisted that my sister and I could only date after we entered college. In my sophomore year, I was pursued by a senior whose attributes were quite impressive, and I became his girlfriend." Cheng Yang feels a twinge of jealousy, but soon chuckles at the absurdity of it. How could he be jealous of a girl as beautiful as Su Yi, who must have admirers lining up. Not only is she still a maiden, but she also retains her first kiss. What could be more innocent than that? Just look at the number of college freshmen who cohabitate with their boyfriends. Not to mention high school students. Countless have secretly indulged in forbidden pleasures. Are you still in touch with him? Cheng Yang inquires, leaning close to her ear. The warmth of his breath causes her to blush again as she nods. Then shakes her head. We spoke yesterday, but I deleted all his contact information last night. I must say, I didn't expect you to be so resolute. He remarks. She is indeed a wise woman, neither concealing the truth to avoid future turmoil should Cheng Yang discover it himself, nor giving him any grounds for criticism. Cheng Yang was taken aback. This was not merely a beautiful vase, but one endowed with an intelligent mind and high emotional intelligence. After indulging in a tender moment, he returned to his own room. Zhu Yi found herself inexplicably engulfed in a sense of loss, feeling suddenly empty, a sensation to which she was unaccustomed. Cheng Yang chuckled softly. How could this innocent fledgling, untouched by worldly affairs, possibly be his rival? After several encounters, she was the first to falter. The apocalypse had arrived. He needed to seek out new diversions. It was undeniably tedious. Cheng Yang settled into a peaceful slumber. As night gave way to day, the apocalypse entered its 14th day. Upon awakening, Cheng Yang promptly checked the system's marketplace. 2 new items had indeed been refreshed. Antidote for zombie toxins, here it was again. Very well. He decided to exchange it. 1 item remained. A mystical charm. He hoped it would be something of value, perhaps sacred bullets or healing salve. To his dismay, it turned out to be an evil whistle. Did he truly require an evil whistle at this juncture? It felt rather superfluous. Nevertheless, Cheng Yang opted to redeem the item. As it was not overly expensive, merely 800 merits. After the exchange, he knew that the marketplace would refresh its offerings the following day. To be honest, he contemplated redeeming the diving helmet as well. Otherwise, it would take an additional 7 days to disappear on its own. After some consideration, he ultimately decided against it. He yearned to expand his spatial storage several-fold, amassing enough supplies to sustain him for a lifetime. After enjoying breakfast at Zhu Yi's, Cheng Yang set off again to exorcise the zombies. The previous evening, he had asked Zhu Yi to prepare an extra meal, intending to save it for lunch today. He heated it up in his spatial storage. From his experiments, he had deduced that items stored within this space retained their original state. Warm remained warm, and cold remained cold. Thus, he could enjoy a steaming meal at noon. However, shortly after leaving the neighborhood, Cheng Yang encountered a group of people. This appeared to be a scavenging team, comprising both men and women, though predominantly male, each armed with rudimentary weapons, sharpened wooden sticks, shovels, and kitchen knives. There were a total of 17 individuals. In truth, a large group was not necessary for such endeavors. More members attracted more zombies, making a smaller elite team more suitable for gathering supplies. Capable of swiftly dispatching a few zombies and retreating, Cheng Yang spotted them first. With a 37-fold enhancement, his vision, while not extraordinarily heightened, was certainly 5 to 6 times sharper than before. These individuals occupied his path, so he made no effort to avoid them, as that would only waste time. Each party had their own concerns, thus, all would fare better. Otherwise, he thought with a smirk, upon seeing Cheng Yang alone, riding a small electric scooter down the street. The 17 individuals paused in unison, as if they had encountered a ghost, their gazes fixed upon him as he approached. Leading the group was a robust man in his 30s, already clad in short sleeves despite it being early April. His exposed arms were extraordinarily muscular. No thinner than an average person's thigh, he was evidently a fitness enthusiast. He waved to Cheng Yang, and then stepped forward. Cheng Yang also slowed his pace. The robust man lowered his voice to avoid attracting zombies, and said, "My friend, you are quite impressive, venturing out alone on your electric steed. Just by observing you, one would hardly guess we are in an apocalypse." Cheng Yang chuckled. "Where do you hail from?" "From the Jinha community up ahead," the man replied. "I am Luo Gang." "What about you?" "Cheng Yang." Cheng Yang refrained from fabricating an alias. "Shall we exchange contact details for future correspondence?" Luo Gang suggested. "Sure." Cheng Yang retrieved his phone, scanned Luo Gang's QR code, and they successfully became friends. "Brother, are you a lone wolf?" Luo Gang inquired. "Yes, it's more convenient to be alone," Cheng Yang nodded. Luo Gang shook his head. "In this world of desolation, strength lies in numbers. We can look out for one another. If ever you seek a team, do reach out to me, and I will certainly save you a spot." "Sounds good," Cheng Yang replied with a smile, appreciating the man's kindness. Both had their own plans, and thus they parted ways in haste. 17 individuals watched Cheng Yang leisurely ride away on his electric scooter, and only when he disappeared at the end of the street did they continue on their journey. "Luo, why were you so courteous to him?" One person couldn't help but ask. After all, Cheng Yang appeared to be an ordinary person, lacking in physical prowess. Luo Gang chuckled. "Let me ask you, If our roles were reversed, who among you would dare venture out alone in search of supplies? The group exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. Luo Gang continued. I wouldn't dare either. Yet, Cheng Yang not only has the audacity, but rides his electric bike with an air of calmness. This is not an act. He genuinely seems at ease, without a trace of pressure. Had Cheng Yang overheard this conversation, he would undoubtedly have felt a sense of admiration. The man appeared burly, resembling a brute, yet his keen observation was remarkable. Thus, only two possibilities existed. Luo Gang raised one finger. First, he is a fool, inherently optimistic. But such a fool would have perished long ago. He could not have survived to this day. Therefore, only the second possibility remains. He raised a second finger. He is of the same ilk as our leader. Instantly, all 16 were taken aback. Was there truly another like their formidable leader? Some nearly gasped in disbelief, only to be hushed by others, for they were on a street teeming with wandering zombies. Luo Gang chuckled softly. Why is it impossible for there to be a second? Zombies have emerged. What is so strange about humans evolving to possess extraordinary abilities? The group gradually nodded in agreement. If Cheng Yang were indeed an evolved being with supernatural powers, then his courage to roam the streets alone became comprehensible. As they reflected on the terrifying capabilities of their leader, a shiver ran down their spines. Is it possible for us to develop superpowers? Someone asked, filled with longing. Luo Gang shrugged. Who knows? It could happen, or it might not. After all, the apocalypse has only just begun. Perhaps miracles are on the horizon. He squinted slightly, a glimmer of hidden ambition shining in his eyes. Making the acquaintance of Cheng Yang is not merely a fleeting whim. He may appear to be a rugged man, yet one must not judge by outward appearances. His thoughts are remarkably intricate, and his depth of character is profound. As Cheng Yang rides his electric scooter forward, his mind contemplates the group led by Luo Gang. Observing their demeanor, it is evident that while they remain cautious and vigilant, they are no longer the timid souls they once were, easily rattled by the slightest disturbance. They are an experienced team. Perhaps an opportunity to visit the Jinhui community arises. Who knows, there might be someone among them akin to Wang Liang who has undergone a transformation. They may not necessarily be adversaries. Yet Cheng Yang feels it prudent to gather intelligence in advance. Should a confrontation ensue, he should know whom to eliminate first, as he always prepares for the worst-case scenario. After some reflection, he arrives at his destination. The community itself is expansive, with a population approaching 10,000, and now, with an influx of zombies. The number of undead has likely swelled to over 30,000. Yesterday, Cheng Yang managed to exorcise fewer than 2,000, perhaps not even a tenth of the total, leaving a dense throng of zombies wandering the area. Come forth, my merit, he declares, striking the surrounding wall with vigor, immediately drawing the attention of the zombies. Slay, slay, slay. Great compassion, rebirth into bliss. Waves of golden light envelop him. Even though each individual zombie contributes only a slight enhancement, the cumulative effect is significant. Suddenly, Cheng Yang feels a slight pain in his chest. Looking down, he discovers several marks left by a zombie's claws. However, having enhanced his body 40-fold, his bone density is nearly metallic, and his skin's resilience is remarkable. The zombie's claws have merely left faint impressions, and no blood is visible. He wonders if he might be infected with zombie venom. The duration of his previous dose of the antidote has expired, and after some consideration, he decides to administer another dose, prioritizing safety. What are 100 merit points in the grand scheme? Yet, a perplexing thought strikes him. Despite not being caught by the zombie, how did these marks suddenly appear? This is indeed strange. Cheng Yang brandishes his blade, dispatching several heads with swift precision. But curiously, the system does not prompt him to recite the rebirth incantation. This implies that he has not actually eliminated those zombies. This is utterly impossible. Their heads have been severed. Unless, a chilling realization dawns upon Cheng Yang. His eyes are deceiving him. Chapter 34. Another level 1 zombie, no longer willing to linger, Cheng Yang turns to flee. After running 20 meters, he suddenly perceives a bizarre flicker in his surroundings. A zombie, originally 7 meters away, inexplicably appears merely 2 meters in front of him, clawing menacingly. Acting swiftly, Cheng Yang delivers a powerful kick, sending the creature flying apart midair. At that moment, the system's prompt sounds. He can now exorcise. Thus, it becomes clear that his previous perception was indeed distorted. Was he under some form of affliction? It is inconceivable that, after I fled, the effects of poisoning would suddenly dissipate, restoring my vision to normal. Thus, it stands to reason that a source of interference lurks ahead, amidst those zombies, capable of distorting perception and even inducing hallucinations. Witnessing severed zombie heads soaring through the air without having struck them down is perplexing. Could it be that an evolved zombie exists, one that exerts influence over the mind? Piecing together the events, one might conclude that there is indeed a mentally manipulative evolved zombie, capable of controlling ordinary zombies, thereby orchestrating a horde that overwhelmed this neighborhood and prompted the retreat of Wang Liang and his companions. The previous day's massacre of numerous underlings by Cheng Yang must have drawn the attention of this evolved zombie. As Cheng Yang returned today, it stealthily blended in among the other zombies, seizing the opportunity to influence him. Had it not been for Cheng Yang's system alerting him to the anomaly, having decapitated a zombie yet being unable to transcend it, he would have remained oblivious, continuing his assault until he was encircled, exhausted, and ultimately torn apart by the zombies. Perhaps not, for his physical prowess is remarkable, even in submission to the zombies. Could they truly dismember him? Likely not. However, his eyes, ears, and vulnerable areas remain susceptible. A targeted assault on these could lead to his demise. A cold sweat broke out as Cheng Yang realized how close he had come to being ensnared. Was retreat the only option? Cheng Yang felt a surge of reluctance. He was not one to accept defeat easily, especially after having severed 3 heads of that evolved creature at 10-fold enhancement. Now, with a 40-fold enhancement, should he cower? Moreover, the advantages of an evolved zombie are undeniable. Cheng Yang was acutely aware of the uncertainty surrounding future obstacles and the required quantity and level of corpse beads for a breakthrough. Thus, preparation was essential. Yet, he could not charge in recklessly. You seek to deceive my vision and lead me astray? Very well, I shall unleash a devastating counterattack. Cheng Yang glanced at a nearby utility pole, inspired by a formidable character from Water Margin. I am even more formidable than Lu Qian. With both hands gripping the pole, he summoned all his strength, causing the ground beneath to heave as he uprooted the pole with a fierce exertion. With another surge of power, he yanked it free, snapping the wires with a crackle of electricity. Cheng Yang erupted in laughter, brandishing the utility pole as he charged forward, feeling as light as a wooden staff. Upon reaching the neighborhood's perimeter, he did not merely knock from the outside. Instead, he propelled himself with a mighty leap, akin to the Monkey King creating chaos in the heavens, wielding his golden staff as he plunged into the fray. With a sweeping motion, he decimated the oncoming horde. Cheng Yang paid no heed to the locations of the zombies, having lost faith in his own vision. Even with his eyes closed, he swung the pole with ferocity. With each strike, zombies crumbled under the force of the pole, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. Please, host, transcend the zombies. The system's alert echoed in his mind, as if caught in a glitch, resounding incessantly. Great compassion, rebirth into blissful paradise. Cheng Yang uttered a mantra of 8 characters, effortlessly exorcising a dozen zombies. The efficiency of this feat was nothing short of astonishing. He charged forward with reckless abandon, lacking any discernible pattern, smashing everything in his path. Wielding a 6-meter-long utility pole, the breadth of his assault was immense. His speed was phenomenal, darting from left to right and east to west, wherever he appeared. The zombies were obliterated as if they were mere balloons rather than being merely hurled away. This indicated the sheer ferocity of Cheng Yang's strength. The instantaneous impact was beyond what the zombies' bodies could withstand, resulting in their explosive destruction instead of simple displacement. However, such exertion came at a cost. After a mere 10 minutes, Cheng Yang began to feel fatigued and turned to flee. Grandfather, I'm off. With the utility pole in hand, he dashed away, aware that he would need it for future encounters. As he ran, his vision shifted abruptly. Unbeknownst to him, he had once again fallen into a trap. Yet this time, Cheng Yang emerged triumphantly. Did the illusions that confounded his senses hold any sway? He was now a harbinger of area of effect devastation. Trivial distractions held no power over him. In just a brief span, he had vanquished over 400 zombies, a testament to the lethal prowess of the utility pole. Could he, by repeatedly entering this state, extricate himself from the mental influence and locate the evolved zombie? It was evident that this was a level 1 zombie of the mental control variety, capable of commanding countless ordinary zombies while also impacting the minds of humans and conjuring illusions. Cheng Yang surmised that this zombie was akin to a mage, its physical form unlikely to be overly formidable. After all, why would it hide among the masses of corpses? Thus, if he could ascertain its approximate location and rush in, wielding the utility pole, might he not have the opportunity to slay it directly? Moreover, he could sound the wicked whistle. Might it grant him the ability to control this magical zombie? It was worth a try. However, the prerequisite was that he needed a rough positioning. The utility pole could only sweep a 6-meter radius, and the wicked whistle could only affect targets within a 10 by 10 meter area. Once he had rested sufficiently, Cheng Yang charged forth once more. With a series of thunderous crashes, he unleashed carnage before retreating. As his vision shifted again, he returned to the fray. Each time he broke free from control, he sprinted in a different direction, and by the 3rd attempt, he had established a general vicinity. After the 5th, the area was further narrowed down. Come forth. Cheng Yang lunged towards that direction, the utility pole sweeping through the air. Within moments, not a single zombie stood within a 10-meter radius. Great compassion, rebirth to bliss. Suddenly, Cheng Yang noticed a system notification, merit, 100. The level 1 zombie had been vanquished. Haha. Cheng Yang surveyed his surroundings, beginning his search for the level 1 zombie. There must be a corpse bead among them. However, the zombies had been reduced to a blurred mass. Finding a tiny bead amidst the chaos proved exceedingly difficult. Yet, no matter how arduous the task, he was determined to seek it out. As Cheng Yang continued to sweep through the encroaching zombies, he diligently searched for the corpse pearl belonging to the mental control zombie. This task, though akin to finding a needle in a haystack, proved significantly more manageable, yet it still took him over an hour to finally locate it. Chapter 35, The Psychokinetic Master. With the absence of the mental control zombie, the multitude of ordinary zombies disbanded into a chaotic scattering. They ceased to cluster densely and instead dispersed into a dynamic average distribution throughout the nearby area. Cheng Yang was finally able to eliminate all the zombies in the vicinity. Upon checking his merit points, he discovered he had amassed a total of 15,630 points that afternoon. This astonishing figure indicated he had vanquished over 1,500 zombies. However, the after effects were unmistakable. Cheng Yang found his arms nearly immobile. By the end of the ordeal, he could barely lift a utility pole, resorting instead to wielding a blood-soaked blade, alternating between his right and left hands, both of which now felt utterly exhausted and heavy. Upon retrieving the corpse pearl, he refrained from directly handling it. Instead, he wrapped it in a cloth and stored it in his personal space. He had learned his lesson. His thoughts lingered on the corpse pearl, and the system promptly provided feedback. Level 1 corpse pearl, mental type. Upon absorption, there is a slight chance of acquiring mental control abilities and a minor resistance to mental control. 100 level 1 corpse pearls can elevate a level 1 psychokinetic master to level 2. A psychokinetic master? Cheng Yang mused, realizing that the level 1 evolved zombie he had not even seen was indeed of the mental control type. The system referred to it as a psychokinetic master. Though he had never encountered the body, only a red stone encased within a mass of brain matter. Curiously, when he pinched the corpse pearl through the cloth, it felt incredibly hard, yet upon direct contact, it would instantly dissolve. Intriguing. The notion of becoming a psychokinetic master stirred something within Cheng Yang. The system's explanation indicated that absorbing this object could grant him a minuscule chance of gaining mental control abilities. Initially, he contemplated saving it for a time of plateau or constraint, but he found himself unable to resist. In the future, level 1 zombies would likely become increasingly prevalent. Elevating his strength was paramount. Without hesitation, he decided to absorb it directly. Cheng Yang took out the corpse pearl and grasped it firmly in his hand. Instantly, the seemingly indestructible pearl dissolved. A warm sensation coursed through his body, but suddenly, he felt an excruciating pain, as if his head had been pierced by a needle. He instinctively cradled his head, emitting a low groan, yet the pain intensified rather than subsided. It felt akin to the torment experienced by Sun Wukong under the tightening of the golden hoop, rendering him incapable of enduring the agony, rolling on the ground in distress. Fortunately, most of the zombies had been cleared. Otherwise, some might have seized the opportunity to bite him. What if they targeted his most vulnerable parts? No matter how formidable Cheng Yang's physique was, could it truly withstand the onslaught of such pain? The pain was unbearable. After a grueling half-hour, Cheng Yang finally ceased his writhing. The pain had subsided. He felt as though he had emerged from water, drenched in sweat. Phew. Do not tell me that after enduring such tremendous hardship, I still have not attained the ability to exert mental control. At that moment, a zombie slowly wandered over. The distribution of zombies tends to establish a dynamic equilibrium. When one area is cleared of zombies, new ones will swiftly infiltrate, unless that location is rendered inaccessible. Stop, Cheng Yang commanded, fixing his gaze upon the approaching zombie, testing whether he had indeed acquired mental control. Yet, the zombie continued its advance. Perhaps the distance is too great, he mused. Moving closer, he soon found that the zombie sensed his heartbeat and surged toward him with alarming speed. Stop, 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 Cheng Yang shouted internally. And to his astonishment, the zombie came to an abrupt halt. However, he felt utterly drained. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and a piercing headache returned, as if he were being pricked by needles. No, it was not the case that he had controlled the zombie's mind. Instead, he had merely directed its steps, as its hands still reached desperately toward him. A telekinetic. Cheng Yang suddenly realized that he had not gained mental control, but rather the ability to manipulate objects with his mind. This twist of fate, while unexpected, had indeed yielded successful results. With a swift kick, he obliterated the zombie and turned his gaze toward a small stone on the ground. Rise, he commanded, and the stone began to levitate slowly. This time, he felt no perspiration and no headache, indicating that manipulating an object of such size and weight posed little burden on him. Go, he commanded, and with a burst of thought, the stone shot forth into the distance at remarkable speed. Cheng Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This could serve as his signature move. Moreover, he could vanquish more psychic zombies to enhance his telekinetic abilities. Soon, he envisioned a scenario where he could control objects with a mere thought, unleashing hundreds or even thousands of stones faster than bullets. What an exhilarating image. Today's endeavor had proven immensely worthwhile. Furthermore, his merit had reached 36,500. He generously upgraded his personal space once more, depleting 16,000 merit points in an instant, leaving him with just over 20,000. But his personal space had expanded to 96 cubic meters, almost comparable to his standard apartment. He also exchanged for a diving helmet, planning to acquire 3 new items the following day. His physical enhancement had reached an astonishing 61 times, yet he had yet to touch the limit. He speculated that the threshold was likely 100 times. Cheng Yang attempted to unleash his full power, leaping to a height of 60 meters. With a horizontal span exceeding 200 meters, a single punch unleashed a terrifying force of approximately 3 tons, capable of obliterating even a massive elephant. Noticing that the day was drawing to a close, Cheng Yang decided to return home. He would forego visiting the forest shop today, wanting to conserve his energy for Sui. While he had no qualms about casual encounters, he preferred to maintain a degree of mental purity when it came to keeping someone at home, certainly not with individuals like Yang Yaping, who would compromise their integrity for the sake of selling cars. Before nightfall enveloped the sky, Cheng Yang arrived back at his community. This should be his final night in the community, as he plans to return the RV tomorrow. Arriving at his doorstep, he first inspected the door. Oh, there were no signs of tampering. Only then did he enter. Inside, a fragrant aroma of oranges wafted through the air. 100 pounds of oranges had ripened. He collected all the oranges into his storage, only to observe that the fruit tree had rapidly withered, its leaves turning yellow, as if it had been dead for days. Cheng Yang couldn't help but marvel at this. Then he climbed over to the balcony next door. As usual, he had his meal. After dinner, Cheng Yang carried Sui back to his room. Certain matters, of course, needed to be addressed in the privacy of one's own home. Chapter 36. The Blade's Edge. How bold of Cheng Yang to dare keep a woman overnight. This newfound audacity stemmed from his overwhelming strength. He had tested it. The resilience of his skin was indeed tougher than cowhide. A simple kitchen knife merely left shallow marks, failing to penetrate. If his skin was formidable, his muscles and bones were even more so. With such confidence, coupled with the certainty that Sui harbored no concealed weapons, he felt emboldened to invite the beauty into his home. With his current power, he barely qualified to indulge in the luxury of keeping a mistress. He fetched several oranges, sliced them open, and placed them on a plate, which he then brought to bed. Cheng Yang took a piece for himself. Delightful. Truly exceptional. The produce from the system was indeed premium. The oranges were sweet, remarkably fresh, with a hint of tanginess that enhanced their flavor. He then took another slice and gently brushed it against Sui's crimson lips. Though she was asleep, she quickly stirred awake. Cheng Yang chuckled, offering the plate to her. Oranges. Oranges. Sui gasped in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. How could she possibly consume fruit in this post-apocalyptic world? And these oranges looked extraordinarily fresh. Cheng Yang explained, I visited a supermarket yesterday, and fortuitously, there was a box of oranges in the cold storage. Go ahead, eat. Nodding vigorously, Sui began to indulge. So sweet. Absolutely delicious. She consumed more than half in one go, but then noticed that Cheng Yang was merely watching her, prompting her to shyly pause. Aren't you eating? I'm satisfied watching you enjoy them. Cheng Yang replied with a grin. Sui bit her lip and said, if you want some, I suppose I can manage to hold back. Cheng Yang waved his hand dismissively. No need. I'm not in a hurry. Touched. Sui leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. You're so kind. Am I? Cheng Yang did not consider himself a good person. Taking in Sui was motivated by her beauty, and he had no intention of becoming someone's husband. It was merely a mutual benefit. How could he be called a good person? As for the fruit, 100 pounds was too much for one person to consume alone. If he were to eat them all, he would surely grow tired of them. As night turned to dawn, Sui stirred softly, awakening to the brightness of day. She promptly attempted to rise and prepare breakfast, but winced at the pain that shot through her. Rest well, I'll make breakfast today, Cheng Yang said with a smile. If I were to apply a dog plaster, would it heal me instantly? The thought of the dog plaster filled him with anticipation. Today, the marketplace would refresh 3 items. Let us take a look. He silently summoned the marketplace and began to examine it. Restorative potion, upon usage. It can heal most injuries within 5 minutes, but the entire vial must be consumed to take effect. The exchange requires 10,000 merits. It bears some resemblance to the dog plaster, yet it is evidently far more potent. Not limited to a single wound, it can remedy all injuries. However, its cost is undeniably high. Cheng Yang decided not to rush into the exchange, for he possessed less than 20,000 merit points, and he had yet to scrutinize the remaining two items. Blade Aura. Once learned, it allows one to manifest an aura while wielding bladed weapons, striking foes unseen. The exchange also demands 10,000 merits. Damn, another 10,000. Am I killing zombies at an accelerated pace, prompting the system to hasten merit recovery? I shall endure. Lastly, Cloud Needle Fragment, a telekinetic weapon that can be controlled with mental force to vanquish enemies, consisting of 36 pieces. Once gathered, they can form a complete cloud needle. The exchange requires 100,000 merits. Another 10,000? Is this the new baseline for all exchanges? I feel as though I have suddenly become affluent. No. Cheng Yang glanced again, realizing he had miscounted a zero. This fragment of the cloud needle is worth a staggering 100,000 merits. With 36 fragments needed, that totals to a requirement of 3.6 million merits. Exorcising a single zombie grants only 10 merit points, which means I must slay 360,000 zombies. Cheng Yang grimaced at the thought. Forget it, the cloud needle. Even just a fragment is beyond his current means. Yet, as a telekinetic master, possessing a telekinetic weapon should be essential. He decided to exchange for the blade aura first, then accumulate merits to acquire the cloud needle. The refresh occurs every 10 days. If I can earn over 10,000 merits daily, I can obtain it. And the restorative potion, that is a lifesaver. I must acquire it as well. Cheng Yang sighed. Merits were truly insufficient. What to do? The only option is to exorcise zombies frantically. Cheng Yang sent Zhu Youhao to the adjacent room and then exchanged for the blade aura. This was not a physical item. Upon exchange, a surge of knowledge regarding the blade aura flooded his mind. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Cheng Yang did not open the door, nor did he approach to peek through the peephole. Instead, he moved to room 408 and looked through the peephole from there. He feared someone might be plotting against him, taking the opportunity to shoot while he was distracted. Caution was paramount. Safety was undoubtedly the top priority. In the shared corridor between rooms 407 and 408 stood 7 individuals, with more gathered at the elevator entrance. The emergency exit door was ajar, and there were even more people behind, suggesting this group numbered at least 20, if not more. They were all elderly gentlemen and ladies, the very same who habitually dominated the community square for their dance sessions. At the forefront, surprisingly, was Director Li, the one knocking at the door. Cheng Yang glanced at the group, noting their weapons, kitchen knives, fruit knives, and hammers. A realization dawned upon him. They were here to extort food. Since they were armed with cold weapons, Cheng Yang felt emboldened. He instructed Zhu Youhao to continue preparing breakfast while he returned to room 407 and opened the door. Upon seeing Cheng Yang, Director Li hesitated, his courage waning as he recalled the cold-blooded murder from a few nights prior. Director Li, do speak up, urged the others behind him. Aren't you the one who instigated this? Why are you silent now? Under pressure, Director Li cleared his throat and said, Well, Cheng Yang, we all know of your capabilities. You frequently return with supplies. It would be fair for you to share some food with us. Before Cheng Yang could respond, he quickly added, We certainly won't let you toil in vain. You can focus on gathering resources, and we will handle the logistics, ensuring you have nothing to worry about. Cheng Yang was taken aback. Aren't you all here to drain me of my resources? And now you speak so grandiosely about alleviating my burdens? Do I need a few people to cook and do my laundry? He waved dismissively. I won't support idlers. Please leave. His stern refusal incited the ire of the elderly. How can you treat us this way? You mustn't be so selfish. One exclaimed. You are a young man. What harm is there in helping us, the elderly, procure some food? Respect for the elderly is a cherished tradition. What have you learned in all your years of study? Dear elders, since he refuses, let's take up residence in his home. They declared, their resolve fierce. Cheng Yang realized that his refusal to provide them with food was tantamount to threatening their very lives. How could they not retaliate? Regret washed over Cheng Yang as he pondered the consequences of having cleared the community of zombies too thoroughly, though some blame lay with the fake police, like Wang Liang, who had also eliminated many. Without their assistance, could these elderly folks really have posed a threat, armed as they were? Typically, they seemed as frail as kittens on a bus, too weak to stand without a seat. Yet now they appeared so vigorous, claiming they could best zombies. With such abilities, why not gather your own supplies? Cheng Yang thought. Admittedly, the community now housed only a few scattered zombies, which the group could manage together. But venturing outside, they would be quickly overwhelmed. They wouldn't dare. Cheng Yang reached into his pocket and retrieved a gun from his personal space. Anyone wishing to taste lead, feel free to come forward. At that moment, the elderly fell silent. A gun, who wouldn't he fear it? Although the bullets in the pistol were limited, there were more than 20 of them, and surely they could subdue Cheng Yang together. However, who could have anticipated that those unfortunate souls would be the ones struck by the bullets? No one. Hence, they all complied obediently. Director Li wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Comrade Cheng, you must not be so impulsive. Although the situation is dire, consider this. Our nation has persevered through far more challenging times. What is this minor difficulty in comparison? One day, our country will be rebuilt, and by stepping forward now, you will be recognized when that time comes. We shall attest to your bravery, and who knows, you may even attain the status of an exemplary individual, or perhaps become a mayor. Cheng, you cannot act in haste." It must be said, Director Li, a man of authority even in a subordinate position, spoke with such eloquence. Were it someone more impassioned, they might have been manipulated into tirelessly searching for sustenance to support this group of parasites. Among these individuals, how many could truly be deemed good? They habitually occupied the community square for dancing, and even during the crucial periods of the high school entrance examinations or college entrance examinations, when residents requested them to lower their volume, at least for a few days to allow the students to study and rest, did they heed any of it? Not a single one. It is not that the elderly have become corrupt. Rather, this group was never virtuous to begin with, and has simply aged. Had it been a time of normalcy, Cheng Yang would have hesitated to offend these elders. After all, they could easily lie down on the ground and claim to be wronged, and even if the security personnel arrived, they would surely demand an apology from Cheng Yang, perhaps even requiring him to pay for the misfortune. But now what did he have to fear? Cheng Yang gazed at the seemingly righteous Director Li, who was expounding grandiose principles, and he produced a packet of instant noodles, smiling. "Does anyone know of Director Li's dark past? Speak up, and you shall receive a packet of instant noodles." Director Li's expression darkened, his face displaying the humiliation of a man wronged. "Comrade Cheng, what nonsense is this? As a dignified director, how could I possess any dark history? Do not slander me by fabricating lies." Cheng Yang ignored him, deliberately putting the noodles away and shaking his head. "So, Director Li is indeed of such high moral character. Very well, I shall reconsider my judgment. Farewell, everyone." "Wait!" the crowd exclaimed in unison. They still had some rations left, but with the apocalypse lasting for half a month, their supplies were dwindling. "I know he has an affair with his daughter-in-law. Yes, I saw it too. Once, they didn't draw the curtains. And I saw clearly that the old man was on top of her. Not many were privy to this secret, so when it was revealed, it shattered the perceptions of many, who gazed at Director Li in disbelief. "So, you are that kind of person." Director Li's face turned a shade of red and green. But since his disgraceful act had been exposed, how could he deny it? He could only respond, "My son passed away early, and Gue Lan has remained a widow for many years, refusing to remarry. As her father-in-law, I could not bear to see her alone, and thus tisk. Even infidelity could be justified with such lofty reasoning. It is no wonder he is the director." "Is there more?" Cheng Yang first tossed out a package of instant noodles, and then retrieved another. Chapter 38, Retribution. My wife works at his office, and one time, while intoxicated, she revealed that this old man had coerced her. A middle-aged woman suddenly exclaimed. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crowd, as they struggled to comprehend the scandal. Ultimately, it was a matter of ethics, yet the act of coercing a subordinate, especially one from the same neighborhood, was utterly despicable. Director Li's face flushed with shame. He wished for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. His reputation in the community was irrevocably tarnished. Cheng Yang hurled the second package of instant noodles and, raising his firearm, fired a shot. The sound echoed, causing everyone to shudder in fear, paralyzed by the moment. "You may leave," Cheng Yang commanded, brandishing his weapon. The elderly onlookers, terrified, hurriedly fled down the stairs. Cheng Yang seized Director Li, who had been shot in the thigh, the pain causing tears to stream down his face. With astonishing strength, he lifted Li as if he were a mere sack of eggs, sauntering out of the building. Just then, a zombie, alerted by the commotion, charged towards them. Cheng Yang flung Li towards the creature. Thud! Li, still reeling from the pain, had no time to react. As he attempted to cover his mouth, it was already too late. The zombie lunged, its gaping maw ready to bite. A chilling scream echoed throughout the entire neighborhood. Cheng Yang knew this incident would soon reach the ears of all the surviving residents. It was, of course, his intention. After this, who would dare to confront him with moral accusations, demanding food and water? Director Li was their example. "Kill me, please," Li gasped, coughing blood. The zombie did not sever his neck, but instead began to gnaw at his abdomen, intestines spilling onto the ground. Such a death was excruciating. Cheng Yang showed no mercy, choosing not to end Li's life swiftly, but rather to let him endure this torturous demise. "I will confess all my vile deeds." Li shrieked. I drugged my daughter-in-law, violated her, and she became pregnant with my son, which is why she agreed to be with me. I have coerced not just one subordinate, but several, and one even jumped to his death because of me. He confessed the sins of his years, not out of a newfound conscience, but rather from the unbearable pain. Hoping Cheng Yang would grant him a swift end, Cheng Yang merely regarded him coldly. You do not deserve it. With that, he turned and re-entered the building. Li's furious and resentful cries echoed. Cheng Yang, I will not spare you even in death. Just wait. The harrowing screams persisted for several minutes until the zombie, suddenly disinterested, ceased its feasting and wandered away. Shortly thereafter, Li managed to rise, his abdomen nearly hollowed out, his eyes now vacant. He had become a zombie himself. Cheng Yang returned to apartment 408, sharing breakfast with Zhu Youhao. Throughout the meal, his mind was preoccupied with the day's itinerary, a journey to the new automotive city to retrieve the RV. Residing in the community inevitably invited disturbances from neighbors. But an RV, parked amidst the streets, surrounded by zombies, would deter any intruders. Surely, his driving skills were sufficient to navigate it back. After finishing breakfast and packing lunch, Cheng Yang set forth. Adhering to his usual practice, he instructed Zhu Youhao to remain indoors. He journeyed westward, riding his small electric scooter, crossing numerous quaint bridges. After more than half an hour, he finally arrived at the automotive city once again. RV, here I come, he thought. Suddenly, his ears perked up. A sound distinct from the shuffling of zombies reached him. Could it be a living person? He listened intently for a few seconds before moving towards the source of the noise. Indeed, he stumbled upon a group engaged in combat with the undead. It had been half a month since the apocalypse began, and while many dared not step outside their doors, others had already faced zombies in battle multiple times. The 15 individuals before him were undoubtedly elite, wielding baseball bats and cleavers with remarkable coordination. One would topple a zombie, while another swiftly beheaded it. Among them, one person stood out, wielding a massive iron hammer capable of crushing a zombie's skull with a single blow. However, upon closer inspection, Cheng Yang noted that these 15 individuals lacked any evolved or supernatural abilities. Their strength was not significantly greater than that of ordinary people. They relied heavily on their surroundings and teamwork, retreating as they fought, for a prolonged standoff would spell doom for them all. Cheng Yang diverted his gaze. Uninterested in mingling with these individuals, he preferred to focus on his own affairs. He headed toward the area where the RV was located, but encountered numerous zombies along the way. Perfect, it was an ideal opportunity to test the knife slaughter. Cheng Yang was uncertain of its true capabilities, especially given its steep price of 10,000 merit points. Yet, the system had never produced items of dubious value, so it must be worth the cost. He activated knife slaughter, but noticed no immediate change. Am I being deceived? He pondered. However, the approaching zombies demanded his attention, and he swung his blade in response. With a single strike, 3 heads flew into the air. Wait, I only aimed at one zombie, he exclaimed, perplexed. Was it possible that knife slaughter operated differently than he anticipated? Observing the 3 decapitated zombies aligned in a straight line, he wondered if knife slaughter was an invisible blade extending the reach of his strike. Thus, it would be entirely reasonable for one swing to behead 3 zombies. Yet, the crucial question remained. Ordinary zombies lacked eyes, rendering the distinction between knife slaughter and a regular blade insignificant. But what if he were to confront evolved zombies, or even other evolved beings? As you observe my blood-red blade, it appears to be merely a foot in length. However, the unseen lethality of the blade extends to 2 feet. This discrepancy can lead to considerable misjudgments on the part of my adversaries. Remarkable indeed. This investment of 10,000 flowers is well worth it. Cheng Yang laughed heartily, feeling an overwhelming sense of gain as he danced with his blood blade, plunging into the horde of zombies. With each swing, he felled no fewer than 2, and sometimes 4, elevating his efficiency in slaughter. Of course, this was contingent upon the sheer number of zombies present and the density of their ranks. Otherwise, the blade's reach merely granted Cheng Yang an advantage of 2 feet in striking his target. He continued his relentless killing spree until noon, at last clearing the area of zombies and amassing an impressive 14,560 points of merit, resulting in a staggering enhancement multiplier of over 76. Cheng Yang leaped into the vehicle, closed his eyes in contemplation, ignited the engine, and pressed the accelerator. With a roar, the RV surged forward. Chapter 39. The elite squad. Cheng Yang narrowly avoided a collision. The driving experience of the RV was entirely different from that of a sedan. In truth, should an accident arise, Cheng Yang was not overly concerned. His current formidable physique would allow him to escape through the window in an instant. Nevertheless, having finally procured an RV, he was determined to cherish it. Cheng Yang eased off the accelerator, reducing his speed to 20 kilometers per hour, similar to that of an electric scooter. This pace was acceptable. He could gradually increase his speed from there. In these times, who truly feared ridicule for their driving skills? After all, he didn't even possess a driver's license. As Cheng Yang maneuvered the RV out of the automotive city, he had yet to turn onto the road when he noticed a convoy emerging from the same vicinity. The two parties encountered one another at the exit, with the convoy seemingly in a hurry. They appeared astonished at the sight of an RV, halting their vehicles and disembarking in droves. Oh, it was the previous elite squad of 15. No, now there were 16. Cheng Yang's gaze fell upon the additional member, a young woman, not exceeding 25 years of age. Strikingly beautiful and notably tall, around 175 centimeters, nearly matching his own height. She was clad in a sleek black leather outfit that accentuated her long, graceful figure. Particularly captivating were her long legs. Cheng Yang mused that he could indulge in her presence for half a year without growing weary. Her features were exquisite, with hair cascading down to her shoulders, unbound and radiantly black, exuding vitality. What captured Cheng Yang's attention most, however, were the twin swords she bore crossed upon her back. In these times, did one truly carry two weapons for mere show? Thus, this woman must be adept in the art of dual swordsmanship? Stop! Stop! One individual immediately interjected, stepping forward. Cheng Yang brought the vehicle to a halt and exited. His senses heightened. He scanned the surroundings, aware that should anyone brandish a firearm, he would need to swiftly assess whether to attack or evade. His hesitation to strike first was not due to any moral qualms about taking a life, but rather a concern for the potential presence of firearms among them, coupled with the intimidating aura of the sword-wielding woman. If a confrontation were to ensue between them, he estimated a 90% chance of victory, with a 10% risk of sustaining injury. My dear brother, this is rather unprincipled of you. A middle-aged man stood in their way. After we had eradicated the zombies, you seized the opportunity to drive away the vehicle, huh? Such a windfall is hardly reasonable, wouldn't you agree? I have vanquished over 1,000 zombies. Should I take pride in that? Cheng Yang chuckled softly. What do you propose then? It is not unreasonable to suggest that you trade for 10 packs of instant noodles. The middle-aged man replied, so how about it? 10 packs of instant noodles for a vehicle worth millions. What a profit for you. Cheng Yang sighed inwardly. He had no desire to take a life. However, if pressed, he would have no choice but to act decisively. Old Lu, the dual sword woman, who had been leaning against the vehicle, suddenly approached, commanding him to leave. The middle-aged man turned to her, and a lewd grin spread across his face. If you help me out, I might just consider it. Before he could utter more, a sword was poised against his neck, its cold steel silencing him instantly. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Leave, the dual sword woman disdainfully commanded. The middle-aged man dared not speak until she withdrew her sword. Then he weakly threatened. Do not forget, your brother is still in our custody. If you lay a finger on me, he is as good as dead. With a raised eyebrow, the dual sword woman appeared fiercer than ever, seemingly on the verge of a violent outburst. Yet she maintained her composure and addressed Cheng Yang. You may leave. It seemed this woman was not willingly associated with this group. As for the reason, Cheng Yang found it trivial to inquire. Do not provoke me, or I shall eliminate all of you. He entered the RV and drove away, albeit with a rather poor driving skill, swerving awkwardly. Had this been before the apocalypse, one might have thought he was deliberately trying to cause an accident. Behind him, the middle-aged man summoned one of his subordinates, instructing, keep an eye on him. Ascertain where he resides. Understood, Brother Lu. The subordinate quickly nodded and started the engine to follow Cheng Yang. The middle-aged man smirked coldly. Cheng Yang had caused him public humiliation at the hands of the dual sword woman. He could not allow Cheng Yang to escape so easily. He intended to uncover Cheng Yang's residence and, in a couple of days, pay a visit to eliminate all the males in his household while dealing with the women afterward. Moreover, he also planned to report to the boss about how unmanageable Luo Feifei had become. After several minutes, Cheng Yang began to feel more at ease. Of course, this came at the cost of having collided with obstacles 7 times, but fortunately, due to his slow speed, the damage was minimal. There's a tailing vehicle. Cheng Yang's senses were remarkably acute, enhanced by 76 times. He suddenly slammed the brakes, feigning a car accident, and waited for the pursuers to approach. Indeed, the vehicle behind him quickly came to a halt upon witnessing the scene. Damn it, can this guy even drive? The two followers were on the verge of madness. Brother. It took him over 10 minutes to cover 2 kilometers, and he crashed 7 times. Who issued his driver's license? How much did he bribe the instructor? What should we do? He might be unconscious, or even dead. Contact Brother Lu. The driver retrieved his phone and made a call. After a brief moment, the connection was established, and he relayed the situation. If he's dead, feed him to the zombies. If not, bring him to me, instructed the middle-aged man. Understood, Brother Lu. The driver ended the call but did not act immediately, as the noise of the car had attracted a throng of zombies, which surrounded the vehicle, emitting guttural growls. However, as silence fell, the zombies eventually dispersed, save for two that continued to circle the car. At this juncture, the duo exited the vehicle. One wielded a stick, while the other brandished a cleaver, effortlessly dispatching the two zombies. Subsequently, they approached the RV. Just as they were about to smash the glass to open the door, they were astonished to see the door swing open on its own, revealing their target descending from the vehicle. Remarkably, there were no signs of injury. A sudden realization struck them simultaneously. Had this individual feigned an accident to lure them in? After a moment of shock, they regained their composure. After all, there were two of them, and they remained vigilant. The driver sneered. However, you were gravely mistaken to offend our brother Liu. Oh, and who might your brother Liu be? Cheng Yang inquired, stepping closer, uninterested in wasting time on mere lackeys, and reached out towards the two with menacing intent. How audacious! Cut off his claws. The duo simultaneously struck, swinging their weapons towards Cheng Yang's hands. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they found their necks firmly grasped by Cheng Yang, lifted effortlessly as though they weighed nothing. This realization sent shivers down their spines. An evolved being. Cheng Yang was indeed an evolved one. Chapter 40. The news of the evolved do not make me ask thrice. Cheng Yang spoke coolly, yet his tone was chilling. It was known that he had slain nearly 8,000 zombies in recent days. When he unleashed his wrath, the murderous aura was palpable, capable of striking fear into even the faint-hearted with a mere glance. The two men nearly lost control of themselves. Was this still a human before them? He was nothing short of a grim reaper. Furthermore, they had come to believe that Cheng Yang was an evolved being, extinguishing any flicker of resistance. And they hurriedly answered every question posed. The middle-aged man was named Wan Fei, a loan shark before the apocalypse, albeit not a legitimate one, but rather a part of an underground money-lending operation, profiting from unscrupulous dealings. Thus, the organization was composed of thugs and rogues. Within this group, Wan Fei was not the leader. By rank, he was sixth, hence the moniker Brother Liu, enjoying a modest notoriety in the underworld of Sioux City. After the calamity struck, their group happened to be in a meeting when nearly half of them transformed into zombies, nearly decimating the entire organization, leaving only 7 survivors. However, their leader, Duan Chong, had been bitten by a zombie yet did not transform. Remarkably, Duan Chong survived as a human and even acquired superhuman abilities, specifically the power to control water. It may sound innocuous, yet this water included blood, capable of causing one to cough up blood and perish. With such prowess, Duan Chong remains the leader of his group, expanding their territory and amassing a multitude of followers, even seizing control of the Sujiang Garden community, transforming it into their paradise. Without the need for elaborate explanations, Cheng Yang could surmise the implications of the term paradise. He was astonished. The secret of human evolution was supposedly linked to being bitten by zombies? Indeed, it was a stark choice: succeed or succumb to death as a zombie. Who among ordinary individuals would dare to attempt such a gamble? Moreover, those who could successfully evolve would undoubtedly be a rare breed, for after the cataclysm, countless individuals had been bitten. Many did not die immediately, but later succumbed to the zombie virus. Hence, the success rate must be astonishingly low, otherwise, he would have encountered many more evolved beings by now. However, it dawned on him that Wang Liang had not been bitten by a zombie. Perhaps he was not being truthful, for if his companions discovered he had been infected, given the cruelty of that gang, he would surely face immediate execution. A thought struck him. He possessed an antidote to the zombie virus. Could he not allow someone to be bitten and then decide whether to administer the antidote? Yet, this too seemed unfeasible. The onset of zombification varied, with some succumbing in mere minutes while others took hours. Could it be possible that an individual might begin to evolve only to ultimately fail? Cheng Yang pondered further about the zombie pearls, having absorbed a psychic zombie pearl. He had become a telekinetic. Was this the true path to becoming an evolved being? Yet, he had previously absorbed 3 head zombie pearls without experiencing any evolution. Thus, relying on zombie pearls did not guarantee successful evolution. Cheng Yang then inquired about the woman wielding 2 swords. The 2 men exchanged lustful glances before revealing her background. The dual-sword woman, named Luo Feifei, was a security officer who, after the calamity, had also been bitten by a zombie but had not transformed. Instead, she had become an evolved being. How could a security officer find herself entangled with a band of loan sharks? The answer lay in her brother, a notorious gambler who, just before the apocalypse, had borrowed a substantial sum from Duan Chang's company to gamble and lost everything. Captured by Wan Fei, he was coerced into repaying his debts. And after the apocalypse, he was fortunate enough to avoid zombification, having been confined and thus spared from bites. Days later, Luo Feifei, following clues, arrived with her swords dancing in the air, proving to be unmatched. Even Duan Chang found it challenging to control her blood to the point of her demise. However, they cleverly used her brother as leverage, compelling Luo Feifei to join them in their quest for supplies. This arrangement was fraught with tension. Luo Feifei harbored a constant desire to eliminate them and rescue her brother, while Duan Chang's gang sought to subdue her, viewing her as a mere object of desire. She was undeniably beautiful, with an exquisite figure. Who among them would not yearn for her? Alas, trapped in a den of thieves, she remained vigilant, sourcing her own food and water, refusing to partake from other sources. What type of evolved being is Luo Feifei? Cheng Yang asked. The response was uncertain. They only knew her speed was extraordinary, akin to a gust of wind. So she is a speed type? They both concluded. Cheng Yang nodded and continued to inquire further. Once he had clarified everything, he ushered the two individuals forward into a neighborhood teeming with a multitude of zombies. He cast them into the fray, ensuring they were both bitten, before he unsheathed his bloody blade and commenced his slaughter. Zombies fell in droves. While Cheng Yang was simultaneously distracted by the fates of the two he had cast aside, had they succumbed to the undead or achieved some form of evolution. Regardless of the outcome, they were ultimately destined to meet their demise by his hand. Despite their overwhelming despair after being bitten, the sight of Cheng Yang dispatching zombies with such merciless efficiency left them astounded and speechless. Who among their leaders or Luo Feifei possessed such terrifying combat prowess? Had they truly chosen such a perilous adversary? It was a reckless gamble. Once Cheng Yang had eradicated all visible zombies, their eyes turned pale, transforming them into mere members of the undead. Cheng Yang approached and swiftly dispatched them both with a single stroke. With great compassion, they were sent to the afterlife. In this encounter, he had slain over 700 zombies, not due to a lack of efficiency, but rather because the density of zombies in this area was insufficient, limiting his harvest. His merit points surged past 30,000, while his enhancement reached an impressive 84-fold. If his assumptions were correct, he would soon find himself capped at 99 times enhancement, unbeknownst to him what conditions would be required to transcend this limit. Cheng Yang drove home, but soon encountered an obstruction. A vehicle had collided with a roadside utility pole, causing it to topple and block the road. A smaller vehicle might have maneuvered around it effortlessly, but his large RV could not. Cheng Yang exited and moved the pole aside, just as a swarm of zombies pursued him, and he naturally would not squander this opportunity to accrue merit. Yet, there were only about 50 of them. Even the smallest morsel carries value, he thought, as he pressed on. Thus, he continued on his journey, stopping intermittently to clear paths. Upon reaching the outskirts of the neighborhood, he harvested over 300 more zombies. He parked the RV outside, removed the keys, and returned home. Come, today we shall find you a new place to reside, Cheng Yang said to Sui. Before coming to Unit 408, he had already collected everything of value from 407. Chapter 41. Eating oranges. The two began their relocation. At first, Sui felt a twinge of reluctance, having grown accustomed to her comfortable living situation, with ample provisions and fresh water prepared at home. Would they be able to take everything with them? However, Cheng Yang reassured her not to worry. Yet, upon stepping into the RV, her spirits lifted immensely. The interior decor was undeniably far more luxurious than her previous abode. Though small, it was well equipped in every regard. Most importantly, Cheng Yang mentioned that they could take showers here. This thrilled Sui to no end. It had been half a month since she had bathed. During her time with Cheng Yang, she had only managed to wipe herself down with clean water, as bathing had seemed a distant luxury. The sole drawback was the multitude of zombies wandering outside, rendering the situation rather perilous. Cheng Yang refrained from offering an explanation. These zombies served as a natural defense line, capable of both alerting him and thwarting enemies, a flawless arrangement beyond reproach. He decided to take a shower first, and then indulge in some oranges, bringing forth a large platter of unpeeled, freshly washed oranges. Half an hour later, feeling quite satisfied, Cheng Yang reclined on his bed, scrolling through his phone, while Sui began to savor the oranges. Upon opening WeChat, he was startled to find that the unread messages in his work group had reached a staggering 999. Upon inspection, he discovered that they were all from Fong Rong, who was unleashing a torrent of invectives. Scrolling to the top, he noted that Fong Rong repeatedly inquired about his whereabouts, urging him to hurry over or to send someone to rescue her and Kai Hui. After sending a dozen similar messages without receiving a response, she began to furiously berate Cheng Yang, each tirade punctuated by a few minutes interval. Just 5 minutes prior, she had unleashed another scathing remark. Indeed, she appeared to have ample time on her hands. However, being trapped in the office, she had little else to occupy her, and venting her frustrations in this manner offered her some relief. Cheng Yang chuckled softly and typed, "You want me to rescue you? What will you offer me in return?" After a brief pause, Fong Rong replied, "As a man, isn't it your duty to save us girls?" "Is it really?" Cheng Yang scoffed. With zombies lurking outside, am I expected to risk my life to save you? Truly, you are quite the fairy. Fang Rong seemed to realize that her statement was excessive. Or perhaps she merely wished for Cheng Yang to come to their aid, and thus she replied, "Then what do you want?" "Huh, as if you possess great wealth." Cheng Yang retorted dismissively. "We do have money," Fang Rong asserted, only to abruptly cease her argument. "Where do you expect me to spend that wealth now? Will anyone sell me anything in this situation? Here, we have plenty of snail noodles, instant noodles, and drinking water." Fang Rong appeared to have found another angle, suggesting, "If you come to rescue us, we can offer you a tenth. You truly are generous." Cheng Yang was left speechless. "What do you have to offer me?" "What?" Fang Rong seemed to misunderstand his implication, staring blankly in response. "Should I rescue you merely for your amusement?" Cheng Yang typed rapidly, a cold smirk adorning his face. Was he that lecherous? Certainly not. It was merely that Kai Yihui and Fang Rong had previously crossed the line, accusing him of being a perverted lecher without any evidence, resulting in a penalty of half a month's salary. Such grievances could not go unaddressed. He intended to humiliate these two women thoroughly. Rescue? Once he had exacted his revenge, he would have no inclination to save them. "Cheng Yang, you have gone too far. How could you say such a thing?" Fang Rong seemed furious, abandoning text in favor of sending voice messages to vent her ire. This, of course, caught the attention of Su Yi and her companions, who turned their gazes toward the commotion. Cheng Yang explained the situation, inciting further anger among the sisters. How could anyone be so unjustly accused? Having grown weary of typing, Cheng Yang also sent a voice message, stating, "My terms have been set. Whether you agree is entirely up to you." With that, he tossed his phone aside and embraced Su Yi as they lay down together. The bed, though singular, was quite spacious, accommodating even 4 individuals comfortably. The vehicle was equipped with a television, though the signal was lost. However, internet television remained accessible. Su Yi, brimming with enthusiasm, began to binge-watch her shows, lamenting the unfortunate circumstance that one ongoing drama would remain unresolved. Cheng Yang, disinterested in television, retrieved his phone instead. Fang Rong had sent several messages. Initially, she engaged in a bargaining process, but eventually acquiesced to Cheng Yang's demands. Cheng Yang, however, was not one to easily pardon her or Kai Yihui. He added Fang Rong as a friend. The request was swiftly accepted. Cheng Yang initiated a video call, and soon the screen illuminated with the visage of a young beauty adorned with exquisite makeup, Fang Rong. She was a social media sensation, boasting millions of followers. Her daily routine involved showcasing her charm during live streams, enticing viewers with a few playful remarks, dance segments, and songs, thereby attracting generous tips. She was rated an 85 in looks, but with filters, she could ascend to a near-perfect 95. Nonetheless, even Cheng Yang was only privy to her made-up appearance. Thus her genuine beauty would not exceed 80. Remarkable, isn't it? A transformation from 80 to 95 for the same individual is indeed striking. Fang Rong, accustomed to her enhanced appearance, activated the beauty filter, yet the video call's camera settings paled in comparison to the professional-grade filters used during her live broadcasts, rendering her, at most, an 88. "When will you come to our rescue?" Fang Rong inquired. Cheng Yang countered, "Kai Yihui, perhaps?" Fang Rong waved, and soon another young woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, graced the screen. Her beauty, though slightly inferior to Fang Rong's, was marked by an alluring confidence. Cheng Yang spoke languidly. "I require your verbal commitment." "What commitment?" The two women were acutely aware of his intentions, which ignited their fury. They had previously consented. But would they adhere to their promises once Cheng Yang liberated them? Absolutely not. Did he truly believe he could coerce them? Clearly. They had been disconnected from the harsh realities of the world for too long, unaware of its newfound cruelty. Otherwise, they would not dare entertain such notions. In their eyes, Cheng Yang was merely a lowly worker, an inferior being. Now, this subordinate, having been placated, sought further affirmation. "Cheng Yang, do not overstep your bounds," Kai Yihui rebuked, her fury palpable as she slammed her hand on the table, causing her ample bosom to sway. Cheng Yang scoffed, then farewell. He decisively terminated the video call. 3 minutes later, Fang Rong sent a request for a video call. Cheng Yang accepted. "Very well, we agree to your terms," Fang Rong declared. "When will you rescue us?" Cheng Yang casually replied, "Tomorrow." Fang Rong clenched her teeth and said, "After you save us tomorrow, we will play with you." Cheng Yang smiled and responded, "Let Kai Yihui say it as well." Soon, Kai Yihui appeared on the screen, saying, "If you rescue us, we will play with you. Any way you like." Cheng Yang responded, "So you have your day too. How delightful." Both women were seething with anger, yet they forced themselves to nod in agreement. "Any way will do." "All right," Cheng Yang replied, "but first, you need to pay a deposit." "Deposit?" The two women were bewildered. "Are you really asking for money now?" Cheng Yang chuckled, "Come on. Call me master and let me hear it. You bastard. Cheng Yang, go to hell. The two women roared in unison, causing the screen to tremble violently. Cheng Yang laughed heartily, satisfied as he ended the call. Did they really think he cared for them? Su Yi was far superior, much younger, more beautiful, and with a better figure. They deserved the humiliation for having wronged him. Cheng Yang never considered himself magnanimous. On the contrary, he was quite petty, holding grudges tightly. Speaking of grudges, his thoughts turned to Wan Fei, sending people to follow him, probing into his background, and plotting against him in a few days. Huh. A cold glint flickered in Cheng Yang's eyes as he opened the map. The Jinha community was approximately 5 kilometers away, and at his current speed, it would take mere minutes to arrive. Checking the time, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The perfect time to act. He silenced his phone and said to Su Yi, I'm going out for a stroll. I'll be back shortly. His words sounded rather pretentious, considering the horde of zombies outside. Yet, Su Yi did not find it strange. After all, when they had fought their way out of the community, Cheng Yang had effortlessly kicked a zombie several dozen meters away. If he collided with other zombies, they would be obliterated. What was amiss with such a formidable person claiming to take a stroll among the undead? Locking the car doors, he gazed into the distance. Boom. He unleashed a terrifying force, leaping over 80 meters high, towering buildings crushed beneath his feet. His speed exceeded 300, and he disregarded the terrain, arriving at the Jinha community in just a minute. In the dead of night, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Yet it was precisely this silence that made the piercing screams echoing from the community so heart-wrenching. Most of the cries were from women. Occasionally, there were men as well. The previous two had informed him that the entire community was under Duan Chang's complete control. The men were either killed or coerced into joining them, while the women, especially the young and beautiful, were reduced to mere playthings. Nightfall marked the time for this pack of beasts to unleash their primal desires. During the day, they ventured out to scavenge for supplies, facing peril at every turn, with fatalities occurring almost daily. Who wouldn't harbor a reservoir of pent-up rage? Thus, by night, they vented this fury upon the women. Was this still a human community? It was nothing short of a den of demons, a veritable hell. The community's walls had been reinforced, wrapped in coils of barbed wire, and at intervals, sentries perched atop, wielding powerful flashlights to patrol the area. The zombies are entirely oblivious to light, and being positioned high above allows one to evade detection by their heartbeat. Consequently, the zombies outside the community remain unaware, meandering aimlessly, while the interior of the community is eerily silent, devoid of any undead presence. In this regard, the safety quotient of Jinha community surpasses that of Taifili community significantly. However, the residents here endure far greater hardships. From Duan Chang and his companions' perspective, the defenses of this community are impeccable, for the zombies serve as the ultimate guardians. Their silence indicates the absence of external threats, allowing life to continue unperturbed. Yet, to Cheng Yang, such defensive measures seem trivial. With a single leap, he vaulted over 100 meters to land within the confines of the wall, effortlessly and without alarming a soul. As he began his search, Wan Fei must be eliminated. Following Wan Fei's demise, Cheng Yang's identity might be compromised, especially since he had encountered him during the day, and 2 of his brothers had failed to return by afternoon. Should Wan Fei perish that night, even a fool could deduce the source of the attack. Therefore, if he must eliminate Wan Fei, it would be prudent to eradicate Duan Chang and his entire group as well. This could be deemed a virtuous deed. Cheng Yang commenced his search, room after room. He found them all empty. This was an exaggeration. Although his own community was rife with chaos, there should still be approximately 30% of survivors remaining, as most still had some provisions and were not on the brink of starvation. Additionally, many residences had been vacated post-transformation, potentially offering sustenance. Thus, survivors could hold on for several more days. This was not the case here. Following the natural disaster, the ensuing man-made calamities had been even more devastating. Cheng Yang eschewed the stairs, instead leaping from one balcony to another, akin to Spider-Man. He traversed several buildings only to find them devoid of life, the atmosphere heavy with death and the stench of decay, until he finally encountered a building aglow with lights. Astonishingly, the entire structure was ablaze with illumination, heavy metal music blaring to the point of near explosion. It appeared that everyone resided within this edifice. The intelligence was accurate. This was a 6-story villa, and Cheng Yang infiltrated through a balcony, entering a room where 2 individuals were present, a man and a woman. The man was laughing, but abruptly, his neck twisted backward at a chilling angle, accompanied by a sharp crack. The woman, still processing the scene, was swiftly incapacitated by a gentle squeeze to her throat. Cheng Yang's expression remained impassive as he turned to leave. Chapter 43. The Scapegoat. The third Cheng Yang's efficiency in dispatching his targets was remarkable. Within mere minutes, he had already dealt with more than half of the rooms. Curious, he entered another space, which lacked the usual chaotic activity and contained only a single occupant, a young man in his 20s, bound hand and foot, with a cloth gagging his mouth. Upon seeing Cheng Yang, he widened his eyes in alarm, emitting muffled sounds, though unclear in his intent. Could this be Luo Feifei's brother? Cheng Yang pondered, contemplating whether to rescue him. He whispered, "Are you Luo Feifei's brother? If so, nod." The young man nodded eagerly. "Do not make a loud noise, or I shall end you." Cheng Yang yanked the cloth out of the man's mouth. The young man, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "My name is Luo Gao. Are you here to rescue me?" "Not quite," Cheng Yang replied, shaking his head. "I am merely passing through." Luo Gao felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly added, "Then could you take me to find my sister? I am willing to offer any reward you desire in exchange for her whereabouts." "Not interested," Cheng Yang retorted, harboring no fondness for a degenerate gambler. "You stay here quietly. If someone enters, find a way to kill them, or if you fail, it will be you who meets your demise." Luo Gao was terrified by his words and immediately grasped Cheng Yang's hand. "No, you cannot just leave. You must save me. Or else, I shall scream. If you do not allow me to live, I shall not let you live either." Indeed, the degenerate gambler was devoid of humanity. Eyes blinded by the allure of gambling, he would wager anything: parents, spouse, children. If Cheng Yang were to demand his sister as the price for salvation, this man would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. Shaking his head, Cheng Yang dragged Luo Gao to the balcony. At that moment, a sudden shout echoed from outside, and the cacophony of music abruptly ceased. It seemed someone had discovered the corpses in the other rooms. Cheng Yang remained unfazed, as long as the adversary bore no firearms. He felt no fear. However, he preferred to avoid risks, and it was far better to employ cunning. "Farewell," Cheng Yang said as he tossed Luo Gao out. "Ah!" Luo Gao let out a piercing scream. Thud! He hit the ground first, and his head shattered like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Cheng Yang clapped his hands, leaped, and entered another room. Pushing the door open from the balcony, he was taken aback. Inside were more than a dozen individuals, all disheveled. Upon seeing a stranger enter through the balcony, they immediately turned their gazes, weapons drawn, brimming with hostility. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted as a middle-aged man with a smile looked at Cheng Yang, unlike the others who were on edge. He spoke leisurely. "You must be an evolver, otherwise it would be impossible for you to so effortlessly bypass the defenses I have set and arrive here without a sound." Cheng Yang regarded him intently. "Duan Chong." "Indeed. It is I, Duan Chong," the middle-aged man chuckled. At that moment, Cheng Yang noticed a familiar figure approach and whisper a few words in his ear. "Wan Fei." Duan Chong exclaimed, "Ah, it turns out my subordinate has offended you. You have come for revenge, old Lu. You should apologize to him." Wan Fei clearly hesitated, thinking, "Why should I?" Duan Chong let out a heavy snort, drawing out his words, "Old Lu." Wan Fei trembled, hastily addressing Cheng Yang. "Brother, I was reckless during the day." He took a cup and a bottle of liquor, filled the cup to the brim, and downed it in one gulp. "I offer my sincerest apologies." "Good." Duan Chong led the applause, and the others, seeing their leader's reaction, naturally followed suit, clapping along. Duan Chong came to a halt and addressed Cheng Yang. "My subordinate has apologized to you. If you partake in a drink, we can consider this matter resolved. How does that sound?" Wan Fei immediately approached, offering a bottle of liquor and a glass to Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang chuckled softly, pondering who Duan Chong thought he was. Expecting others to acquiesce to him, he was mistaken. Moreover, Cheng Yang had no desire to indulge in their frivolities. What could possibly be more enjoyable than returning home to embrace Su Yi and slumber? As Cheng Yang grasped the bottle, the onlookers anticipated he would drink, a gesture often associated with mending grievances. Yet, this was precisely the customary prelude to the grand display of his formidable abilities. While consuming alcohol, the leader could manipulate the opponent's blood, inducing violent retching until they ultimately perished from blood loss. Cheng Yang turned his gaze upon Wan Fei, seizing the man's jaw, compelling him to part his lips, and swiftly inserting the bottle within. With a sudden thrust, the entire bottle sank only partially within. Wan Fei staggered back, his arms flailing as though intoxicated, before collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing, blood streaming from every orifice. He was dead. A profound silence enveloped the room. But within mere moments, fury erupted among the onlookers. One individual could no longer restrain himself and lunged at Cheng Yang, brandishing a knife. Cheng Yang required no weapon. With a swift kick, he unleashed an overwhelming force that did not merely send the assailant flying but obliterated him, transforming him into a rain of blood and shattered bones. Was this merely a kick? No, it resembled the impact of a high-speed train. The remaining individuals were paralyzed with fear, retreating silently. Who would dare provoke such a formidable opponent? Just then, the door was kicked open, and a striking woman entered, the illustrious Luo Feifei. She surveyed the scene, her brows arching in disapproval. Duan Chong immediately urged, Luo Feifei, eliminate this man. Luo Feifei responded with a piercing glance. Our agreement stipulated that I would assist you in gathering supplies, not in committing murder. Enraged, Duan Chong retorted, yet Cheng Yang's overwhelming power instilled caution in him, compelling him to temper his fury. If you kill him, I shall return your brother to you, and we shall consider our grievances settled. Luo Feifei, however, remained resolute, stating, I shall not acquiesce. As a law enforcement officer aiding Duan Chong's group in resource collection, she had already witnessed their mistreatment of women. This was her limit. To demand she take a life was inconceivable. Do you wish for your brother to die? Duan Chong shouted. Drawing her sword, Luo Feifei executed a flourish with both hands, declaring, I have endured enough. Today, you shall pay for my brother's suffering. Infuriated, Duan Chong seized the intercom from the table and commanded, Meichio, eliminate that scoundrel Luo Gao. Understood, boss, came the reply from the other end. One among them was specifically assigned to guard Luo Gao, enjoying elevated privileges due to Luo Feifei's influence. However, this Meichio had evidently been derelict in his duties, possibly distracted by more indulgent pursuits. Thus, he dared not voice his negligence. Cheng Yang couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Now Duan Chong was determined to pin the blame on him. After all, Luo Feifei had distinctly heard him say he wanted to execute his own brother. Chapter 44. Utterly feeble Duan Chong felt utterly at a disadvantage. Previously, when it was only Luo Feifei, he had been unable to kill her, only able to threaten her brother to force both parties into a peace agreement. But now, there were two evolved beings. No, Cheng Yang had yet to confirm whether he was indeed an evolved being, but the abilities he had displayed were already quite terrifying. Duan Chong slowly approached Cheng Yang. He had tried. His supernatural ability struggled to take Luo Feifei's life. He could induce her to spit blood, but she would immediately react, retreating from his range of influence. He needed to be within 3 meters to activate his power. However, the room was small, and Luo Feifei remained astutely vigilant, staying just outside of that 3-meter boundary. But Cheng Yang was backed up against the balcony. Where else could he retreat? Be careful. He possesses supernatural abilities and can manipulate the water within 3 meters, including blood, Luo Feifei suddenly warned. If you don't wish to die from blood loss, it's best to keep your distance from him. Damn it, you wretched woman. I should have dealt with you long ago. Duan Chong snarled, his intentions laid bare, his patience wearing thin. Luo Feifei paid no heed to his taunts, her gaze icy as she watched him. However, Cheng Yang interjected, it's fine, let him try. How powerful can an evolved being be? I am quite curious. To glimpse a fragment is to understand the whole. He needed a substantial grasp of the situation. Of course, he was confident. In his view, the current evolved beings might be akin to himself at a tenfold enhancement. After all, the others were still unaware of the existence of corpse orbs. How could they possibly absorb them to elevate their evolution levels? Did Cheng Yang still need to fear a level 1 zombie? By the same token, should he fear a level 1 evolved being? Duan Chong, naturally, was elated. Your arrogance will be your downfall. Die. He had stepped within Cheng Yang's 3-meter range, activating his powers as he began to manipulate Cheng Yang's blood flow. Raise my blood pressure, let it spill. Cheng Yang experienced the effects acutely. Indeed, there was some impact. His blood flow quickened, perhaps by 1. But that was all. After an enhancement of 87 times, his blood was as thick as mercury, far beyond the ordinary state. While Duan Chong could control water and even manipulate another's blood, facing Cheng Yang's formidable plasma proved to be a daunting task. He strained with all his might, his face turning crimson, yet Cheng Yang's blood merely quickened by a fraction. Could this truly cause Cheng Yang's blood pressure to skyrocket, leading to a torrent from his orifices? Impossible, Duan Chong blurted out. Even as an evolved being, when he had exerted his abilities over Luo Feifei, she had immediately coughed up blood. Had she not escaped swiftly, he could have caused her to bleed excessively, rendering her unconscious and at his mercy. But alas, Cheng Yang, he stood there, unflinching, allowing him to act as he wished. It was an exhausting endeavor. He felt that Cheng Yang's blood was not liquid, but rather molten metal, incredibly heavy, making it exceedingly difficult to push forward. What kind of monster are you? Cheng Yang gazed at Duan Chong, a look of profound disappointment etched upon his face. Duan Chong trembled uncontrollably. Luo Feifei was equally astonished, recalling her previous misfortunes at Duan Chong's hands. Yet Cheng Yang appeared utterly unfazed, leading her to doubt whether the two were conspiring together in a ruse. Cheng Yang nodded, now certain that a level 1 evolver was indeed equivalent to his strength at 10 times enhancement. However, in the face of his 87-fold augmentation, it was akin to an adult overwhelming a 7- or 8-year-old child. He advanced towards Duan Chong, who retreated with each of his steps. Charge! Charge! He urged his subordinates forward. Fearful of Duan Chang's tyranny, they reluctantly lunged at Cheng Yang, only to be obliterated with a single kick, exploding into a veritable blood rain. Luo Feifei raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, a strength-type evolver. Otherwise, how could such terrifying power be possible? Kicking someone to pieces instead of merely sending them flying. What does that even signify? Duan Chang attempted to push his men forward, only to find that the surviving subordinates had retreated far, too frightened to approach him. He immediately crumbled. With a thud, he knelt down. Do not kill me, he pleaded. I acknowledge you as my leader. Everything here is yours, my subordinates, food, women. Luo Feifei's gaze remained fixed on Cheng Yang, her eyes narrowing. If he agreed, she would not hesitate to strike down this new devil leader. No need. Cheng Yang had already reached Duan Chang, who had nowhere left to retreat, pressed against the wall. Trembling. Yet in the next moment, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Die! Duan Chang roared, opening his mouth to unleash a blood arrow. His earlier show of weakness had merely masked the brewing of a powerful attack, compressing his own blood before releasing it with sudden force. Under the influence of his abilities, this blood arrow was akin to a high-pressure water gun. While it could not slice through metal, piercing flesh was well within its capabilities. Be careful, Luo Feifei gasped, her expression turning pale. The blood arrow shot forth with astonishing speed, compelling even her agile form to dodge instantly, lest she fall victim to its wrath. However, to Cheng Yang, the velocity seemed merely ordinary. He even considered enduring the blow to test its strength. Yet he was reluctant to have Duan Chang's saliva splattered across his face. Never mind. He turned his head slightly, allowing the blood arrow to miss its mark, striking the ceiling instead and creating a gaping hole, from which blood began to drip steadily. Cheng Yang regarded Duan Chang coldly, an idea suddenly striking him. Would a level 1 evolver, bitten by a zombie, directly transform into a level 1 zombie? Indeed, Duan Chang had evolved only after being bitten by a zombie. But this merely indicated an insufficient amount of zombie venom. A few more bites, and Cheng Yang doubted it would not result in a transformation. It was worth a try. He seized Duan Chang and declared to Luo Feifei, the remaining miscreants are in your hands. In the moment of her surprise, Cheng Yang had already taken Duan Chang and leapt down from the balcony. By the time she reached the balcony, she found that Cheng Yang had disappeared into the distance with Duan Chang. She felt an overwhelming urge to pursue them, to discern Cheng Yang's intentions, yet she restrained herself. The twin swords danced in her grip. She was poised to unleash a massacre. Cheng Yang escorted Duan Chang outside the community, not neglecting to obliterate the sentinels as they exited. The resounding thud summoned a horde of zombies. In an instant, blood splattered as Cheng Yang dispatched dozens of the undead, leaving only one, which lunged at him with reckless abandon. Cheng Yang smirked and presented Duan Chang towards it. With a swift bite, the zombie sank its teeth deeply into him. Duan Chang emitted a piercing scream. Then, in a desperate surge of power, he managed to slay the creature. I've already been bitten by a zombie. I won't mutate, he shouted at Cheng Yang. Chapter 45. The birth of a level 1 zombie. Cheng Yang was indifferent. Just then, another wave of zombies surged forth, and he repeated his pattern. Slay a horde, spare one. Duan Chang was bitten once more. The frustration was palpable. He found it effortless to kill humans, yet when faced with zombies, his combat prowess diminished drastically. The blood within the zombies had already coagulated, even if some moisture remained. It could not inflict significant damage. Most critically, what if the zombies bled out? Would they perish? They had already lost most of their blood, after all. Thus, confronting zombies, Duan Chang was not much different from an ordinary person. His only advantage lay in his ability to project blood. If he could aim for the eyes, the blood could penetrate the brain and vanquish the zombie. However, how much blood could he afford to lose in such a manner? This time was even worse. For Cheng Yang had gripped his throat, leaving him helpless against the zombie's bite. He uttered desperate, anguished cries, not wishing for such a fate. Cheng Yang exhibited no mercy. Had these individuals ever regarded others as human? They took life and dignity at will, now reaping what they had sown. Just kill me, Duan Chang pleaded with Cheng Yang, unable to endure such torment. Cheng Yang remained unresponsive. You heartless wretch. I curse you. I curse your entire family. May the men perish. The women be ravaged by thousands, the sons live as dogs for generations, and the daughters become harlots. Duan Chang shouted vehemently, clearly attempting to provoke Cheng Yang to end his suffering. Cheng Yang, however, paid him no mind. He needed to ascertain whether this man would transform into a zombie. This was crucial, as it would influence how he dealt with similar ability users like Duan Chang in the future. After a brief observation, Cheng Yang noted that Duan Chang's left leg was nearly devoured. He dispatched the zombie and patiently awaited the outcome. Nevertheless, Duan Chang's endurance astonished him. Suddenly, a figure dashed towards them from a distance, moving with remarkable speed, yet still falling short of Cheng Yang's pace, approximately 40 meters per second. It was Luo Feifei. Indeed. She is an agile evolutionary, her speed astonishingly swift. Cheng Yang cast a fleeting glance at her before averting his gaze. As long as this woman posed no threat to him, he had no desire to cultivate enmity. Is he not dead yet? Luo Feifei, observing Duan Chang still wailing in agony, couldn't help but feel perplexed. What on earth do you intend to do? Cheng Yang refrained from responding, for it was evidently a rather foolish inquiry. Instead, he countered, have you found your brother? Luo Feifei's expression darkened. He was murdered by them. Oh. Duan Chang has successfully taken the blame. Yet, Luo Feifei immediately furrowed her brow. How do you know about my brother? Cheng Yang smiled faintly. This afternoon, Wan Fei dispatched 2 individuals to follow me in an attempt to ascertain my background. I captured them, and they divulged all information regarding your group. I am a person who seeks retribution, thus I came to eliminate you all tonight. You truly bear no grudges past the night. Luo Feifei was somewhat speechless. Cheng Yang indeed harbored a small heart, retaliating by night for grievances incurred by day. Do you wish for him to become a zombie? She sought conversation, seemingly grasping Cheng Yang's intentions. This man has committed numerous atrocities. Simply killing him would be too merciful. He deserves 1,000 cuts to quench the anger. No, you misunderstand. I generally do not complicate matters. I merely wish to see if he can evolve into an advanced zombie. Cheng Yang waited with indifference, although Duan Chang continued to scream. The nearby zombies that should have been drawn to the commotion had already been attracted and eliminated by Cheng Yang. As for new ones, it would take time for the zombie distribution to rebalance, hence no fresh zombies approached for the moment. He remained silent, and Luo Feifei found no topic to discuss. The two of them simply waited in silence. After a considerable time, Duan Chang finally ceased his cries. Cheng Yang's spirits lifted as he scrutinized him carefully. Had he succumbed to blood loss, or had he undergone transformation? Duan Chang closed his eyes, appearing as if he had died. Yet, in the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a crimson hue. Has he transformed into a zombie? Luo Feifei felt a sudden weight of pressure and swiftly drew both her swords. Duan Chang rose from the ground, his leg having been gnawed to a mere remnant. Yet inexplicably, he stood firm, his red eyes sweeping over Cheng Yang, suddenly filled with intense hatred. Do you still recognize me? Cheng Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Logically, once transformed into a zombie, one loses all remnants of their humanity, including memory. However, the expression in Duan Chang's eyes upon seeing him was not one of insatiable hunger, but rather of hatred, which was rather peculiar. Is this a characteristic of a level 1 zombie, or does it indicate that he has retained the memories from his final moments of life? Duan Chang suddenly pointed at Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang felt as if a stone had been cast into the tranquil waters of his bloodstream, causing but a few ripples, and nothing more. His abilities remained unchanged compared to before his transformation. A level 1 ability user becoming a zombie would result in a transformation of the same level. It would not elevate to level 2. Cheng Yang nodded and suddenly delivered a swift kick. Bang! Du Chang's head shattered instantly, and a crimson orb accompanied by brain matter flew out, swiftly caught by Cheng Yang, who even had the presence of mind to wrap it in a handkerchief. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, leaving Luo Feifei dazzled, unable to discern the orb's appearance before it was whisked away by Cheng Yang. Such speed, such proficiency. Luo Feifei couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as she inquired, shall we engage in some sparring? Your brother has passed away, and instead of attending to his affairs, you wish to spar with me? Yet, how does one even manage such affairs nowadays? Cremation or burial? There's south no place for cremation, and the latter could lead to the body rising again. Cheng Yang glanced at her and nodded. Very well. Luo Feifei set down her dual swords, clenched her fists, and assumed a stance for free combat. Cheng Yang placed his right hand behind his back and extended his left hand, beckoning her. How little you think of me. Or perhaps your arrogance knows no bounds. With a light reprimand, Luo Feifei suddenly unleashed her strength, dashing towards Cheng Yang like a gust of wind. To her, it felt swift, yet to Cheng Yang, it was merely half his speed. Come on. As she closed the distance, she threw a punch aimed at his left cheek. For an ordinary person, this would be a fleeting moment before being struck, and if Luo Feifei wielded a sword, her target would not even catch a glimpse of her before meeting their demise. She resembled an assassin from a video game, elusive and unpredictable. However, just as her punch was about to land, a large hand reached out, grasping her fist. The speed was astonishing. Luo Feifei found herself unable to alter her attack. Her fist was seized by Cheng Yang. Attempting to withdraw, she was horrified to discover that he had lifted her effortlessly. Chapter 46. The first sanctuary. Cheng Yang clenched Luo Feifei's fist and with a sudden force hurled her to the ground. Thud. Despite being an evolved individual with superior physical abilities compared to an ordinary person, she was still left dazed, stars in her eyes, unable to gather her wits for a considerable time. After a while, she managed to rise, astonished. How can you, also an evolved being, be so powerful? No. You are an evolved individual, while I am merely a noob. If I were to rely solely on my abilities, could I strike you with telekinetically controlled stones without you sustaining injuries? Cheng Yang merely smiled, naturally unwilling to elaborate. You are a power-type evolved being. Luo Feifei mused aloud, answering herself with certainty, for Cheng Yang's strength was undeniable. Thus, her defeat was not unjust. Power-type evolved beings are warriors, while agility-type ones are assassins. Which assassin could triumph in a head-on confrontation against a warrior? Her advantage lay in her ability to maneuver in the shadows with her dual swords, striking unexpectedly to ensure that anyone stronger than her would face dire consequences. In truth, she had ample opportunity to eliminate Du Chong, but concern for her brother's fate held her back. Cheng Yang refrained from offering an explanation, much less engaging in a debate. Instead, he inquired, "What are your plans next?" Luo Feifei pondered for a moment before replying. On the second day following the apocalypse, I received an emergency notification instructing me to report to the first shelter. However, I chose not to respond, as I was in search of my brother. Now, I intend to make my way there. Cheng Yang's interest was piqued. What is the situation at the first shelter? Luo Feifei, with no intention of withholding information, elaborated. The first shelter is an official establishment located in the southwestern part of Sioux City. One must leave the city and venture into the mountainous region to reach it. The area is vast and sparsely populated, with a relatively low number of zombies. Would you care to join me? She displayed an eager expression. With your formidable strength, you would undoubtedly shine in the shelter, contributing to the nation and its people. Wait, please do not flatter me excessively. Cheng Yang waved his hand with a chuckle. I have no desire to go there for the time being. By the way, how did you receive the notification? You are quite young and presumably of a low rank. Yet directly received no news, and you did? A hint of pride crossed Luo Feifei's face as she declared, I secured second place in the national martial arts competition. Impressive, Cheng Yang acknowledged with a nod. It was clear that despite her youth, she possessed remarkable combat prowess, making her a valuable asset in this apocalyptic world, a fact that the leaders of the shelter would surely appreciate. In contrast, what utility could someone like Directorly possibly provide? Merely a drain on resources. Let us connect on WeChat. Should you change your mind, I can come to assist you. Luo Feifei suggested earnestly. In the past, few men had been able to defeat her, and now there were even fewer. Yet Cheng Yang had effortlessly subdued her, igniting both her competitive spirit and curiosity towards him. She vowed to reclaim her honor in the future. Very well, Cheng Yang readily agreed. After exchanging contact information, he took his leave. The chaotic situation at the Jinha community was left in her capable hands. The thought of managing so many women was daunting for him. Fortunately, she was driven by a sense of justice, so he entrusted the matter to her. As Cheng Yang departed, Luo Feifei instinctively tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. It was her first defeat since her evolution, and such a crushing loss instilled in her a degree of admiration for Cheng Yang. He was indeed a true powerhouse. It was unfortunate, however, that his awareness was not sufficiently elevated. Despite the existence of an official shelter, he still opted to remain self-sufficient. Oh well, she returned to the community, preparing to gather the survivors and lead them to the first shelter. Meanwhile, Cheng Yang began to sprint with all his might. Within a minute, he reached the vicinity of his RV. Zombies wandered about, but the atmosphere was serene. Cheng Yang opened the door and entered. The vehicle was equipped with intelligent technology, allowing for direct fingerprint unlocking, which was exceedingly convenient. Su Yi had yet to fall asleep. The sound of the door startled her, but she sighed with relief upon seeing Cheng Yang. Get some rest, he smiled reassuringly. After taking a shower, he exchanged for a recovery potion, a valuable item, albeit somewhat costly. He was left with just under 25,000 merit points to elevate his personal space to the next level. Cheng Yang could only hope for the refreshing of the marketplace tomorrow. He lay on his bed, yet sleep eluded him. He projected his thoughts into his personal space, focusing on the corpse bead. Corpse bead, level 1, water attribute. When absorbed, it possesses a slight chance of transforming its user into a water elementalist. Note, an evolver cannot simultaneously possess two types of abilities. Cheng Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. Each individual could only wield one ability. As he had already become a telekinetic, the path of the water controller was now closed to him. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of gratitude. For when comparing the prowess of the elementalist with that of the telekinetic, it was clear which vocation held greater prestige. The telekinetic, without a doubt. In various games, this holds true, does it not? The elementalist is akin to a mage, powerful yet fragile. While a character like Luo Feifei falls under physical output roles such as warriors or assassins, the mastery of mental energy, however, is on a far superior level. With a mere thought, one could manipulate objects and eliminate foes silently. Yet, his current telekinetic abilities were insufficient for lethal actions, at most. He could merely lift objects for convenience. However, if he could exchange for a fragment of the flying cloud shuttle, he believed his telekinetic prowess would shine brilliantly. Power. A dual mastery of telekinesis. I shall be a unique dual-class practitioner. This corpse bead could be given to Su Yi. Perhaps she could become a water controller. Of course, that would have to wait. First, he needed to ensure her loyalty. This would be manageable. Once he had won her body, securing her heart would become considerably easier. Furthermore, she had entrusted him with her first experience. Men are not the only ones who harbor such sentiments. Additionally, he could provide endless resources and, at opportune moments, showcase his formidable strength. How could Su Yi not become devoted to him? At that time, he would bestow the corpse bead upon her. Oh, could I potentially establish a league of beautiful warriors? Perhaps I should temper my ambitions. A small team would suffice. Cheng Yang couldn't help but think of Luo Feifei. Another exquisite beauty and already an evolver. Her abilities could complement his own as an assassin, yet winning her over would likely prove challenging. She could easily procure resources independently, relying on no one. To bring such a strong-willed woman to submission would undoubtedly not be a trivial task. The crux of the matter was that Cheng Yang was unwilling to exert such effort. It might be more prudent to cultivate his own allies. Was he truly concerned about finding beautiful women? Chapter 47. Fragments of the flying cloud shuttle. Unable to sleep, Cheng Yang decided to scroll through his phone. Fong Rong had sent him numerous messages. They began with insults and gradually transformed into pleas, even offering to pay a deposit. However, after 3 unsuccessful video calls, she reverted to her tirades. The most recent message had arrived just 5 minutes ago. Cheng Yang returned the video call. It connected swiftly, revealing Fong Rong on the screen. Her expression one of palpable frustration. Cheng Yang, you truly know how to keep someone in suspense. Cheng Yang remained unfazed. Fong Rong's harsh rebuke of him ultimately culminated in her willingness to endure humiliation, which signifies her desperation. Indeed, who could still be found to serve as a peacekeeper at this point? Friends and family, fellow colleagues. It seemed that her co-workers had all transformed into zombies, and her relatives were hardly in a position to offer assistance. Hence, Cheng Yang emerged as their sole beacon of hope. Since you have consented, let the performance commence. Cheng Yang stated nonchalantly. Fong Rong gritted her teeth, placing her hand on the button. Wait, let us have President Kai join us. Cheng Yang chuckled. Reluctantly, Fong Rong went to summon Kai Yihui. Cheng Yang took charge. Place your phones on the table. Yes, you two stand close together. Move back a bit. We can't see your faces. All right, this distance works. You may begin. Fong Rong and the other woman felt deeply humiliated. However, if they failed to comply, Cheng Yang would not come to their rescue. There was no alternative. Cheng Yang even activated the speaker, keeping the volume low to avoid waking Su Yi. As this was a video, the music naturally reached Fong Rong and her companioness' ears. They were driven to the brink of madness. Do you take us for dancers? Kai Yihui nearly refused, yet the sight of the zombies lurking outside, coupled with the anxiety of dwindling resources, compelled her to endure. Once the dance concluded, Cheng Yang appeared quite pleased. When will you come to rescue us? The two women inquired. Tomorrow, Cheng Yang replied casually. What time tomorrow? They pressed. It depends on the situation, he said, ending the video call. Rescue you? They would have to wait. Feeling the weight of drowsiness, Cheng Yang returned to bed, embracing the fragrant beauty beside him as he drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, Cheng Yang awoke and promptly checked the marketplace. Antidote for zombie toxin. Well, that was satisfactory. What else was there? A fruit tree. He was at a loss for words. Cheng Yang exchanged both items. They were inexpensive, and he could only hope for better offerings to refresh the next day. Su Yi had also risen, preparing breakfast for the day. The fruit tree Cheng Yang acquired was a pear tree, which he placed atop the RV, securing it with ropes to ensure it wouldn't topple during travel. He set off, the roar of the engine instantly attracting the attention of the zombies. Cheng Yang deliberately drove slowly, allowing the zombies to keep pace. Once a considerable number had followed him down the street, he parked and took out his blood knife. Kill. After efficiently dispatching the zombies, Su Yi had breakfast ready. Cheng Yang took a shower, and together they shared a meal. Once finished, he continued driving, luring more zombies until he deemed the numbers sufficient to stop and eliminate them. This method proved to be extraordinarily efficient, in contrast to the scattered distribution of zombies in shopping malls or residential complexes. This approach allowed him to achieve a kill rate at least 5 times greater within the same hour. By midday, Cheng Yang had transcended over 3,000 zombies. His merit value surpassed 50,000, yet the enhancement remained frustratingly stuck at 99 times. After reaching this threshold, regardless of how many zombies Cheng Yang transcended, he could not break through this limit. He then retrieved the water-type corpse pearl. Absorb and see if it can be shattered. In the future, there will be more corpse orbs. There is no need to hastily transform Zhu Youhao into an evolver, as loyalty has yet to be cultivated. He made direct contact with the object, as hard as stone, which immediately transformed into liquid and was absorbed into his skin, merging into his body. A surge of warmth coursed through him, yet Cheng Yang felt no shackles within him being broken. There was no breakthrough. What could be the reason? Cheng Yang speculated that the first possibility was that he needed level 2 corpse orbs to break the shackles, and the second was the quantity required. According to the system's description, 100 corpse orbs were necessary for an evolver to level up. However, he still held a significant advantage, as other evolvers needed to absorb 100 of the same type of corpse orbs, whereas the system did not specify such a requirement. 100 level 1 corpse orbs of any type would suffice. That should be the case. Currently, the number of level 1 zombies was scarce, and level 2 zombies might not even have emerged yet. Thus, he could only hope to acquire a substantial quantity of level 1 corpse orbs. But where could he find such an abundance? Cheng Yang found himself in a quandary. Never mind, I will first accumulate my merit points to over 100,000 and obtain the fragments of the Feiyun shuttle. He continued to lure monsters and purify them, and by around 4 p.m., his merit points finally surpassed 100,000. 100, a rather remarkable number. Cheng Yang immediately exchanged for the Feiyun shuttle fragment, deducting 100,000 merit points, and instantly became destitute again. With a thought, a thin blade appeared in his hand. It was pure white, as delicate as a cicada's wing, almost weightless, resembling a knife, about a foot long, with edges that appeared incredibly sharp. However, on such a slender blade, intricate patterns were engraved. Cheng Yang could not discern what the patterns resembled. They seemed overwhelmingly complex. And after a few glances, he felt dizzy and nauseated. He dared not look again, and instead activated his mental power. Instantly, the thin blade floated before him. Previously, even when manipulating small stones with his mental power, Cheng Yang felt a sense of strain, and when he propelled the stones, they barely reached a speed of 10 meters per second. Now, as he gazed at a large tree ahead, whoosh, the Feiyun shuttle fragment shot forth. Fast as a fleeting light, at least 100 meters per second, it could match his full-speed sprint. Ahead, the massive tree surprisingly snapped in half. Bang! The enormous treetop crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Whoosh, a streak of white light was returning at the same speed, the Feiyun shuttle fragment. Cheng Yang was startled. That tree was as thick as a person could embrace, yet it was severed by the fragment with a single touch. If it were to strike him, would he not be split in two? Swish, the white light had already struck. Chapter 48. The evolved zombie dog. Cheng Yang's reflexes were remarkably swift. He dodged immediately, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed. Cheng Yang was taken aback. For the Feiyun shuttle fragment did not fly past the spot where he had just stood. Rather, it entered his personal space. What was happening? I indeed recall contemplating the notion of stowing it away, yet to place an item into the spatial realm, must I not directly make contact with it? However, the fragments of the flying cloud shuttle have indeed entered my personal space. What distinguishes this phenomenon? Telekinetic weaponry. Thus, I can simply summon it with a thought. If I were to encounter another telekinetic adept, would they not also be able to seize the fragments of the flying cloud shuttle? Yet, this cannot be experimentally verified. Currently, first-level zombies and evolvers are exceedingly rare, and it must be a telekinetic? If locating one were so facile, then Cheng Yang should swiftly surpass the 100 mark in enhancements. With a flicker of thought, the fragments of the flying cloud shuttle materialized before him, gently hovering under his telekinetic control. With a swift thought, the fragments soared forth at a velocity exceeding 100 meters per second, cleaving through yet another towering tree, continuing its path of destruction. This time, Cheng Yang remained utterly focused. He discerned a faint thread of consciousness tethered to the fragments, readily manipulable at his will. He tested this newfound control. Indeed, it worked. The fragments immediately veered, targeting another colossal tree. Crash, crash, crash. One tree after another succumbed, while the flying cloud shuttle became a wisp of white light in frantic motion. Moments later, Cheng Yang came to a halt. Controlling this entity was exceedingly taxing. Perhaps it should be termed as supernatural ability. In mere minutes, his reserves of this ability were entirely depleted. Now, his mind felt empty, rendering him incapable of commanding the fragments any longer. They lay quietly at his feet. Yet, the surrounding trees and walls had collapsed in disarray. Astonishingly, even the roof of a car had been entirely severed. The destructive potential was truly terrifying. Moreover, The fragments only traveled at about 100 meters per second. What if they were to accelerate further? 200 meters, 300 meters per second, or even surpassing the speed of sound. What magnitude of devastation could such velocity unleash? 100,000 merit points, though costly, are undoubtedly worthwhile. Furthermore, this object is a set, requiring 36 pieces to form its complete entity. How formidable must the entirety of the flying cloud shuttle be? Cheng Yang brimmed with anticipation. Should the fragments of the flying cloud shuttle appear again, he would certainly seize the opportunity to acquire them. He tucked the fragments away and returned to his vehicle. It would be prudent to conclude the day's work early. Upon retrieving his phone, he discovered messages from two individuals. One was Luo Feifei. She had successfully entered the first shelter. In her concise description, she detailed the stringent management present. Notably, to gain entry to the shelter, one must undergo a thorough inspection, including disrobing to check for wounds, and even those without would face a 24-hour quarantine for observation. Thus far, no record exists of someone who has been bitten by a zombie and has not transformed within 24 hours. While Luo Feifei was still in quarantine, her status as an evolver naturally garnered attention, with 3 factions extending invitations for her to join them upon her release, offering her privileges that ordinary individuals could only envy and covet. Luo Feifei once again invited Cheng Yang, asserting that with his abilities, he would undoubtedly shine brightly within the shelter. Cheng Yang glanced at the situation and decided not to be directed by others while he himself aspired to lead. Managing a base full of people? How tiresome. The second was Fong Rong. Oh, had she not yet realized she had been deceived? Cheng Yang opened the message and found that initially, Fong Rong had berated him mercilessly. However, towards the end, she sent a voice message, pleading, Cheng Yang, please come quickly. We have a terrifying zombie dog here, as large as a tiger, and it can tear through steel with a single swipe. A thought stirred within Cheng Yang. A level 1 zombie dog? Could it be possible? Indeed. If humans can evolve, why not animals? I shall take it. Cheng Yang promptly made his decision and set off without delay. Of course, he did not drive. That would be too slow. Boom. He unleashed his full power, instantly accelerating to a speed of 100 meters per second. In just 2 minutes, he arrived at the entrepreneurship building, the very edifice housing the company. From his elevated vantage point, he scanned the surroundings but found no trace of a tiger-like zombie dog. However, Fong Rong's message had been sent over 20 minutes ago. Perhaps the massive creature had already departed or entered the building. If it had entered, then Fong Rong and her companion might have already fallen prey. He entered the building, swiftly ascending the stairs. The company resided on the 37th floor, and he reached it in merely half a minute, hardly breaking a sweat. His physical prowess was indeed extraordinary. Navigating the familiar corridors, he arrived at the company's entrance, only to find the door firmly locked. Oh. This indicates that Fong Rong and her companion likely had not been devoured yet. Bang, bang, bang. He knocked on the door. After a moment, a trembling voice inquired from within, Is that you, Cheng Yang? It is I. Cheng Yang replied in a low tone, but he did not stand at the door. Instead, he positioned himself to the side. A gentleman does not stand precariously against a wall. No matter how formidable he may be, he must always remain vigilant. Creak. The door opened. Fong Rong and Kai Yihui cautiously peered out. Cheng Yang then stepped forward, revealing himself to the 2 women. You finally arrived, Fong Rong exclaimed, nearly brought to tears with excitement. She had thought Cheng Yang was merely toying with her. Now, seeing him before her was akin to the appearance of a celestial warrior, filling her with overwhelming exhilaration. In that moment, Cheng Yang transformed in her eyes from a lecherous man to a great hero. As Cheng Yang entered, he deftly shut the door behind him and inquired, Where's the zombie dog? Upon hearing the mention of the creature, the 2 women simultaneously turned pale. It entered the building, and now we don't know where it has gone. Cheng Yang felt a sense of relief wash over him. At least it hadn't escaped. Perhaps it was feasting in some room? He stepped outside once more. Cheng Yang, where are you going? The 2 women exclaimed in alarm. Aren't you supposed to take us away? Silence. Cheng Yang commanded, then disregarded their protests as he strode directly to the stairwell. He retrieved a metal rod and began to strike the metallic handrail. Clang, clang, clang. The sound resonated loudly and clearly, echoing throughout the entire building. Come forth, big dog. Cheng Yang awaited in silence. After a moment, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Yet, the sound emanated from the upper floor, distinctly the clack of high heels. It was a person, not a dog. Cheng Yang looked up just as a face turned to meet his gaze, hair disheveled, obscuring her features. Yet her figure exuded an undeniable dominance. She was clad in a red, low-cut form-fitting dress, her voluptuous form accentuating a flawless S-curve of her waist and hips. At that moment, Cheng Yang heard a low growl. Chapter 49, When Elon, how fortuitous. A dog had appeared. peering down the stairs. He was met with a sight that resembled a tiger in size, a zombie dog. It appeared to be a golden retriever, its coat a shimmering gold, with elongated fangs protruding nearly half a foot from its mouth. This creature bore no resemblance to a mere dog, but rather evoked the image of a long-extinct saber-toothed tiger. However, its body was riddled with wounds, and a gaping hole marred its abdomen, suggesting its insides had been entirely devoured. The human looked at the dog, and the dog looked back, both parties momentarily frozen in place. Suddenly, the woman above leaned forward, following Cheng Yang's gaze and spotting the zombie dog, which elicited a startled gasp. The calm was shattered. The zombie dog sprang into action, propelling itself towards Cheng Yang with astonishing speed, nearly 40 meters per second. This was truly terrifying. Even a cheetah's maximum speed is merely 33 meters per second, yet this formidable creature had effortlessly surpassed that. It was indeed an evolved being. The beast vaulted over an entire flight of stairs, its claws slashing towards Cheng Yang's face, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Cheng Yang harbored no doubts. The sharpness of those claws rivaled that of a blade. As animals evolve, their teeth and claws transform into terrifying weapons. However, to Cheng Yang, that speed of 33 meters per second appeared almost akin to slow motion, and certainly not fast. His own speed was a remarkable 100 meters per second. He drew his blade, aiming for the dog's neck. To an onlooker, it appeared as if the dog had willingly presented itself for the strike. With a swift motion, Cheng Yang's blade severed the dog's neck, and its head promptly fell away. The woman above was once again startled, trembling uncontrollably. She gazed at Cheng Yang in astonishment. How could such a fearsome beast be dispatched with a single stroke? Are you some kind of superhuman? She was also a survivor in this building. Having witnessed the dog's terrifying presence as it effortlessly slashed through car doors and forced vehicles aside with a single collision, this creature was more formidable than a tiger. Yet, before Cheng Yang, such a fearsome beast had been effortlessly vanquished. Incredible. In that moment, the woman was filled with an overwhelming desire to survive. Casting aside her fear as she rushed down the stairs, pleading with Cheng Yang, "Take me with you, please." Cheng Yang glanced at her, but exhibited no interest. His focus remained on the formidable dog. Searching for the corpse pearl, it should be present. Indeed, he found it, carefully wrapped it in cloth, and stowed it away. As the woman in the red dress noticed that Cheng Yang was ignoring her, she stepped forward and said, "Take me with you. I can offer you a substantial amount of money. Please, how long has it been since you last bathed? You reek." Cheng Yang made a disgusted expression, causing the woman's face to flush. It seemed she had an epiphany as she quickly tidied her hair, revealing a beautiful and alluring visage. "Mr. One," Cheng Yang blurted out. Within the entrepreneurial building, there exists a legendary figure known as Wen Ilan. If Fong Rong and Kai Yihui are the daydreams of Cheng Yang's colleagues, then Wen Ilan is the unattainable dream of every man in the entire building. This Mr. Wen is approximately 28 or 29 years old and remains unmarried, with countless admirers. It is said that the flowers she receives daily could fill an entire room. Cheng Yang had encountered her a few times and was struck by her ethereal beauty, radiant as blossoming peach and cherry blossoms, yet as unyielding as ice. Her looks could easily score a 95, while her figure was nothing short of perfection. After their first meeting, he had struggled to sleep that night, his mind occupied solely by her cold yet captivating face and her commanding presence. Although subsequent encounters had lessened the impact, he still found himself continually mesmerized. Never did he imagine he would meet Wen Ilan again under such circumstances. "Do you recognize me?" Wen Ilan initially appeared taken aback, but then her expression brightened with delight. "That's even better. If you know who I am, you also understand that I can certainly afford to pay for your assistance." Cheng Yang shook his head. "Mr. Wen, do you believe money still holds any value?" Wen Ilan opened her mouth to respond, but found herself at a loss for words. If money were indeed valuable, would she find herself trapped in this predicament? "I have connections. I possess real estate," she quickly added. In the face of calamity, who clings most desperately to their past? The wealthy. Their fortunes have evaporated overnight, and even astronomical sums have transformed into mere useless figures. Natural disasters have rendered most individuals equal in a heartbeat. Wen Ilan gritted her teeth and said, "After the catastrophe, I received a message from the authorities informing me that I could go to a shelter, free from the threat of zombies, but the slots are extremely limited. If you take me there, I assure you I can secure a spot for you." To her, life outside was perilous, uncertain. In contrast, the shelter seemed like a paradise. However, as she mentioned, the opportunity to enter the shelter was invaluable. Indeed, she possessed only one slot, but she believed that once inside, her connections would allow her to obtain another without difficulty. "I'm not interested." Cheng Yang waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. "Wait, please." Wen Ilan hurriedly followed him. After witnessing Cheng Yang effortlessly dispatch a zombie dog, She was confident in his abilities. With someone like him to protect her, she was certain she could safely reach the shelter. Otherwise, if left to fend for herself, she might not even make it to the garage before meeting her end. This was her glimmer of hope for survival. At that moment, Cheng Yang had already arrived at the door where Fong Rong and the others were, knocking gently. After a moment, Fong Rong finally opened the door. Upon glancing at Cheng Yang, she suddenly noticed Wen Yilan behind him and exclaimed, "President 1." While she required makeup and filters to achieve a score of 95. This President Wen naturally radiated a flawless score of 95 even without any embellishments. Moreover, her commanding physique was unmatched, even by Kai Hui. Thus, standing before such an exquisite beauty, Fong Rong inevitably felt her own aura diminished. Cheng Yang stepped inside and addressed both women. "It is time for you to fulfill your promise." Kai Hui immediately retorted, "You must first lead us out." "Indeed. How can we trust that you won't simply abandon us?" Fong Rong added. Her words, though blunt, held a kernel of truth. Wen Yilan initially appeared perplexed, but her face soon flushed with understanding. How shameless it was to make such an outrageous demand. Cheng Yang seemed to perceive her thoughts and remarked, "President 1. The outside is swarming with zombies. A single bite or scratch could lead to infection. I trust you are aware of this. So what makes you think I would risk my life to assist you?" He chuckled lightly. "Please, do not elevate me to a pedestal. I am merely an ordinary person. If I am to make sacrifices, I must receive something in return. If you are unwilling, then so be it. I never coerce anyone." Cheng Yang glanced at Fong Rong and Kai Hui. "If you are not inclined, then farewell." He turned to leave. "Wait." Fong Rong and Kai Hui both called out simultaneously, disregarding Wen Yilan's presence. "We will let you play?" Wen Yilan's face paled, her body trembling. Was survival worth sacrificing one's dignity? Cheng Yang smiled faintly, pausing before turning back. "Are you two begging me?" he inquired. Yes. Though shame washed over them, the two women nodded in agreement. "For the sake of survival, are you willing to allow someone you consider beneath you to toy with your esteemed bodies?" Cheng Yang pressed on. Fong Rong and Kai Hui shivered, yet nodded again, yes. Cheng Yang laughed heartily but shook his head. "Unfortunately, I am not interested in you." "What?" Both women were taken aback. Disbelief etched across their faces as they regarded Cheng Yang. "Did you think I came all this way just for you?" Cheng Yang's expression was one of disdain. "Please, take a good look in the mirror and reflect on your own worth. Weren't you the ones who slandered me as a perverted man with hidden cameras?" "Kai Hui, you've examined my phone, and you know there was nothing incriminating on it. Yet, did you ever apologize to me?" Kai Hui's face turned awkward. Wen Yilan's expression shifted as she realized that Cheng Yang's intentions were not driven by lust, but rather stemmed from a past grievance with the two women. Not only did President Kai fail to apologize, but she also deducted half a month's salary from me under the pretext of me using my phone during work hours. Cheng Yang continued, a cold smile gracing his lips. "That was not during work hours, it was during lunch break, if I remember correctly?" "No, absolutely not." Kai Hui lowered her head. "Huh." Cheng Yang turned his gaze towards Fong Rong. "And you mentioned this matter during your live broadcast, turning it into a sensational topic. Although you did not explicitly mention my name, merely referring to me asking something. Anyone with a keen eye could easily discover that I am the only Cheng in the company. I received a plethora of greetings from your fans, making it difficult for me to sleep well for quite some time. And you? You stirred up gender conflict for views. Haven't you gained quite a bit of followers?" Fong Rong also lowered her head, trembling in fear. She knew she was in the wrong. Although Cheng Yang had done nothing wrong, she and Kai Hui believed it was a fruitful topic to exploit and deliberately brought it up during the live stream. The key was that they had no evidence, but insinuated quite clearly that Cheng Yang had deleted the secretly taken photos and videos before handing over his phone. They succeeded. The number of viewers in their broadcast skyrocketed, and they gained nearly 100,000 followers. Quite a lot. The allure of sensationalism was intoxicating. Yet, they soon forgot about the incident, especially since Cheng Yang chose to endure in silence. But Cheng Yang had not forgotten. Wen Yilan immediately scolded, "You are being utterly excessive. How can you wrongfully accuse someone like this?" Fong Rong and Kai Hui quickly admitted their fault. "We're sorry, Cheng Yang, we went too far." "Fine. I accept the apology." Cheng Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Never let me see you again." Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang. Fong Rong and Kai Hui hurriedly chased after him, pleading, "Please don't leave us. Take us with you. We'll do whatever you want. Please, don't abandon us here." Cheng Yang scoffed. "Do I look like a fool? Get lost." He coldly pushed the two women away. Fong Rong and Kai Hui fell to the ground, crying in despair. Cheng Yang remained unyielding, indifferent to their plight. It is essential to understand that the incident had caused him considerable negative repercussions, as Fong Rong's fans insulted him daily. Cheng Yang even contemplated violently retaliating against both Fong Rong and Kai Hui, wishing for mutual destruction. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Repaying kindness with malice? Impossible. His decision not to personally deal with the two women stemmed not from benevolence, but from the belief that allowing them to languish in despair would serve as a far greater punishment. When Elon hesitated for a moment before hastily pursuing Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang. She had learned his name. Please reconsider. The spots at the shelter are incredibly precious. Cheng Yang suddenly halted, turning around to scrutinize Elon from head to toe, then remarked, Ms. One, are you truly convinced that the shelter is some sort of paradise? It must be better than here, right? When Elon retorted, Cheng Yang laughed heartily. I no longer believe in any official entities, only in human nature. Ms. One, shall we make a wager? I believe that this official shelter has become akin to a feudal dynasty, with numerous lords vying for power. Those who wield military might can reign supreme, while the rest are mere fodder. I refuse to believe. When Elon shook her head resolutely, she too was unwilling to accept this notion, for it would mean a future shrouded in darkness. As Cheng Yang walked, he retrieved his phone and pulled up the chat history with Luo Feifei, then handed it to Elon, saying, This is a security officer who just entered the shelter yesterday. You might inquire about the situation there. Elon accepted the phone in astonishment and glanced at the chat records. She nodded. Unless Cheng Yang possessed the gift of foresight, it would be impossible for him to have preemptively fabricated such a chat history. Could it really be so? She looked at Cheng Yang. Please, he replied, equally curious about the specifics of the shelter. Elon then typed in Cheng Yang's voice, Have you finished your quarantine? What is the condition of the shelter? After a while, Luo Feifei sent a voice message. Don't mention it. It infuriates me. Although this is an officially established force, it has already been usurped by several conglomerates. The Wang Group, the Doran Group, and the Zixing Alliance invaded the shelter at the onset of the catastrophe and, following a wave of zombies, launched a rebellion, decimating the official soldiers, with only a handful surviving to be absorbed into their ranks as enforcers. Despite being a shelter with formidable defenses against the zombies, civilization here has regressed by centuries. It's unfathomable. For a morsel of food, many women are brazenly selling their bodies. Without power, one can only become a plaything or a laborer. Meanwhile, the leaders of the three major conglomerates indulge in lives of luxury, openly maintaining multiple wives. How has it deteriorated so swiftly since the apocalypse began? When Elon felt her mind go blank, standing there like a statue, Cheng Yang took the phone from her, glanced at the messages, yet felt no surprise. Natural disasters had fully unleashed the darkness within humanity. It was hardly astonishing. He smiled and asked, Do you still intend to go to the shelter? When Elon remained silent, Cheng Yang continued, With your beauty, you could easily attach yourself to a leader among the three conglomerates, becoming a compliant canary, at least ensuring your basic needs are met. When Elon shuddered slightly. Chapter 51. Rational analysis. If it were an ordinary woman, she would undoubtedly scoff, perceiving Cheng Yang's words as intimidation. After all, how could an official shelter descend into complete chaos? However, when Elon was not an ordinary individual, she had ascended to a position of authority at a young age. She understood the darkness of human nature, particularly among those in positions of power and wealth, and how depraved they could truly be. Even in times of peace, the affluent engaged in extravagant pursuits. Moreover, she was aware of a few particularly wealthy individuals who traveled abroad to commission special services. Do not misinterpret. It was not for the sake of pleasure with women, but for the hunting of living beings, treating humans as mere prey to relish the perverse thrill of slaughter. Upon returning to their homeland, they remained law-abiding citizens, even becoming philanthropic figures beyond reproach. Among them was the young heir of the Doran Group. Such individuals controlling the shelter? When Elon could not help but shudder at the thought. With her beauty, she would undoubtedly be devoured until nothing remains. An ordinary woman could at least decide whether to sell herself and to whom, but the moment she enters the shelter, she would undoubtedly be fiercely contested by the three major factions. Regardless of which group claims her, she would become an object of desire. Perhaps even a gift to strengthen the alliance between two factions. Throughout history, beautiful women have consistently been utilized by those in power as tools for seduction. Just consider historical marriages. How many times has a prince been sent away? It is always the princesses. Women, especially beautiful ones, particularly those of noble status. A shiver of dread coursed through her. Fortunately, after the calamity, the shelter merely notified her via text message that she could seek refuge there. Yet, after she replied, the other party never responded. Had someone come to escort her, would she now be reduced to kneeling between a man's legs? Clack, clack, clack. When Elon hurriedly followed Cheng Yang, her high heels clicking against the floor. Although she knew little about Cheng Yang, his treatment of Fong Rong and the other woman indicated that he was at least clear about his loyalties and not the type to be overly eager. Otherwise, he could have easily toyed with them before leaving. What could Fong Rong and the others do? Yet, She overlooked a possibility. Feng Rong and the other woman's condition was far too dire. Could Cheng Yang really descend into such chaos? Moreover, with a more appealing target in sight, who would willingly settle for less? Most importantly, when Elon had witnessed Cheng Yang's formidable prowess, currently, he was the only one capable of assisting her. Cheng Yang walked at a measured pace, allowing Elon to keep up. If he truly wished to hurry, he could simply leap through a window. That height would pose no challenge for him. He even took the time to show Elon their chat history, awakening her to the true situation of the shelter. Was Cheng Yang genuinely acting out of goodwill? He was hardly so idle. He had long harbored intentions towards Elon. However, Cheng Yang scorned the idea of force. Most importantly, during tender moments, if the other party were to weep or lie limp as a dead fish, what enjoyment would there be? Thus, he desired Elon to follow him of her own accord, even if it were in the form of a transaction. You become my woman, and I shall ensure your protection. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Emotions? Such a luxury, best left aside. As they descended the stairs, zombies began to wander into view. Each dispatched by Cheng Yang with a single stroke of his blade, effortlessly slain. Elon was naturally astonished. This man was undoubtedly superhuman, in a world ravaged by disaster. It seemed as if he remained untouched by its effects. What makes you so strong? She inquired. Cheng Yang pondered for a moment and replied. You saw that zombie dog earlier, didn't you? Yes, Elon nodded, recalling the chilling sight of the dog, which had transformed into a creature as large as a tiger, effortlessly tearing apart a car door as though it were crafted by machinery. That was not an ordinary zombie. It was an evolved one, Cheng Yang explained. Not only are there evolved zombies and zombie dogs, but humans can evolve too. He pointed to himself, declaring, I am an evolved being. Elon was enlightened. It was no wonder Cheng Yang possessed such extraordinary strength. Moreover, in the realm of evolved beings, the zombie dog was unexpectedly beheaded by Cheng Yang with a single stroke. The disparity is indeed vast. Are there many such beings? She inquired, her voice trembling. One or two may be manageable, but if such entities proliferate, it would spell disaster for ordinary people. When faced with evolved zombies, one could only endure their assaults, while in the presence of evolved humans, one could only submit to their whims. The future shall undoubtedly be a dominion ruled by the evolved. She was astute enough to foresee that in the not-so-distant future, humanity would witness a reallocation of power. It would not be the wealthy who wield authority, but rather the evolved. The stronger the evolved individual, the higher their status and the greater their power. Can I also attain such a state? Elon inquired again, her voice brimming with anticipation. Cheng Yang glanced at her and replied with a smile. As far as we know, the means to become an evolved being is to endure a bite from a zombie. If you survive without succumbing to zombification, you shall transform into an evolved one. Elon's complexion turned pale at the thought. She dared not take the risk. Failure could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, considering how most individuals who were bitten by zombies transformed into them, the likelihood of success appeared exceedingly slim. As they conversed, the two finally exited the building. Cheng Yang oriented himself and proceeded towards the location of their vehicle. He could indeed return within 2 minutes, but there was no urgency. Hearing their footsteps, particularly the click of Elon's high heels, he realized the sound was rather pronounced. Consequently, zombies quickly converged upon them. Cheng Yang casually swung his blade, effortlessly dispatching the creatures as if brushing away dust, yet none were able to approach. With a voice imbued with compassion, he murmured, Great mercy, rebirth in paradise. Although performing rites for the zombies no longer granted him enhancements, he still accrued merit points, which were undoubtedly valuable. Having carved a path through the street, Cheng Yang glanced at a nearby cafe and asked with a smile, Would you care for some coffee? It's on me. Certainly, Elon replied. Upon entering the cafe, Cheng Yang busied himself with the coffee machine, using freshly ground beans and mineral water sourced from the cupboard. Soon, the aroma of roasted coffee filled the air as he emerged with 2 cups in hand. They settled by the window, with steaming cups before them and the setting sun outside, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a quaint date. Were it not for the zombies wandering down the street, one might hardly discern the apocalyptic backdrop. Ding, ding, a zombie staggered in, only to be met by Cheng Yang seizing a nearby table and hurling it at the creature. With a resounding crash, the zombie was obliterated, and the entrance was barricaded by the table, preventing the others from entering. Though they could hear the voices of the two within as they relentlessly battered against the door. Bang, bang, bang. Elon remained silent, focusing intently on her coffee, as if weighing her thoughts. Upon finishing her cup, she declined Cheng Yang's offer for a refill and, with a serious demeanor, stated, You have deliberately showcased your strength before me, even bringing me here for coffee to illustrate your capability of providing protection. You have succeeded. I am willing to be your woman. Chapter 52, An Agreement. What a clever woman. Cheng Yang smiled, for he had indeed harbored this intention. He held disdain for force, believing that a woman acquired through coercion was akin to a ticking time bomb, liable to explode at any moment. However, binding through mutual interests was an entirely different matter. In such circumstances, everyone shared a common trench. Their fortunes intertwined. They thrived or perished together. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, women easily developed a sense of dependence on the strong, leading to deeper bonds. Cheng Yang's ambition was to forge a team of goddesses. Yet, this was a long-term aspiration. At present, he possessed only a handful of corpse beads, making the cultivation of a goddess legion seem improbable. What are your demands? Cheng Yang inquired. You must ensure my absolute safety, and I require sufficient food, Wen Yilan stipulated. No problem. Cheng Yang snapped his fingers. I can even surprise you with occasional fruits. Fruits? Wen Yilan trembled slightly. In this era, could one truly still savor fruits? You are not deceiving me, are you? All right, she replied, her cheeks flushed. Although a deal had been struck, this transaction was unlike any before. This time, it involved her body and her destiny. Thus, she sighed inwardly. She never anticipated that someone with such lofty standards, who hadn't even had a boyfriend, would suddenly find herself with a man. However, she quickly added, not here. I need to ensure my safety first, to believe you can fulfill your promises. Cheng Yang smiled faintly. All right, since you no longer intend to drink, let us depart. Wen Yilan nodded, rising from the table with her hands braced against it, causing a ripple of intensity. This woman was truly captivating. As they stepped outside, a horde of zombies instantly surrounded them. Cheng Yang wrapped his arm around Wen Yilan's slender waist, exclaiming, so soft and springy, as if boneless. The sensation is exquisite. Wen Yilan's face flushed crimson, mingled with a hint of annoyance. While I have indeed agreed to be your woman, you seem rather too eager. Hold on tight, Cheng Yang declared, propelling himself upward with a powerful thrust. Boom. He soared into the air, reaching an impressive height of over 30 meters, eliciting a startled scream from Wen Yilan. 10 stories high. Falling from this height could be fatal. She had no choice but to clutch Cheng Yang's neck tightly, realizing that his speed was not a result of impatience, but rather the necessity of their swift escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cheng Yang navigated through the swarm of zombies with ease, maintaining a speed of approximately 50 meters per second. It was not that he could only achieve such velocity with an additional person. Rather, there was no need for him to unleash his full potential. At full throttle, he could reach speeds of 360 kilometers per hour, which would render Wen Yilan breathless, the wind striking her face painfully. After all, she was his woman, deserving of care. Surprisingly, despite not having bathed for half a month, she bore only a faint scent, complemented by an alluring body fragrance that stirred Cheng Yang's heart. The key was that Wen Yilan exuded an air of cold elegance. Although she appeared shy, she endeavored to maintain her aloof demeanor, igniting an impulse within him to shatter her pride and possess her entirely. A true gem. He sprinted at such a remarkable speed that within just a few minutes, he arrived at the location of the RV. Cheng Yang slowed his pace, and with a series of forceful kicks, dispatched the zombies surrounding him, clearing the area. He opened the vehicle door, inviting Wen Yilan to enter. What? Wen Yilan exclaimed in surprise, realizing Cheng Yang resided in a mobile home. You might not understand. Cheng Yang smiled. In truth, zombies are not the real threat. It is humanity that poses a greater danger. Although I possess considerable strength, I would be reduced to a mere target against gunfire, easily turned into a sieve. Thus, allowing these zombies to act as sentinels at night significantly enhances safety. In fact, with his current capabilities, ordinary firearms would hardly pose a genuine threat to him. After all, he had yet to test this hypothesis, remaining quite humble in his assessment. Wen Yilan recalled Lu Feifei's remarks about the shelters and nodded in agreement. The lower-class citizens within those shelters lived in a semblance of hell. Apart from barely scraping by with food, their existence bore little difference from that of the living dead. It was indeed the human heart that was most terrifying. Wen Yilan couldn't help but concur. As Cheng Yang returned, he was greeted by Su Yi. Upon noticing a woman beside him, she paused, momentarily taken aback. Cheng Yang offered a smile, introducing Wen Yilan. He then introduced Su Yi to Wen Yilan. Wen Yilan understood the nature of the relationship between Su Yi and Cheng Yang and cast him a knowing glance. It was no wonder he dismissed Feng Rong and Kai Yihui. He was harboring such a beautiful flower at home. In terms of appearance and figure, she certainly outshone Su Yi, but youth was a treasure that could not be exchanged for anything. She was merely 20 or 21 years old. Go wash up first, Cheng Yang urged, gently pushing Wen Yilan toward the bathroom. Take off your clothes. I will dispose of them. After wearing the same clothing for over 10 days, no matter how precious the fabric, it had become filthy and reeked of sweat. Wen Yilan's cheeks flushed as she replied, You go out first. I'll hand them to you once I've changed. Even though she had agreed to become Cheng Yang's woman, she still found it difficult to be completely honest with a stranger on the very first day. Chapter 53. Bullet cuts when Elon swiftly removed all her gear. Discarding each piece, Cheng Yang picked up the discarded clothes from the floor. They were foul-smelling and needed to be thrown away. He opened the window of the RV and tossed out all the garments she had shed. The height of the RV's windows meant that even if the zombies heard the noise, they could only grunt and bump against the vehicle, unable to reach the window. Cheng Yang, however, found their collisions causing the RV to sway, and if they all concentrated on one side, it might even topple the vehicle. He jumped out of the window, swiftly clearing the nearby zombies, and then set up barricades around the RV. This way, the zombies would serve as a warning system. Yet would be unable to make contact with the RV. Perfect. Upon returning to the vehicle, he found that when Elon had finished her wash, no longer appearing dirty, she now radiated a delightful fragrance. Her long black hair was still slightly damp, cascading smoothly down her back, exuding a unique charm that blended intellect and sensuality. As beautiful as frost and as vibrant as peach blossoms, Cheng Yang's fingers twitched with anticipation, yet he refrained from indulging in the delectable feast before him. There was no rush. The meal would remain. Dinner consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, featuring meat, vegetables, and eggs. When Elon was so moved that tears threatened to spill. How many days had it been since she had tasted decent food? Initially, she maintained a facade of aloofness, savoring each bite with delicate precision, but soon she succumbed to her hunger, devouring the food with abandon. Delicious. Truly delightful. After finishing the meal, Cheng Yang produced oranges, meticulously slicing each one so that everyone could enjoy 2 pieces. Oranges. When Elon was ecstatic. In these times, to still have access to fruit was a marvel. She gazed at Cheng Yang, her eyes filled with admiration. This man was truly remarkable. She believed that even if she were to go to a shelter, willing to be a songbird, food would undoubtedly be plentiful. But could she ever hope for fruit? Such luxuries were reserved for the elite, who scarcely had enough for themselves, let alone to share with others. Once the fruit was consumed, when Elon was eager to avoid the impression of being a glutton, swiftly joining Su Yi to wash the dishes. Cheng Yang, meanwhile, scrolled through his phone, but to his dismay, the webpage failed to load. At that moment, he drew back the curtain of the vehicle to find that the few streetlights that had been barely flickering suddenly extinguished, plunging the surrounding neighborhood into darkness. As if the entire world had been engulfed by shadows, with only the moonlight remaining as a companion. This was a power outage. Cheng Yang was not surprised, after all. It was already the 16th day of the apocalypse. A power failure was hardly unexpected. In fact, the fact that electricity had lasted this long was the true marvel. It was uncertain whether the water supply had ceased, but no one dared to use it, rendering the distinction moot. With the cessation of water, power, and gas, society seemed to regress to a primitive state. Fortunately, he had prepared a motorhome. Cheng Yang felt a surge of gratitude for his foresight. Had he still been in the apartment complex, he would now be sitting in a pitch-black room, surrounded by useless appliances. But now, as long as there was sufficient diesel, the motorhome could continue to function indefinitely. There was, however, a slight drawback. The space within the motorhome was limited. Accommodating 3 people was already a bit cramped. And what would happen if more joined them? Surely, it would not suffice. He needed a safe house. Ideally, a villa, which would facilitate the construction of defenses. Along with a generator. As long as there was enough diesel and gasoline, they would never face a power outage again. Patience was key. At that moment, Su Yi and her companion had finished washing the dishes and were taken aback by the enveloping darkness outside. A power outage. How fortunate to be with Cheng Yang. Otherwise, what could they have done in the face of such darkness? Moreover, with the sweltering month of July approaching, how would they survive without air conditioning? Suddenly, a thunderous roar of engines broke the silence, echoing like an explosion on the streets. Moments later, a brilliant beam of light illuminated the area, and 3 off-road vehicles appeared, crashing through the horde of zombies that stood in their path. Cheng Yang furrowed his brow, bewildered by the ruckus created by this group. "Stay in the car," he commanded. Su Yi and the other girl nodded hastily. Cheng Yang exited the vehicle, shutting the door behind him. 3 off-road vehicles had already closed in, making any attempt to drive away futile. Besides, why would Cheng Yang flee? Was there anyone stronger than him at this moment? The off-road vehicles halted before the obstruction, and 4 men brandishing sticks and machetes leapt from the cars, swiftly dispatching the encroaching zombies while emitting eerie laughter, as if they were engaged in a leisurely pastime rather than risking their lives. The headlights shone directly into Cheng Yang's face, causing him to squint and step back. However, the occupants of the vehicle were malicious, shifting the car forward to keep the lights trained on him. Cheng Yang could hardly endure such provocation. He unleashed a kick, sending a small stone flying, and in an instant, he kicked a second stone. Bang! Bang! The sounds resonated almost simultaneously, as the headlights of the foremost off-road vehicle shattered under the impact of the stones. Damn it, came the curses from across the way, and several men immediately vaulted over the obstacle, swinging their clubs towards Cheng Yang. Unperturbed, Cheng Yang awaited their approach before unleashing another kick. Thud, 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 thud. All four men were sent sprawling simultaneously by his strikes. In this day and age, whoever harbors hostility towards me shall face my wrath. There is no need for courtesy. Damn, an evolver. This guy is an evolver. The occupants of the three vehicles who remained inside began to curse loudly. Yet, they appeared undeterred, leaning out of the windows, brandishing firearms. Bang, bang, bang. Without a moment's hesitation, they opened fire. Bullets whizzed through the air. Cheng Yang swiftly drew his blade, wielding it with the swiftness of the wind. If a high-speed camera were present, it would capture each bullet as it approached him, only to be cleaved in two with exquisite precision. As the gunfire subsided, the onlookers gaped at Cheng Yang, as if beholding a deity rather than a mere mortal. To slice through bullets? Such a scene, typically reserved for the silver screen, was playing out before their eyes in reality. Was he even human? A god, perhaps? Chapter 54. The rampaging youth Cheng Yang smiled faintly. Indeed, while his speed had yet to match that of a bullet, his vision, reflexes, and agility were sufficiently enhanced to achieve the extraordinary feat of cleaving bullets in twain. 100-fold enhancement. Then, his expression turned icy. Die, he bellowed, erupting forward towards the trio of off-road vehicles. With a roar, one individual sprang from the car, tearing the door off its hinges and hurling it at Cheng Yang. The door spun toward him, and without doubt, the velocity it generated could cleave a person in half. With a swift flash of his blade, Cheng Yang split the door in half, and his figure darted through the opening created. He turned his gaze towards the formidable figure who had effortlessly torn off the car door and hurled it in his direction. To his astonishment, it was a mere youth, no more than 17 or 18 years old, tall and robust. However, what was truly surprising was the thick coat of black hair that covered his entire body, making him resemble a bipedal black bear. What a fine knife. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is mine now. Cheng Yang's gaze shifted past the youth and into the car, illuminated by its interior lights amidst the darkness outside. There, in the back seat, lay a woman, clearly lifeless, her body marred with wounds, her face etched with fear and anguish. She must have been brutally killed by the boy. The youth, noticing her, grinned widely and remarked, "The night is perfect for hunting. During the day, one can't tell which houses are occupied, but at night, the illuminated ones reveal their presence. Surely, there is a woman in your vehicle as well?" He pointed towards the RV. "Very well, the knife is mine, and so is the woman." Cheng Yang chuckled in disbelief. "What gives you such confidence?" "Just because I am he mooching." With a thunderous roar, the youth's body astonishingly swelled, tearing his clothes as if they were mere paper. Yet he seemed unconcerned about modesty, his body cloaked in a dense layer of black hair. He dropped to all fours and charged towards Cheng Yang with astonishing speed. Was this still a human? Had he devolved into a primitive state? Cheng Yang furrowed his brow. Could this be considered an evolution? It seemed rather like regression. Nevertheless, the boy's speed and strength were indeed superior to that of an ordinary person. The youth lunged forward, extending his hands toward Cheng Yang's chest with fingers sharp as claws, reminiscent of a wild beast. Cheng Yang swiftly seized the boy's wrist and, with a powerful motion, hurled him to the ground. Thud, 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 thud. He battered the boy like a sandbag, creating deep craters on either side. Finally, he halted and lifted the youth to inspect him. The boy lay unconscious, numerous bones likely shattered, yet he was miraculously still alive. Such tenacity of life. Cheng Yang casually tossed the youth into a horde of zombies, who immediately descended upon him, biting and tearing at his flesh, awakening him to the agony of his wounds. With his left arm and leg incapacitated, he could not move, yet his right limbs remained functional, allowing him to fend off and kick away the attacking zombies. Soon, he would become a level 1 zombie. Cheng Yang was not one to instigate harm, but if someone dared to provoke him, they would meet their demise. Those who deserved to die would transform into zombies and contribute their essence. Unfazed, Cheng Yang wielded his knife and charged forward. Flash, 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 flash. He left no survivors. He was indifferent to the motives or affiliations of this group. His only concern was their annihilation. Approaching the boy's side, Cheng Yang observed him still battling the zombies. Though limited to one hand and one foot, the youth's strength was formidable, preventing any of the zombies from getting close. With great compassion, one seeks to attain the ultimate bliss. Cheng Yang softly recited, immediately reaping a multitude of merits. Remarkably, he could transcend the zombies slain by others. This sentiment was delightful. It was not imperative for him to be the one to dispatch the undead, further solidifying his resolve to assemble a legion of beautiful warriors. "I will kill you. I will kill you," the youth shouted at Cheng Yang. "How dare you harm me? I assure you, my elder brother will not spare you." Unfazed, Cheng Yang replied, "You should first take care of yourself." He patiently awaited the moment the youth would transform into a zombie. Only upon becoming a zombie could he acquire a corpse pearl. Otherwise, the process would be unnecessarily complicated. As the youth continued his cries, a sudden change flickered in his gaze. A blankness overtook him. He had succumbed to the undead. No longer did he scream, but instead, a ravenous desire for flesh contorted his features, mingled with a glimmer of confusion and murderous intent aimed at Cheng Yang. Indeed, a level 1 zombie seemed capable of retaining some vague memories from its former self. With a howl, he charged toward Cheng Yang. Though his leg bones were shattered in several places, he moved with astonishing agility. Cheng Yang smirked as he slashed with his blade. The youth was cleaved in two. Utterly defenseless, Cheng Yang smiled faintly. A level 1 evolved being, a level 1 zombie was equivalent to him at tenfold enhancement, and with his further augmentation, he was undoubtedly overwhelming. One step ahead, always ahead. After acquiring the corpse pearl, he returned to his vehicle. "Darling, you can actually split bullets. You are incredible," Zhu Yi exclaimed, leaping toward him, overwhelmed with excitement. Although when Elon maintained her composure, her eyes sparkled with admiration. This man claimed to fear bullets? What nonsense. Just moments ago, the two women had witnessed Cheng Yang effortlessly slice through bullets with his blood blade, leaving them utterly astonished. Was he a deity? As night fell, Cheng Yang awoke, recalling that he had yet to examine the attributes of the two corpse pearls he had acquired the day before. Corpse pearl, level 1. Strength attribute. Upon absorption, it grants a slight chance to become a berserker. A level 1 berserker can ascend to level 2 after absorbing 100 such pearls. Note, an evolved being cannot possess two attributes concurrently. Both pearls were identical, both possessing the strength attribute. Chapter 55, Lake Guest Number 1 Strange. They should not be the same. The zombie dog was one thing, but what of that youth? He had clearly transformed into a beast, resembling a bear, with his strength and defense dramatically increased. Nonetheless, strength is strength. After all, he was already a psychic master and could not acquire a second attribute. Cheng Yang resolved to set the two corpse pearls aside for the moment. Having absorbed 2 after his tenfold enhancement, he intended to collect 8 more before using them simultaneously, hoping to achieve a breakthrough. If 10 were insufficient, perhaps 100 would suffice, should the need arise. He could also share the corpse pearls with the women in his life, enabling them to become evolved beings and alleviate some of his burdens. He could not shoulder every responsibility alone. Then, Cheng Yang opened the system shop to take a look. His gains from yesterday were modest. Having earned just over 10,000 merit points, he acquired purification potions, holy bullets, and a pot of vegetables, but there were no new items. Never mind. He decided to exchange everything. After spending 2,200 merit points, he had 10,200 left. He needed to hurry and accumulate more merit points, as he intended to redeem any fragments of the flying cloud shuttle as soon as they appeared in the shop. Although his gains from yesterday were not substantial, he did acquire a corpse bead, which was not entirely disappointing. He began searching for Elon, as he had not seen her in the bedroom. Upon reaching the driver's seat, he discovered the enchanting goddess fast asleep behind the wheel. He chuckled softly. It was no wonder she was tired. Cheng Yang approached her and gently lifted her up. It seemed that when Elon had stayed awake quite late the previous night, for she did not awaken even as he carried her. Her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, breathtakingly beautiful. Cheng Yang placed her on the bed. The vehicle was luxurious, and the bed was spacious enough for 4 people to squeeze in if necessary. Just then, when Elon stirred awake, her gaze falling upon Cheng Yang, causing her cheeks to flush. Memories of the sounds from the previous night flooded her mind as she looked at the man before her, whose physique was sculpted like marble, each muscle distinctly defined, exuding a potent masculinity. "Ah," she gasped, "you're not wearing any clothes." Cheng Yang, unfazed, replied, "Didn't you see me yesterday?" "How could I not have seen?" she retorted. The confined space of the vehicle left little room for discretion. However, her exclamation startled Zhu Yi awake. Upon seeing Elon lying on the bed, she giggled and playfully pinned Elon down. Watching the two women frolic was certainly a delightful sight for Cheng Yang. Yet he could not help but lament once more about the crampedness of the RV. There were only 3 of them, and yet it felt insufficient. He needed to find a villa to accommodate the gradually expanding harem, with his needs for sustenance and drink taken care of, and his strength far surpassing that of any current evolver. It was only natural that his thoughts would turn to such matters. "Do you know which villa in Sioux City is the most prestigious?" he inquired of Elon. As a female executive with a fortune of at least several million, she certainly had more knowledge about high-end villas than Cheng Yang did. Elon was taken aback. "You want to buy a villa?" "No. Why do you need to find one?" Cheng Yang smiled. The RV is too small and quite limiting. I require more space. What about safety? When Elon calmly analyzed. A villa is much larger, unlike an RV, where you only need to guard one door. Cheng Yang chuckled. Ordinary zombies wouldn't be able to breach a villa. And when it comes to evolvers, what difference is there between a villa and an RV? After some consideration, when Elon nodded. The most upscale villa in Sioux City is definitely Lakeview number 1. Before the disaster, its prices had already surpassed 100,000. Lakeview number 1, Cheng Yang exclaimed, acknowledging his familiarity with it. Let us go take a look. He drove off, but when he maintained a speed of only 20 miles per hour. When Elon couldn't help but feel speechless, she turned to Zhu Youhao. Does he always drive like this? Zhu Youhao, having just gotten into the car and not having witnessed Cheng Yang driving before, was equally perplexed. Unbeknownst to me, I have never witnessed my husband driving. Very well. The journey has indeed been rather slow. After driving for a while, we encountered obstacles, necessitating Cheng Yang to alight and clear the path, subsequently dealing with a wave of approaching zombies, further diminishing our speed. Thus, after more than an hour, they finally arrived at Lake Bin number 1, nestled beside Jinji Lake. Within the CBD, this area is a precious commodity, comprising a total of 35 villas, each occupying approximately 1,000 square meters, with a built area exceeding 1,500 square meters. Each household is encircled by its own independent walls, ensuring a high degree of privacy. However, the community's main gate stood wide open, with zombies wandering aimlessly within. Cheng Yang drove the vehicle inside, closed the main gate, and commenced a purge. After 2 hours, no zombies remained within the community. There may still be some lurking in the villas, but their numbers would surely be few. This community is situated at a land protrusion into the lake, surrounded by water on 3 sides. Thus, by severing the sole land route, it transforms into an island, impervious to zombie incursions. A thought crossed Cheng Yang's mind. He had an idea. He instructed the 2 women to disembark and advance forward, locating the narrowest point of the road, where the lake was merely 12 meters on either side. If I dig a trench here, the remaining part of the community will become an island, utterly secure. Without hesitation, he set to work. Cheng Yang motioned for the 2 women to step back, then revealed his extraordinary capabilities. With both hands, he struck the ground, forcefully breaking the surface. Back and forth he went, gradually forming the outline of a trench, which deepened and widened. Zhu Youhao and Wen Elon were left in awe. This was no ordinary man. My husband is a deity. Cheng Yang's strength had reached 5 tons, rendering him akin to a human bulldozer. Through his tireless efforts, he swiftly excavated a trench 5 meters wide and over 6 meters deep, matching the depth of the surrounding lake waters. Remarkably, the diving helmet he thought he wouldn't need proved invaluable, allowing him to work underwater for extended periods without surfacing for air. Task accomplished. Cheng Yang felt elated, filled with a sense of accomplishment. In the future, iron railings would be installed on both sides for added security. Come, let me take you to purchase a grand villa. Cheng Yang laughed heartily. They began the meticulous task of clearing each villa. Once every zombie within was eradicated, safety would be assured. Unless an evolved zombie appeared, it would be impossible for any to infiltrate this sanctuary. Speaking of which, as Cheng Yang kicked open a door, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a figure lunged at him with lightning speed, the icy glint aimed directly at his throat. A zombie. Strangely, this creature was emaciated, almost skeletal. Yet its form was nearly inhuman, with blade-like appendages growing from its arm and leg bones, and a row of inch-long spines protruding from its vertebrae. Moreover, every bone bore spikes, varying in length. This was an evolved zombie. Cheng Yang was elated. Chapter 56, The Building Materials Market. A flash of crimson light illuminated the scene as the head of the zombie was severed. A level 1 zombie, which should ideally represent the pinnacle of current combat prowess, particularly one with exposed bones that had evolved into a bizarre weaponized form, ought to possess unparalleled lethality. Yet, before Cheng Yang, and under the blade of blood, what was a level 1 zombie? It was effortlessly decapitated, as though it were nothing more than the most ordinary of creatures. Cheng Yang reached into the remnants of its head and retrieved a blood-colored corpse pearl. This marked the 3rd one he had acquired. Stowing it away in his personal space, he scanned through its attributes, noting its power attribute. Despite its grotesque appearance, it still bore the power attribute. This puzzled Cheng Yang. Nevertheless, as long as it was a corpse pearl, he had no complaints. You're amazing, darling. Zhu Youhao exclaimed joyfully, while Wen Elon looked on with admiration. Cheng Yang, however, remained undistracted, continuing to eradicate the remaining zombies. After half a day's effort, he had dispatched all the zombies within the community. Thus, the entirety of Hubin No. 1 had transformed into a secure sanctuary. The 4 of them chose the most opulent villa, and fortunately, There were no corpses present, otherwise. With blood splattered across the floors and walls, the stench would have been unbearable after so many days. However, all bedding would need to be replaced. Regardless of any tendencies towards cleanliness, it was simply unacceptable to sleep on someone else's used linens. Naturally, the task of tidying up was left to Zhu Youhao and the other woman, while Cheng Yang prepared to venture out. He needed to install a generator in the villa and modify the water supply to draw from the rooftop water tank, which would allow him to infuse purification agents, yielding up to 10 cubic meters of clean water. Provided the taps weren't left running, it should suffice for several days. However, it was unlikely he could complete everything today, so he decided to rest in the RV for the night. They had an early dinner, after which Cheng Yang carried the two women across the river to their RV for rest. He then exited the community, intending to browse the construction and hardware markets to gather the necessary materials. Acquiring a generator was straightforward, even if he didn't know where to buy one. A hospital would surely have generators on hand. After all, how many critically ill patients would perish during a power outage? Thus, his first destination was the hospital. Finding a generator took him half an hour, but disassembling it required less than 30 seconds. His current strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Unscrewing bolts with his bare hands was a breeze. He stored the generator in his personal space. However, his space was currently limited to 96 cubic meters, not particularly spacious. Should he upgrade? It was indeed sufficient. He had dispatched over 2,000 zombies today, and with the merits accumulated from the previous day, he had reached a total of just over 34,000. Yet, upgrading the space required 32,000 merits, and after the upgrade, he would be left nearly destitute. Upgrade. Cheng Yang gritted his teeth. The size of his personal space was of utmost importance, and he could not afford to be stingy. The capacity increased to 192 cubic meters. Though the merits required for each upgrade were soaring, the space gained was also doubling. In reality, the per cubic meter cost had not escalated. With determination, he set off towards the construction market. Before Cheng Yang's arrival, he had prudently consulted a map, fortunate to have downloaded the offline version in advance. After confirming his direction, he set off towards the How Did Job building materials market. With unwavering determination, he reached his destination within minutes. The sky had yet to darken. Though it was already 5:30, Cheng Yang was astounded, nearly rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Was this truly a building materials market? It resembled more of a military base. Indeed, the entire perimeter of the market was fortified with barbed wire nearly 3 meters high, with zombies roaming outside and soldiers patrolling within. Occasionally, a soldier would thrust a spear outward, piercing a zombie's eye socket and obliterating its brain. However, the barbed wire was not entirely sealed. At the main entrance, a section had been left open, replaced instead by barricades formed from sharp steel pipes, poised to impale any approaching zombies. In fact, several zombies were already skewered upon the barricades, emitting ghastly groans as they futilely flailed their limbs, unable to extricate themselves. This area evidently served as a passage for vehicles. Intriguingly, someone had appropriated the building materials market as a stronghold. Just then, a truck emerged, prompting individuals to swiftly remove the barricades. The truck's front had been modified with robust beams, enabling it to surge forward at high speed, crashing through the zombies in its path with a series of thunderous impacts. To Cheng Yang's astonishment, the truck was laden with building materials. His curiosity piqued. Was commerce still occurring here? He speculated that this truck did not belong to the faction controlling the market, as there would be no reason to transport a load of materials otherwise. Initially, he had assumed the market was desolate, overrun solely by zombies. But he now realized it had been occupied by people. Though he was quite reclusive, preferring solitude to social interaction, he found this situation troublesome. As he stepped outside, the zombies immediately detected his presence and surged towards him. This commotion caught the attention of those within the market, some even observing through binoculars. Was this individual mentally unstable? Did he truly dare to venture out alone? Did he think wielding a knife made him formidable? Yet, his knife appeared rather peculiar. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, wagering on how long he would last. In this apocalyptic scenario, it was not merely strangers who hesitated to assist. Even allies would think twice before risking their lives amidst a horde of zombies. However, in the next moment, they were utterly astonished. A flurry of blood flashed like a mirage as zombies were cleaved into disarray, unable to approach Cheng Yang, who strolled leisurely, advancing at a normal pace towards the market's entrance. By the time Cheng Yang reached the barricade, a trail of dismembered zombies lay in his wake, none remaining intact. An evolver, they murmured, their gazes towards Cheng Yang now laced with reverence. May I enter? Cheng Yang sheathed his knife, casually inquiring. Yes, they replied. As if awakening from a dream, nodding eagerly, Cheng Yang effortlessly leaped over the obstacles without requiring assistance from the others. However, they quickly surrounded him. One of them stated, "This is our territory. Should you desire building materials, you may exchange them for food, water, or other useful items. If you wish to join us, you will need the consent of the three chiefs. Do not perceive us as tyrannical. We are the merchants here, and the goods belong to us." Cheng Yang smiled and replied, "I understand. I will retrieve a truck and prepare the items for exchange. By the way, how does the exchange work?" Chapter 57. Old classmates. 1 pound of food exchanges for 100 pounds of materials. 1 liter of clean water exchanges for 50 pounds of materials. 1 liter of gasoline or diesel exchanges for 100 pounds of materials. The individuals began to demonstrate the exchange rates using their fingers. Cheng Yang nodded and turned to depart. Shortly after, he arrived driving a truck in a rather unsteady manner, causing those at the building materials market to hold their breath in trepidation. Let us hope you do not become the unfortunate first victim of a post-apocalyptic car accident. Fortunately, Cheng Yang managed to maneuver the vehicle inside without incident, primarily due to his exceptional physical prowess, keen eyesight, judgment, and reflexes, which far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, enabling him to execute emergency responses that others could not. "Let us proceed with the inventory," Cheng Yang announced, revealing a selection of items: instant noodles, fresh greens, chives, and oranges. The sight left the onlookers astonished. "Fresh vegetables," one exclaimed. "Wait a moment, I'll fetch the chiefs." He dashed off in haste. A few minutes later, 3 groups emerged from different entrances. It appeared that these 3 chiefs did not reside together but managed their own domains, only uniting when faced with zombies or other adversaries. The first to approach was a portly man, appearing in his 40s, with a round belly and a handheld device that he incessantly opened and closed, producing an irritating noise. The second was a muscular man in his 30s, clad in a tank top, revealing a black tiger tattoo on his back, its tail wrapped around his neck. His fierce gaze suggested he was not one to be trifled with, unlike the jovial fat man, who wore a broad smile, radiating affability. The third figure was a woman, likely in her 30s, strikingly beautiful, her well-proportioned figure accentuated by a snug sweater that drew attention to her curves. "Haha, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mo Bai Hong, once the owner of Zinfi Building Materials, and now, I continue in the same line of work," the fat man began, introducing the others. "This is Chief Jiang Guorui, and this lovely lady is Chief Gao Yunru." His beaming smile transformed his eyes into mere slits, exuding a harmless demeanor. "To be candid, my young friend, we are all evolved beings," he chuckled. "This term, evolved beings, is merely a phrase I picked up from the nonsensical officials. If you ask me, superpowered individual sounds far more impressive. By the way, you are an evolved being too, aren't you?" Cheng Yang nodded. "My name is Cheng Yang." Jiang Guorui and Gao Yunru also nodded in acknowledgement. In these times, ordinary people are indeed like weeds, but the evolved beings are an entirely different matter. Each one possesses formidable strength. Cheng Yang felt a slight surprise. He had rarely encountered an evolved being before, and now he had unexpectedly come across 3 in quick succession. Could it be that, as the apocalypse unfolds, the number of evolved beings and evolved zombies would rapidly increase? If that were the case, he must swiftly advance to level 2 to maintain his absolute advantage. "Brother Cheng," Mo Boahong laughed heartily, exuding the warmth of a long-standing friendship. "You truly possess remarkable abilities. To think you could still procure vegetables and fruits. Come, our building materials are at your disposal. Your vehicle can carry as much as it can hold, I assure you." Jiang and Gao did not object. Their gazes towards Cheng Yang were filled with curiosity. Where had he obtained such fresh vegetables and fruits? Had he perhaps taken over a garden? Without hesitation, Cheng Yang entered the materials market and began selecting items. Whatever he chose, Mo Boahong had his underlings transport the materials for loading. Throughout the process, Mo Boahong accompanied him, engaging in casual conversation. "Brother Cheng, where do you reside? Would you consider moving here? I previously witnessed your impressive prowess in dispatching zombies. Should you choose to join us, you would undoubtedly become the 4th leader here. To be frank, our business is thriving. Different factions come to exchange supplies nearly every day. And you must have noticed upon your arrival that we are not lacking in women. As long as you have provisions, they will provide you with quality services. I'll let you in on a secret, and it's not just because I find you agreeable, Brother Cheng. I won't disclose this to the couple living in room 409, who came here for materials during the apocalypse and ended up trapped. They are not merchants. How do you think they survive here? It's all thanks to the wife selling her services. However, the husband was quite wealthy before the apocalypse, and his wife is a remarkable beauty. To be honest, had it not been for the end of the world, I would never have had the chance to meet such a woman in my lifetime. On the surface, that exquisite wife wouldn't admit to selling her body. You would have to say I introduced you for her to consider it. Everything is fine, though a bit pricey. 2 packets of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food for 1 encounter. By the way, I have a video to show you. Before Cheng Yang could refuse, the portly man had already pulled out his phone and played a video. It featured a beautiful woman performing a sultry dance. Indeed, she was stunning, with a score of around 85 for her looks and a splendid figure. Cheng Yang, however, remained unfazed, as three exquisite beauties awaited him at home, each surpassing this woman. Yet, something about this woman's face stirred a sense of familiarity within Cheng Yang. After a moment's contemplation, it struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wasn't she Huang Bohai's wife? Huang Bohai, whose family background was quite ordinary, attended elementary and middle school with his classmates. His academic performance was also average, and after finishing middle school, he went to work. However, fortune smiled upon him 2 years later when they were compensated for a demolition project. They received 4 apartments. And thus the Huang family began to engage in real estate speculation, coinciding with an opportune market. A few years later, their wealth soared to over 100 million. Huang Bohai emerged as the most successful among his elementary and middle school peers, surpassing even a classmate who had been admitted to Nanjing University and achieved a doctoral degree, yet could not compare materially to him. Last year, Huang Bohai wed, and Cheng Yang received an invitation to the ceremony. He attended, offering a monetary gift, and beheld Huang Bohai's bride, Li Zixiang, the school beauty from their middle school days, whose beauty and figure could only be described as divine. At the wedding banquet, the 3 tables of old classmates were naturally envious of Huang Bohai. A seemingly uneducated bumpkin had managed to marry the former school beauty, who was reputed to be a talented graduate of Nanjing University. Interestingly, that doctoral scholar had once pursued Li Zixiang, but was rejected outright, which left him infuriated upon discovering her materialistic nature. What could Huang Bohai possibly possess aside from wealth that could rival him? Huang Bohai's invitation to his old classmates was not merely nostalgic. It served to showcase his journey from being a nobody in school, often looked down upon for his poor academic performance, to his current status of immense wealth and a wife whom they could only fantasize about. When he approached with his bride to toast, he unabashedly expressed this sense of superiority, prompting the 3 tables of guests to leave in a huff. Unexpectedly, what a twist of fate. Chapter 58. Confrontation. After Cheng Yang gathered the necessary materials, he addressed Mo Baihong. I will heed your advice, and take a look. Brother Mo, would I deceive you? Mo Baihong clapped him on the shoulder. Come, I will accompany you. Seize the opportunity to take that woman's husband away. You might even indulge in some illicit activities with his wife. I assure you, it will be quite exhilarating. Cheng Yang merely smiled. Accompanied by Mo Baihong, they ascended to the 4th floor. Room 409 was a small storefront. The previous owner had long since become a zombie and was eliminated. And now it housed a young couple. Boss Missouri. From a distance, a young man approached, bowing and scraping in a sycophantic manner. Although he had not yet reached 30, he was already portly, adorned with rings on every finger and several gold chains around his neck, exuding the air of a nouveau riche. Eager for others to notice his wealth, Cheng Yang recognized Huang Bohai immediately. Having attended his wedding just last year, there was no mistaking him. Yet, in just 1 year, this old classmate had become even more ostentatious. Mo Baihong nodded with restrained acknowledgement. Xiao Huang, this is my friend Cheng Yang. Before he could finish his introduction, Huang Bohai exclaimed in surprise. Oh, Mo Baihong was taken aback. You two know each other? Cheng Yang interjected. We are indeed old classmates, having spent 9 years together in elementary and middle school. Oh, Mo Baihong's eyes glinted mischievously as he flashed an enigmatic smile, even winking at Cheng Yang. Oh, your classmate's wife. I suppose you've longed for this moment, haven't you? Truly exceptional and rather subtly alluring. Huang Bohai felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He never anticipated encountering an old classmate here. On his wedding day, he had basked in the limelight, finally avenging the grievances of the past. Yet, was this the fickle wheel of fortune at play? Now, in his current state of misfortune, he found himself reliant on others for survival. While Cheng Yang appeared to stand on equal footing with Mo Baihong, instantly diminishing his stature. What a disgrace. He forced a smile and said, Cheng Yang, it's been a while. Indeed, it has been quite some time, Cheng Yang replied, observing Huang Bohai's early weight gain and transformation with a silent lament. How splendid Huang Bohai had been just a year ago. In the presence of their old classmates, he had relished the spotlight, humiliating each of them in turn, and, of course, Huang Bohai clearly had no intentions of inviting them to his celebratory feast any longer. Cheng Yang had also borne the brunt of his humiliation. For during their middle school years, Cheng Yang's prowess in basketball and his tall, handsome stature had won him the affection of numerous girls, inciting Huang Bohai's jealousy over any potential past connection with his wife. Li Zixiang quickly interjected, asserting that Cheng Yang had indeed pursued her. But she had paid him no heed. Yet, the reality was quite different. It was Li Zixiang who had boldly invited Cheng Yang to a hotel. But the innocent Cheng Yang, enamored with his dream girl, could never accept such an invitation. Thus, he had inadvertently offended her. Mo Bong, astute as ever, quickly discerned the tension between Cheng Yang and Huang Bohai, laughing heartily as he beckoned Huang Bohai. Little Huang, come, walk with me. Don't hinder Cheng Yang from catching up with your wife. Such words. Huang Bohai's face turned pale with envy. What did he mean by not hindering his wife from reminiscing with Cheng Yang? What could they possibly have to discuss? If anyone should be reminiscing, it should be him with Cheng Yang. Realizing Mo Bahong's implication, he understood that no man could tolerate such a public affront. Yet, could he dare express his anger before Mo Bong? Even though he was seething with rage, to the point of wishing harm, he knew better than to confront him. Who was Mo Bong? One of the three titans of the building materials market, and possessing extraordinary influence. Their survival in this place depended entirely on his favor, which allowed them to occasionally receive scraps of food. If he were to offend Mo Bong, both he and his wife would surely perish from hunger. What he failed to realize was that it was not merely his obsequiousness that kept Mo Bong benevolent. Rather, it was the fact that his wife had been intimate with the rotund Mo. The sporadic provisions they received were, in fact, a concession to keep Huang Bohai oblivious to her clandestine dealings. Why the secrecy? Because Li Zixiang still clung to the hope that the apocalypse would soon pass, and the order of humanity would be restored. Would you accompany me for a stroll? Have you not ears? Mo Bohong's expression darkened instantly, revealing a palpable aura of menace. This rotund figure was far from the harmless persona he projected. He was indeed a formidable individual. In truth, these evolved beings likely had all been bitten by zombies, having survived after being captured. Thus each had danced perilously close to the gates of death. His presence was undeniably imposing. Huang Bohai involuntarily recoiled, resembling a turtle retracting into its shell. Reluctantly, and with great reluctance, he followed the corpulent man. Glancing back several times, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Yet, ultimately, he did not turn away. Cheng Yang entered the shop, where Li Zixiang awaited him. Upon his entrance, she greeted him with a smile. Had I known such a day would come, I would have ensured you shared my bed back then. Had their relationship progressed during their earlier encounters, perhaps she would have become Cheng Yang's girlfriend and not be forced to resort to selling her body for a living now. However, engaging with Cheng Yang at this juncture would be purely transactional. Come, Li Zixiang declared, moving to close the shop door. I am quite pleased to be with you. After all, you were once the object of my affection. Cheng Yang, however, halted her. Have you lost your senses? You wish to do this with the door wide open? Li Zixiang was taken aback. While she indeed sold seafood, she still desired a semblance of dignity, albeit a superficial one. Cheng Yang chuckled softly, tossing 2 packets of instant noodles onto the table. Li Zixiang's gaze fell upon the noodles, her throat involuntarily swallowing. Then hurry. Cheng Yang, entirely disinterested in boarding a bus, smiled and said, Do not misunderstand. I intend to inquire about something using these 2 packets of noodles. This revelation startled Li Zixiang, yet it also stoked a sense of indignation within her. Cheng Yang had rebuffed her in middle school, and now he was doing so again. Was she truly so lacking in allure? The saying goes that a woman transforms remarkably as she matures. She had become increasingly beautiful, pursued by countless admirers during her studies. Yet here was Cheng Yang, still denying her, leaving her countenance somewhat dismayed. Nonetheless, she found herself unable to resist the temptation of the 2 packets of noodles. What would you like to know? Cheng Yang's face took on a nostalgic hue as he inquired, What is the current status of Ding Dong Ling? Chapter 59. The starlet Ding Dong Ling, a name from long ago. Li Zixiang paused momentarily before breaking into a laugh. So it turns out the one you secretly adored back then was indeed her. Years prior, she had attempted to entice Cheng Yang, only to find her efforts met with indifference. From what she gathered, Cheng Yang had been enamored with someone else. Yet she remained oblivious to the identity of that person. Why would she assume it was Ding Dong Ling? Because Ding Dong Ling had been the dream girl of everyone. The title of campus belle that Li Zixiang eventually acquired was only bestowed upon her after Ding Dong Ling's graduation. Previously, Ding Dong Ling had monopolized that status, leaving other girls with no chance to contend. Ding Dong Ling was 2 grades ahead of her and Cheng Yang. Thus, while they had just begun their 2nd year of middle school, Ding Dong Ling had already graduated to high school. However, during her university years, she was discovered by a talent scout and swiftly entered the entertainment industry, quickly rising to stardom, and had long since lost touch with Cheng Yang and their other former classmates. Why did Cheng Yang inquire with Li Zixiang about Ding Dong Ling? It is said that the 2 are distant relatives. Cheng Yang frowned and said, If you know, just tell me. If not, then forget it. To him, Ding Dong Ling was merely a beautiful memory from his youth. He had never exchanged a word with her, only catching glimpses of the stunning senior at school. What was so extraordinary about having a crush as a teenager? After entering high school, He gradually forgot about this infatuation, not only finding a girlfriend, but also sharing intimate moments. However, when they went to different places for university, the long-distance relationship became a catalyst for their breakup, which ended after merely 6 months. After returning to singlehood, Cheng Yang embraced freedom, having had romances with both seniors and juniors, and even indulged in fleeting encounters with mature women during his part-time job at the gym. He had indeed let go of ding-dongling completely. But upon unexpectedly seeing Li Zixiang, old memories were stirred, piquing his curiosity. Li Zixiang chuckled, sitting next to Cheng Yang. Actually, I'm not much inferior to ding-dongling. Why don't you want to have fun with me? After all, I bear some resemblance to her. Go away, Cheng Yang replied coldly. Close your eyes and imagine me as ding-dongling, Li Zixiang whispered in his ear. Now, are you thinking of me? Cheng Yang pushed her away. You've been given a bit of courtesy, yet you don't know when to back off. Li Zixiang's expression darkened. She was aware that she could not compare to ding-dongling. Yet she had been bold enough to offer herself as an alternative, only to be rejected. It was a great humiliation. However, her gaze fell upon the instant noodles on the table, and her anger subsided. She turned away from Cheng Yang and began to eat the noodles directly. That big star. TSK, she truly has poor taste in men. You should know she is married, right? Hee, let me share a secret with you. Her husband is actually gay. Marrying her was merely a facade to conceal his identity and protect the company's stock price. He hasn't even laid a finger on her. I saw ding-dongling 2 months ago. She had lost a considerable amount of weight, but her chest remained ample, perhaps an E or even F cup. And her backside? Plump like a ripe peach. I couldn't help but want to touch it. She was evidently trying to provoke Cheng Yang's imagination, twisting her body as she spoke. Truly shameless. Cheng Yang frowned. Where is she now? Feeling a pang of sympathy? Li Zixiang chuckled. I believe she recently took on a role and is filming in Haidu. If you have the capability, why not venture to Haidu to find her? TSK, a hero saving a damsel in distress. Perhaps ding-dongling might be moved and become your woman? Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Although Haidu was one of the closest cities to Suching, less than 100 kilometers away, traversing even a single kilometer now posed enormous risks, let alone traveling to Haidu. Moreover, Haidu is undoubtedly the most populous city in all of Huaxia, which implies that the number of zombies there is also the highest. With the internet now severed, how could one possibly locate a single individual in such an immense city? Perhaps ding-dongling has already perished, or worse, transformed into one of the undead. Cheng Yang, it is better to cherish the ones present before you. Cheng Yang sought out Mo Bong and announced his departure. Mo Bong, taken aback, exclaimed, so soon? Has it even been 10 minutes? Brother, while you may be an evolved being, it seems you have not advanced in other aspects at all. Huang Bohai, on the other hand, gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, wishing he could physically annihilate Cheng Yang. Naturally, Cheng Yang had no intention of explaining, I have no interest in your wife. It is she who is trying to seduce me. He dismissed the notion entirely. Then allow me to see you off, my dear brother. Mo Bong escorted Cheng Yang downstairs, saying, brother, do come by more often. You are always welcome to conduct business with me. Vegetables and fruits are rare commodities. The more, the merrier. Furthermore, the three of us intend to expand our operations. In the future, should you have any items you no longer need, feel free to bring them to me. I can assist you in selling them or trading them for what you require. Sounds good. Cheng Yang nodded in agreement. He hopped into his vehicle, nearly colliding with a barricade as he reached the entrance. Although he was unperturbed, the individuals at the gate were petrified, for if the entrance were to be breached, they would have to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the zombies. Once the barricade was cleared, Cheng Yang sped away. However, after driving for a while, he encountered a blockage and chose not to attempt clearing it. Instead, he stored all the building materials into his personal space and continued to run at full speed, returning to Lakeview No. 1 within mere minutes. The atmosphere was calm, and everything appeared to be intact. He first shared dinner with the two women before seizing the night to resume his labors. He installed the generator and connected the wires. With a thunderous roar from the generator, electricity was restored, and several lights within the villa flickered to life. In the enveloping darkness, the bright illumination offered a profound sense of security. Cheng Yang then ascended to the rooftop to attend to the water tank. He constructed a tank of 10 cubic meters, ensuring that filling it with water and adding a tube of purification agent would be perfectly adequate. He toiled until midnight, refraining from waking Su Yi and the other woman, and instead retreated into the villa, lying on the spacious bed, rolling around to appreciate its ample size, capable of comfortably accommodating 7 or 8 individuals. Eventually, he settled down, drifting into slumber after a considerable time. He dreamt of ding-dongling. Chapter 60. The meditation technique of the 5 emperors. Ding-dongling was likely the first girl Cheng Yang ever fancied. However, it cannot truly be classified as first love. It was more of an unrequited affection. So much time has passed, and Cheng Yang is no longer that naive young boy, but rather an experienced individual with years of wisdom. It is unrealistic to think he would venture to Haidu for a woman he once admired. He is no longer so innocent or impassioned. In this apocalyptic world, his priority is to survive and thrive, with the utmost importance placed on enhancing his own abilities. He found himself ensnared at a staggering enhancement level of 99, and it seemed that only an abundance of corpse beads could liberate him from this constraint. Thus, his immediate priority was to seek out sufficient level 1 zombies to acquire these beads. As for women, in the grand scheme of survival, any form of indulgence paled in comparison. Conversely, once his strength flourished, would he not have women flocking to him? It was imperative to prioritize correctly. As the night passed, Cheng Yang awoke naturally. He practiced his bone-slicing knife technique in a spacious courtyard of 500 square meters. The 8 forms of this technique were executed with exquisite precision. Previously, his strength had been insufficient. After executing a full set, he would be utterly exhausted. However, now, having enhanced his abilities nearly 100-fold, this knife technique finally radiated its intended brilliance, exhibiting formidable power. In the past, he would tire after a single use due to the immense energy required to perform the 8 forms, coupled with his inadequate prowess to fully unleash the technique's might. But now, after completing a full set, he still felt invigorated, each movement demonstrating its full potential. Exhilaration surged through him. After practicing the entire sequence, he felt a delightful refreshment coursing through his body, as if every muscle and bone had been meticulously honed. Although his strength had not visibly increased, it seemed as if each cell had undergone fortification, rendering him more resilient, akin to a tempering effect. Cheng Yang was elated. He repeated the practice until he was thoroughly fatigued. What had he refreshed today? A purification potion. Well, it was useful, and he exchanged it for a mere 100 merit points. On to the next item. A pot of vegetables. Again, he conceded and decided to purchase it. After all, he had only 3 types of vegetables at present, and having a greater variety would certainly enhance his daily meals. The only drawback was that they had to be kept in his personal space, lest they spoil. The vegetable he acquired this time was winter melon, perfect for soups and stir-fries. The final item. Please grant me something extraordinary. 5 Emperors Meditation Technique, Beginner Edition, teaches one to master the meditation technique of the 5 Emperors, a method for honing mental power. The exchange required 200,000. Goodness, how many zeros? Cheng Yang counted meticulously, then grimaced. 200,000. The system certainly had the audacity to set such a price. Selling the Feiyun shuttle fragments for 100,000 was already extortionate, and now they demanded 200,000 for a mere beginner edition. Were there not advanced, perfected, and unparalleled editions to come? He strongly protested this practice of selling the same content multiple times. Cheng Yang sighed. Was it really possible for him to haggle with the system? A method to hone mental power? Could practicing this technique elevate his mentalist level without the corresponding corpse beads? Hiss, this 200,000 was undoubtedly worth it. Unfortunately, he currently possessed only around 2,000 merit points, a staggering 100-fold short of the required amount. He resolved to fervently accumulate merit points, and also to gather corpse beads. Striving to break through to level 2 as swiftly as possible, Cheng Yang headed to the RV and brought the 2 women to the villa. Darling, you weren't beside me last night, and I felt so insecure. Su Yi snuggled closer, her large, watery eyes seemingly speaking volumes, captivating and enchanting. Cheng Yang nearly skipped breakfast for her sake, but realizing the immense merit he required, he quickly calmed his mind and declared, "We can sleep together tonight." The electricity was restored, the water was flowing, yet the gas remained absent. He could have opted for bottled gas, but since those using gas could be replaced with electric alternatives, he chose not to complicate matters further. The 2 women prepared breakfast in the RV, which they now brought into the villa to savor. Cheng Yang placed some food in the kitchen to free up space in his portable realm, as he was set to exorcise zombies while simultaneously gathering supplies. After the meal, he set off. He acquired a truck and careened down the streets, incessantly honking the horn to attract nearby zombies, then unleashed a brutal assault. With blades dancing and blood spilling, zombies fell in droves. With each incantation of the 8-character mantra, he amassed between 100 to 200 merits, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Amidst the carnage, Cheng Yang suddenly perceived a fireball hurtling toward him. Exercising caution, he did not confront it directly, but evaded instead. He glanced in the direction from which the fireball originated and spotted a zombie nearby, its mouth agape. With a swift exhale, a fireball shot forth from its maw, racing toward him at an impressive speed, approximately 50 meters per second, which he easily sidestepped. A level 1 zombie. A fire manipulator? Cheng Yang's thoughts stirred, and the shards of the flying cloud shuttle emerged from his portable realm, zipping toward the level 1 zombie. This level 1 zombie, stronger than ordinary ones, attempted to dodge. Yet the speed of the shards was overwhelming. It barely shifted aside when the shard struck. The thin-bladed weapon sliced toward its neck. In an instant, the zombie erupted in flames, the fire a dark crimson hue. What did that signify? The temperature surged to around 600 degrees. Such heat could incinerate many objects in an instant. Yet the shards pierced through the flames without even a scorch mark, slicing cleanly across the zombie's neck. The next moment, the flames extinguished, and its head fell with a thud. Cheng Yang was startled, standing so close. If he had been scorched by that 600-degree heat, would he not have been reduced to a charred remains? While he would not be incinerated, he would certainly sustain burns. Thus, even a level 1 zombie posed a significant threat to him. However, such high temperatures could likely not be maintained, serving instead as a life-saving or mutually destructive last resort. Otherwise, could this truly be classified as a level 1 zombie? Certainly, it was a solid level 2. Cheng Yang retrieved the zombie bead and tossed it into his portable realm, examining it with his mind. Zombie bead, level 1, fire attribute. Upon absorption, it has a slight chance of granting the ability to become a fire manipulator. A level 1 fire manipulator can advance to level 2 after absorbing 100 such beads. Note: an evolved being cannot possess 2 different attributes of supernatural abilities simultaneously. Cheng Yang nodded and stored the bead away. Indeed, the number of level 1 zombies is on the rise. Previously, I could traverse days without encountering a single one, yet now they appear in rapid succession. This trend is mirrored among the evolved beings as well. I must persist. It is imperative that I swiftly ascend to level 2. Chapter 61. When emotions run deep as noon approached, Cheng Yang arrived at a hardware and furniture store, only to discover it had been ransacked, an evident act of survivors. As the apocalypse unfolds day by day, individuals are growing increasingly accustomed to this perilous world, learning how to combat the undead. The emergence of evolved beings has emboldened various adventuring teams, instilling them with the courage to confront a greater number of zombies. However, when faced with an evolved zombie, the outcome becomes uncertain. Victory may belong to humanity, but the undead could also prevail. For instance, that level 1 zombie which unleashed a sudden burst of 600 degrees of heat, Cheng Yang firmly believes it could drag 99 of evolved beings down with it. Fortunately, it encountered Cheng Yang. Even if he engaged in close combat without the aid of his flying cloud fragments, he would wield his blood blade, suffering at most minor burns without sustaining critical injuries. I ought to test my resistance to various magics. For example, how much low or high temperature can I endure? And what types of toxins could potentially be fatal? To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to invincibility in battle. However, in truth, I am only acutely aware of my physical attributes, such as the force of my punches, my running speed, and my jumping height. How shall I conduct these tests? Are there appropriate instruments available? Cheng Yang shook his head. This task would likely require a professional. At best, he could perform simple tests by placing his hand in a refrigerator or exposing it to the flame of a gas stove. Despite the hardware superstore having been plundered, it still retained a considerable number of items. Cheng Yang scoured the place once more, inevitably attracting a multitude of zombies. After circling back, he gathered them for extermination, swift and efficient. As the day drew to a close, Cheng Yang drove his truck to the 4S dealership. It had been a while since he last checked on Yang Yapping and the others. He hoped they hadn't starved. Upon parking and entering, he frowned slightly, for the glass walls of the dealership had been shattered, and zombies were wandering within. However, after clearing the undead, he found no sign of Yang Yapping or the others, neither alive, dead, nor transformed into zombies. 2 possibilities lingered. First, they might have been so famished that they took it upon themselves to drive out. Second, someone may have discovered them, smashing the glass to forcibly take them away. Cheng Yang had no intention of claiming the 4 women. Their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. Thus, their disappearance did not evoke anger, sorrow, or anxiety in him, but rather a sense of perplexity. At this moment, I am unable to track them. I can only let fate take its course. Should I encounter them again in the future, I will offer assistance if possible. If not, there is little I can do. Cheng Yang drove back home. After more than half an hour, he returned to Lake Bin number 1. Remarkably, he had encountered no obstacles along the way. What does this signify? The roads have been cleared. Survivors have become increasingly audacious, even employing motor vehicles. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in clearing the roads? The building materials market I visited yesterday serves as a harbinger, signaling that survivors have firmly established their foothold and are poised to sound the clarion call for a counteroffensive. However, the zombies are also evolving, and it is only a matter of time before numerous level 1 zombies emerge, potentially even level 2 and 3. Humanity must keep pace with the evolution of the undead, lest we face the grim fate of being eradicated from the biosphere. Cheng Yang leapt from the vehicle, hoisting the steel reinforcement bars from the truck and vaulting into the community, then crossing the moat he had excavated, planting each bar along the bank to create a makeshift defensive net. Zhu Youhao and her companion observed him, emboldened by their newfound courage. They dared to stroll on this island in the lake, approaching to assist him with the labor of erecting the warning net. Yet, being delicate and tender, they could hardly match Cheng Yang's prowess. Together, their efforts barely amounted to 1% of his efficiency, leaving them rather disheartened. After all, Cheng Yang was a superhuman with 100-fold enhancement, a comparison they could not hope to make. As night fell, they returned indoors, and tonight's meal was bountiful. With suitable cookware and the abundant ingredients provided by Cheng Yang, Zhu Youhao showcased her culinary skills, preparing a feast that far exceeded what the three of them could consume. Cheng Yang reassured them not to concern themselves with waste, but to eat heartily. In such an apocalyptic world, even those with mountains of gold must tighten their belts, right? Who could be as extravagant as Cheng Yang? Both women felt fortunate to be by the side of such a capable man. During the meal, Cheng Yang occasionally shot a smile at Relentless. Initially perplexed, she soon realized that he was signaling that it was time for her to fulfill her promise. Anticipating the events to come, her eyes sparkled with allure, akin to the spring water, vibrant and enticing. Oh, this was 100 times more intoxicating than the fragrance of plums. Cheng Yang felt his fingers twitch with desire, longing to embrace this enchanting creature immediately. He admired her every movement, captivated by the charm radiating from every inch of her skin, his impatience mounting. Once dinner concluded, and they had savored some fruit, Cheng Yang playfully sent Zhu Youhao off to wash the dishes before sweeping Elan into his arms and ascending the stairs with purpose. When Elan gasped in surprise, he was boldly carrying her upstairs in front of Zhu Youhao, and the implications were unmistakable. She would undoubtedly be the subject of Zhu Youhao's teasing the following day. Embarrassed, she buried her face deep in Cheng Yang's embrace, reluctant to lift it. Upon reaching the second floor, the two women had already settled into their respective rooms, while Cheng Yang claimed the master suite, complete with an enormous bed. In moments of passion, everything unfolds naturally. Chapter 62. Sovereign of the harem. Cheng Yang caressed Elan's fragrant back, smooth as jade and white as snow, while she, utterly exhausted, could only respond with soft, muffled sounds. Truly, it was a wonder for her, a woman of such exquisite beauty. Merely being held in someone's arms could persuade most to willingly forfeit 3 years of their life. This was the goddess who had occupied his thoughts since he joined the company. However, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm between them, and had previously lacked the courage even to initiate a conversation. To his astonishment, he now found himself in a position to be close to this exquisite goddess. He suddenly felt a surge of gratitude for the calamity that had befallen them. Otherwise, he would still be an ordinary office worker, enduring humiliation and injustice at the hands of people like Kai Yihui, forced to bite his tongue and bow his head to retain his job. But now, he possessed a terrifying physique, enhanced nearly 100-fold, and was accompanied by 2 stunning women, each of whom he could only fantasize about prior to the disaster. It was harsh, but undeniably true. Cheng Yang quickly cast aside such thoughts. The disaster had already occurred, so why dwell on it? Caution was necessary, but so was the enjoyment of the present. Yes, he needed to expedite his plans for his goddess legion, lest he find himself daily confronting zombies, vulnerable to theft. A moat might deter the undead, but it could not stop sentient humans. Transforming Zhu Youhao and the other woman into evolvers would alleviate his worries. As for women, it was best they follow a magical path. Cheng Yang had no desire to be encumbered by a muscular Barbie doll. Nevertheless, Luo Feifei seemed to possess strength attributes, albeit with a specialization in agility. She exuded a sense of power and confidence, and her figure was perfectly balanced, showcasing the unique beauty of femininity. Upon reflection, it appeared that evolution in terms of strength attributes might not be such an issue. He needed to amass more corpse pearls. Only with a larger quantity could he afford to be selective. A smile crept across his face. Perhaps he was the only one in the world who had hunted first-level zombies. Even if others later succeeded in doing so, it would take time before they discovered that first-level zombies could indeed yield corpse pearls. Could he spread the word about acquiring corpse pearls? Surely, some would be intrigued. However, this could also alert the discerning, prompting them to investigate the properties of corpse pearls, thereby jeopardizing the secrecy of this knowledge. Yet, he needn't worry excessively. 4 evolvers required corresponding attribute corpse pearls to continue their evolution. As for those with mismatched attributes, he pondered what the outcome would be. Could they absorb them? But to no avail, or could they not absorb them at all? If it were the latter, he could confidently acquire corpse pearls, at least maintaining control over that business for quite some time. One person's strength was ultimately limited. He needed the collective support of the entire city of Su. The crucial factor was that he had ample provisions. Cheng Yang's gaze was intense. Previously, Mo Baihong had expressed interest in transforming the building materials market into a diversified supply base. Could he perhaps open a shop there? A place dedicated to collecting corpse pearls. Moreover, he wouldn't need to visit daily, just periodically to make bulk purchases. It was feasible. In fact, even if he failed to acquire corpse pearls, what loss would he incur? A night passed. Cheng Yang opened his eyes to find a tangle of dark hair beside him, and nestled within it was a beautiful, aloof face, her delicate features flawless and captivating. Today, when Elon regarded Cheng Yang with a gaze markedly different from that of the previous day, imbued with a complexity that eluded verbal expression, her alliance with Cheng Yang was, in truth, a consequence of circumstance. Yet, simultaneously, his formidable presence swiftly captivated her. Cheng Yang offered a faint smile, directing his attention to the system shop, which had refreshed with 2 new items today. The purification potion, well, that came as no surprise. He promptly exchanged for it. Let it not be another batch of vegetables. Observation technique allows one to scrutinize a target and reveal its information. Note, the greater the strength of the target compared to yours, the less information you can obtain, and the target must be within 10 meters. This skill will evolve with your own power. Required for exchange, 50,000 merits. 50,000. Yet, this was precisely the ability Cheng Yang desperately needed. He glanced at his merit value, 38,080. Despite having exorcised numerous zombies yesterday, it was still insufficient to directly exchange for the observation technique. He resolved to strive harder today. Suddenly filled with determination. I shall exorcise evil. I shall attain sanctity. However, the daunting price of the 5 Emperors meditation technique, set at a staggering 200,000, darkened his expression. He would have to give it his all. After brushing their teeth and embracing each other, they made their way downstairs, where Su Yi had already prepared breakfast. Yet, being young, her jealousy was unmistakably written across her face, her lips pouting. When Elon, a CEO of a large corporation, approached her and whispered something in her ear. In an instant, Su Yi's frown transformed into a smile, and she shyly buried her face in Elon's embrace, shedding all traces of jealousy. Cheng Yang couldn't help but give a silent thumbs up to Elon. It seemed this one would be his sovereign in the harem. Chapter 63. Observation Technique. After breakfast, Cheng Yang pondered for a moment before handing each of the 2 women a firearm for their protection. The survivors had grown increasingly audacious, daring to scavenge for supplies, thus necessitating precaution. If Su Yi and her companion were discovered, their beauty would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. With firearms in hand, they would at least possess the means to deter ordinary individuals. Even evolved beings couldn't entirely disregard bullets. At this stage, firearms still held considerable deterrent power. Cheng Yang drove away in a truck. Operating such a large vehicle served a dual purpose. The noise would attract zombies, and it allowed for the collection of resources, especially since his spatial capacity was limited to 192 cubic units. Naturally, he prioritized storing the most vital items, should he run out of space. The truck could accommodate a fair amount as well. Merits, he was in dire need. He required them for upgrading his space and exchanging for items. Even 1 billion would be swiftly utilized. As he journeyed, eliminating threats along the way, by midday he had exorcised a staggering 4,000 zombies, a remarkable tally. Even with his 100-fold enhancement, he was left utterly exhausted, unable to lift his arms. Yet, amidst the chaos, he had unexpectedly encountered 3 level 1 zombies, which brought him a surge of joy. After a brief respite, he promptly exchanged for the observation technique. He suddenly found himself endowed with new knowledge on how to wield this technique. His first target of observation was none other than himself. Enhancement level 1, requires the absorption of 98 level 1 corpse orbs to break the limit. Enhancement multiplier, 99. 99 times psychic attribute. Telekinesis psychic level 1, requires the absorption of 99 level 1 psychic orbs for advancement. Strength, 5, 233 kilograms. Maximum value, speed, 101 meters per second. Maximum value, reaction delay, 0. 5 seconds poison resistance. Low, 5. Mental resistance. Low, 5. Fire resistance. Extremely low, 300 degrees can cause damage. 600 degrees can inflict serious injury. 900 degrees or above is fatal. Ice resistance. Extremely low, below -30 degrees can cause damage. Below -50 degrees can inflict serious injury. Below -70 degrees is fatal. The information is comprehensive, encompassing not only strength, speed, and reaction delay, but also various resistances. He indeed needs to absorb 100 level 1 corpse orbs to break the shackles of enhancement level. The same applies to psychic level, with the distinction being that for psychic abilities, only psychic orbs can be used, while enhancement levels are unrestricted as long as they are level 1 orbs. This observation technique is truly remarkable. The investment of 50,000 was worthwhile. Cheng Yang hastily finished his lunch and then drove to the building materials market. Brother, back again. Mo Bong greeted him, extending his chubby hands to grasp Cheng Yang, wearing a peculiar smile. That vixen from yesterday has got you hooked, hasn't he? He seemed to be quite the gossip, leaning closer to Cheng Yang's ear and whispering, after you left yesterday. That kid Huang Bohai got into a fight with his wife and ended up forcing himself on her. She screamed so pitifully, it sounded like she was really hurt. I doubt she can entertain you today. He wore an expression of indignation. That Huang kid is utterly disgraceful. Not only can he not support his own wife, but he also expects her to take care of him. Having soft rice to eat is already fortunate, yet he goes and breaks his own bowl. Cheng Yang burst into laughter. This rotund fellow had a rather unique perspective. Such a scenario of infidelity would surely provoke the ire of any man. Starve that scoundrel a few meals, and he'll learn his lesson, he quipped. Mo Bong spat, finally shifting the topic. Brother Cheng, have you made up your mind to become the fourth boss here? Cheng Yang shook his head, smiling as he replied, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Didn't you say you intended to expand the market and turn this place into Sioux City's trading hub? Today, I aim to discuss securing a stall here, so I can establish a permanent presence. Mo Bong pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. That works too, if you set up a stall here. It's tantamount to being stationed at this location. I'll take the liberty to waive your rent and commission. However, when I promote this, I'll announce you as our fourth partner. Having another evolver will not only enhance our reputation, but also deter greedy individuals who might want to take a slice of our burgeoning business. Cheng Yang contemplated this seriously and nodded. Since you hold me in such high regard, I accept. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. The burly man extended his hand, and Cheng Yang reciprocated, shaking hands with a shared smile. Mo Bihong leaned in and said, since Brother Cheng has joined us, I shall show you courtesy and refrain from seeking out Huang Bohai's wife. I will also ensure that no one else lays a finger on her. Furthermore, I will arrange for someone to incapacitate Huang Bohai's manhood. Henceforth, that lascivious woman shall belong exclusively to you, Brother Cheng. That is entirely unnecessary. Cheng Yang was about to refuse, but if he claimed that nothing had transpired between him and Li Zixiang yesterday, would this rotund fellow believe him? Very well. Do as you wish, as long as I can keep my own impulses in check. Thus, Cheng Yang chose to disregard the matter. By the way, brother, what business do you intend to pursue? Mo Bihong inquired. I plan to trade in vegetables and fruits, Cheng Yang replied. Mo Bihong was both astonished and delighted. Indeed, brother, you have secured a vegetable garden. In this era, a garden is undoubtedly lucrative, as it signifies sustainable development, a veritable treasure trove that yields continuous benefits. Cheng Yang opted not to elaborate, allowing the other to draw his own conclusions. He cast a glance at Mo Bihong and employed his observation technique. Mo Bihong, ability attribute, elementalist, fire, ability level 1, strength, 202 kilograms, maximum, speed, 11 ms, maximum, fire resistance, low, 50. Immune to damage below 500 degrees, ice resistance. Vulnerable, water-based spells inflict double damage. So he is a mage, and his fire resistance far exceeds Cheng Yang's, rendering him immune to attacks below 500 degrees. However, he is susceptible to water, which can deliver critical hits. Yet, despite being a mage, how could his strength and speed surpass that of an ordinary person? Has he evolved? Regardless of whether one is a magic or physical type, there must be some enhancement to physical attributes. It seems plausible. Otherwise, it would be quite comical for a hefty individual to possess a speed of 11 ms. Even Usain Bolt and Lu Xiang would be inclined to call him Big Brother. Unaware that Cheng Yang had stripped him of all pretenses, Mo Bihong continued to ask, so, what does Brother Cheng wish to exchange? Cheng Yang pondered for a moment. Corpse beads. Corpse beads? Mo Bihong was utterly confused. Cheng Yang had to clarify. Some zombies can evolve, much like humans. These evolved zombies produce corpse beads in their brains, red, resembling stones, and exceedingly hard. Mo Bihong, displaying his intelligence, refrained from inquiring about the purpose of such beads. At present, everyone was tight-lipped about their abilities, and if one could eliminate witnesses, they certainly would. It was prudent to keep their powers under wraps, so he would not dare to pry. Of course, while he did not seek information from Cheng Yang, he could certainly conduct his own research. Suddenly, he was struck with astonishment. Zombies can evolve. Chapter 64. The shop zombies can evolve? Hiss. Mo Bihong was clearly taken aback, the flesh on his face quivering. Humanity had already grasped the weaknesses of ordinary zombies and dared to engage them in battle. To be frank, the combat prowess of standard zombies was rather limited, As long as one exercised caution to avoid bites or scratches, they could be dispatched without sustaining injuries. The sheer number of ordinary zombies is overwhelming. Should they swarm and encircle someone, even an evolved individual would need to ponder the potential of being torn to shreds. The thought of zombies evolving sends a chill down Mo Bohong's spine. He had believed the future to be bright, only to be struck down by such a grim possibility, leaving him dazed. Have you encountered evolved zombies? Mo Bohong inquired, grasping Cheng Yang's hand, his voice laced with anxiety. Cheng Yang nodded affirmatively. I've even killed one. Mo Bohong slowly nodded, convinced that Cheng Yang was not one to exaggerate or jest about such matters. I understand now. He realized, if humanity could evolve, why not zombies? Cheng Yang continued, I will only come by occasionally, so I hope you can help me spread the word. I plan to exchange 3 kilograms of fruit or 5 kilograms of vegetables for 1 zombie bead. If anyone is interested, I will be here every Monday at noon. Sure. That's a minor detail. Rest assured, I will prepare a banner and advertise outside. Mo Bohong pledged with great camaraderie. Cheng Yang smiled and handed over the bag he had been carrying. Here are 5 kilograms of oranges, 5 kilograms of pears, and 10 kilograms of leeks. You can share them with the other 2 leaders. Mo Bohong accepted the offering without hesitation. After all, he was providing Cheng Yang with a shop free of charge. Taking no commission and assisting in advertising, requesting a small benefit in return was entirely reasonable. In these times, who still believes in loyalty? Cheng Yang's gift and Mo Bohong's acceptance fostered mutual reassurance. Such is the nature of human relationships. This matter was significant, and Mo Bohong dared not keep the explosive news to himself. He promptly called Jiang and Gao over and relayed the situation. Naturally, they welcomed Cheng Yang's arrival with enthusiasm, especially since his approach was merely nominal and posed no threat to their interests, only benefits with no drawbacks. Cheng Yang's business in zombie beads did not conflict with theirs, and the gifts pleased them immensely. Both vegetables and fruits are luxuries, capable of winning hearts. However, they were all equally stunned by the revelation of potentially evolving zombies. It was terrifying. The 3 leaders resolved to adjust their defensive strategies in anticipation of the possible emergence of evolved zombies. After a thorough discussion, Cheng Yang prepared to take his leave to continue earning merits. Yet, Mo Bohong urged him to wait. After a short while, the plump fellow led him to a shop, saying, Brother, from now on, this shop is yours. Haha, and I've even hired someone for you. Go take a look. Seriously? You haven't done anything excessive, have you? Cheng Yang stepped into the shop to find a beautiful woman seated inside. Upon seeing him, she trembled and immediately stood, rushing forward to kneel before him. Master. Li Zixiang. Indeed. Cheng Yang was speechless. He had no prior connection with her. What kind of arrangements were these? Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the situation. Recognizing that the shop needed supervision, she would suffice. Cheng Yang nodded, instructing, You are responsible for registering how many individuals wish to trade in corpse beads. I will provide you with a walkie-talkie by Monday morning. You shall inform me whether these individuals require vegetables or fruits, along with the specific quantities. I understand. I comprehend. Li Zixiang repeatedly nodded, her gaze towards Cheng Yang filled with trepidation. Previously, Mo Bohong had brazenly severed one of Huang Bohai's hands in her presence, warning her to ensure Cheng Yang's utmost satisfaction. Any hint of displeasure from Cheng Yang would result in a fate far worse than Huang Bohai's. She had no doubt that the seemingly amiable rotund man was capable of committing unspeakable acts. Thus, she was utterly fearful of even the slightest dissatisfaction from Cheng Yang. Master, what services do you require? She stammered. None are needed, Cheng Yang replied with a furrowed brow. Just execute the tasks I have assigned to you. As for food, wait a moment. He retrieved some provisions from the truck, handing them to Li Zixiang. Instant noodles, biscuits, and even some rice. With 3 evolved individuals stationed here, the likelihood of food being forcibly taken was minimal. Li Zixiang was ecstatic. This was enough sustenance for an entire week. Cheng Yang, disinterested and lingering, departed swiftly, intent on amassing further merits. Slaughter. After another half a day of carnage, Cheng Yang accrued over 40,000 merits, surpassing the 70,000 mark in total. And he once again obtained 2 corpse beads. As the number of level 1 zombies increased, acquiring corpse beads became increasingly feasible. The breakthrough to level 2 enhancement was imminent. Cheng Yang also visited the security office, procuring numerous walkie-talkies. With the mobile network down, rendering internet access and phone calls impossible, communication could only be conducted via radio. Subsequently, he returned to Lake Number 1. The 2 women greeted him with warmth. Indeed, a single day apart felt like an eternity. Though they were aware of Cheng Yang's formidable strength, they had become his women, their hearts naturally entwined with his, and thus worry was inevitable. Now that the man had returned safely, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Cheng Yang handed them the walkie-talkies, adjusting the channels for future communication. Both women nodded, recognizing the value of such devices. After dinner, Cheng Yang pondered whether he should attempt to have the two women become evolved beings. If a single corpse bead could ensure success, he would certainly be willing. However, according to the system's explanation, absorption of a corpse bead did not guarantee evolution. Becoming a level 1 evolved being could require dozens, if not hundreds, of corpse beads, which Cheng Yang was reluctant to part with. It was more crucial for him to first achieve level 2 enhancement. With this thought in mind, he instinctively employed his observation technique on Wen Ilan. 1 Ilan, ability attribute, none ability level, 0 strength, 34 kilograms, maximum value, speed, 7 meters per second, maximum value. Note, physique leans towards water attribute, with the highest potential for evolution through absorption of water attribute corpse beads. There is even a note. Cheng Yang was astonished, not expecting the observation technique to reveal such information. What could this signify? He can forge an evolved goddess legion with the least amount of corpse beads. How marvelous. Chapter 65, The Feast. Cheng Yang glanced at Zhu Youhao again. She possesses the fire attribute. However, even if the attribute of the corpse bead aligns with the body, the likelihood of evolution increases, but it does not guarantee success. After some contemplation, Cheng Yang decided to refrain from hastily allowing the two women to attempt evolution, opting instead to wait until he reached level 2 enhancement. His own strength is paramount and of utmost importance. After dinner, the trio settled on the sofa to watch television. Naturally, they connected a portable hard drive to view the films and variety shows that the former owner of this villa had left behind. Why were these undoubtedly self-recorded films rather than downloaded from the internet? Firstly, the male and female leads are the same couple, and secondly, their photographs adorn the walls everywhere. Quite a feast for the eyes. Both the male and female leads are exceptionally handsome and beautiful, exuding an air of aesthetic allure, particularly the female lead, whose beauty and figure can only be described as exquisite. It is only reasonable to assume that anyone residing in Lakeview No. 1 would be a top-tier wealthy individual. This man appears to be a second-generation rich heir, thus his wife is naturally a paragon of beauty. Indeed, she is almost on par with Zhu Youhao, though slightly inferior to Wen Ilan. Alas, after the catastrophe, they either fled or succumbed to becoming zombies. A night passed. Cheng Yang opened the system store to check. This had become his instinctive first reaction upon waking. Today, 2 items refreshed again, a pot of vegetables and a pot of fruit trees. Well, since they are inexpensive, Cheng Yang exchanged for both. These will be useful for trading corpse beads. Vegetables and fruits are hard currency, the more the merrier. After breakfast, Cheng Yang resumed his efforts to exorcise zombies. By the end of the day, his merit value had exceeded 170,000, and he had once again acquired 7 level 1 corpse beads. The next morning, upon awakening, Cheng Yang promptly checked the refreshed items for the day, a purification potion. Well, accustomed to it, he bought it. 1 item remained. A box of meat, 100 pounds of meat, not a bit less, with the option to choose the type upon exchange. Exchange cost, 1,000 merit. Meat. Cheng Yang was elated. Although he had managed to procure a considerable amount of meat, much of it had spoiled, whether frozen or not, and it was primarily pork and chicken, with only a scant amount of beef, let alone lamb or donkey meat. Now he could choose freely. Tonight I shall stew lamb. I need to nourish my kidneys well. Cheng Yang exchanged for the box of meat, naturally selecting lamb. Then cut out 10 pounds to give to Zhu Youhao for cooking, while he continued to exorcise zombies. Today, he would be able to exchange for the 5 Emperors meditation technique. Kill, kill, kill. By noon, his merit value had surpassed 200,000, and without hesitation, he exchanged for the 5 Emperors meditation technique. Instantly, a peculiar technique appeared in his mind. The 5 Emperors meditation technique. How ethereal and elusive is the power of thought, and how shall one refine it? In this treatise on cultivation, the author perceives human willpower as a malleable vessel to be refined, while envisioning the 5 great emperors as the hammer wielded to strike this vessel, thereby augmenting the potency of one's will. The 5 emperors refer to 5 individuals. Can these 5 figures truly serve as instruments to forge one's willpower? Cheng Yang expressed his astonishment. The essence of this technique lies in the visualization of the 5 emperors. If one's visualization is flawed, the impact is virtually non-existent. Conversely, the more precise the visualization, the mightier the phantoms of the 5 emperors become, resulting in a more profound honing of one's will. For Cheng Yang, despite his ignorance of the identities of the 5 emperors, the system projected their ethereal images directly into his mind, enabling effortless visualization and replication. However, as he merely conjured the image of one emperor, it felt as though his mind had been struck with tremendous force, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. How formidable! Merely envisioning one emperor has such an effect. Initially, he found it hard to believe, but now he recognized the terrifying power that the envisioned figures possessed. He resolved to practice further. Otherwise, succumbing to unconsciousness here would not only be perilous, but also hinder his pursuit of merit. By nightfall, Cheng Yang's merit value, freshly reset, soared to over 73,000. He chose to cease his practice and returned home. Upon entering, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of lamb, which some might dismiss as a strong odor. Cheng Yang's appetite was stirred. After a refreshing bath, he savored a steaming bowl of lamb soup before indulging in the meat. Although 10 pounds of lamb appeared substantial, it shrank considerably during cooking, leaving barely half. Nonetheless, the portion was still ample. Even with vigorous consumption, Cheng Yang managed to eat only 2 pounds. No matter how voracious Zhu Youhao and her companions were, it was improbable for each to devour 1.5 pounds, leaving a considerable amount remaining. Cheng Yang instructed Zhu Youhao to prepare the leftover meat into lamb cakes for tomorrow and store them in the refrigerator, assured that the heat wouldn't spoil them. Chapter 66. The first transaction after Zhu Youhao and her companions retired for the night. Cheng Yang ventured alone to the courtyard to practice the 5 Emperors meditation technique. As a phantom of one emperor materialized, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, nearly causing him to black out. He promptly halted, and after regaining his composure, he attempted to visualize the second emperor. This time, he could not withstand the strain and immediately lost consciousness. Time passed, and when he finally awakened, he checked the clock and realized he had been unconscious for over half an hour. Had he truly fainted from merely visualizing 2 emperors? Moreover, upon touching his nose, he discovered blood. Was it really that exaggerated? He could not even fully visualize all 5 emperors. How feeble. Cheng Yang realized he was unworthy of practicing the 5 Emperors meditation technique and needed to strengthen his willpower first. The system's offerings are of the highest caliber, thus, it was not his weakness, but rather the advanced nature of the 5 Emperors meditation technique that necessitated a solid foundation. Therefore, he resolved to acquire spiritual essence orbs to enhance his willpower. With a sigh, Cheng Yang returned to his dwelling to rest. A new day awaited him. However, today is somewhat different, for it is Monday. Cheng Yang had arranged with Li Zixiang to inform him in the morning how many individuals were willing to exchange corpse pearls for supplies. Thus, he carried a walkie-talkie with him, tuned to the appropriate channel, eagerly anticipating that Li Zixiang would bring him good news. Before that, he decided to check the refreshed items for today: corpse toxin antidote, a pot of vegetables, and a purification agent. Useful, yet their utility was limited. Cheng Yang sighed. Indeed, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. In truth, all 3 items were quite beneficial, but at present, he found them somewhat unnecessary. After exchanging them, he noted that he still possessed over 70,000 merit points and upgraded his personal space once more. Now it measured 384 cubic units. The space was indeed substantial. Yet Cheng Yang felt the pressure of the remaining 8,000 merit points weighing heavily on him. He would need to work hard to accumulate more merit points. How arduous. At 9 o'clock, a voice suddenly emanated from the walkie-talkie. Master. It was Li Zixiang's voice. Cheng Yang responded, Speak. I'm sorry, Master. Only one person is willing to exchange corpse pearls. He requests vegetables, Li Zixiang said anxiously, fearing rebuke from Cheng Yang. In truth, she was not afraid of being scolded. Rather, she dreaded losing this job. It was so easy. She merely needed to sit there each day, and every few days, someone would come to register. And what did she gain in return? A worry-free existence. Although she used to obtain food from Fatty Mo, it came at the cost of compromising her dignity. But now, she lived with honor. Thus, she dared not provoke Cheng Yang's ire and risk losing this precious employment. Only one. Cheng Yang did not feel it was a small number. Firstly, not many had encountered a level 1 zombie yet. Secondly, there were few capable of slaying them. And thirdly, the construction material market had yet to establish its reputation, so having a customer within just a few days was already commendable. All right, I'll come over shortly. Having already had breakfast, he proceeded directly to the construction materials market. Along the way, he paused intermittently to eliminate zombies, arriving at the market just before noon. He had amassed over 40,000 merit points primarily due to the widespread zombie slaying occurring in various locales, which resulted in a dynamic balance of zombie distribution, leading to a reduced number of zombies congregating in the same area compared to before. He arrived at his shop, carrying a large bag. Master. Li Zixiang immediately greeted him. Cheng Yang merely nodded, his gaze shifting to another individual inside the room. Is this the customer? To his surprise, it was a young boy, no older than 16. Slender in build, yet his gaze was resolute. His long fingers exuded a sense of strength. Habitually, he employed his observation technique. Target 1, Ability Attribute, Berserker Ability Level, Level 1, 2, Strength, 1,082 kilograms, Maximum Value, speed, 15 meters per second, maximum value. What an odd name for target 1. Cheng Yang was taken aback and inquired, I am Cheng Yang. What do you go by? Lin Yu, the boy replied gravely, exuding an air of maturity beyond his years. It seemed he possessed a proper name after all. Cheng Yang, employing his observation technique, discovered that the target had shifted from one individual to Ling Yu, yet all other information remained unchanged. Thus, it became evident that the observation technique could not predict a target's name. After all, a name is merely a label. Does it truly matter whether one is called Zhang San or Li Si? The berserker, however, possessed astonishing strength. When Cheng Yang achieved a tenfold enhancement, his own strength barely surpassed 1,000 pounds, roughly 500 kilograms, while his opponent's power had doubled that. Yet, the berserker's speed was rather sluggish, only reaching 15 meters per second, whereas Cheng Yang had managed around 20 meters. It dawned upon him that the berserker had allocated all his talents towards raw offensive power, relegating speed to a secondary concern. The notes indicated a low mobility speed and a lack of resistance against elemental attacks such as fire and water. In contrast, Cheng Yang could endure temperatures of 300 degrees Celsius and minus 30 degrees Celsius with remarkable magical resistance. Consequently, Cheng Yang's enhancements lacked any shortcomings. His strength, speed, reflexes, and various resistances were all maximized. Furthermore, as a telekinetic, he enjoyed an overwhelming advantage even when levels were equal. Here, 5 pounds of vegetables, Cheng Yang announced, placing a bag on the table. After a cursory inspection, he noted it contained 3 varieties, precisely 5 pounds. The youth unwrapped the bag, scrutinizing its contents, and surprisingly produced a spring scale from his pocket. Upon confirming the weight, he nodded and retrieved a small wooden box, sliding it across the table toward Cheng Yang. Upon opening it, Cheng Yang found a crimson stone nestled inside. Yet, he could not ascertain if it was indeed a corpse pearl. Carefully wrapping the stone in a handkerchief, he turned away under the pretense of inspecting it, discreetly storing it in his personal space. Corpse pearl, level 1, mental attribute. Upon absorption, there is a slight chance of becoming a mental type evolver. Note, an evolver cannot simultaneously possess 2 types of abilities. What a delightful surprise to find a mental type corpse pearl. Cheng Yang rejoiced, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a pillow in a moment of drowsiness. He smiled at the youth. Should you come across more corpse pearls in the future, feel free to exchange them with me. I have an abundance of fruits, vegetables, and meats for your selection. Ling Yu nodded and departed, maintaining a stoic silence, uttering not a single superfluous word. Li Zixiang, the owner, watched the youth leave with trepidation, fearing that Cheng Yang might send her away as well. Chapter 67. Slavery. Cheng Yang bore no ill will toward Li Zixiang. He stepped out of his family's shop and began to wander through the construction material market. Mo Fatty and his companions had promptly initiated their endeavors, successfully gathering numerous vendors to set up stalls. The market was a veritable cornucopia of goods. What was the common currency here? Rice, measured by the pound. If someone quoted a price of $5, it meant 5 pounds of rice, while $100 equated to 100 pounds. The variety of goods was extensive. Watches, televisions, and refrigerators were all available for sale. Once exorbitantly priced luxury watches now cost a mere $1, and refrigerators and freezers were similarly affordable. However, snacks and treats were quite pricey, especially chocolates and dried fruits, which were considered luxury items, often fetching $10 a portion without complaint. Instant noodles and biscuits, while they may serve to satiate hunger, are currently classified as non-renewable resources, thus their prices are slightly elevated, though they pale in comparison to the exorbitant costs of dried fruits and beef jerky. Similarly, feminine hygiene products and contraceptives are priced outrageously. Fortunately, Cheng Yang had amassed a substantial stock of these items at the supermarket right from the onset of the apocalypse, sparing him the need for further procurement. The prices of gasoline, diesel, and batteries have also surged dramatically. Astonishingly, 1 liter of gasoline is being sold for 10 yuan, a price that is utterly ludicrous. How long can 10 kilograms of rice sustain a person, compared to what 1 liter of gasoline can accomplish? Furthermore, there are women brazenly selling their bodies for a mere 1 yuan per encounter. Though customers are required to provide their own umbrellas, should they wish for the vendor to supply one, the price doubles to 2 yuan. It is absurd that a condom is priced the same as a woman's company. Such bizarre realities are unfolding before one's eyes. As Cheng Yang ambled through the bustling market, he might have been led to believe that the apocalypse was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, upon glancing out the window, he was starkly reminded of the lurking zombies beyond the walls, a grim testament to the reality of their dire situation. In a bid to facilitate the circulation of goods, Mo Fatty and his companions had established a currency exchange hub, allowing individuals to pawn items to the market in exchange for tokens, which could then be used for purchases. Ultimately, One could opt to redeem their items with tokens or directly exchange them for rice. This innovative approach had revitalized the market. Cheng Yang had to concede that Mo Bo Hong and his associates possessed remarkable business acumen. No wonder they remained here after the calamity, showing foresight. It was astonishing that merely days after the disaster, they had managed to cultivate such a lively marketplace. Cheng Yang observed that the vendors engaged in seafood trade were all of above-average beauty, suggesting that those of lesser allure had likely perished from starvation, leaving only the cream of the crop. Indeed, in a market economy, survival of the fittest prevails. As he walked, he absorbed the spirit attribute from the zombie crystal, noticeably enhancing his mental prowess. He pondered whether he was now qualified to practice the 5 Emperors meditation technique. He resolved to attempt it later that evening upon returning home. Utilizing his observation skills, he noted that his ability index had risen to 2. Excellent. Cheng Yang planned to continue exorcising zombies, hoping for the chance to encounter a few psychic zombies in the afternoon. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he spotted a large truck outside from which a group of individuals emerged, wielding machetes and coercing a crowd to disembark. The last group of individuals had their hands bound, and a rope tied around their waists connected them all together. This sight resembled captives or even slaves. Suddenly, Cheng Yang's gaze sharpened. He recognized someone, Yang Yaping. Yet, she was the sole familiar face amidst the chaos. She had lost her vitality since her days at the 4S dealership, her hair disheveled, attire tattered. She appeared as though she were a shell of her former self. If it weren't for the zombies lacking pupils, these individuals could easily be mistaken for the undead. The armed men herded Yang Yaping and the others together, brandishing a loudspeaker to announce something. Upon hearing just a single phrase, Cheng Yang's brow furrowed in concern. Because Yang Yaping and others were shockingly sold as slaves. Each person was marked with a price tag hanging from their chest, resembling the ancient practice of indentured servitude, with a straw label affixed to their heads. The sale of human beings was strikingly novel. Instantly, many individuals emerged from the building, drawn by the commotion. There were a total of 17 items for sale, and a man wielding a machete was using a megaphone to introduce them, pointing at each male and female, highlighting their respective attributes, good looks, commendable physiques, and robust work capabilities, among other qualities. At that moment, the 3 prominent figures, Mo Bo Hong, Jiang Guorue, and Gao Yunru, also approached, nodding in acknowledgement to Cheng Yang before standing at the window, each displaying varied expressions. Jiang Guorue wore a smile. Gao Yunru slightly furrowed his brow, while Mo Bo Hong maintained his usual amiable demeanor, exuding an air of affability. Cheng Yang inquired, "Who are these people?" Jiang Guorue responded, "They seem to reside in the northern part of the city. Their leader is Chi Feng Hao, an evolved individual of considerable prowess, commanding a group of at least 30 individuals who engage in daily marauding." Cheng Yang responded with an "oh," his gaze wandering restlessly. Jiang and Gao did not perceive anything amiss, but Mo Bo Hong did notice and leaned in, asking, "Brother, is there anyone you fancy? I can help you acquire them." Cheng Yang felt a stir of interest and pointed at Yang Yaping, saying, "Indeed, I do. I would appreciate your assistance in purchasing her." "No problem." Mo Bo Hong readily agreed. Jiang and Gao exchanged glances of disdain, having previously heard of Mo Bo Hong gifting a woman to Cheng Yang. And now he was requesting another. It seemed excessively lascivious. Upon returning to his shop, Cheng Yang retrieved 5 pounds of lamb from his spatial storage, packaged it, and went to the 2nd floor to find Mo Bo Hong. At that moment, Mo Bo Hong had already sent his subordinates and had procured Yang Yaping. The woman was utterly numb, completely devoid of resistance, following wherever she was led. She hung her head low, appearing lifeless, showing no reaction even upon Cheng Yang's arrival. Cheng Yang handed the lamb to Mo Bo Hong, smiling, just a little token of appreciation. "Lamb," Mo Bo Hong exclaimed in astonishment. While he was indifferent to expending a small price to cultivate a good relationship with Cheng Yang, he had not anticipated such generosity. Cheng Yang had presented several pounds of lamb without hesitation. What made it significant? This was not frozen meat, but fresh, which was even rarer. Not only Mo Bo Hong, but also Jiang and Gao were taken aback, scarcely believing their eyes. As the apocalypse deepened, even frozen meat had become increasingly scarce. Just days prior, a power outage had spoiled all frozen provisions, leaving only salted meats, sausages, and cured hams capable of lasting preservation. When the 3 leaders dined, their meals typically consisted of merely a slice of salted meat atop their rice. Now, Cheng Yang had offered several pounds of fresh lamb. Jiang and Gao instinctively swallowed, their eyes nearly aflame with desire. Had they known, they should have eagerly seized the opportunity to purchase that female slave on Cheng Yang's behalf. What a significant loss. Chapter 68. Following the clue, unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret. Cheng Yang handed the lamb to Mo Baihong, leaving it to him to decide whether to indulge himself or generously share it with Gao and Jiang. He then approached Yang Yaping, taking her by the hand and leading her away. Confused, Yang Yaping followed, and after a few steps, she lifted her gaze to Cheng Yang, her previously dull eyes suddenly sparkling with life. "Cheng Yang," she exclaimed, on the verge of tears. "We'll talk later," Cheng Yang replied calmly. Yang Yaping nodded eagerly. Cheng Yang led her to his shop, and upon seeing him enter with a woman, Li Zixiang felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Yang Yaping might usurp her position. However, upon observing Yang Yaping's disheveled appearance, her confidence returned. This woman could not possibly compete with her. Yet, the fact that Cheng Yang had never touched her left Li Zixiang feeling insecure. How could she hold on to him without a deeper connection? Cheng Yang paid no mind to her apprehensions, escorting Yang Yaping to the lounge. He brewed her a cup of tea and inquired, "What happened? How did you end up in their clutches?" After taking a sip to steady her nerves, Yang Yaping recounted, 3 days ago, a gang stormed into the 4S shop and forcibly took us away, dragging us to a residential complex. She paused, anguish and fear crossing her face. They subjected us to repeated violence. Xiao Li was stabbed by a pervert and died. Xiao Yi and Xiao Lin both jumped to their deaths. I refused to accept such a fate, determined to seek revenge, but instead, I was sold here like a commodity. Cheng Yang, devoid of any emotional attachment to the 4 women, seeing them merely as the wares of a seafood merchant, felt a surge of indignation. "From now on, you shall reside here. The woman you met earlier is Li Zixiang. You will assist me in managing this shop. Should you have questions, consult her. As for those who harmed you, I will track them down. Please, don't act rashly," Yang Yaping urged. 2 of them are exceptionally formidable, almost superhuman. I've heard others refer to them as evolvers. One wields throwing knives, deadlier than guns, and the other possesses a terrifying ability to levitate stones. Cheng Yang's heart leapt at this revelation. Telekinetics. How fortuitous. He offered no further explanation or comfort, but stood up to leave. Upon stepping outside, he briefed Li Zixiang, instructing her that the 2 of them would now oversee the shop. He also tasked her with keeping watch for the slave traders, ensuring she contact him immediately if they attempted to leave. Though Li Zixiang feared Yang Yaping might encroach upon her position and secretly wished to rid herself of her, she dared not defy Cheng Yang's commands and merely nodded in compliance. Once he departed, she hurried to the window, observing the ongoing slave trade below. A wave of trepidation washing over her, for she too could easily become one of them. What a ridiculous world we inhabit. As if we have regressed to the era of slavery. Cheng Yang departed, resolutely continuing his mission to exorcise the undead, for time was of the essence. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the intercom crackled to life, revealing the voice of Li Zixiang. "Master, they are preparing to leave." Cheng Yang sheathed his knife, and with a sudden burst of speed, he ascended to a high-rise adjacent to the building materials market in a mere 30 seconds. From his elevated vantage point, he surveyed the scene below. Indeed, the group of machete-wielding men had sold off most of the slaves, leaving only 2 men and 1 woman, who were being forcibly loaded back onto a truck. With a roar, the truck's engine ignited, and it sped out of the market and onto the bustling street. The truck thundered forth, crashing into the zombies that obstructed its path. These vehicles had been modified, their fronts equipped with reinforced bumpers, which were now purposefully used to strike the undead. One could hardly imagine that the original inventor of such bumpers would ever have envisioned their current grim application. Cheng Yang leaped between the buildings with the agility of a spider, his extraordinary vision ensuring he would not lose sight of the truck. 20 minutes later, the truck entered a residential complex and came to a halt. The machete men jumped from the vehicle, roughly dragging the 3 remaining slaves out, treating them with utter contempt. Unsold slaves were considered a waste of resources. Cheng Yang swiftly appeared at the entrance of the complex, vaulting through the gates with ease. The sudden intrusion startled the machete men, who quickly surrounded him. Some even contacted their comrades within using their intercoms to report the situation. Cheng Yang smiled lightly. "I have come to ally myself with your leader." With a swift kick, he sent the truck skidding forward several meters. What terrifying strength! The machete men were left dumbfounded, and the one holding the intercom hastily relayed additional information. An evolver. Most individuals were now aware of the existence of evolvers and understood the implications of the term. Who among them would dare show disrespect to Cheng Yang? They all donned smiles of submission. An evolver seeking to join their ranks? Their leader would certainly welcome him. Why should the building materials market profit merely by providing a venue? After all, there were 4 evolvers stationed there. If they could establish 3 or more evolvers of their own, they could potentially wrest control of the market away. Would they then need to risk their lives in robbery? They could simply remain at home, enjoying an abundance of food and beauty. Shortly after, 2 men approached, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Cheng Yang employed his observation technique. Target 1, ability attribute, Illusionist ability level. Level 1, 1. Strength, 205 kilograms. Maximum. Speed, 14 ms. Maximum. Target 2 ability attribute. Berserker ability level. Level 1, 1. Strength, 1023 kilograms. Maximum. Speed, 13 ms. Maximum. Cheng Yang assessed the situation. You may leave now. He suddenly took action. The Bloodblade dance unfolded as he unleashed a massacre. Curses erupted, urging the execution of their foe. Yet, before the echoes of their shouts faded, over 30 men lay lifeless, leaving behind only 2 survivors, evolved beings. Cheng Yang offered them no opportunity for words. He severed their arms and discarded them outside to feed the zombies. Of course, he allowed them to endure a few bites before retrieving them, patiently awaiting their transformation into undead and the emergence of corpse orbs. Who are you? What have we done to offend you? The 2 men shouted, bewildered by the sudden calamity that had befallen them. Chapter 69. Catalyst. Cheng Yang dismissed their pleas. You may commit evil, and I shall eradicate it. A modicum of righteousness remains within me, he sighed, acknowledging his own inadequacy and ruthlessness. Would he have made this journey without these 2 evolved beings? Perhaps, but there would be no profit in it. Why engage in ventures devoid of benefit? Thus, a flicker of justice persisted within him. Well, having even a sliver of virtue indicates I am still human, not a beast, Cheng Yang mused. A mere 10 minutes later, the 2 evolved beings transformed into zombies. They launched an immediate attack on Cheng Yang, only to be swiftly decapitated by his blade. He split their skulls, absorbing the psychic orbs while reserving the strength-based ones for later use, intending to accumulate enough to elevate his enhancement level to 2. Ability level, 1-3. Cheng Yang turned to the 3 slaves, a pair of men and a woman. Are there others like you who have been captured? Yes, yes, they fervently nodded. He instructed them to lead the way, seeking out the remaining slaves to liberate them. Some blade wielders remained inside the dwelling, naturally meeting the same fate at Cheng Yang's hands. In total, 21 slaves were gathered, predominantly female. Cheng Yang addressed them, you are free. As he prepared to depart, one individual called out, what shall we do now? This sentiment resonated with the others, prompting a chorus of similar queries. The streets are teeming with zombies. How can we find food and fresh water? Be a good person and help us gather sustenance. Cheng Yang chuckled in disbelief. Have you no hands or feet? If you desire food and drink, venture forth and seek it. I am neither your father nor your mother, and I owe you no obligation to support you. It seems you rather enjoy being slaves. As at least someone has been caring for you, yes? Their heads bowed in shame. Had they been truly courageous, they would have fought vigorously against the blade wielders during their abduction. They were not captured warriors, but rather submissive souls who complied when faced with a knife's threat. In these dire times, how could they still expect others to provide for them? They must find their own sustenance. Otherwise, they would perish from hunger. Cheng Yang chose to disregard those individuals. His act of saving them stemmed from a lingering sense of justice, yet the expectation for him to support them was utterly unreasonable. How audacious! He decided to leave, heading home to accompany his beloved. After finishing work, he retrieved the truck and sped back to Lake Number 1. His driving skills had notably improved, for practice is the finest teacher. Upon parking, he bounded through the entrance, allowing the horde of zombies to continue their roles as sentinels. He was resolute in not clearing the zombies surrounding the community, akin to a rabbit refraining from consuming the grass near its nest. Zhu Youhao and her companions were increasingly at leisure, having set up a barbecue on the grassy banks of the lake, energetically grilling skewers of meat and vegetables. Upon noticing Cheng Yang's arrival, when Elon beamed, stating, we anticipated your return and commenced the grilling. It turned out perfectly timed. Darling, just a little longer. And we can feast, Zhu Youhao exclaimed as she leapt into Cheng Yang's embrace, bestowing a fragrant kiss upon him. Little girl, Cheng Yang playfully smacked her rear, eliciting a surprised gasp and a playful glare from her, yet her expression brimmed with allure rather than anger. Before long, the skewers were ready. Cheng Yang retrieved some beer, pouring a glass for each person, and they indulged in both the drink and the barbecue. What a splendid life! Who else could relish such enjoyment? Only they. After satisfying their appetites, they left the barbecue setup untouched and returned to the villa to wash up and retire for the night. Truly a life akin to that of deities. As the 2 women succumbed to exhaustion, Cheng Yang rose from the bed, donned his shoes, and made his way to the garden, where he practiced the 5 emperors' meditation under the moonlight. He envisioned the first great emperor. It's manageable, he thought, and continued. He then conjured the second great emperor, at which point he began to feel the weight of pressure, a sensation that threatened to overwhelm him, yet he persevered. Upon envisioning the third great emperor, a sharp pain struck his head. Oh, my head! Nevertheless, he pressed on, convinced that attempting to visualize the 4th great emperor would surely lead to his unconsciousness. However, Having envisioned 3 great emperors was already sufficient for cultivation, as the method suggested. Yet, the experience of refining with 3 great emperors diverged entirely from that of 5. Cheng Yang found himself at his limits. Conjuring 3 great emperors was already a formidable challenge. The ethereal figures of the 3 great emperors materialized in his mind as he followed the prescribed method, invoking their power to strike against his mental energy. With a single blow, Cheng Yang trembled, feeling as if his head might explode. Stars danced before his eyes, and he immediately spat a mouthful of blood. Is this truly a practice for mortals? I hope I don't end up training myself to death. That would be rather comical. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to continue his training. It was unbearable. The agony was overwhelming. I feel like I'm going to explode. Ultimately, he managed to endure. However, after 2 hours, he could no longer persist. Changing into fresh attire, he crawled under the covers, not even aware of whom he embraced as he drifted into a deep slumber. A night passed. Cheng Yang awoke, reluctant to rise. The gentle caress of comfort. After indulging in his reveries, he summoned every ounce of willpower to stand. The allure of feminine beauty is merely a delightful diversion. Enhancing one's strength is of utmost importance. One must not be led astray by the allure of indulgence. Cheng Yang possesses a clear understanding of this principle. He opens the marketplace. A box of meat. Very well, purchased. A fruit tree. Still purchased. The last item. Catalyst. Upon consumption, it increases the likelihood of becoming an evolved being when absorbing a corpse orb, though it is ineffective for those who are already evolved. The exchange requires 20,000 merits. What a splendid item. Observing that he still has nearly 90,000 merit points, Cheng Yang unhesitatingly exchanges for the catalyst. Today, let us see if when Elan can become an evolved being. Cheng Yang retrieves a vial from his spatial storage. The liquid within is a shimmering silver, as if stars are twinkling inside. 20,000 merits. If used to purchase meat, that would amount to 2,000 gene. What a concept. 2,000 gene of fresh meat placed in a construction material market would incite a frenzy. While not priceless, it would undoubtedly drive people mad. Yet, it has transformed into this single vial of liquid. Shortly after, Su Yi and the other young lady awaken and begin preparing breakfast. Cheng Yang calls when Elan aside and guides her into her bedroom, causing Su Yi to suspect that Cheng Yang intends to engage in something untoward so early in the morning, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. How shameful, yet so anticipated. Cheng Yang presents the catalyst and a water attribute corpse or before when Elan. Chapter 70. When Elan, evolve. Do you wish to become an evolved being? Cheng Yang inquires. Yes. When Elan nods eagerly, even though she is accompanied by such a powerful man as Cheng Yang. Who wouldn't he wish to become evolved in this chaotic world? There is an opportunity. Cheng Yang gestures towards the catalyst and the orb. You must first consume this catalyst, then absorb the power of the orb. There is a certain probability that you may become an evolved being. However, should you fail this time, it will then be Su Yi's and Su Youhao's turns before it returns to you. Without hesitation, when Elan declares, I want to try. Very well. Cheng Yang unscrews the catalyst and hands it to her. Drink up. Without a moment's doubt, when Elan swallows it in one gulp, and under Cheng Yang's guidance, she seizes the orb. The orb is remarkably hard, akin to diamond, yet upon grasping it, it instantaneously liquefies, allowing her to absorb it with ease. In an instant, however, when Elan begins to tremble violently, this appearance is somewhat alarming, resembling the effects of a drug, or perhaps a transformation into a corpse. Considering the orb is born from zombies, specifically from a level 1 zombie, one can imagine the intensity of its essence for an ordinary person. Fortunately, the system did not state that failure to absorb would result in becoming a zombie. The absence of a statement does not necessarily imply it won't happen. Cheng Yang certainly does not wish for Elan to become a zombie. He is quite fond of her. After several minutes, when Elan's tremors begin to subside, moments later, her entire body emanates a chilling aura. Cheng Yang touches when Elan's skin. It is icy cold, a sensation that surpasses even the chill of a corpse, plunging below freezing. Perhaps around 5 or 6 degrees below zero. The typical human body temperature, if so altered, would surely lead to demise. Yet, Cheng Yang could still perceive when Elan's heartbeat. Could it be that she has successfully evolved? Has she become a water manipulator, perhaps with ice attributes? Moments later, the chill emanating from when Elan dissipated. Her body temperature returned to normal, and she abruptly opened her eyes. Darling, it seems I have succeeded, she exclaimed joyfully. Cheng Yang swiftly employed an observation spell. 1 Elan ability attribute. Elementalist, water, ability level, level 1, 1, strength, 199 kilograms, maximum limit, speed, 12 meters per second, maximum limit, ice resistance, low, 50. Immune to damage from temperatures above -50 degrees. Fire resistance. Vulnerable. Fire spells can inflict double damage. Indeed, she has triumphed. The Water Elementalist stands in stark contrast to the Fire Elementalist. One is susceptible to fire, while the other is susceptible to water. Furthermore, her strength and speed are comparable to Mo Bahong's, slightly inferior in strength, but marginally superior in speed. It is understandable that Mo, being corpulent, possesses greater strength, while his slower speed is equally reasonable. Come, let us test your abilities. Cheng Yang dared not allow Wen Yilan to experiment within the confines of the villa, fearing it might be demolished. Once outside, Cheng Yang instructed Wen Yilan to undergo a series of tests. Initially, she believed she had evolved into a superhuman of strength and speed, as her abilities had indeed skyrocketed. She could effortlessly lift weights that previously seemed insurmountable and sprint at a pace that would astonish even Olympic champions. Ultimately, she discovered that she was, in fact, a water manipulator, essentially an ice elemental. With a mere wave of her hand, she conjured 2 ice spikes from thin air, which shot forth like darts. Their lethality was substantial, sufficient to eliminate an ordinary person or zombie with a single strike. Additionally, she could saturate the surrounding air with icy shards, plummeting the temperature within a 2-meter radius to approximately -50 degrees. Inhaling these shards would be akin to having countless tiny ice blades slicing through the respiratory tract and lungs, potentially proving fatal. Even a level 1 evolved individual would suffer severe harm. However, this technique constituted her ultimate move, exhausting her powers with its use. Cheng Yang also allowed her to test the ability on him. The frigid temperature merely induced a bone-chilling sensation, inflicting no significant damage, while inhaling the icy shards yielded no adverse effects. It was as though his body were a furnace, converting the ice shards back into water. Unless the shards accumulated to a considerable quantity, such as devouring 2 or 3 dozen popsicles, he would indeed risk frostbite. But with such a minuscule amount, this was a testament to the robustness of his physique. Practice diligently at home until you can wield your powers with ease. Tomorrow, I shall take you out, Cheng Yang remarked with a smile. Wen Yilan, elated, embraced him and bestowed upon him a fervent kiss. Cheng Yang nearly succumbed to the temptation of morning exercises. Yet he managed to exert tremendous self-control. Merit first, he silently vowed. Observing his struggle, Wen Yilan could not help but smile, clearly relishing in her intentional provocation. After a hearty breakfast, Cheng Yang routinely set off in his truck to gather supplies and exorcise the undead. After a day of arduous labor, he had amassed an impressive 110,000 merits, along with 7 level 1 corpse beads. The prevalence of level 1 zombies was on the rise. Would they soon launch a significant counterattack? It was highly probable. Cheng Yang felt a sense of urgency. He needed to swiftly advance to level 2 enhancement to unlock the 100-fold enhancement limit. Only with absolute strength could he face any unforeseen challenges with composure. Upon returning home, he was greeted with a sumptuous dinner: beef stew with potatoes, braised lamb, 3 vegetable stir-fries, and a pot of rich chicken soup. The quantity was remarkable, with the beef and lamb being served in substantial portions. Zhu Youhao was already aware that Wen Yilan had become an evolved being and was filled with envy, constantly flattering Cheng Yang, eagerly asking when she could undergo evolution herself. Cheng Yang, maintaining fairness, replied, "Once I acquire the catalyst, I shall allow you to attempt becoming an evolved being." Zhu Youhao eagerly nodded, her envy intensifying as she witnessed Wen Yilan effortlessly freeze a glass of water into a solid block of ice. Cheng Yang then retreated to the courtyard, commencing his practice of the 5 Emperors meditation technique. Instinctively, he employed his observation technique on himself. To his astonishment, he discovered that his ability level had reached 1.5. Where had that additional 0.5 come from? The 5 Emperors meditation technique. He quickly realized this and was filled with elation. Practicing for merely 2 hours the previous night had resulted in a 0.5 increase in his ability level. What a remarkable feat. This was equivalent to half a mental-type corpse speed. The challenge was that while practicing was relatively easy, acquiring a mental-type corpse bead was exceedingly difficult. The 200,000 merits he had spent were indeed well worth it. Chapter 71. Experience with a daily increase of 0.5, even without a mental-type corpse bead. Cheng Yang could reach 100 in 200 days. No, that was incorrect. Currently, he could only visualize 3 emperors and had not yet achieved the optimal effect of simultaneously refining all 5. How high would his efficiency soar when he could visualize all 5 emperors at once? He was filled with anticipation. This prospect provided Cheng Yang with boundless motivation, and he immediately began to visualize the 5 emperors. As the 3 emperors manifested, he felt noticeably less pressure than the previous day. However, when he attempted to visualize the 4th emperor, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, he realized he had only been unconscious for about 20 minutes. It was still insufficient. Perhaps he would need to reach 4 to visualize 4 emperors and 5 to visualize all 5. Alas, the threshold for this technique was exceedingly high. After practicing for 2 hours, Cheng Yang had to halt, utterly fatigued and unable to visualize the emperors any longer. Too much of a good thing can be counterproductive. He returned to his room to sleep, not forcing himself to continue. A glance at his ability level revealed it had now reached 1. For impressive. With the dawn of a new day, Cheng Yang routinely checked the marketplace. To his surprise, there were new items available. A bag of rice, premium Wuchang rice, deliciously fragrant, weighing a full 1,000 pounds. The exchange cost, 1,000 merits. Remarkable Wuchang rice. The system certainly possesses remarkable capabilities, doesn't it? Where could it possibly source the exquisite Wuchang rice? Cheng Yang calculated that 1 merit could be exchanged for a pound of rice. A truly advantageous deal. Meat costs 10 merits per pound, and vegetables share the same price, while fruit is more affordable at merely 5 merits per pound. Now, with the introduction of a more economical option, rice can be obtained for just 1 merit per pound. He proceeded to redeem the rice, but alas, his rice bin could scarcely accommodate it. What to do? Simply use burlap sacks. After all, his home is spacious. And clearing a few extra rooms to serve as storage is a trivial task. In fact, the entire neighborhood belongs to them. If one room cannot suffice, they can store it in other villas. Additionally, there are 2 other items, purification and restoration potions, which he naturally acquired in full as well. Checking his merits, he found he still had over 170,000 remaining. With nothing more to purchase today, he decided to upgrade his space. Gritting his teeth, Cheng Yang spent 128,000 merits, transforming his space into an impressive 768 cubic meters. Now, the space was indeed vast. With over 40,000 merits remaining, he planned to continue exorcising zombies today, hoping that tomorrow the marketplace might offer fragments of the flying cloud shuttle. After breakfast, Cheng Yang kept his promise and set out with Wen Yilan. Su Yi watched with immense envy. She longed to accompany Cheng Yang in slaying zombies, gathering supplies, and becoming a useful individual. Otherwise, she feared that one day she might fall behind and be abandoned by him. After all, this world is not lacking in beautiful women. Cheng Yang, with Wen Yilan in his arms, leaped over the moat, crossed the community gate, and boarded the truck, setting off. After driving for several minutes and encountering a sufficient number of zombies, he halted to begin the cleanup. However, this was a scene Wen Yilan had never witnessed, leaving her pale with fear, utterly uncertain of how to wield her abilities. It was only after Cheng Yang called out to her that she snapped back to reality, her hands trembling as she began to attack. She utilized ice spikes for ranged assaults. Initially, her efficiency was dismally low due to her lack of precision. An ice spike must penetrate a zombie's eye socket to ensure a kill, and the accompanying chill was insufficient to freeze a zombie, so after extensive practice, she finally improved her aim. With a swift motion, she launched an ice spike that pierced a zombie's eye socket, effortlessly vanquishing it. She was elated. In contrast, Cheng Yang felled 3 or 4 zombies with a single stroke, and with a subsequent flourish, he dispatched several more, his efficiency surpassing hers by more than tenfold. Of course, she dared not compare herself to Cheng Yang. Instead, she measured her progress against her former self, experiencing a remarkable qualitative leap. Furthermore, her body had been enhanced by her powers, her explosive strength nearing 200 kilograms, and her speed reaching 12 meters per second, far exceeding that of an average person. Cheng Yang did not expect her to become a peerless expert overnight. Currently, she was equivalent to a tenfold enhancement, lacking a formidable weapon like Bloodblade. And compared to his former self, she was still significantly lacking. But that was perfectly fine. Progress could be made gradually. And she was merely the first among the Goddess Legion. Using ice spikes for attack was indeed the most effortless approach. Nevertheless, after half an hour, Wen Yilan found herself depleted of her supernatural abilities and had to pause for a rest. Watching Cheng Yang continue his relentless slaughter with the precision of a machine left her in silent awe. As the carnage ensued, heavy footsteps echoed ominously, heralding the arrival of a colossal zombie, towering 3 times higher than an ordinary one. This abomination bore a resemblance to the evolved zombie Cheng Yang had first encountered. Both possessed 3 heads seemingly stitched together. The distinction lay in this creature having only 1 head, yet countless hands protruded from its body, incessantly grasping at the air. It was undoubtedly an evolved type. Cheng Yang assessed the situation and invoked his observation technique. Zombie 1, Supernatural Attribute, Elementalist, Fire, Ability Level, Level 1, 65, Strength, 509 kilograms, Maximum Limit, Speed, 19 meters per second, Maximum Limit, Fire resistance, low, 70. Immune to damage below 700 degrees. Ice vulnerability. Weakness, water attribute attacks inflict double damage. Indeed, it was an evolved zombie. Though its ability level was also at 1. It had already reached 65, surpassing Cheng Yang's own evolution level of merely 4. It was astonishingly swift, suggesting that level 2 zombies would soon emerge. What sort of monster is this? When Elon asked, her voice trembling in fear. An evolved type, much like you. Cheng Yang replied with a smile. Use the ice spikes against it. Understood. When Elon, now devoid of her own judgment, complied with Cheng Yang's every command. Although her powers had not fully recovered, after a brief respite, she was certain she had regained at least 10. An ice spike materialized from thin air and shot towards the evolved zombie. The creature attempted to catch it with its hand, but upon contact with the ice spike, it let out a tremendous roar. It was vulnerable to frost. Thus, the water-based attack inflicted double damage, akin to a critical hit. Enraged, the zombie opened its mouth wide, and with a roar, a torrent of flames erupted forth. When Elon was paralyzed with fear, yet Cheng Yang acted swiftly, pulling her aside just in time to evade the fiery onslaught. Given her vulnerability to flames, a direct hit would have inflicted double damage, likely resulting in her demise. Cheng Yang shook his head, resigning to the notion that he could no longer rely on a level 1 zombie to hone her skills. Strike. With a decisive slash, the level 1 zombie collapsed instantly. Chapter 72. Enhanced Level 2. Another zombie orb acquired. When Elon observed Cheng Yang collecting the orb and remarked, "Darling, there are far too few evolved zombies." She understood his need for the orbs, and she too required them, albeit only those with water attributes. Cheng Yang chuckled, "Things are much improved now. Just a few days ago, they were scarce. We could go days without encountering one. Nowadays, it is not uncommon to encounter 7 or 8 in a single day. One can imagine a future where tossing a stone might strike 3 or 4 level 1 zombies." They pressed on. By noon, Cheng Yang lifted when Elon and hurried home. Just in time for Zhu Youhao to finish preparing lunch. The three of them gathered to share a meal together. Zhu Youhao inquired about when Elon's performance, to which when Elon responded with exuberance, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she recounted the thrilling yet terrifying battle against the evolved zombie, eliciting even more envy from Zhu Youhao. After their meal, Cheng Yang escorted when Elon back to the truck to commence the afternoon's cleanup efforts. Unbeknownst to when Elon, Cheng Yang was able to strengthen himself through the exorcism of zombies, amassing merit. And she believed his relentless pursuit of annihilating zombies was solely for the noble cause of humanity's resurgence, which touched her deeply. She admired him immensely. After a single day of combat, she felt nauseated and distressed, yet Cheng Yang fought daily. In comparison, he seemed nothing short of a saint. However, he did have a rather lascivious side, a rather extreme one at that. Yet, despite his flaws, Cheng Yang could still be deemed a hero. And if humanity were ever to eradicate zombies and restore civilization, he would undoubtedly be the foremost contributor, deserving of the title of saint. Fortunately, Cheng Yang remained oblivious to her thoughts. Otherwise, he would have chuckled in disbelief, claiming, "I am not that great. I only seek my own strength." By the end of the day, Cheng Yang had accrued over 110,000 merits. Whether or not when Elon assisted him, his efficiency remained largely unchanged. Unfortunately, when Elon's current combat prowess was limited, so her presence added little to his efforts. Regrettably, even with 150,000 merits, he fell short of the 250,000 required to upgrade his spatial abilities once more, a cost surpassing that of a single piece of the flying cloud shuttle fragments. Nevertheless, even if he could upgrade, Cheng Yang would not hastily expend his merits. He intended to wait until the following day to check for any desirable items in the shop, lest he miss out on something valuable due to insufficient merits. After completing his tasks for the evening, Cheng Yang routinely practiced the 5 emperors meditation in the courtyard. Today, he was able to visualize the 4 great emperors. 2 hours later, he concluded his practice and fell into a deep slumber. Zhu Youhao was the first to awaken. As usual, preparing breakfast. Their morning meal was rather simple, typically consisting of congee, which Cheng Yang believed was good for the stomach. Occasionally, they would vary their menu with noodles, dumplings, or wontons. Today, they enjoyed wontons, which Zhu Youhao had prepared the day before during her free time. With fillings of lamb, beef, and pork to choose from, Cheng Yang savored his meal while routinely checking the shop. He found a box of meat, a basin of vegetables, and a fruit tree, quite the trifecta for a food lover. Cheng Yang exchanged for all 3 items, and once breakfast was finished, he set off with when Elon again to exorcise zombies. By day's end, he had once more amassed over 110,000 merits and collected 10 level 1 corpse orbs. For the first time, he had gathered double-digit corpse orbs in a single day, and compared to the previous day, The zombies' abilities had increased by 5. An increase of 5 in just one day? If this continued, level 2 zombies would emerge in 6 days. Level 1 zombies were manageable, but once they broke through to level 2, the enhancement would be 100-fold. How formidable would they be? The only word to describe them would be terrifying. Cheng Yang felt a profound sense of urgency. He needed to collect sufficient corpse orbs within 6 days to unlock the path to further enhancements. Fortunately, today they encountered a zombie possessing mental attributes. After absorption, Cheng Yang's ability level ascended to 5, 3 of the first tier. In the evening, after practicing the 5 Emperors meditation technique, he utilized his observation technique to examine his own status. Ability level, 6, 3 of the first tier, a full 1 increase. Now, even without absorbing corpse stones, he could reach the second tier within a maximum of 100 days. Cheng Yang felt an urge to cheer, but the terrifying evolution speed of the zombies dampened his spirits. Currently, he stood alone at the forefront. Even should second-tier zombies emerge, they would possess similar strength to his own, thus not requiring excessive caution. However, the majority of evolvers? A mere handful working together would still be no match for second-tier zombies. Day by day, as he purified the zombies, the number of corpse beads in Cheng Yang's possession steadily increased, with his merit also soaring. Daily, he consumed not just 3 of the 4 staples, but also the corpse toxin antidote and purification agents, which incurred little expense. Consequently, he upgraded his personal space to the next level, expanding it to 1536 cubic units, with 370,000 merit points remaining. Yet, even such a substantial amount proved insufficient, as the next upgrade required over 510,000 merit points. Tomorrow marked Monday, and by the end of the day's slaughter, the number of corpse beads in Cheng Yang's possession would surpass 100. That evening, he began the process of absorption, 1 bead at a time. In total, after breaking the first tier of enhancement, he had absorbed 5 corpse beads, 3 of which were of the mental attribute, all of which had fortified his telekinetic energy. Thus, he still required 98 more corpse beads to achieve a second level of enhancement. As he absorbed the 97th bead, excitement surged within him. The final bead. He extracted a strength attribute corpse bead and absorbed it. Instantly, a torrent of power coursed through his body. His muscles bulged, and it felt as if a multitude of mice were scurrying beneath his skin, creating a mass that writhed and shifted. Counting, there were at least 100 such protrusions across his body. It was unbearable. I feel like I'm going to explode. Just as Cheng Yang neared his limit, a crisp sound resonated within him. Suddenly, clarity struck. An invisible shackle shattered. He used the observation technique once more. Cheng Yang, enhancement level, 2 enhancement multiplier, 100x ability attribute, telekinetic master ability level, first tier, 11, 3. Requires absorption of 89 more first-tier mental attribute corpse beads to advance. Strength, 5, 250 kilograms. Maximum limit, speed, 102 meters per second. Maximum limit, reaction delay, 0. For seconds compared to a few hours ago, his enhancement was indeed minimal. His strength had only increased by over 20 kilograms, and his speed by merely 1 meter per second. The most significant improvement was in his reaction delay, which decreased from 0.5 seconds to 0. For seconds. However, his enhancement level had now reached 2, the limit lifted, and he could enhance further. Chapter 73. The wind step. Cheng Yang had been stuck at a 99x enhancement for many days, and now that the limit was lifted, he could no longer contain himself. Even slaying a single zombie would suffice. He departed from the community and commenced his hunt outside. Purification. Yet, what astonished and perplexed him was the fact that despite having accrued merit, he did not experience any enhancement. What could this mean? A conjecture began to form in his mind. After reaching level 2 enhancement, ordinary zombies could no longer provide him with experience points. If this assumption proved correct, it would be quite unfortunate. He commenced his search, spending over half an hour successfully locating a level 1 zombie. With a swift strike, he dispatched the creature without any resistance. The merit was conferred, enhancing his capabilities by 10. Previously, ordinary zombies had only offered a mere 1 enhancement, while level 1 zombies provided 10. Now, with ordinary zombies no longer able to contribute to his enhancement, only level 1 zombies remained viable, albeit with the enhancement ratio unchanged. Thus, it could be inferred that level 2 zombies would yield double the enhancement. Of course, these percentages, 1, 10, and double enhancement, were all based on his original strength. This revelation meant that only level 1 zombies could facilitate his enhancement, significantly increasing the difficulty of his task. Cheng Yang felt overwhelmed. This was something he had never anticipated. Presently, he could purify around 10,000 ordinary zombies per day, and if each continued to yield only 1 enhancement, that would amount to a staggering 100-fold enhancement daily. In just 9 days, he could potentially reach a 1,000-fold enhancement, which he believed represented the limit of level 2 enhancements, necessitating level 2 zombie pearls to break through. However, at this moment, purifying ordinary zombies only granted him merit. Theoretically, he would only need to purify 9,000 level 1 zombies to reach the pinnacle of level 2 enhancement. But the pressing question remained, were there even that many level 1 zombies available? The quantity of level 1 zombies had indeed increased significantly, yet to find 10,000 of them. That posed a considerable challenge. Cheng Yang sighed. While the enhancement cap had been unlocked, the situation was far from optimistic. He could only take it one step at a time, hoping for a swift evolution of the zombies, leading to an abundance of level 1 zombies for him to purify. Upon returning home, he nestled into his bed, and enveloped by comfort, his worries instantly dissipated. The presence of beauty served as the ultimate remedy for his troubles. A new day dawned as expected. Cheng Yang promptly checked the system shop, where new items had been added. Tianfeng step, dashing with the wind, soaring to the 9 heavens. Cost for redemption, 100,000 merit. Upon glancing at his impressive total of 370,000 merit, Cheng Yang unhesitatingly purchased the Tianfeng step. With its exaggerated description, even claiming to ascend to the 9 heavens, he was eager to see what marvels awaited him. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind. The Tianfeng step allowed one to glide on the breeze, with speed increasing as the wind intensified, propelling one upwards to the 9 heavens. Could it truly be possible for a person to ascend to the skies? Cheng Yang could now achieve long-distance gliding with astonishing speed, resembling flight. Yet it was merely an illusion. The distance he could leap remained tethered to the ground. But the idea of running on the wind with the Tianfeng step filled him with anticipation. There were also 2 additional items. A catalyst, his eyes brightened at the sight. Though there was only one, and finally, a bag of rice. He exchanged everything, leaving him with 250,000 merit remaining. Yesterday, although 98 corpse beads were consumed, Cheng Yang ultimately acquired 103, leaving him with a remainder of 5. He specifically set aside beads of both water and fire attributes. Now equipped with a catalyst, he was poised to create another evolver. Zhu Yi was ideally suited for evolution using fire attribute beads. Cheng Yang first allowed Wen Yilan to absorb 3 water attribute beads, then called Zhu Yi over, saying, "I possess a catalyst now, so you can attempt your evolution today." Naturally, Zhu Yi was overjoyed. Having thoroughly understood the process from Wen Yilan, she promptly ingested the catalyst and grasped the corpse bead. Instantly, the bead melted in her hand, and she began to undergo the transformation, much like Wen Yilan. However, unlike Wen Yilan, who became cold as ice, Zhu Yi radiated heat, even igniting flames. Her garments began to char and darken, ultimately falling away to reveal her beautiful, youthful form, now glowing a fiery red. Even her hair seemed to transform into flames, dancing without the slightest breeze. After several minutes, she returned to normal. Success? Failure? Cheng Yang cast an observation spell her way. Zhu Yi, ability attribute, elementalist, fire, ability level 1, 1, strength, 197 kilograms, maximum, speed, 12 meters per second, maximum. It was a success. Cheng Yang nodded, relieved that the precious catalyst and beads were not wasted. Today, let Wen Yilan take you around the neighborhood to practice combating zombies, he instructed, noting that it was Monday and he needed to visit the building materials market. Yes, Zhu Yi, thrilled by her successful evolution, could hardly contain her excitement. Cheng Yang playfully slapped her on the backside, and it was then that Zhu Yi realized she was entirely unclothed, letting out a startled cry. Cheng Yang burst into laughter and headed downstairs for breakfast. After their meal, Wen Yilan accompanied Zhu Yi to hunt zombies. They would undoubtedly need to fight side by side in the future, so now was the time to familiarize themselves and coordinate their efforts. After absorbing the 3 water attribute beads, Wen Yilan's abilities and physical attributes improved, but not to the exaggerated extent of 4 times. It was merely a 30 enhancement. Cheng Yang was not surprised by this. His own ability level was now at 11.3, with his telekinetic strength only slightly more than doubled. It appeared that 10 corpse beads were required to double one's strength, indicating that from becoming an evolver to reaching full level 1, one's power could increase tenfold. This corresponded to Cheng Yang's own initial enhancement from level 1, which could reach up to 99 times. Chapter 74. The Fat Sheep. Cheng Yang set off first to exorcise the zombies. At 9 o'clock, Li Zixian contacted him via intercom. Master, last week, a total of 9 individuals requested to exchange corpse beads, amounting to 26 beads. Her voice was tinged with excitement. After successfully completing a transaction last week, the prospect of multiplying that by 26 this week was exhilarating. Moreover, the better the business thrived, the less likely she was to be dismissed. Otherwise, why would Cheng Yang keep her around without any contribution? Cheng Yang nodded, simultaneously performing exorcisms on the zombies while making his way to the building materials market. By around 11 o'clock, he arrived at the market, having collected 6 zombie pearls along the way. It was astonishing to acquire such a number in a single morning, suggesting that he might exceed 10 by the end of the day. The quantity of level 1 zombies was indeed on the rise. Moreover, upon employing his observation technique, he discovered that the fastest evolving level 1 zombie had reached 90. Thus, it was likely that level 2 zombies would emerge in the next couple of days. While Cheng Yang felt a twinge of apprehension, he was equally filled with anticipation. What benefits would exorcising level 2 zombies bring him? He hurriedly unloaded a substantial amount of meat, vegetables, and fruits from the truck, attracting a multitude of greedy gazes as he passed by. In this post-apocalyptic world, the items in his possession represented immense wealth. Even a small fraction could easily secure a night with a stunning beauty. Cheng Yang remained unfazed. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on him, well, they would soon be bidding farewell to life. Nevertheless, the names of Mo Bo Hong and his companions carried considerable weight, as they were among the earliest evolvers. Currently, no one dared to act recklessly in their territory. Thus, despite their avarice, they merely eyed him without taking action. Upon reaching his shop, several individuals were already waiting for him. Boss Cheng, Li Zixiang, and Yang Yaping approached him, recognizing him as the principal figure, and greeted him warmly. Cheng Yang nodded. Let us proceed with the exchanges as per your requests. The individuals presented their zombie pearls, and Cheng Yang, adhering to their demands, provided meat, vegetables, or fruits, with a fair scale at hand for those who wished to verify the weights themselves. He had no intention of engaging in any deceitful practices. To his astonishment, some individuals directly retrieved the zombie pearls with their hands. Yet the pearls did not dissolve in their grasp. What could this mean? Utilizing his observation technique, he discovered that one individual possessed the ability of a soil controller, and none of the zombie pearls they held bore the earth attribute. Could it be that evolvers could only absorb pearls corresponding to their own attributes? But he could absorb any type. Indeed, he was not only a telekinetic but also possessed enhanced capabilities, a gift bestowed by the system. It was due to this intervention that he could confidently absorb any zombie pearl without fear. Cheng Yang nodded, realizing that due to the precious nature of the zombie pearls, he would not allow Wen Elon to attempt absorbing fire or strength attribute pearls, hence his sudden realization of this phenomenon. Otherwise, he surely would not have collected so many pearls today. They had likely been inadvertently absorbed by others. Cheng Yang also noticed a youth named Ling Yu, whose ability level had astonishingly reached 6, a remarkable achievement. Without the 5 Emperor meditation technique, Cheng Yang's own ability level would only be 4. Of course, given his handling of numerous zombie pearls, mostly of the strength attribute, which accounted for over 50, it followed that corresponding evolvers would find it easier to enhance their abilities. Nonetheless, a 6 ability level still attested to the youth's formidable strength. How many level 1 zombies have you slain? Cheng Yang inquired with keen interest, providing him with a walkie-talkie and establishing a designated channel for future communication should any issues arise. Li Zixiang mentioned that 9 individuals sought to trade with him. However, by past noon, Cheng Yang had only encountered 7, leaving 2 unaccounted for. They were either delayed by unforeseen circumstances or had met with misfortune. Both scenarios were rather commonplace. As the zombies grew increasingly formidable, it was only natural for a few evolved beings to fall. Cheng Yang observed that he was not alone in the marketplace. Others were also collecting corpse beads, yet none matched his financial prowess. Thus they naturally sought him out for transactions. In the future, corpse beads would likely emerge as the true hard currency, supplanting food as the medium of exchange, potentially becoming universally accepted. A sudden thought struck Cheng Yang. The urban area of Sioux City housed approximately 3 million inhabitants. If he were to exorcise around 10,000 zombies daily, even if he managed to cleanse every zombie within the city, it would only sustain for 300 days. The crucial factor was that as the number of exorcised zombies increased, his efficiency in slaying would significantly diminish due to the dynamic equilibrium. Hence, it might soon be prudent to consider venturing to another city, perhaps Haidu. Haidu, the most populous city in China, boasts around 30 million residents. Given the prolonged duration of the apocalypse, it was conservatively estimated that over 25 million zombies roamed, and even with some dispatched, the total would not likely dip below 20 million. This warranted consideration. Additionally, there was Tokyo, where the population density was even higher. He pondered whether exorcising foreign zombies would yield merit, questioning if the system would exhibit benevolence and not be overly parsimonious. As Cheng Yang contemplated, he perused the construction material market, observing changes from the past week. From the conversations around him, it became apparent that numerous evolved beings had emerged recently. But many had also perished. With the surge of level 1 zombies, casualties among the evolved were inevitable. After exchanging pleasantries with Mo Boahong and the other 3 prominent figures, Cheng Yang exited the market, intent on continuing his exorcism of zombies. However, he soon sensed that he was being followed. His perceptive abilities were astonishing. 1, 2, 3. Cheng Yang was astonished to realize that 5 individuals had set their sights on him, all of whom were evolved beings. They swiftly dispatched any zombies that encircled them with remarkable combat prowess. 3 were berserkers, 1 a water manipulator, and intriguingly, another was a metal controller, capable of transforming his arm into a blade. Quite fascinating. Cheng Yang mused to himself. If those 5 were aware that their intentions had been fully discerned by him, would they be frightened enough to abandon their ulterior motives? Alas, there was no room for speculation. Moments later, the 5 individuals surged forward with determination, encircling Cheng Yang. Hey, we've heard you're rolling in wealth. One of them proclaimed with a grin, tattoos sprawling across his arms, unmistakably indicating his affiliation with the underworld. Indeed. Cheng Yang acknowledged with a nod. So, are you planning to rob me? To everyone's surprise, Cheng Yang spoke so candidly that the 5 men were momentarily taken aback. Then slowly nodded in agreement. Since you have guessed our intentions, lead us to your dwelling. We assure you we shall only take a portion of your provisions, remarked the tattooed man. To Cheng Yang, such an assurance was nothing more than a jest. They were here to rob you, and you still place your faith in them? You must possess some capability to do so. Cheng Yang mused, just as a gust of wind swept past, prompting him to step forward. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. He inexplicably levitated into the air. Chapter 75, The Intruder. The 5 men, mouths agape, gazed at Cheng Yang in disbelief. What kind of ability is this that allows one to soar? This is not flight. I am merely treading upon the wind, Cheng Yang declared, extending his arms and standing gracefully upon the breeze, reminiscent of verses from ancient poetry. Surely, this is what it means to ascend upon the wind. What type of evolver are you? The tattooed man inquired, still unable to conceal his astonishment. Cheng Yang offered no reply, merely smiling faintly. Fragments of the flying cloud shuttle appeared out of thin air and began to dance. With anguished screams, the 5 men found their hands and feet severed, collapsing to the ground. With the strength of his current telekinesis, even manipulating ordinary pebbles could pose a threat to an evolver, let alone employing a specialized telekinetic weapon. To put it plainly, if he could split himself into 2 entities, one a telekinetic master and the other a physical enhancer, the outcome of a confrontation would be uncertain. Why? Simply due to the existence of the flying cloud shuttle fragments. This device, combined with telekinesis, was immensely powerful. As the tattooed men wailed and cursed, Cheng Yang remained unfazed, observing them being devoured by zombies before dispatching the undead and awaiting their transformation. After several minutes, 5 fresh level 1 zombies emerged. Eliminate them, collect the orbs, and done. Thank you for graciously providing the corpse orbs, he stated coldly. Enhancement 50. Cheng Yang departed with indifference, continuing to exorcise the zombies. Ordinary zombies still offered him merit, and with a plentiful supply, he would not forsake this meaningful endeavor. Leave the purification of the human world to me, Cheng Yang uttered with a hint of youthful bravado. Unable to suppress a smile, after a day of relentless activity, he hurried back to Lake Residence Number 1. Darling, I am now incredibly formidable. I can slay zombies. Su Yi exclaimed as she leaped into his embrace, eager to showcase her prowess. When Elon approached, smiling, Yi possesses remarkable talent. She is a born warrior. Cheng Yang prompted Su Yi to demonstrate, and with a mere flick of her finger, she conjured a fireball that accurately struck a zombie's eye socket, causing it to collapse, smoke emanating from its orifices. Indeed, her mastery of her abilities surpassed when Elon's by a considerable margin. A natural warrior? No, a natural mage. By the way, Su Yi seemed to suddenly recall something, her face reflecting an odd expression. Darling, it appears we have been robbed. What? Cheng Yang responded in astonishment. Robbed? How could that be? What time is it now? The area outside is teeming with zombies, and the neighborhood has been thoroughly searched. How could there possibly be a thief? Cheng Yang inquired, refraining from outright denial, for he trusted that Su Yi would not speak falsely. Su Yi replied, a few days ago, I noticed that our food mysteriously diminished. However, given the abundance we possess, the loss was not immediately apparent, and I initially paid it no mind. Yet, 3 days prior, while we were enjoying steak, I feared you might not have enough to eat, so I prepared 2 extra pieces, only to find one was missing. Thus, I began to pay closer attention. Each afternoon, I observed that the leftovers from lunch would be slightly diminished. Yet, despite my vigilance, I could not locate the thief. As if he could see me and would only pilfer from the kitchen in my absence. Such a situation exists? Cheng Yang's interest was piqued. though he maintained his composure and allowed everyone to finish their meal. Afterward, he ventured into the kitchen alone to investigate. Zhu Yi could discern nothing amiss. But he was not so easily fooled. With his enhanced vision, he saw far beyond the ordinary. After a thorough search, Cheng Yang found no anomalies, prompting him to open the cabinets one by one, yet still, there were no discoveries. Thus, the issue did not lie within the kitchen. He exited and continued his search. If there truly was a thief lurking within their home, even if he had merely been stealing food, it posed a significant risk that needed to be addressed. Who dares to steal my food? Cheng Yang's determination grew stronger as he meticulously searched. At last, he made a startling discovery, a concealed door within the storage room. It was cleverly hidden, obscured by a painting that completely camouflaged its presence. How did Cheng Yang notice it? He observed that the canvas was much cleaner than the surrounding dust-laden items, showcasing his keen attention to detail. However, the secret door required either a password or a fingerprint for entry. Cheng Yang smiled slightly. This would not deter him. With a powerful punch, he struck the door, shattering the lock with a resounding thud. With 5 tons of force, not even a bank vault could withstand such an assault. He pushed the door open, revealing a pitch-black interior. Though his vision was sharp, it did not extend to seeing in complete darkness. So he retrieved a flashlight from his spatial storage and illuminated the passageway. What lay ahead was a corridor. Cheng Yang stepped inside. The passage was tall enough that he need not crouch. Before long, he encountered a staircase leading downward. He descended the steps and soon beheld the glow of a screen. Advancing a few more paces, he discovered a basement, dominated by a massive television wall, whereupon a glance revealed it to be the surveillance footage from their living room. Understanding dawned upon him. In a secluded basement, someone had been lurking, surveilling the inhabitants of the house through monitoring devices, seizing the opportunity to pilfer food from the kitchen in their absence. Consequently, Zhu Yi sought to capture this thief, oblivious to the fact that the perpetrator was watching her every move, rendering her efforts futile. The dilemma arose when Cheng Yang observed a plethora of thumbnails, revealing an array of surveillance footage, including scenes from his own bedroom. This meant that intimate moments had also fallen prey to the thief's gaze. It was clear that drastic measures were necessary to silence this intruder. As Cheng Yang scrutinized the surveillance screen, a shadow suddenly emerged from behind, stealthily brandishing a baseball bat aimed at the back of his head. With a smirk, he did not look back. Instead, relying on his acute sense of hearing, he reached out and grasped the bat firmly. With a swift motion, he yanked the bat from the assailant's grasp, causing the figure to stumble into his embrace. Chapter 76. Tang Xintian. Cheng Yang, however, had no intention of embracing a thief. Instead, he seized the intruder by the collar. To his astonishment, he discovered that the would-be assailant was, in fact, a woman. Furthermore, her face struck him as familiar, not from the realm of reality, but from the flickering screen of his television, where she starred in several risque films. She was the mistress of the villa, known for her penchant for filming intimate moments with her husband. Cheng Yang's realization dawned upon him. It was no wonder she had been hiding in a secret chamber, and no surprise that she could stealthily pilfer food from her own home. After all, this was her residence. How could she not be familiar with it? In truth, it was they who were the intruders. Would Cheng Yang admit this? Certainly not. He immediately seized the moral high ground, exclaiming, "You dared to steal my food. Yet you audaciously attempted to assault me?" The woman felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, she had stolen from him. Moreover, she had invaded his privacy. Cheng Yang chuckled. "How do you intend to make amends? And do you comprehend the value of food these days? A mere packet of instant noodles could persuade a beauty to shed her trousers, yet you have consumed a considerable amount of my meat, enough to warrant your sale." The woman's face drained of color, nearly in tears. "But I cannot compensate you. What is your name?" Cheng Yang queried, no longer jesting. He had only seen her photograph before, without any knowledge of her identity. "I am Tang Xintian," she replied, burying her face in his chest like an ostrich hiding its head in the sand, believing that this act would render her invisible. Cheng Yang suddenly recognized that this woman was indeed quite exceptional. "Confess all your transgressions," he commanded, lifting Tang Xintian and seating himself on a chair. She appeared remorseful, admitting, "I have been stealing your food daily, and I even bathe at night while you sleep. And how do you plan to repay me?" Cheng Yang inquired. Tang Xintian was momentarily at a loss. "How can I repay you? Is money even of any use now? Shall I transfer the ownership of the house to you?" It seemed she had regained her confidence in that moment. Cheng Yang shook his head and remarked, "What value does this house hold? Just step outside and see how many vacant units there are in the entire Huban number 1. I could reside in any one of them at random. It just so happens that I chose yours, and you ended up benefiting immensely from it." This left Tang Xintian at a loss for words, stammering in her response. Cheng Yang feigned a fierce demeanor, saying, "Then you have no choice but to sell yourself to me to repay your debts." To his surprise, Tang Xintian inquired, Will you provide meals in return? Cheng Yang could no longer contain his laughter. Tang Xintian looked at him with eager anticipation. Of course, Cheng Yang nodded. Then I shall sell myself to you, Tang Xintian declared, though she soon felt bewildered. But I don't possess any skills. Cheng Yang flashed a mischievous smile, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, all you need to do is act as you did in your little self-filmed movie. Ah, Tang Xintian exclaimed, nearly in tears. How could you invade my privacy with my husband? That's illegal. Cheng Yang merely chuckled. In this day and age, does that term even exist? He tucked a strand of Tang Xintian's hair behind her ear, revealing a stunning visage that could rival Wenelon's, her figure nearly as impressive. Having seen her in her films, it was fair to say he was quite familiar with her, sometimes even dreaming of her. Now that you have sold yourself to me, everything about you belongs to me. What privacy rights do you have? Cheng Yang laughed. Tang Xintian was rendered speechless, despite being in her mid-20s. She exhibited a rather low emotional intelligence, easily overwhelmed by Cheng Yang's words, leaving her without the ability to resist. But I have a husband. Even if he has turned into a zombie, we cannot proceed in this manner. She almost agreed but reconsidered, shaking her head vigorously. Since your husband is deceased, you are now a widow. Can a widow not remarry? Cheng Yang teased. Surely you are being overly traditional. Tang Xintian contemplated for a moment, her mind a whirlpool of confusion. She felt guilty for not acquiescing to Cheng Yang's demands, especially since she had consumed much of his food. Yet, the idea of engaging with a man she had only just met felt entirely inappropriate. Cheng Yang laughed heartily, deciding not to toy with the somewhat perplexed woman any longer, and led her out of the underground chamber. When Su Yi and the other two women saw her, they were utterly astonished. There really is someone at home, they exclaimed, recognizing that this woman was the star from the film. When Ilan asked, how did you end up hiding here? Isn't this your house? Tang Xintian replied weakly. When the apocalypse struck, my husband was in the yard enjoying tea when he suddenly turned into a zombie and rushed outside to attack people. I was on the second floor and was terrified by the sight. I tried to close the door, but a zombie burst in just then, so I hurriedly hid in the secret chamber. Afterwards, the house was overrun with zombies, and I remained in hiding. Fortunately, when my husband built the secret chamber, he considered it as a safe haven and stocked it with ample food and fresh water, which allowed me to survive. Eventually, you all arrived. Chapter 77. Diligent practice. When Cheng Yang and the others arrived, Tang Xintian had nearly finished her meal. Had they arrived a few days later, she might have either starved or been forced to confront the zombies, likely to meet a grim fate. As the women began to chat, the presence of men became somewhat superfluous. Cheng Yang, disinterested in their conversation, opted to practice the 5 Emperor meditation in the courtyard. After 2 hours, he paused, noting his progress. Level 1, 12. 3. Without spiritual zombie pearls, it would take him an additional 88 days to reach level completion. Such a duration felt excessively long. As the saying goes, a horse does not grow fat on night grass. To swiftly enhance his abilities, he required a substantial quantity of corresponding attribute pearls. Despite Cheng Yang's prowess in slaying zombies, he could only acquire about 10 pearls daily, and spiritual pearls were particularly scarce. On average, it took him 2 or 3 days to obtain one, a rate inferior even to his daily training efficiency. His only hope lay in the pearl trading at the construction market. With the growing number of level 1 zombies, pearls were becoming increasingly available in the market. He resolved to visit the construction market more frequently. Otherwise, some might not wait a week and would prefer to sell their pearls for less money. After all, everyone was struggling to survive, uncertain if they would secure their next meal, leading them to prioritize immediate gains. Upon returning to the villa, Cheng Yang found Tang Xintian diligently engaged in household chores. However, her designer attire seemed incongruous with her servile tasks. Don't you think you should change into something more suitable? Cheng Yang remarked with a smile. This hardly looks like attire for housework. Tang Xintian responded with a sigh. But you all threw away my clothes. Naturally, Su Yi and the others would not wear second-hand garments, so her clothes had indeed been discarded that very day. Cheng Yang smiled broadly and ventured into a small room, returning with some clothing he had collected from a women's boutique at a large supermarket, offering it to her. Wear this. Oh, Tang Xintian took the package and, upon opening it, felt her cheeks flush. It was a rather risque catgirl outfit, revealing more than it concealed. Aware of its inappropriateness yet lacking assertiveness, she obediently retreated to change when Cheng Yang gave her a stern look. Moments later, she emerged in the outfit, radiating bashfulness. Cheng Yang could not help but burst into laughter. How delightful. Let us keep this catgirl. She won't consume much food anyway. The night passed, and Cheng Yang eagerly checked the system store first thing in the morning. Catalyst. To his surprise, another catalyst was available. Naturally, he purchased it. And the second item brought him further joy. Feiyun shuttle fragment. Exchange. Another 100,000 merits vanished. The final item was a purification potion. Alright, this is quite practical. Especially now that we are 4, and our daily consumption of clean water will increase significantly. After breakfast, Cheng Yang took Wen Yilan and Su Yi with him to hunt zombies. The two women, one embodying fire and the other ice, exhibited remarkable efficiency in their collaboration. However, the pressing issue at hand was the insufficient density of zombies, preventing Cheng Yang from fully unleashing his capabilities. In truth, the presence of Wen Yilan and the other woman did not alter the situation significantly. Nonetheless, this circumstance afforded Cheng Yang a moment of respite, while simultaneously providing Wen Yilan and her companion with valuable training. After all, when the Goddess Legion is deployed, must he always take the lead? Perhaps Tang Xintian could also be assessed for her potential inclusion in the Legion. The primary, and indeed sole, requirement is unwavering loyalty. Patience is key. At noon, Cheng Yang escorted the two women back for a meal. After finishing his portion, he ventured alone to the building materials market. At his current pace, a full sprint brought him there in a mere 3 minutes, as if the market were nestled within the confines of the neighborhood. Upon arrival at his shop, he was taken aback to find Yang Yaping embroiled in a heated argument with Li Zixiang, both hurling accusations at one another, each claiming to be the true confidant of Cheng Yang and demanding the other to submit. It was evident that neither was inclined to yield easily. Cheng Yang remained indifferent. After all, these two women were not returning home with him, so they were free to engage in their squabbles. Clearing his throat brought their attention to him, and they quickly adopted a demeanor of utmost obedience. Cheng Yang, uninterested in addressing the previous altercation, inquired, "Has anyone requested to exchange supplies today?" "Yes, yes." Li Zixiang eagerly flipped through her notes. 3 individuals wished to exchange a total of 8 zombie pearls. She proceeded to outline the specific requests. Cheng Yang nodded. "From now on, I will provide fresh vegetables, fruits, and meat every morning. If you can finalize any transactions immediately, proceed with them. If the supply is insufficient for exchange, simply have them returned tomorrow." Upon witnessing Cheng Yang's seriousness, Li Zixiang and Yang Yaping hastily nodded in agreement, abandoning any notions of rivalry. Chapter 78. The Third Sanctuary. Brother Cheng. Mo Baihong approached, accompanied by Jiang Guowei and Gao Yunru. Upon seeing Cheng Yang, they all nodded in unison. Cheng Yang observed their solemn expressions, which sent a jolt of concern through him. Was there a significant crisis unfolding? Had a level 2 zombie emerged, wreaking havoc? "Brother Cheng, may we speak privately?" Mo Baihong suggested. Cheng Yang nodded, recognizing the gravity of the situation as the 3 prominent figures gathered around him. They proceeded to Mo Baihong's shop, where upon entering, they were greeted by a throng of flirtatious women casting coy glances at Mo Baihong and calling him husband, causing him some embarrassment as he hurriedly dismissed them. Cheng Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Mo Baihong certainly knew how to enjoy himself. However, while the quantity of admirers was indeed substantial, in terms of quality, any of Wen Yilan's companions would easily eclipse them. The 4 men retreated to Mo Baihong's office. "What has transpired?" Cheng Yang inquired. With a sigh, Mo Baihong replied. "Yesterday afternoon, the Third Sanctuary sent representatives demanding taxes from us." Cheng Yang was momentarily taken aback, finding the situation almost comical. In such dire times, there were still those who sought to collect taxes. "If I pay taxes, will you provide me protection?" he quipped. "But the Third Sanctuary? What is the connection to the First Sanctuary?" Cheng Yang gazed at Mo Baihong with a look of confusion. However, before Mo could respond, Gao Yunru interjected. "So far, 3 sanctuaries have emerged, each claiming to be an official institution, designated as the first, second, and third sanctuaries in order of establishment. Our construction materials market is relatively close to the Third Sanctuary, and they must have noticed the recent surge in market activity, prompting them to seek a share for themselves." Jiang Guowei scoffed derisively, saying, "Is it merely a share they seek? It is clear they wish to feast upon our flesh and drain our lifeblood, demanding 70% of our profits. Currently, the 3 leaders profit by collecting stall fees, which are not exorbitantly priced but still significant, especially considering they have a cadre of subordinates to support. While they can harvest hundreds of pounds of rice and fish daily, their consumption is equally vast. Should the Third Sanctuary claim 70% of the profits, the 3 leaders would be unable to sustain their followers and would inevitably be compelled to raise stall fees, potentially causing half or even all merchants to flee. If the construction materials market collapses, are there no other similar venues? Perhaps the Third Sanctuary harbors plans to establish a market of its own, using taxes as a means to undermine ours. What are your thoughts?" Cheng Yang inquired. "We certainly do not wish to be bled dry," Mo Baihong exclaimed, his frustration palpable. "Even if we pay taxes, will the Third Sanctuary send troops to eliminate zombies for us? Everyone is struggling to survive. Who has the strength to assist others?" However, he suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Yesterday, Liu Yipei, the vice-captain of the 3rd Sanctuary's Tianhu team, revealed their strength to us deliberately, intending to intimidate us. The 3rd Sanctuary boasts over 300 professional soldiers, each equipped with submachine guns, in addition to 19 evolved individuals who comprise the Tianhu team, led by Hu Yujun, an exceptionally advanced, evolved being capable of taking on 5 of his kind with ease. Mo Bong paused before continuing. Liu Yipei's insinuation was clear. If we refuse to pay taxes, they will deploy forces to obliterate us. Thus, the 3 of us have deliberated and decided to take the initiative. Of course, this does not entail a full-scale war, but rather demonstrating our strength, making it known that even if they can overpower us, it will come at a significant cost. This way, even if we ultimately must pay taxes, we can at least negotiate a lower rate. 70% is utterly excessive, a pace that could lead to our demise. Cheng Yang smiled and said, "So, you are seeking my assistance? Haha, Brother Cheng, your strength is formidable, truly formidable." Mo Bong began by flattering him before continuing. "Hence, we wish to invite you to join us and lend us your support." Cheng Yang refrained from hastily agreeing or declining and instead inquired, "What is your current strength? If you are to flex your muscles, you must indeed possess some." Gao Yunru chuckled and replied, "In recent days, a few of our subordinates have evolved, bringing our total to 9, including the 3 of us. The disparity between 9 and 19 is indeed substantial, particularly considering that the opposing side boasts over 300 professional soldiers, each armed with submachine guns. Given the current capabilities of the evolved, these firearms undoubtedly pose a significant threat to them." Observing Cheng Yang's hesitation, Mo Bohong quickly interjected, "Brother Cheng, if the market collapses, your business will be severely affected. Moreover, we won't let you make this trip in vain. We have prepared 5 corpse beads for you. Regardless of the outcome, they will be yours." 5 corpse beads, while not an exorbitant amount, could be easily obtained by Cheng Yang in a single morning. However, as Mo Bohong pointed out, a failed market would inevitably impact his business. "All right, I agree," Cheng Yang nodded. "When shall we proceed? Time is of the essence. How about tomorrow?" Mo Bohong pressed, eager to secure Cheng Yang's commitment. "Sounds good," Cheng Yang replied, nodding once more. Mo Bohong, elated, provided Cheng Yang with a communication channel for future correspondence via radio. "Understood. I will arrive punctually at 9 tomorrow," Cheng Yang affirmed. "Thank you, my brother." After departing from the building materials market, Cheng Yang returned home, subsequently bringing Su Yi and Wen Yilan along to exorcise the zombies. By nightfall, he had amassed over 110,000 merit points and an additional 12 level 1 corpse beads, indicating a remarkable 120 enhancement. Regrettably, none of the 12 beads were of the mental variety. Heaven! How rare are mental zombies for the evolved. In light of this, the value of the 5 Emperors meditation technique becomes even more pronounced, essentially guaranteeing Cheng Yang a level 1 mental corpse bead each day. At home, Cheng Yang prepared 4 walkie-talkies, each set to frequencies corresponding to his shop, Mo Bohong, Ling Yu, and Hu Bin No. 1, all overseen by Wen Yilan and her companions. Should any news arise, they would relay information to Cheng Yang directly, informing him where assistance was sought. Thus, Cheng Yang needed only to carry 1 walkie-talkie, maintaining communication with his home frequency. This arrangement ensured both confidentiality and the elimination of missed messages. Perfect. Cheng Yang had no intention of bringing Su Yi or Wen Yilan to the 3rd Sanctuary the following day. He wished to go alone. At a speed of 100 meters per second, even the most skilled sniper would find it impossible to target him accurately. After all, while Mo Bohong and his companions spoke of showcasing their strength, one could never be too cautious. What if those at the 3rd Sanctuary sought to eliminate them instead? Caution and prudence must always come first. Only the living are entitled to contemplate the future. Chapter 79, The Divine Ape Fist, a talisman for survival that night. Cheng Yang rested thoroughly. Engaging with humans is an entirely different matter than confronting zombies. The latter, once one becomes accustomed to the killing, loses its novelty. Cheng Yang, fortified 100-fold, had no fear even prior to his enhancements. He merely exercised greater care and caution. Zombies do not resort to cunning schemes. They are straightforward. Even when launching a surprise attack from the shadows, their tactics are limited to mere unpredictability. Humans, however, are an entirely different beast. The most terrifying creatures on Earth are humans, before and after the catastrophe alike. He must rejuvenate his spirit, readying himself in peak condition to face tomorrow's battle. This battle was one he could have easily avoided, yet retreating would result in significant losses. Why should he be the one to suffer? Who had he offended? He thought fiercely, "I do not initiate trouble, but woe betide anyone who provokes me." On this day, Cheng Yang and his companions each retired to their separate rooms, enveloping the villa in a profound silence. The night passed without incident. At dawn, Cheng Yang awoke and immediately checked the system's marketplace. Divine Ape Fist teaches you to master the Divine Ape Fist, delivering a blow that surpasses 100 punches. Redemption cost, 50,000 merit points. 50,000. He purchased it without hesitation. The moment he redeemed the Divine Ape Fist, his mind erupted with a wealth of boxing experience. Alongside a martial art that mimicked the Divine Ape's agility, each punch exuding overwhelming might. This was the perfect complement to my enhancements. In truth, it was not only him. All Berserker Path evolvers could maximize their inherent strength. Excellent. Today's endeavor had become even more assured. The odds shifted from 99 to 99. 5. What else? Life-saving talisman, a consumable that, when worn, can save your life, embodying great mercy. Redemption cost, 200,000 merit points. What? 200,000? Why not just rob a bank? Cheng Yang grimaced, but upon reading the talisman's description, he recognized its life-saving potential. Was his life not worth 200,000 merit points? Let alone 200,000. Even 20 billion could not compare to the value of his existence. He bought it. Instantly, his merit points plummeted, leaving him with just over 110,000. Cheng Yang surveyed his supplies: toxin antidote, restorative potion, life-saving talisman. His survival capabilities were nearly maximized. Today's venture had become a certainty. He glanced at the final item, a box of meat. Well then, he purchased it. Having completed his transactions, he proceeded to the courtyard to practice his punches. The Divine Ape Fist. He leaped high and low, each punch swift as the wind. This did not resemble an agile monkey, but rather an indomitable giant ape, following the path of brute force that was indeed suited to his hundredfold enhancements. After a round of practice, Cheng Yang felt his entire body relax and invigorated. Returning indoors, he found breakfast prepared, and they all sat down together. When Elon and the others were well aware of Cheng Yang's significant undertaking today and were exceedingly considerate. Although they held absolute faith in his abilities, they could not help but offer additional words of caution, urging him to be careful and not act recklessly. After all, should he fail, he must not force himself. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, how could one fear a lack of firewood? Cheng Yang did not mind their nagging, smiling brightly as he assured them. At 8:50 a.m., he set off, and within 3 minutes, he arrived at the building materials market. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life. "Cheng, have you arrived?" It was Mo Baihome's voice. Cheng Yang had deliberately tuned into this frequency and promptly replied, "Yes, I'm right outside the main gate." With that, he leaped through the entrance. He adjusted the frequency once more to maintain contact with when Elon and the others, Mo Bohong, and his companions were ready, standing beside a large bus parked in the square. Upon seeing Cheng Yang enter, Mo Bohong immediately waved to him. Cheng Yang approached, and Mo Bohong ushered him onto the bus, with someone naturally opening the door. The bus roared out, crashing through the throngs of zombies at the entrance. Modified for enhanced power and durability, the engine growled as the bus barreled down the street, sending zombies flying in its wake. Along the road, various survivors could be seen. Some wielded machetes, while others even carried firearms, attempting to halt the bus for a potential robbery. However, Mo Bohong and his group were armed as well. They leaned out of the windows, brandishing their weapons, causing would-be assailants to abandon their plans. After an hour of this chaotic journey, they had arrived in a remote area, characterized by vast expanses of undeveloped land. Ahead, an unfinished residential complex emerged, which surprisingly served as the third sanctuary. Why was this location chosen? Simply put, it was desolate, resulting in fewer zombies, who were instead roaming the streets, neighborhoods, and commercial centers of the city. Despite the complex being incomplete, it was surrounded by thick barbed wire, and electricity had been installed. Any zombie that approached would be met with a shocking demise. Guard towers rose about 6 meters high, manned by soldiers in camouflage uniforms, standing rigidly at their posts, exuding an air of professionalism far superior to the lackadaisical workers from the construction market. The bus halted at the entrance of the complex, facing barricades, beyond which stood armed soldiers, their presence instilling a palpable sense of foreboding, causing even the initially confident Mo Bohong and his companions to display signs of trepidation. All disembarked from the vehicle to undergo inspections, ensuring they bore no zombie bites, as an outbreak within the sanctuary could ignite a catastrophic chain reaction. Once the checks were completed, Cheng Yang and his group were granted entry. Cheng Yang observed keenly. His first impression was that this sanctuary was vast and populous, yet it resembled a slum. The inhabitants appeared disheveled and emaciated, revealing the grim reality of what the so-called official sanctuary entailed. He noticed at least 5 women provocatively beckoning him, their intentions blatantly obvious. It seemed that the sale of flesh was an overt transaction. Such open commodification of women's bodies raised questions about the legitimacy of this official establishment. It appeared that the first sanctuary had been divided among 3 major factions, and this third sanctuary was similarly controlled by multiple powers, akin to warlords claiming territories. Thus, the presence of such transactions, reminiscent of a bygone era, was hardly surprising. Moreover, Cheng Yang observed individuals adorned in fine clothing, their appearances meticulously groomed, exuding an air of privilege, as if they had stepped from an entirely different world. Where there are people, there are hierarchies, vested interests inevitably emerge, and such phenomena are perfectly normal. Not only that, Cheng Yang also witnessed 3 individuals hanging lifelessly from the gallows, surrounded by a throng of onlookers who pointed and whispered, declaring that these 3 had the audacity to steal grain and thus deserved their grim fate. Cheng Yang felt an unsettling sense of absurdity, though this was clearly a modern society. The manner of conduct bore an uncanny resemblance to that of primitive times. Suddenly, a gasp escaped the lips of a woman adorned in high-end designer attire. Her gaze fixated on Cheng Yang. Initially, disbelief flickered across her face, but it was swiftly replaced by a glimmer of hatred. Cheng Yang. Chapter 80. Encountering Fong Rong again. Cheng Yang turned in response. To his astonishment, the woman was none other than Fong Rong. Not only had she survived the dire circumstances within the entrepreneurial building, but she had also made her way here. How had she arrived? Cheng Yang noticed Fong Rong, who was entwined with a man in his 50s or 60s, playfully cooing at him with an excessive sweetness, pointing at Cheng Yang as she asserted, "This man has harbored improper intentions towards me and even surreptitiously filmed beneath my skirt with his phone. Most despicable." The elderly gentleman patted Fong Rong's hand and strode purposefully towards Cheng Yang. Director Jia, a squad of soldiers led by Niu Jinghua ushered Cheng Yang and his companions inside, and he immediately saluted the elderly man, treating him as if he were a person of great significance. Is this an evolved being? Cheng Yang employed his observation skill on the elderly man. Director Jia, ability attribute, none ability level, 0, just an ordinary person, indeed. Yet, Director Jia wore an air of arrogance, subtly nodding at Niu Jinghua before gesturing towards Cheng Yang and his group, inquiring, "Are these new captives?" At this remark, Mo Baihong and others were incensed. "You are the real slave." Cheng Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing that slavery had become prevalent here. What a ridiculous world. Niu Jinghua quickly interjected, "They are not slaves. They are the heads of the construction material market." Director Jia responded with a dismissive "Oh," surveying Cheng Yang and the others before pointing at Cheng Yang and proclaiming, "I'll take this one. Losing one person is of no consequence, is it?" Niu Jinghua hesitated. Lowering his voice, Director Jia, "This may not be wise. Most of these individuals are evolved beings, and if pushed too far, they could become desperate." Director Jia's expression soured, and he frowned. "A mere handful of evolved beings. We are not without our own. Besides, we have firearms. Are we to fear that they might revolt?" Niu Jinghua could only manage a bitter smile. This Director Jia, perched high above, looked down upon evolved beings, believing that with military power, he could dominate them, compelling them to bow like dogs before him. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that evolved beings, as their name suggests, possess the potential for continuous evolution. While the military may currently suppress evolved beings, what of the future? Evolved beings grow ever stronger, while the military does not, inevitably. The world will become a domain for the evolved. And those like you, who rely on the status acquired before the catastrophe to usurp current high positions without genuine strength, will ultimately find themselves cast down from the heights of power. Not today, not tomorrow, but certainly in the not-so-distant future. Niu Jinghua, naturally, did not dare to voice such sentiments outright. He could only counsel, "Director Jia, I've already informed General Jia and General Yuan. They have both instructed that these individuals be brought over for an audience with Captain Hu. How about this? Once Captain Hu concludes his matters, I will personally escort this individual to you. Does that sound agreeable?" Director Jia, with a hint of pride, nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. You must ensure that the person is delivered to me at the earliest opportunity." "Yes, absolutely," Niu Jinghua assured him, fully aware of his position as a mere non-evolver, and thus unwilling to offend Director Jia. The third sanctuary was under the dominion of 2 major factions, the Jia group and the Honglin group. The Jia group was, of course, founded by the family of Director Jia. Otherwise, how could an inept and lecherous elder like him ascend to the role of a powerful director overseeing resources? It was solely due to his status as the father of General Jia Yigua. The Honglin group, likewise, was a family enterprise, bearing the surname Yuan, leading the group onward. Niu Jinghua soon arrived at a completed building, which was even tastefully decorated. "Please wait here," he instructed, pulling out his walkie-talkie to communicate. After a brief interval, a man clad in military attire approached with purposeful strides. He was not particularly tall, perhaps only 167 centimeters, donned in a black tank top, with sun-kissed skin accentuating his well-defined muscles, exuding an aura of explosive strength. Niu Zhenghua immediately snapped to attention, executing a crisp military salute, and declared loudly, "Greetings, Captain." This man was Hu Yujun, the captain of the Tianhu squad. Hu Yujun returned the salute, and then turned his gaze towards Mo Baihong and the other two, saying coolly, "What brings the three esteemed bosses here in such force? Are you attempting to demonstrate your might?" Mo Baihong, acting as the spokesperson, replied with a smile, "Captain Hu, you jest. We are merely engaging in trivial pursuits. How could we dare to come here to demonstrate? We have merely heard of the Tianhu squad, comprised of evolvers, and sought your guidance, as we are merely fumbling in the dark, unsure of the path ahead or whether we are even on the right track." In truth, Cheng Yang and his companions had indeed come to assert their presence, yet Mo Baihong's framing of the situation bestowed it with a different, more palatable effect, such as the art of language. Hu Yujun was not oblivious to their intent. However, he merely smiled faintly. "Very well, my brothers could use some practice. Since the three bosses are here, let us have them spar." Naturally, Mo Baihong was elated. The willingness to engage was all that mattered. Today, they aimed to showcase their sharpness, ensuring the sanctuary understood that they were not to be trifled with. Press them too hard, and it would surely lead to mutual destruction. "How shall we proceed with the sparring?" Mo Baihong inquired further. "Through a ring match," Hu Yujun replied nonchalantly. "I will provide 5 participants. You may choose as you wish, whether to duel one-on-one or engage in a brawl." This was a display of remarkable confidence. Mo Baihong's expression shifted to one of gravity. Should they suffer a crushing defeat, they would have no choice but to accept the sanctuary's terms with gritted teeth. After conferring with Jiang Guorui and Gao Yunru, they resolved to proceed with the ring matches, adopting a format where the victors would continue to fight until they were vanquished. Thus, it suffices that one among them possesses the capability to engage in combat. Upon the call to arms, Hu Yujun summoned 5 evolvers, while Mo Baihong and others deliberated to determine the sequence of their appearance. They had a total of 6 evolvers at their command, plus Cheng Yang as an auxiliary, making for 7 in total. Cheng Yang was positioned last, serving as the chief commander. The battle commenced without an arbiter. One could either concede defeat or have their allies assist in conceding. Otherwise, the fight would persist indefinitely. If one were to perish, they would simply have to accept their misfortune. The first battle began, with Cheng Yang not paying attention to the fray, but rather scrutinizing the captain of the Tianhu team. Activating his observation technique, he noted, Hu Yujun ability attribute, Berserker ability level, level 1, 75, strength, 4,011 kilograms, maximum value, speed, 40 meters per second, maximum value. Cheng Yang could not help but raise an eyebrow. Goodness, this fellow is not far from reaching level 2. His strength is over 4,000 kilograms, merely 1,000 kilograms shy of Cheng Yang's own. However, his speed is woefully inadequate, a mere 40 meters per second. Even without utilizing his telekinetic abilities, Cheng Yang could easily dispatch this adversary within 10 seconds. His overwhelming prowess was indeed at a crushing level compared to the current evolvers. Chapter 81, Double Kill. The battle had ignited. Cheng Yang found little interest, as these two merely contributed 1 to his experience bar. He could effortlessly face 10 of their kind without breaking a sweat. This was without the use of abilities, Blood Blades, or the Divine Ape Fist. Otherwise, he could take on 20, 30, or even 50. Thus, what spectacle could such a fight present? Dull. When it comes to the diverse abilities of elementalists, even the undead possess them. These two evolvers could hardly offer anything novel, rendering the fight even less captivating. However, among those with the same 1 experience contribution, the evolver from the sanctuary proved to be superior. In just 5 minutes, he had secured a decisive advantage. It was not that his abilities were more potent, but rather that, after 5 minutes, his powers waned, yet his combat experience was far more extensive. Once abilities were rendered ineffective, the contest devolved into close-quarters combat, where the opponent triumphed overwhelmingly. In the first battle, the building materials market faced a crushing defeat. The second battle commenced, but the sanctuary replaced their first evolver. As long as he had not been defeated, he could return to replenish some of his abilities. The second match concluded within half a minute, with the sanctuary emerging victorious once more. They deployed a berserker who followed an agile route, while the building materials market fielded a strength-oriented berserker. As soon as they clashed, the opposing evolver circled around, and upon seizing a fleeting opportunity, launched a swift attack. The dagger flashed, blood sprayed, and the opponent was swiftly eliminated. Death. Following this encounter, the morale of the building materials market plummeted. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth battles soon fell to defeat, with their forces not even exerting themselves fully. Sensing their impending loss, they hastily conceded to avoid being dispatched on the spot, scarcely even having the chance to surrender. This rendered the faces of Mo Bohong and his companions dark with dismay. It was a disaster. They had come to showcase their strength, only to be humiliated instead. As for Cheng Yang, he was not one of their subordinates, nor could he reap any benefits from the market's rental income. Could he truly exert himself to the fullest? With a smile, Cheng Yang rose to his feet. He had entered the battlefield into a makeshift arena marked by red bricks, delineating a square. Stepping outside this boundary meant defeat. Cheng Yang's opponent emerged, coincidentally the first to compete, having just completed a full rotation. Although his abilities had not yet fully recovered, his spirits soared high, filled with disdain for Cheng Yang. With a dismissive wave, he proclaimed, "No need to mention names. I can't remember them anyway." Such arrogance. Cheng Yang smiled, contemplating whether to incapacitate him with a single blow or to eliminate him entirely. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. How could he still smile when faced with such contempt? It seemed he had lost all dignity. His opponent bellowed, "I have made up my mind. I will kill you." With that declaration, he unleashed a torrent of flames towards Cheng Yang. In a flash, Cheng Yang had darted before him, gripping his chin and scalp, forcefully closing his mouth. The flames could not escape, instead spewing from his nose, eyes, and ears in a flurry of small fireballs. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, smoke emanating from his orifices. He was dead, consumed by his own flames. Despite being a fire element master with formidable immunity to heat, how could he withstand the inferno of over 600 degrees burning within him? It was akin to a shell exploding within the chamber of a cannon. Such a cannon would surely be destroyed. Cheng Yang smirked, "Likewise. I have no interest in remembering your name." The crowd erupted in astonishment. The construction market was filled with excitement. Although Mo Bohong and others had witnessed Cheng Yang slaughtering zombies outside the market, could ordinary zombies truly compare to evolved beings? It was astonishing how effortlessly he had dispatched an evolved adversary. Meanwhile, the shelter erupted in fury. "Zhang, many shouted, rushing to retrieve the charred remains of the fallen evolved, desperate to save him. But with his insides completely burned and charred, what hope was there for salvation? "You dare to kill Zhang? You will pay for this." They shouted angrily at Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang chuckled. "Are you really that unable to accept defeat?" This attitude only inflamed the anger of Tianshu team's evolved members, each eager to charge into battle. "Stand down," Hu Yujun shouted, and instantly, silence descended. To gamble is to accept the consequences. Once on the battlefield, fate decides life and death. He spoke calmly. "Mali, you're up next." "Understood, Captain," replied Mali. Stepping into the combat zone, his face set with murderous intent. Cheng Yang's speed was remarkable, indicating he was a speed type evolved. Coincidentally, Mali was also of the same type. It would be a contest of swiftness. He drew forth a dagger, transferring it from his left hand to his right. Then back again, exchanging hands with a practiced ease, a cold smirk playing on his lips, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Cheng Yang's neck. If it were another person being scrutinized by a speedster of this caliber, the pressure would be immense, cold sweat would cascade down their forehead. And should a single droplet find its way into their eyes, a mere blink would provide Ma Li with the opportunity to strike. Cheng Yang scoffed, nonchalantly placing his hands behind his back. Was he courting death? Though Ma Li seethed with anger at Cheng Yang's audacity, he could hardly let such a golden opportunity slip away. He surged forward. His speed was a staggering 22 meters per second. To the eyes of onlookers, this velocity was astonishing. Even an Olympic sprint champion would struggle to keep pace, yet to Cheng Yang, it resembled nothing more than slow motion. His neural responses had been amplified 100-fold. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even a fly passing by could be discerned as male or female in an instant. Moreover, his own speed exceeded 100 meters per second. Was Ma Li's attempt at speed not a jest in his presence? As Ma Li lunged forward, the dagger aimed at Cheng Yang's throat, he merely reached out, effortlessly seizing the blade as if Ma Li had willingly offered it. With a swift motion, he directed the dagger forward, compelling Ma Li to unwittingly present himself. In the midst of Ma Li's horrified expression, a sickening sound echoed as his throat was sliced open, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Staggering backward, Ma Li clutched his neck desperately, attempting to stem the flow of blood, yet such a feat was futile. After retreating several steps, his gaze grew vacant before he collapsed to the ground. Death. Blood continued to spurt, pooling around his lifeless form. 2 consecutive kills. How was it accomplished? The sanctuary, rather than erupting in shouts of anger, found itself reflecting on Cheng Yang's lethal technique. He had perceived Ma Li's movements and attack trajectory with such precision that he executed the disarm with bare hands and calmly positioned the dagger in Ma Li's path, essentially guiding him to self-inflict his fatal wound. A monster. Chapter 82. I only act righteously. To achieve such a feat, Cheng Yang required formidable visual acuity and lightning-fast neural responses, allowing him to execute all this at Ma Li's breakneck speed. Incredible. The sanctuary had suffered 2 consecutive defeats. Who would step up next? Someone began to rise, only to be halted by Hu Youjuan's outstretched hand. No need to compete any further. We concede the next 3 matches. Cheng Yang's might was of a crushing magnitude. Victorious? Mo Bo and the others exchanged incredulous glances, taking 3 seconds to grasp the reality of their unexpected turnaround. Before erupting into cheers, this development irked the evolutionists of the sanctuary, their eyes toward Cheng Yang brimming with animosity and murderous intent. Hu Yujun stepped forward, a smile gracing his face. What do you go by? Cheng Yang, would you be interested in joining the Tianhu team? Hu Yujun inquired. I could offer you the position of deputy captain. This proposition nearly sent the members of the Tianhu team into a frenzy. He had slain our comrades, and yet they wished to appoint him as deputy captain? How significant a position this was. Although the 2 heads of the factions currently oversee the shelter, they merely capitalized on the initial chaos of the disaster, relying on their armed followers. However, they are undergoing continuous evolution, and it is believed that it will not be long before they no longer fear conventional weaponry. At that juncture, who will hold sway over the shelter? The evolved beings. Thus, becoming the vice-captain of the Heavenly Tiger team signifies a future position as the second-in-command of the shelter. Surely, such a status is commendable. Conversely, Mo Baohong and his associates suddenly grew anxious. If Cheng Yang were to acquiesce, he would become a member of the shelter, rendering the efforts of the building materials market a hollow victory. Cheng Yang chuckled. I shall never play second fiddle. What does that imply? If you wish to win me over, you must relinquish the captaincy to me. Before Hu Yujun could respond, his team members erupted in protest, accusing him of being brazen and utterly lacking in humility. At that moment, Hu Yujun raised his hand, signaling for calm among the crowd. His expression was somewhat grim as he remarked, the youth truly lacks an understanding of his own limits. Unfazed, Cheng Yang retorted, shall we test that theory? There will be an opportunity. Yet, Hu Yujun did not engage in the challenge, instead waving his hand, indicating that after the exchange of ideas, they could take their leave. Mo Baohong hurriedly urged Cheng Yang, let us go. He feared that Cheng Yang might further provoke Hu Yujun, leading to an all-out confrontation. Undoubtedly, the outcome would spell disaster for their entire party. If the building materials market possessed any advantage, why would they come today to flaunt their strength? In fact, the shelter had never dared to send envoys to impose taxes, simply because their strength was inadequate. They sought to demonstrate their power to the shelter, implying that should they be pushed to the brink, even if the shelter could annihilate them, it would come at a considerable cost. Negotiations, after all, necessitate a display of strength followed by amicable discussions. Who engages in a show of power only to devolve into a life-and-death struggle? Only a fool would act thus. Mo Baohong feared that Cheng Yang would provoke Hu Yujun into a conflict. Cheng Yang smiled. Reassured by the presence of Hu Yujun and his team, he felt confident. He alone could decimate the entire shelter. The evolved beings posed no threat to him. Rather, it was the soldiers armed with submachine guns that were somewhat concerning. However, as long as he summoned the shards of the flying cloud shuttle, he could swiftly eliminate all soldiers. Moreover, with the cover of the terrain and his extraordinary speed, it would be nearly impossible for bullets to find their mark. Even before achieving level 2 enhancement, he could deflect bullets with his blade. There was no reason to believe he would be incapable of doing so now that he had leveled up. Even if a stray bullet were to strike him, he had protective charms at his disposal, and should he evade a hit, he could utilize restorative potions. Furthermore, considering the current density of his muscles and bones, in a taut state, how could a submachine gun penetrate him? Thus, Cheng Yang stood firm in his resolve. If it came to a falling out, then let it be known that he would ensure this shelter vanished from Sioux City. Mo Bong reluctantly urged Cheng Yang to leave, and as he watched the group retreat further away, the members of the Tianhu team gathered around. Captain, are we just going to let them escape? They were all unwilling. 2 of their comrades had perished. Hu Youjuan's expression grew grave as he remarked, that Cheng Yang is formidable, likely not weaker than myself. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. They knew their captain's strength was overwhelming. Even if they selected 10 of their best to join forces, they would still be no match for him. Now, Hu Yujun claimed that Cheng Yang was on par with him. Such a notion was staggering. Hu Yujun had reached a level where he was practically impervious to conventional firearms, capable of deflecting bullets with ease. Even if a few managed to slip through, his skin was as tough as leather, making it exceedingly difficult for bullets to penetrate. His muscles were taut and solid as stone, able to repel ordinary rounds. Thus, even a sudden barrage from the shelter's military would struggle to take Cheng Yang down. A being of such caliber was suited for friendship, Hu Yujun mused, harboring an unspoken thought. Unless he possessed absolute certainty of a swift kill, he would not dare engage. If Cheng Yang could escape, the repercussions of his return would be dire. Was it worth antagonizing such a terrifying presence over the loss of 2 members? Meanwhile, Niu Zhengguo was responsible for escorting Cheng Yang and his group out, or rather, supervising their departure. After all, they were a group of evolved individuals. As they reached the entrance, they encountered Director Jia and Fang Rong waiting for them. Upon seeing Cheng Yang and his companions approach, Director Jia immediately displayed a look of disdain, snorting as he scolded Niu Zhengguo. Why did you take so long to bring them to me? No, you misunderstand. Niu Zhengguo thought to himself. This man was formidable. He had already killed 2 members of the Tianhu team, yet Hu Yujun had let him go. What did that signify? Hu Yujun was evidently wary of Cheng Yang's prowess, which is why he dared not detain him. Was Niu Zhengguo truly bold enough to entrust such a formidable individual to Director Jia's handling? Director Jia, Captain Hu just instructed them to leave, he quickly explained. Captain Hu? Director Jia scoffed. Niu Zhengguo, are you attempting to leverage Hu Yujun against me? What is Hu Yujun? Merely a foot soldier, and who am I? The leader of the shelter. When did a soldier gain authority over a leader? Spare me your nonsense and apprehend this individual. Seeing Director Jia's fervor, Fang Rong interjected, pointing at Cheng Yang. Did you think I would perish in that building? Huh, I truly have a strong fate. On the 3rd day after your departure, the shelter conveniently sent someone here, originally intending to take one Elan, but instead, I ended up here. With your death, when Elan would either starve, be devoured by zombies, or be captured and toyed with. Ha ha ha. Cheng Yang, did you ever anticipate this day would come? Chapter 83. What if one turns hostile? Fang Rong gazed at Cheng Yang with a mix of resentment and satisfaction. Noticing that Cheng Yang remained unmoved, she continued. Kai Zong leapt from a building, consumed by despair, unwilling to face hunger or be devoured by zombies. But I did not. I am unwilling to accept this. I shall watch you perish. The resentment emanating from this woman is palpable, as if Cheng Yang had violated every female member of her family. In her eyes, Cheng Yang is nothing but a lowly wretch, someone who previously lacked even the merit to catch her gaze. Even if he were unjustly accused of being a lewd voyeur, he would still acquiesce to it. However, after the calamity, he dared to humiliate her. He even showed indifference to her fate. Fang Rong was not willing to accept this. Yet, her tenacity unexpectedly ushered in a miracle. She was rescued, although she had been subjected to the advances of a group of soldiers in the vehicle. Upon arriving at the shelter, she immediately clung to Director Jia's leg. With her influencer status and sweet words, she managed to make Director Jia exceedingly pleased, ensuring that he would heed her every whim. Cheng Yang. Oh Cheng Yang, you could never have imagined that you would unwittingly fall into my clutches. I shall devise the most brutal means to bring about your demise. My dear husband, how about we hang him up and let the zombies feast on him bit by bit? A wicked idea blossomed in her mind. Naturally, Jia Zhengguo was unfazed, turning to Niu Zhengguo and saying, did you hear that? Quickly, hang him up and let the zombies slowly devour him. It seems that evolved beings possess a strong resistance to zombie venom. Haha, so let only one zombie bite him to prolong his suffering. Director Jia, you ought to exercise caution in your words. This man is a formidable tyrant, capable of killing without a second thought. Niu Zhengguo was at a loss for words. Cheng Yang looked at Fang Rong and said blandly, have you finished speaking? Fang Rong was taken aback. I just said I would hang you up and let the zombies eat you piece by piece, and you are not afraid? Ah, you are not yet at death's door. Are you? Hurry, husband, hang him up, she whimpered to Director Jia. Director Jia's expression had grown quite grim as he barked at Niu Zhengguo. Why are you still hesitating? Do you wish to rebel? Had they still been in the office, he would have surely hurled his cup in frustration. Cheng Yang chuckled and remarked, Director Jia, perhaps it would be best not to put this gentleman in a difficult position. He approached Fang Rong, causing Mo Baihong and Niu Zhengguo to tense up. Brother Cheng, please do not act impulsively. Mo Baihong nearly wept. Fear not, the trouble I have caused, I shall certainly resolve. Cheng Yang turned his head and then looked at Fang Rong, smiling. You wish for me to be devoured by zombies? Quite well. Fang Rong had nothing to fear. This was the 3rd shelter, teeming with her supporters. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Cheng Yang reached out, grasping and tossing a person over the wall. Thud! Fang Rong collided with the zombie, and the 2 of them tumbled into a chaotic heap. However, while Fang Rong was momentarily dazed, the zombie, seeing food fall from the sky, wasted no time. With a savage bite, it lunged at her. Ah! Fang Rong shrieked in terror, finally coming to her senses. Her face etched with profound fear as she cried out to Director Jia. Husband, save me. Save me. How can I save you? Once bitten by a zombie, one could only await transformation into one of them, though with luck, one might evolve instead. Such occurrences are rare among thousands. Moreover, others can evolve because they manage to escape after being bitten. They cannot be devoured piece by piece. before turning into a zombie. They would already be reduced to mere skeletal frames. Damn. Director Jia erupted with expletives, clearly indicating that this seductive woman was beyond saving. If she were to perish, so be it. There are plenty of women to replace her. However, he cast a fierce glare at Cheng Yang and coldly declared, "How dare you lay a hand on my people? You're not blind, are you? Didn't you see?" Cheng Yang chuckled. "Do you really need me to confirm it again? Very well, let me clarify. I didn't do it. I have no idea, and I'm not responsible." A trio of denials. Director Jia was infuriated, pointing a trembling finger at Cheng Yang and stammering, "Don't you dare let this bastard escape." With no other choice, Niu Zhenghua waved his hand, and immediately, his soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at Cheng Yang. "Surrender now, or face immediate execution," he commanded. Cheng Yang had killed within the shelter, and the victim was none other than Director Jia's mistress. Could he still act as a mediator? He had no choice but to intervene. Mo Baihong and the other 3 leaders were also in a quandary. Should they assist or refrain? You need not feel conflicted. Simply observe. Cheng Yang advised Mo Baihong and the others before turning to Niu Zhenghua. "Point your guns at me. It's a perilous endeavor. However, this matter does not concern you. I offer you a chance. Lower your weapons immediately, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Niu Zhenghua was not easily intimidated by mere words. He had his own duties. He bellowed, "I will count to 3. If you do not surrender, I will execute you on the spot. 1, 2, 3. As he uttered the final number, 10 soldiers fired simultaneously. Blood erupted chaotically, and limbs, thighs, and heads flew through the air. Niu Zhenghua and the 10 soldiers collapsed simultaneously. Cheng Yang stood there with his knife, completely unscathed. His speed was so extraordinary that ordinary men could not even aim accurately. He gazed coldly at Director Jia, pressing his bloody blade against the man's neck, lifting his head slightly. "What kind of foolish director are you? Have you not learned to think?" he derided. "In your next life, be smarter. Women can be enjoyed, but do not let them lead you by the nose. Fool." With a slight exertion, Director Jia capitulated. The entrance of the entire shelter erupted in chaos. A murder had occurred, and who had died? 11 soldiers, along with Director Jia. Feng Rong. Apologies, but in the shelter. A woman's value lies solely in her ability to entertain. The distinction is that exquisite beauties are reserved for the powerful, while lesser ones are for the mid-tier. And those of even lower quality must keep the doors wide open, welcoming all who pay. Thus, the death of a woman, even if she is beautiful, stirs not a ripple, unless she is an evolved being. Of course, this applies to women as well as men, and even more so to men, as they often lack any means to sell themselves. In the apocalypse, human life is worth little. The piercing and jarring sound of alarms resonated through the air, prompting a surge of soldiers to rush forth, with the Tianhu team, led by Hu Yujun, making their appearance. Upon witnessing the tragic scene, Hu Yujun furrowed his brows in immediate concern. What transpired in such a fleeting moment? Who can elucidate this to me? Not only Hu Yujun, but the true masters of the third sanctuary could no longer remain idle. Arriving in luxurious cars, they listened intently as the station soldiers reported the situation. Upon hearing the account, both Jia Yigua and Yuan Hongji's expressions darkened. How dare anyone commit murder on their territory? Eliminate them all. With a decisive wave of his hand, Jia Yigua issued a kill order. Chapter 84. An unexpected conclusion. Cheng Yang made his move. Accelerating at a staggering speed of 103 meters per second, he was so swift that he nearly eluded the naked eye. If he could not even be perceived, how could one aim at him? Gunfire erupted chaotically, yet every bullet went astray, missing its mark by a significant margin of at least 10 meters. However, the bloodied blade in Cheng Yang's grasp danced through the air, as soldier after soldier fell, their necks gushing crimson. In less than a minute, the number of slain soldiers exceeded 50. The surviving soldiers, gripped by terror, hastily retreated, edging ever closer to Jia Yigua and Yuan Hongji. This provoked the ire of the 2 leaders. "Captain Hu, are you not going to take action?" Jia Yigua's voice was laced with menace, his displeasure palpable. Yet, Hu Yujun merely smiled, refraining from engaging. Instead, he calmly remarked, "I would advise both of you. This Cheng brother possesses formidable strength. It would be unwise to make an enemy of him. Perhaps it would be better to turn swords into plowshares." Having reached this point, how could reconciliation still be possible? "You are merely an observer, speaking without understanding the gravity of the situation," Jia Yigua shouted. "Hu Yujun, for heaven's sake, act now." "Very well, my esteemed Jia," Hu Yujun replied with a grin, adopting a stance of preparation as he suddenly channeled his strength. Yet, a shocking scene unfolded. He did not charge at Cheng Yang. Instead, he appeared behind Jia Yigua, plunging a knife through his back with lethal precision, leaving him chilled to the core. A cruel and mocking smile spread across Hu Yojun's face as he effortlessly lifted Jia Yigua, blood cascading down his arms, staining them a deep crimson, even splattering onto his own visage. He seemed unfazed, shaking his cropped hair in a display of madness. Jia, you have failed to grasp the reality of the times. What era do you think this is? We are entering an age where the evolved shall reign supreme, and you, a mere ordinary man, dare to stand over me? I had intended to let you linger a while longer, to eliminate you only when I grew stronger. However, your foolish provocations leave me no choice but to end your life. Though Jia Igua's life force waned, his limbs twitched in futile desperation, grasping at nothing. His face contorted with defiance. Yet, as darkness enveloped him, he succumbed to unconsciousness. With a forceful toss, Hu Yujun discarded Jia Igua's lifeless body onto the ground. He remained utterly unconcerned and bellowed, "Everyone, cease this at once." His thunderous shouts startled the soldiers, causing them to halt their firing. Cheng Yang also paused his slaughter, a faint smirk of derision gracing his lips, his attire astonishingly untouched by blood. To an unknowing observer, a mere glance would suggest that Hu Yujun was the ruthless butcher responsible for the massacre of over 50 individuals. Although Cheng Yang temporarily ceased his actions, he keenly scrutinized every move of the soldiers. Should anyone dare to pull the trigger, he would retaliate instantaneously, and this time, he would ensure the annihilation of all. The soldiers, upon witnessing the corpse of Jia Igua, wore expressions of bewilderment. Should they launch an attack on Hu Yujun? Yet, Hu Yujun's formidable strength and high standing within the sanctuary made him a seemingly advantageous leader. With this thought, the soldiers opted for silence. Hu Yujun offered a slight smile and addressed Cheng Yang. "My dear Cheng, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. As compensation, how about we cease taxing you?" Upon hearing this, Mo Buahong and the others were elated. Previously, the third sanctuary demanded a staggering 70% of their profits, and now, they would retain it all. A tremendous boon. Cheng Yang, however, scoffed at the low expectations of these individuals. Did the third sanctuary even possess the authority to levy taxes? Did it? Thus, refraining from taxing the third sanctuary entailed no loss. It merely signified the cessation of their monopolistic grip on the construction material market. Yet they were overjoyed. Nonetheless, this was of no concern to him. He shrugged nonchalantly. "I merely acted in self-defense. As long as no one assaults me, I am indifferent." Is this what you call self-defense? Everyone was momentarily at a loss for words. The notion of such a savage tyrant uttering the term self-defense was utterly ludicrous. Yet upon reflection, it was indeed Feng Rong and Director Jia who had provoked him first, leading to their demise at Cheng Yang's hands. And it was again Jia and Yuan who had ordered the shooting, forcing Cheng Yang into further bloodshed. Viewed in this light, he was indeed acting in self-defense, without a doubt. Hu Yujun erupted in laughter, declaring, "Very well, let's make it a point to catch up with Cheng Yang when time allows." He turned to the trembling Yuan Hongji and remarked, "Why does Mr. Yuan still stand?" With a resounding thud, two evolved individuals pressed down on Yuan Hongji's shoulders, exerting immense force that brought him to his knees. The intensity was such that it shattered his kneecap, blood staining his trousers and seeping into the ground, creating a crimson pool. Yuan Hongji let out a harrowing scream. The bone had been brutally crushed, shards piercing his flesh. What excruciating pain must he endure? Hu Yujun, how dare you commit regicide? Yuan Hongji, though aware that Hu Yujun would not spare him, refrained from begging for mercy and instead vociferously condemned him. Hu Yujun chuckled softly. "Mr. Yuan, have you forgotten how you attained your position? Was it not by leveraging your numerous subordinates to plunder the armory and eliminate the former leader? I have been tolerating your idiocy solely because you wield a significant number of weapons, all the while secretly enhancing my own strength. Do you have the audacity to accuse me of regicide? Bah, I am an evolver, far superior to the likes of you." He forcefully seized Yuan Hongji and flung him over the wall, whereupon a horde of zombies immediately descended upon him, feasting ravenously. Yuan Hongji let out a harrowing scream. The members of the Tianhu team erupted in cheers, their spirits soaring. Although they had previously enjoyed a high status, they were still beholden to two powerful factions and ultimately relegated to mere enforcers. Even Hu Yujun was merely a dog of the two conglomerates. But now, they had risen to become masters of their own fate. Indeed, it was the evolvers who should reign supreme. Cheng Yang smiled faintly and addressed Hu Yujun. "Congratulations, Captain Hu. Or should I say President Hu?" Hu Yujun, however, waved his hand dismissively. "I shall remain captain, leader of the Tianhu team. Being an evolver is our true identity." Cheng Yang nodded in understanding as Hu issued a tacit dismissal. Cheng Yang turned his gaze to Mo Baihong and the others. Mo Baihong, awakening from his stupor, hurriedly beckoned everyone to depart. It was only once they boarded the bus and drove out of the shelter S gates that the tension in Mo Baihong's group finally eased. They could scarcely believe that the matter had concluded in such an unexpected manner. Cheng Yang stood at the rear of the vehicle, gazing back at the shelter until they had traveled over 3 kilometers and it vanished from sight. He feared that Hu Yujun might have a change of heart and unleash a devastating weapon like a rocket launcher. Chapter 85. Bewildered Tang Xintian on the bus. The mood among Mo Baihong and the others gradually grew exuberant. No more taxes. Just imagine the resources they could save. Cheng Yang, we owe you our gratitude. Mo Baihong earnestly expressed his thanks. Jiang Guowei and Gao Yunru also chimed in, acknowledging that were it not for Cheng Yang's timely intervention, they would have faced not only a crushing defeat, but also severe humiliation. What lay ahead? The third shelter would undoubtedly become aggressive, transforming the construction materials market into their private domain or shutting it down entirely, relocating the market within the shelter. Thus, the magnitude of Cheng Yang's contribution was immense. Yet, Cheng Yang himself was unconcerned. When it came to resources, he truly lacked for nothing. What he desired were only the zombie pearls. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, just provide me with more zombie pearls, he stated. Mo Baihong immediately thumped his chest. No problem. We will gladly give all the zombie pearls we can't use to you, Brother Cheng. Now they understood that evolvers could absorb zombie pearls to strengthen themselves, albeit only those of corresponding attributes, making it possible for them to gift Cheng Yang the pearls they could not utilize. Cheng Yang was indifferent, for soon enough, Level 2 zombies would emerge, reshuffling the balance of human forces, raising questions about the future existence of the construction materials market. Cheng Yang aimed to acquire as many zombie pearls as possible before the Level 2 zombies appeared. The same held true for the third shelter. Once Level 2 zombies emerged, a backlash from the undead would surely ensue, potentially leading to the shelter's demise. The first and second shelters were no different. Thus, Cheng Yang felt no inclination to engage with them at all. Let us consider the emergence of the second-tier zombies before making any decisions. The bus returned to the building materials market, where Cheng Yang accepted the reward of 19 zombie beads from Mo Baihong, subsequently proceeding to exorcise the zombies. Although they had agreed upon 5 beads as compensation, Cheng Yang had managed to exempt them from all taxes. Surely, an additional 14 beads was a fair exchange. Regrettably, none of the 19 beads possessed any spiritual attributes. What a disappointment. Cheng Yang did not absorb a single bead, for his enhancements only occurred during the exorcism of zombies. Absorbing beads merely served to breach limits, and he was still far from achieving a complete second level, rendering the absorption a waste. Instead, they could be utilized to cultivate his divine legion. Cheng Yang navigated the streets tirelessly, exorcising zombies without respite. By noon, he returned home for a meal. Upon seeing him return safely, Wen Yilan and the other women sighed in relief. After lunch, Cheng Yang set out once more, accompanied by Su Yi and Wen Yilan, to hunt down zombies. After a day of arduous labor, he accrued 90,000 merits, 8 zombie beads, and an enhancement rate of 80%. His merits once again crossed the 200,000 threshold. The progress of his enhancements was excruciatingly slow. Achieving only 80 or 100% a day, how long would it take to reach a 1,000-fold enhancement? 3 years? 5 years? Why had first-level zombies not begun to proliferate in large numbers? Upon returning home, the trio first took baths before dining. However, today their bathing took a bit longer than usual. When they descended to eat, Tang Xintian's face was as red as fire. She had overheard something. Cheng Yang, seemingly unconcerned, gazed at the enchanting young woman before him, admiring her striking beauty and alluring figure, feeling a stir within him. A woman like her, kept by his side, must surely be his. Otherwise, he could not rest easy. Would he dare bring such a captivating creature to the building materials market? He was indifferent to whether Li Zixiang or Yang Yiping might seek solace in another man amidst the market. It was of no consequence to him. Although he had dallied with Yang Yiping, it had been mere amusement. He had no intentions of keeping a concubine. As for Li Zixiang, he had not even laid a finger on her, so why would he concern himself with the 2 women seeking other men? Yet, the thought of Tang Xintian being with another man stirred unease within him. A possessive urge arose. No, this girl is mine. He gazed at Tang Xintian, silently declaring this in his heart. Tonight, she would be his. Unaware that someone had already set his sights on her, Tang Xintian blissfully continued to enjoy her meal. Entirely carefree. After dining, Wen Yilan and Su Yi washed the dishes while Tang Xintian was tasked with mopping the floor. Cheng Yang observed for a moment before approaching and lifting Tang Xintian into his arms. Ah, the cat girl exclaimed, staring dazedly at Cheng Yang. Why are you suddenly hugging me? Amused by her bewildered expression, Cheng Yang couldn't help but chuckle. This woman was rather endearing. From today onward, I shall be your husband, he whispered into Tang Xintian's ear. At first taken aback, she quickly shook her head. That's bad luck. My husband has turned into a zombie. This girl. Cheng Yang replied. If I say it is so, then it is. Tang Xian resignedly nodded. Though she was already in her 20s, her personality retained a certain adorable naivete as she meekly acquiesced. Cheng Yang, the formidable wolf, led the enchanting cat girl upstairs and delightfully indulged in a sumptuous feast. After the storm, Cheng Yang stared blankly at the crimson stains on the sheets, filled with disbelief. Aren't you married? And didn't you and your husband have quite the fun? Even filming numerous intimate moments? However, it quickly dawned on Cheng Yang that in each of those films, it was Tang Xintian who was indulging in her own pleasures. Initially, he thought her husband deliberately avoided capturing their affectionate moments, but now it seemed her husband was lacking. Has your husband never touched you? Cheng Yang inquired. Tang Xintian grimaced, the pain evident on her face. It truly hurt. After being asked again, she replied, he has touched me. He often hugs me. That is not the kind of touch I mean, Cheng Yang teased, biting her rosy lips. I mean like how I just touched you. At this, Tang Xintian finally understood and retorted, my husband has never hurt me like you do. She pouted slightly, glaring at Cheng Yang in a playful defiance. It hurt so much. Cheng Yang was momentarily taken aback, but couldn't help but chuckle. This woman was simply remarkable. You can't possibly not know about marital relations, can you? He asked. Of course. I know. Tang Xintian responded, her face a mix of indignation and pride. I am married after all. Indeed. So, enlighten me, what are marital relations like? Cheng Yang seemed to be educating a student. Isn't it just hugging, holding, and kissing? Tang Xintian answered matter-of-factly. Ah, confirmed. This woman truly doesn't understand. Chapter 86. The later comes first. Who would have imagined that a married woman, who had been the star of numerous short films, would be utterly oblivious to the intricacies of intimacy? Quite absurd. Cheng Yang could only feel a sense of delight at this revelation. Who wouldn't want their partner to be perfect in every way? Cheng Yang laughed heartily and took Tang Xintian to bathe. When Elon, along with the others, found nothing unusual with Tang Xintian's beauty and figure, it would be surprising if Cheng Yang could resist temptation. After the three women had settled in for the night, Cheng Yang began practicing the 5 Emperors meditation technique. Personal strength was of utmost importance. Although he could currently dominate with his enhanced abilities and single-handedly tackle a shelter, the emergence of level 2 zombies posed a potential challenge. Moreover, what if a horde of level 2 zombies were to attack? Mental prowess remained Cheng Yang's trump card. Of course, he possessed many other secret techniques, such as the bone-cutting technique, the divine ape fist, and the heavenly wind step, all of which could further amplify his combat prowess. With this system at my disposal, how could I not crush others? That would be utterly pathetic. After concluding his practice, his psychic ability level reached 13. 3. So slow. Why are there so few psychic zombies? A night passed. Cheng Yang awoke, proceeded with his morning routine, and then opened the system store to check for updates. Today's refreshed items included a pot of vegetables, a box of meat, and a catalyst. Cheng Yang spent over 20,000 merit points to acquire all 3 items. He meticulously arranged the itinerary for the 3 women today, first heading to the building materials market to deliver supplies to Yang Yaping and her companion. Yesterday, the two had successfully acquired 19 corpse orbs, prompting Cheng Yang to commend their efforts and encourage them to persist in their endeavors. Subsequently, he departed to perform rites for the deceased. After a day filled with activity, he amassed an impressive sum of 90,000 merits. Although this figure mirrored yesterday's tally, it was worth noting that he had also visited the 3rd shelter yesterday, which consumed a considerable amount of time. In comparison, today's efficiency had markedly diminished. A week had swiftly passed, when Elon and Su Yi had developed a commendable synergy. And with the corpse orbs provided by Cheng Yang, both women had demonstrated significant advancement, when Elon had reached 34% at level 1, while Su Yi had attained 32%. However, Cheng Yang observed that the majority of the corpse orbs in his possession were of the strength attribute. After numerous days of observation, he confidently concluded that strength attribute orbs constituted half of his collection, while orbs of elemental attributes, water, fire, earth, metal, wood, and poison, comprised the other half. As for mental attributes, regrettably, the sample size was too small to draw any meaningful conclusions. Both women were now capable of standing their ground against level 1 zombies. Even when facing them together, they were formidable opponents. Yet, Cheng Yang found it peculiar that level 2 zombies had yet to appear. Conversely, the number of level 1 zombies had surged, many of which had only recently evolved. His observational skills revealed that the previous level 1 zombies had all reached a 95% evolution rate, whereas many of the current ones were merely at 2 or 3%. This discrepancy puzzled Cheng Yang. Where had those zombies with over 90% evolution gone? They could not have simply vanished into thin air. Could it be? A chilling hypothesis gripped his mind, tightening his chest. The older level 1 zombies seemed to have entirely evaporated from existence, leaving him at a loss for solutions. On a brighter note, The marketplace had refreshed with 2 new catalysts, which Cheng Yang promptly exchanged for. He also procured meat and vegetables, spending over 60,000 merits in total. With his merit points soaring to 690,000, he gritted his teeth and upgraded his spatial storage by 1 level. Now, it boasted a staggering capacity of 3,072 cubic units. This space was astonishingly vast, leading Cheng Yang to believe he would not need further upgrades for quite some time. It was more than sufficient. Nevertheless, his merit points dwindled to just under 180,000, prompting him to exercise caution in their use. The number of zombies roaming outside had significantly decreased. It was no longer just the evolved individuals, but even ordinary people felt emboldened to venture out to gather supplies. A few could easily dispatch the scattered zombies. On the 37th day since the apocalypse, humanity seemed to glimpse the dawn of victory in the battle against the undead. Yet, Cheng Yang's unease intensified. Something was amiss. Profoundly so. The absence of those older level 1 zombies was unsettling. They seemed to have concealed themselves, brewing a potential upheaval. Cheng Yang believed that if this group of zombies were to emerge, it would be catastrophic, threatening to unravel the fragile order humanity had just begun to establish. However, there was also good news. After using the catalyst, Tang Xintian successfully evolved in 1 attempt, her new ability revealing her to be a berserker. This revelation left Cheng Yang utterly astonished. Were it not for his keen observational skills, he would never have believed that this woman's optimal evolutionary direction was that of a berserker, and not merely in speed, but in strength. Tang Xintian, ability attribute. Berserker ability level. Level 1, 86, strength, 4,440 kilograms. Maximum limit, speed, 44 meters per second, maximum limit. As time progressed, her level of evolution surpassed that of one Elon, who was merely at level 1 with 56. Chapter 87, The Zombie Tide, Level 2 Zombies. That night, just as Cheng Yang was drifting into slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a tremendous commotion. What was happening? Cheng Yang immediately sat upright. And when Elon and the others did the same, their expressions filled with confusion. Put on your clothes. I will go investigate. You all stay here and guard the villa. Retreat to the basement if necessary, Cheng Yang instructed, quickly donning his attire and being the first to dash out of the villa. Following the source of the sound, Cheng Yang activated his wind step and soared into the air. From his aerial vantage point, the entire Sioux city was still dotted with twinkling lights. After all, those who had survived until today must have managed to acquire generators. However, as Cheng Yang surveyed the scene, he noticed that numerous lights were rapidly extinguishing. What was occurring? There was no need for him to venture far, as a massive, ominous horde was surging towards Lake Bin No. 1. It was an army of zombies. This was a zombie tide, numbering in the thousands. Such a scale of zombie tide was not unprecedented. There had been instances of several thousand zombies congregating before. However, this particular horde was different, as leading the charge were bizarre specimens. 3 heads, 4 legs, and 5 arms. Each zombie appeared to be grotesquely assembled from multiple corpses, utterly peculiar. Evolutionary zombies. How many were there? Cheng Yang was taken aback. Although he had slain over 100 level 1 zombies, encounters with 2 appearing simultaneously were rare. Yet ahead of him, while not all were level 1 zombies, there were at least 100. A heaviness settled in his heart. His worst fears had materialized. The previously abundant level 1 zombies had hidden away, only to erupt in a sudden wave of undead today. Kill. Cheng Yang descended using his wind step. He could not maintain this technique indefinitely, as it was exceedingly taxing. Upon landing, he unsheathed his blood knife and plunged into the throng of zombies, unleashing a massacre. In an instant, limbs were sent flying in all directions. Great compassion, rebirth into bliss. What did it matter if there were at least 100 level 1 zombies? In his presence, they were utterly insignificant, destined only for slaughter. However, these zombies unleashed fire and water, some with entirely metallic bones, while others conjured stone shields before themselves or even in front of their fellow zombies, remarkably mounting a semblance of counterattack. This was highly effective. They were no longer a disorganized mob, but instead coordinated their efforts. Strength-based zombies charged to the forefront, while earth-controlling zombies provided shields. From behind, ice arrows and fireballs rained down upon him, and there were zombies whose hands had transformed into metallic blades, seizing the opportunity to launch surprise attacks. Cheng Yang furrowed his brow. Although this posed no immediate threat to him, it significantly diminished his efficiency in slaughter. Had the zombies developed intellect? Quite unlikely, as he had faced first-level zombies before. Therefore, there must be a higher-level zombie directing them, perhaps a second-level zombie. This was indeed plausible, for only a second-level zombie would possess such authority. Cheng Yang felt both astonished and elated. The emergence of a second-level zombie signified a substantial acceleration in his evolutionary progress. Yet, If such a creature truly existed, what attributes did it possess, and where might it be concealed? A thought crossed his mind. This second-level zombie was likely of the psychic variety, enabling it to coordinate so many first-level zombies. Otherwise, even if a second-level zombie summoned them to initiate a horde, could it truly orchestrate their combat? It had to be a psychic entity. Furthermore, psychic zombies are typically physically frail, which would explain its absence from view, lurking amidst the throng of zombies. This reasoning was both logical and reasonable. Cheng Yang chuckled heartily. This was even better. Suddenly, he leapt into action, vaulting over the front line of first-level zombies and landing within the mass of undead behind. With a hum, 2 shards of flying cloud shuttle appeared, swirling gracefully under his telekinetic control. His psychic power had now reached 23 at the first level. While its might was not yet 20 times stronger than its initial state, at most doubling, it was indeed a true enhancement of 20-fold. This meant he could manipulate the shards of the flying cloud shuttle for a longer duration, even managing 2 simultaneously with relative ease. The shards spun around him like lanterns, while the surrounding zombies fell in droves, unable to approach him. Cheng Yang unleashed his observation technique in a frenzy, searching for the second-level zombie. Within a 10-meter radius, the first-level zombies were hastening back, as if they were royal guards rushing to protect their sovereign. A smile crept onto Cheng Yang's lips, further validating his hypothesis. There had to be a second-level zombie nearby. Found it. Target 438, ability attribute, illusionist ability level, 2, strength, 503 kilograms speed, 55 meters per second. Cheng Yang raised an eyebrow. The attributes of this second-level zombie were astonishing. Clearly psychic in nature, yet its strength exceeded 500 kilograms, with a speed reaching 55 meters per second. It was noteworthy that many evolved beings, even among first-level berserkers, could not match such strength and speed. Found you, and now you shall perish. Cheng Yang charged towards the second-level zombie, wielding his blood blade as the shards of the flying cloud shuttle sliced through the air with terrifying lethality. Suddenly, he lost sight of the second-level zombie. A psychic control. Cheng Yang quickly realized the first psychic zombie he encountered had similarly left him seeing illusions despite his open eyes. He decided to close his eyes entirely, continuously casting his observation technique towards the front. He relied solely on the feedback from the observation technique, a system-generated response that could not be influenced by the zombies. Indeed, he once again captured that zombie. Kill. He continued to cast the observation technique, locking onto the level 2 zombie, then pushed his speed to the utmost limits. A staggering 148 meters per second. What does this signify? He dashed forward, akin to a tank racing on the highway. Imagine a tank hurtling at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. What difference would it make if it were armed? Everything in its path was crushed to dust. Great compassion, rebirth and bliss. Merit, 1000. Enhancement, 100. Here it comes. Cheng Yang halted, his eyes wide open, and he observed that the previously unified zombies had instantly devolved into chaos, each one driven by their bloodthirsty instincts, charging toward him. This was true not only for the ordinary zombies, but also for the level 1 zombies. Cheng Yang believed that it was not the high-level zombies that possessed intelligence, but only the psychic zombies exhibited such traits. The psychic zombie he encountered earlier, despite being only level 1, had managed to gather a multitude of zombies and knew how to conceal itself within the horde, using its abilities to influence their judgment. This was the unique capability of psychic zombies. Kill, kill, kill. From here on, things became simpler. The zombies fought amongst themselves, and he effortlessly slaughtered them all, just over 3,000, whereas previously, at his peak, he had slain tens of thousands in a single day. Next, he sought the corpse beads, a total of 107 beads, among which one was a level 2 corpse bead. Without hesitation, Cheng Yang absorbed this level 2 bead. Chapter 88, The Rat Tide. Comforting. Cheng Yang nearly exclaimed as a warm current surged through him, and he felt his mental power swell. Yet, merely 2 minutes later, this warmth dissipated. He cast the observation technique on himself once more. Mental power level, first level, 33, an increase of 10. Cheng Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this, he needed only 10 level 2 psychic corpse beads to elevate his mental power level beyond the second level. A tenfold efficiency. However, he furrowed his brow. For psychic zombies were exceedingly rare. He would primarily need to rely on the 5 Emperors meditation technique. Cheng Yang leaped back to Lakeview number 1. Darling, what has happened? The 3 women inquired simultaneously, unable to conceal their anxiety. Cheng Yang recounted the recent zombie tide and mentioned the emergence of the level 2 zombie. Level 2 zombies have finally appeared. Is there any future for humanity? The 3 women exhibited expressions of confusion. Just days prior, humanity had been reclaiming the streets, seemingly on the brink of restoring the normalcy of over a month ago, but with the arrival of level 2 zombies, everything had reverted to chaos. And the situation was even more dire. Cheng Yang was about to speak when he suddenly perked up his ears, signaling for silence. The three women promptly fell silent. Cheng Yang furrowed his brow and said, "Follow me." He swiftly dashed out of the villa, his gaze fixed upon the sewer. When Elon and the other two followed, bewildered and uncertain. "It's coming." Cheng Yang's eyes narrowed. Bang! As if annotating his words, a resounding blast echoed, and a manhole cover soared into the sky as though it had been detonated. Following this explosive ascent was a dark column. Was it a waterspout? No. The three women suddenly turned pale, shrieking in unison, "Rats." Indeed, this ominous black column was composed entirely of rodents. Their overwhelming numbers pressed together, generating immense force that propelled the manhole cover into the air. This mass of rats surged forth like a water column, shooting up to a height of 6 meters before cascading down in a chaotic shower. Upon emerging from the sewer, the horde of rats spread out in all directions, surging forth like a relentless tide. And there stood Cheng Yang and his companions, squarely in their path. Cheng Yang's gaze was piercing, illuminated by the moonlight. He could see clearly that the eyes of these rats glowed a fierce crimson. They were the size of cats, their bristled fur standing on end like that of a hedgehog. Were these truly rats? Evolved rodents? Corpse rats? Cheng Yang bared his teeth. The incisors of these creatures jutted menacingly from their mouths, gleaming with a metallic sheen. It was well known that rats were adept at gnawing. What terror lay in their destructive potential once evolved? In an instant, the swarm had encircled them. "Kill!" Cheng Yang bellowed. He swung his bloodied blade, unleashing a fierce sweep toward the oncoming tide. This was a front he could handle alone. Thus, when Elon and the other women needed only to guard their rear, flames and frost shot forth, while Tang Xintian wielded a cleaver, dispatching any rats that slipped through the fray. The three women had developed a remarkable synergy from their recent days of battling zombies together. "Host, please recite the rebirth incantation to transcend the malevolent." The system's notification chimed repeatedly, sounding almost as if it were glitching. Can rats also be transcended? Cheng Yang paused, recalling that he had previously transcended a zombie dog. Could it be the same? Regardless, if transcending meant accruing merit, then it was a boon. Great mercy, great compassion, rebirth and bliss, he chanted inwardly. Merit points accumulated. 10. 10, 10. Unfortunately, no enhancement was granted. Thus, were these rats merely ordinary corpse rats? Never mind, merit points were still valuable. Kill, kill, kill. The sheer volume of the rat horde was overwhelming and relentless. Bang, bang, bang. Several more manhole covers were blasted off, sending dark columns of rats surging upward. While on the ground, the sheer number of rats was staggering. They did not merely cover one layer, but two, and as the number of displaced manhole covers exceeded 20, the rats formed a dense 5-layered mass. What did this signify? Even with the combined efforts of Elon and her companions, their flames and ice arrows could barely thin out a layer or two of the corpse rats. To their dismay, Tang Xintian found several rats clinging to her cleaver, crawling menacingly toward her. As for Cheng Yang, thankfully, his blood blade was sharp, and with its accompanying aura, one strike could fell dozens of rats. Yet, even with his swift strikes, he could not keep pace. There were always rats that slipped through the cracks. If this continued, they would inevitably be overwhelmed by the relentless tide of rodents. This matter transcends mere infection from the corpses. It is a dire situation where they could be devoured by the swarm of rats until nothing remains. Cheng Yang, abandoning any inclination for combat, pivoted and embraced the three women in his arms. With his current strength, lifting all three felt effortless, although his arms were somewhat short, making the act appear rather awkward. Yet, at this moment, such trivialities were of no concern. He exerted force beneath his feet, and, with a resounding thud, leapt several hundred meters into the air, distancing himself from the tide of rats. The swarm rapidly engulfed the spot where they had just stood and surged into the villa, casting a dark shadow over the entire community, swiftly spreading in all directions. Cheng Yang brought the three women to a nearby towering structure, and as they ascended, they encountered only a handful of zombies, indicating that most had been summoned away by higher-tier zombies, leaving behind only a few stragglers. They reached the top floor, which was over 200 meters above ground. Finally, they exhaled in relief. "Our home is gone," the three women lamented, overwhelmed with despair. "And our food is gone." Although they had not resided there for long, in this apocalyptic world, every day was invaluable, fostering deep emotional bonds among them. Cheng Yang's expression was grave. He was indifferent to the loss of a villa, for most of the supplies were safely stored in his personal space, so the loss was not significant. What troubled him was the sudden rat infestation. How could there be so many? Moreover, it had been over 30 days since the calamity began. Why did the rat plague erupt now? Cheng Yang pondered. Every city harbors rats. Domestically, they are somewhat managed. as seen in other countries where laws allow for peaceful coexistence with rodents, highlighting the severity of the issue there. From the onset of the disaster, Cheng Yang had been concerned about a rat plague, yet he had seen no signs of it, assuming it had been consumed by zombies. As time passed, he gradually set aside this worry. Little did he know, the rat infestation had not vanished, but rather lay in wait, suddenly erupting at this critical juncture. It was terrifying. Where had they all been hiding? The convergence of so many rats without a single one surfacing earlier suggested something ominous. A rat king was undoubtedly orchestrating this chaos. Clutching his bloodied blade, Cheng Yang sprang to his feet. Stay here, I will deal with those zombie rats. Chapter 89. A counterattack. Once Cheng Yang made a decision, he would not waver. The three women had come to understand him well. None urged him to reconsider, but rather advised him to exercise caution. Cheng Yang nodded, made his way to the emergency exit, and leaped down the stairwell. Within mere seconds, he reached the ground floor and, upon exiting, headed towards the Lakeview No. 1. Intent on finding the Rat King, there was no need to enter Lakeview No. 1. The rat plague had already spread from there, assaulting the nearby neighborhoods and shopping centers. To Cheng Yang's astonishment, a horde of zombies clashed with the rat swarm, resulting in a fierce battle. Both sides fought without fear of pain or death, making the confrontation exceedingly intense. In terms of combat prowess, it was evident that the zombies were at a disadvantage. With brute force, the zombie could effortlessly tear apart a rat or crush it underfoot. However, the tide of rats prevailed due to their sheer numbers. Dozens of them ascended simultaneously, gnawing and biting indiscriminately. As this dark mass surged forth, even the zombies were reduced to mere bones in an instant, their brains devoured, rendering them utterly lifeless. Cheng Yang, standing a little closer, could hear the frantic notifications from the system. Please recite the resurrection incantation to absolve the evil. The accumulation of merit was astonishingly effortless. The tide of rats engulfed the horde of zombies, leaving behind thousands of skeletal remains, while the rat army paid the price of tens of thousands of their own, which was insignificant in comparison to their millions, even tens of millions. Great compassion and boundless mercy, may they attain the bliss of rebirth. Countless merit points danced in Cheng Yang's mind, causing his total merit value to soar by over 300,000, since the drastic reduction in the number of zombies began. This was the first time he had amassed a six-figure merit value, surpassing critical thresholds of 200,000 and 300,000. What was the key? He had not lifted a finger throughout the ordeal, merely reaping the rewards effortlessly. However, Cheng Yang chose not to intercept the tide of rats. He allowed them to engage the zombies in a fierce conflict, intending to collect the merit once the battle concluded. He glanced towards Lake Bin No. 1, the origin of the rat tide, pondering whether the Rat King resided there. Bounding from one skyscraper to another, he drew nearer to Lake Bin No. 1. The Rat King must be an evolved entity, otherwise, it could not command such a multitude of subjects. It might even be a level 2 creature. After all, it was not surprising that a level 2 corpse rat could have emerged after so many days. Yet, what was essential? They had invaded his territory. Although he would not return to reside there after the rat tide receded, how could Cheng Yang allow this affront to go unpunished? Even if they were incomprehensible rodents. The question remained, how to deal with these fearless, numerically overwhelming rats. If only he had missiles. A single strike could send them all skyward. Cheng Yang pondered. He certainly lacked missiles, but he possessed other weaponry. What? Gas canisters, and in abundance. Excellent. Tonight, he would host a barbecue for the rats. Cheng Yang activated his wind step, gliding through the air as if flying. He hurled gas canisters from his spatial pouch, not firing to detonate them, but instead casting them densely. Next, he began to pour out the fuel. He had stockpiled energy resources, so he had plenty of fuel at his disposal. It was nearly sufficient. Cheng Yang had emptied almost all of his stored fuel when he retrieved a pack of cigarettes. Lit one, and took a puff. Not a habitual smoker, he coughed several times, fortunate that no one was watching. With a flick, he sent the cigarette flying. To his embarrassment, the moment it hit the ground, it was engulfed by the tide of rats, extinguishing the ember. Curse it, Cheng Yang muttered, shaking his head. He then took a piece of wood, ignited it thoroughly, and tossed it down. Time to flee. Cheng Yang strode with purpose, hastily departing. With a resounding crash, the torch fell, igniting the gasoline and instantly creating a conflagration that spread like wildfire. Under normal circumstances, such flames would hardly incinerate a significant number of the corpse rats, as their tough skin and robust flesh left them largely unscathed except for their vulnerable brains. However, what would happen to those gas canisters subjected to such heat? Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending a colossal burst of flames skyward. Boom, boom, boom. The detonations continued in rapid succession. The shockwaves from the blasts obliterated walls and flattened villas, causing the rats to perish in droves. Cheng Yang's mind was overwhelmed with system notifications, rendering him unable to comprehend their content. He merely recited a mantra of compassion and rebirth, receiving a substantial amount of merit in return. This was a clear indication of the devastation wrought by the recent explosions, claiming countless corpse rats. At that moment, a sharp, piercing roar echoed through the air. A large shadow surged forth from the ruins of a villa, roughly the size of a dog, with incisors resembling shovels and fur as sharp as steel needles. Unlike the typical black corpse rats, this one was a striking golden hue. The Rat King? Surprisingly, the golden rat exuded an odd allure rather than repulsiveness. Due to the distance, beyond the range of his observation technique, Cheng Yang could only rely on his naked eye. This corpse rat bore the marks of severe injury from the explosions, with numerous wounds. One particularly grievous gash in its abdomen that resulted in the loss of half its internal organs, blood gushing from the injuries. Cheng Yang could sense a profound resentment emanating from it. A creature of mental prowess. Indeed, a rat king capable of commanding such a multitude of subjects must possess formidable psychic abilities. Yet, the presence of blood? Cheng Yang was astonished. The blood indicated that this large rat was not a mere zombie, but a living being. This revelation was staggering. A living creature not only coexisting harmoniously with the undead, but even reigning as their sovereign. The Rat King's beady eyes fixated on Cheng Yang, incessantly chattering. Suddenly, dozens of large rats darted from the villa's debris, astonishing Cheng Yang further as these rats appeared unscathed by the catastrophic explosions. How could they emerge from such chaos without a scratch? Cheng Yang descended swiftly and cast his observation technique. Target 1, Ability Attribute, Mental Attack Ability Level, Level 2 Strength, 1,503 kg Speed, 34 ms. This Golden Rat King was indeed a Level 2 zombie, and as anticipated, possessed psychic abilities. The attributes of the other large rats were nearly identical, all categorized as strength types. Target 2, Ability Attribute, Berserker Ability Level, Level 1 Strength, 3,322 kg Speed, 22 ms. 1 Level 2 Rat King commanded 74 Level 1 Evolved Rats. To engage or not? Without hesitation, Cheng Yang charged forward. 2 shards of flying clouds spiraled through the air as he wielded his blood knife, unleashing his bone-slicing technique, and advanced toward the Rat King. Thud, thud, thud. The mice, fearless and ferocious, charged forth only to be effortlessly shattered by Cheng Yang. Strangely, some of the rodents were evolved living mice, while others were the undead, yet they coexisted in an astonishing harmony that left Cheng Yang in awe. The Mouse King was now within reach. Chapter 90. Slaying the Mouse King. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Cheng Yang's head, akin to being pricked by a needle, rendering him momentarily dizzy. However, fortified by a 100-fold enhancement, his will remained resolute, and as a mentalist, he possessed remarkable resistance to psychological attacks. This was the Mouse King's assault. It could manifest its mental energy into piercing spikes. Although Cheng Yang managed to repel the attack, he staggered slightly, allowing the Mouse King to seize the opportunity to escape, while its generals swarmed around him, gnashing their teeth furiously. Begone, Cheng Yang commanded, and with a mere thought, stones materialized from thin air, barricading him from the encroaching mouse generals. Wasting no time, he pursued the Mouse King relentlessly. He had finally grasped the utility of his spatial abilities. The Mouse King screeched as mental spikes shot towards Cheng Yang. Yet, knowing was one thing. Possessing a countermeasure was another. He had none. Then I shall swiftly eliminate you. He activated his heavenly wind steps, accelerating his speed. The Mouse King grew desperate. Its eyes transformed into profound whirlpools, and Cheng Yang was suddenly engulfed by overwhelming drowsiness, nearly collapsing from fatigue. Mental manipulation? Cheng Yang's instinct was to distance himself from the Mouse King, using his heavenly wind steps. However, having forced the Mouse King out with great difficulty, would he be able to find it again if he let this opportunity slip away? This creature, having tasted defeat, would surely conceal itself well and not reveal itself easily again. Moreover, as long as the Mouse King remained, all rodents, whether living or undead, would unite as one formidable force. Such a tide of mice was terrifying enough to decimate an entire city in a short span. Although Cheng Yang had no aspirations of heroism, if humanity were to face extinction, what would be the point of his solitary existence? Even if he were to attain sanctity someday, it would be as though walking in silk robes at night. No one would witness it. Is strength only defined through comparison with weakness? Damn it. Don't you dare label me a hero, or I shall strike you down. Cheng Yang gritted his teeth and envisioned the 5 emperors. The 5 emperors, what exalted beings they were. In an instant, clarity enveloped him. Conversely, the Mouse King seemed to suffer a backlash. Its eyes lost their luster, and it writhed momentarily before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Please recite, host the system prompted. Cheng Yang was taken aback. The Mouse King had actually perished. Had the 5 emperors he envisioned directly vanquished it? Wow, the 5 emperors' meditation technique is astonishing. He had been on the brink of succumbing to the Mouse King's hypnotic influence. Yet a mere visualization of the 5 emperors not only dispelled the Mouse King's sleep-inducing powers, but also inflicted a fatal backlash upon it. With the demise of the Mouse King, the throng of mouse generals immediately spiraled into chaos. They unexpectedly began to bite at each other. However, it was evident that living mice do not attack living mice, nor do dead mice attack dead mice. Instead, it was a confrontation between the living and the deceased. Nevertheless, several rat generals had set their sights on the corpse of the Rat King. You wouldn't be contemplating the corpse pearl, would you? With a huff, Cheng Yang charged forward, wielding his blade. The air filled with the splatter of blood as he dispatched several rat generals and cleaved open the Rat King's skull, reaching in to extract the corpse pearl. Yet, when he withdrew his hand, the pearl had vanished. Absorbed. Delightful. A warm current surged through his body, and Cheng Yang could distinctly feel his psychic power strengthen significantly. It was even more potent than the previous one. He employed his observation technique and noted, psychic power level, first level 46. Previously, it was merely 33. This represented an enhancement of approximately 16, indicating that the effect of the Rat King's corpse pearl was 60 stronger than the last. Indeed, the Rat King was considerably more formidable. The earlier psychic zombie had fallen to Cheng Yang with ease, yet the Rat King had nearly bested him. Had the envisioned 5 emperors not intervened, he would have had to escape using the Sky Wind Step while still retaining a modicum of control. It was worth noting that the Rat King had endured a significant explosion. Given the frailty of a psychic mage, its survival signified it must have employed some life-preserving technique. Perhaps its psychic strength was already diminished to less than 50 or even 30% of its normal state. Thus, it was apparent how dangerously strong this creature was, having nearly turned the tables on Cheng Yang. Therefore, it was only natural that its corpse pearl could facilitate further evolution for him. Chaos ensued. With the death of the Rat King, its dominion dissipated completely, causing the once unified rat army to split into 2 factions that tore at each other. Although living mice should not have been able to match the dead, they seemed to have undergone a form of evolution, albeit not reaching the first level, allowing them to put up a fight against the corpse mice. Ultimately, however, the corpse mice held the upper hand. As both sides perished, the living mice, provided their heads were not severed, would swiftly transform into corpse mice. Thus, while one side dwindled, the other could replenish its ranks, leading to the inevitable victory of the corpse mice. Nonetheless, the corpse mice also suffered significant losses. After this battle, their numbers would shrink by at least 2/3. Cheng Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Under these circumstances, humanity might still endure. After all, corpse mice would attack zombies, and zombies would consume corpse mice. They were certainly not allies. Cheng Yang eliminated the remaining rat generals and collected the corpse pearls, then turned his gaze toward Jinji Lake. Fortunately, there were not many creatures in this lake, and there were certainly no cultivated crabs. Otherwise, a horde of domineering giant crabs and invading corpse crabs would present a nightmarish scenario. However, Jinji Lake did not breed crabs, but Yanqing Lake did. Cheng Yang couldn't help but look northward. Just a few kilometers away lay Yanqing Lake. Were there not a host of mutated crabs emerging from there? Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on that possibility. He had fought 2 consecutive battles, depleting a significant amount of his strength, and the confrontation with the Rat King had further drained his mental energy. At this moment, he was not only utterly exhausted but also felt a haze clouding his mind. Yearning for a deep slumber, he could not engage in further combat. Otherwise, he would be unable to withstand it and might fall victim to a fatal blunder in the midst of battle. It was important to note that this outbreak of undead was accompanied by numerous level 2 zombies. Caution was paramount. Retreat. Cheng Yang turned and ran back to the building where Elan and the others were. As soon as he arrived, he fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the 4 women took turns standing guard in pairs, attempting to rest. The night was unbearably arduous. The sounds of battle echoed continuously, interspersed with chilling cries of agony. In the latter half of the night, the booming sounds of artillery fire even jolted Cheng Yang awake. He rushed outside to witness the alarming sight of bombers raining down bombs from the sky. Sioux City lacked a military district, which meant that these bombers likely originated from the Lingjin military base, dispatched here to drop their payloads. However, after only 2 waves of bombardment, countless tiny black dots surged towards the army, and soon flames erupted from one of the aircraft, which then plummeted, crashing into a tall building and instantly transforming into a colossal fireball. The terrifying sound of the explosion reverberated throughout Sioux City, shattering the glass of nearby structures in an instant. It was as if the world had come to an end.